Right. And across the right side becomes darkest night. It's then right.
En la ciencia.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? I decided to go live, I guess. Hey, hi, what's going on, everybody? Uh-oh. I decided to go live, I guess. What's going on? How's everybody doing? Y'all doing good? Cool. Listen, it's Friday. It's Friday. Hey, hey, it's Friday. It's Friday. Hey, hey, it's Friday. It's Friday. Hey, hey, where that money at, though, babe? It's Friday. It's Friday. Hey, hey, it's Friday. It's Friday. What's going on? Miss Not for everyone. How y'all doing? I decided to go live. Yes, I did. Y'all know I'm tripping. I'm always tripping. The title is tripping, right? Yeah, the title is tripping. Pick at me. Pick a me. She wanna get picked. Cause she wanna get dick. She wanna get picked. Cause she want nigga dick. She makes me sick. Sit your ass down, you dumb bitch. That's what I be feeling like. I be like, girl, sit your dumb ass down. And sometimes it accidentally come out of my mouth. I know y'all be thinking, damn, Bomb, you be up there and you be mean. Why are you mean to those women? Truly, the truth is, it just slips out my mouth, right? But for some reason, I didn't mute myself. I don't know. I don't usually mute myself. But when I said this dumb bitch, like I really was thinking that shit and I thought it out loud, and it just happened to be that I was on the panel and y'all just happened to hear it. But you know, some of y'all don't even know what I'm talking about, but we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about oh Lord. Some of y'all do, right? Some of y'all was over there. We was over there with uh Dr. DJ Dr. D wait, Dr. What his name? Is it Witch Doctor? Yeah, okay. DJ Witch Doctor. That's where we was. Okay. DJ Witch Doctor. And I was having a good time. I was having a lovely time. Um Great conversation, the topic. He had a woman's night, a ladies' night, and I was on the panel. And the thing that shocks me is some of these women, right? They obviously, like you can tell they're lying. How do you know they lying when they open their motherfucking mouth? When they mouth, as soon as they take a breath and their lips part just a little bit, lies coming out of some of these bitches' mouths, right? Now, and they usually do that around men, right? They're ready to agree with the man and give the man all the creeds. They're ready to say, yes, I also, as a woman, have objectified you. Yeah, yeah, I've objectified men. Oh yeah, and I'm thinking to myself, what this bitch just say? What did she just say? Oh yeah, I've objectified men. I'm like, Jesus, let me go up on here, see if I could calm her dumb ass down. Maybe she thirsted for some dick. You know what I mean? I was gonna recommend the rose, bitch. I was gonna recommend, a bullet, a double bullet, something, ho. You need something. You need to calm your hot ass the fuck down. Okay? Cause I don't know what you doing, you thirsty asshole. Somebody piss on her. Something, cause this bitch need to be calmed down, cool down. Why in the hell would a woman get up there and start saying, yeah, I've objectified men before? I'm like, girl, what? So I go up there and I say, hey, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? You good? You good? I'm glad everybody good. And in my mind, I be thinking, you good now, bitch, but you ain't gonna be good in a few seconds. Because there's a bomb is here, and bomb is about to ask you a few questions. Why would your dumb ass get up here and tell these men who are already attacking women, right? They attacking everything we fucking do, everything we say. Why would your dumb ass get up here and start saying things? Because you then, even when they say stupid shit, you get up there and you tell them, oh, it's not so stupid what you're saying. It is done. And even if she has done it, right? Even if she herself has done it, by her going up there to claim that is done, women do it. Bitch, speak for your motherfucking self. And then they start playing around with the word objectify. And see, this is why black men can't read, and some of these black dumbass whores can't read motherfucking neither, right? Bitch, go take your non-reading ass on the other side. You with the other team, bitch. You want to be picked? Go over that hoe. Go over there. Now I'm not gonna mention no names, but if y'all was there, y'all know who I'm talking about. The only reason I'm not gonna mention no names because I don't really wanna, because I'm gonna say some nasty shit about them. I'm gonna call them all kinds of motherfucking names, and I don't want them to cry. Okay, they know that I'm talking about them. Okay, and some of y'all know exactly who I'm talking about, right? I'm gonna give y'all some hints. Some of y'all just know already, but there will be some hints saying because some dumb bitches have done lies and trickery and things in the past, which is why when they asked me, because I didn't go up there, you know, especially on the second night, to purposely target someone the whole time, but it just so happens that everything that came out of her fucking mouth was some stupid shit. And but she happily wants to say she's a woman, and and so she's speaking for women, and I just need her to sit her dumb ass down. She speaking for dumbass bitches. That's the difference between speaking for the group of us as women as a whole and dumbass bitches. Now listen, we all can be dumbass bitches at some point in our lives. Even sometimes, like I could be a dumb bitch tomorrow. I might be a dumb bitch tonight doing this stream. I'm possibly gonna be considered a dumb bitch. But they're gonna be mad at me, baby. They're gonna be mad. But what I'm saying though is this. I don't never get on no panel and speak for women as a whole when I'm talking about myself. And that's when we know we talking to and about sometimes dumb bitches, right? Because they'll get up there and say, yeah, yeah, we women, we objectify men too. And then and the men be like, oh, I knew it. And then the red pill men niggas, they come on the panel, baby, because they ready to clap. See, that's what a pick me do. She says things so she could get picked. But see, like my title say, I have a question mark at the end. they belong together, right? The red pillars and the pick-me's, but the problem is the red pill men don't want your pick-me asshole. And even when they say, oh, well, Bob, he'll get what you do. Do you agree he'll get with you to have sex with you, but he don't want to be with you? And I'm saying, even these motherfucking pick-me bitches ain't even getting picked to get fucked. They're not even getting picked to get fucked. That's why they so desperate. That's why their coochie's on fire. That's why them bitches thirsty. They thirsty because nobody raining no motherfucking dick on them. So they get on panels and say the stupidest shit. And they need to stop it. And the thing is, so the question was asked to me. The question was, hey, Bomb, why you going after chocolate? I said, well, I don't really think I'm going after chocolate, because if I was going after chocolate, then I'll be doing what I'm doing now. Now, right now, I might be considered to be going after chocolate, because chocolate is a dumbass bitch, right? But in the moment, I wasn't going after chocolate. And when they asked, and then she had the nerve, somebody asked, and I said, well, I'm not really up here going after her. And then she spoke, and she was like, yeah, I don't know what's going on. And so when she said she don't know what's going on, I said, well, I'm not really going after, yeah, Mom, I don't know. And then I said, well, because you a fake ass bitch. And then she was like, oh, then I said, well, let's move on. Let's let it go. Let's let it go, right? Because I'm letting her know you don't really want me to tell everybody, right? You don't want me to tell everybody. Don't, because she's like, well, I don't know why I'm fake, bitch. I could tell you. I could remind you. And then she said, nah, 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 nah. I heard her say, nah, nah, but other people want to speak up, right? So then I said, well, look, I'm ready to let it go. Let's move on. And then somebody else jump in, another woman. And she says, well, I don't know what the problem is. Um, why she's so fake? And I said, look, y'all said y'all want to move on. But if you gonna ask me the question, I'll give you the motherfucking answer. And then Chocolate says, oh, no, 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 no. I don't know what's going on, but no, 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 no. She says, no, 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 no. So Chocolate herself says, no, no, no. So then I said, okay, I'm gonna back off. And then the young lady, the other lady, she's asking me again, and I'm letting her know, bitch, you just trying to be messy. Cause I'm gonna give you the answer. But Chocolate said, no, 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 no. And since the reference was towards her, she said, nah, she don't want to go down that lane. Bitch, you want me, I just want everybody to know, y'all. This one right here keep asking me. So we're gonna let it be known that I'm gonna give you what you're asking for. Y'all better ask her to stop asking me for it. Okay? Uh, don't don't have, because if Bomb call you fake, Bomb gonna put all the proof on the motherfucking table if you ask me to. Right? And some of y'all may have forgotten who Chocolate is. Baby, some of y'all may have forgotten who Chocolate is. Hold up, hold up. Some of y'all may have forgotten who Chocolate is. But Bomb ain't forget, baby. Bomb don't forget. Nah, not me, bitch. Not Bomb Jerry. Bomb Squad. Hey, I remember that hoe. I remember what the fuck she did, though. I remember when she trying to up a stall. She was looking for your motherfucking dog. Give me, give me, give me that money, hoe. Give me, give me, give me that money, dog. For some fake ass shit. She trying to up the stall. She was on this bitch. Get niggas, dog. I remember, though. I remember that hoe. Don't act. I won't tell. Go and get a spell. If you're not out that time, That'll make you frown and kick your ass to the ground. Don't ask me, ho. Nah, don't ask me, ho. Cause I'm a up the stove, begging for that dough. Ha, ha. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. I will come and ski. Backs fall over your knee. Ah, don't ask me. Don't ask me. If I will come and ski and tell a truth, B. Listen, ooh, baby, listen. So I started realizing, right? I don't even know why anybody asks me why when I say somebody is fake. One day she's a perfect lady. Well, I would never do such a thing. The next day, she knows all about the sex industry, baby. Okay. Now, the thing is, I could pull up streams where she knew nothing about the sex industry, nothing about nothing that I heard her talking about on another stream just recently, like less than like 2 weeks ago. She was up there giving advice about this, that, and the third. But I can show you on one of my screens where she didn't know nothing about that shit, and I was the one schooling her on this, that, and third. Okay, cool. I don't have no problem with that, right? I taught her something. Now she knows something and she spread it. I have no problem with that, right? A sister learned some shit. Why would I be mad? But then when I'm up there and then now she questioning me about some shit that say something. And now she like, nah. And I'm like, bitch, what you talking about right now? Bitch, everything I heard you say just like a couple of weeks ago, you got from me, ho. But then there's another woman up there, right? We're gonna get off of chocolate. Oops, I did say their name, huh? Cause y'all know I'm gonna end up saying their name. I ain't scared of no motherfucker on this bitch. So their name's gonna come out. Okay, so there's another woman up there. I really don't know her, right? And she's up there, and she says something. Now, you know, when that hoe said that she DJ'd at a swinging event, and then she said in DC, thinking, what the fuck is she talking about? Wait a minute. I'm sorry, y'all. Where they doing that at though? Now I need y'all to think for a moment. I'm gonna walk y'all through it because I know a lot of y'all have no idea what I'm talking about. You never experienced it, you never been there. So I need you to understand that when you haven't been somewhere, it's easy for anybody to come and say anything, and you might take their word for it. And nothing's wrong with that, right? Take their word for it. This is the problem though, when a bitch do know what the fuck they talking about, and like myself, and I come and say, what you talking about? You did what? You was DJing at a swingers? What? Okay, so here we go. Then say, nah. Now, let me walk y'all through something. So we got a few freaky people. They get together, right? This is their lifestyle. This is their actual lifestyle. They go to a swinging club or group or party, right? Are they going there to dance? Oh, they're not going there to dance? Wait a minute. You mean nobody's going there to dance? You mean they got all they lingerie ready, they nice underwear on, they smelling good so they could taste good, you know what I'm saying? And you mean to tell me nobody was thinking about dancing? Yeah, you're right. Nobody was thinking about no fucking dancing. So when she said that somebody paid her to be a fucking DJ at a type of event where nobody's fucking dancing, then hold what you talking about. Then she got even deeper into it and started talking about the type of music she was playing. And then she mentioned the club by name when she started to tell me. First she said, you older, so you don't know this happened back in the day. Now, wait a minute. if I'm older and it happened back in the day, that means I would know, right? She literally said that. She said, well, Mom, you older. This happened many years ago. Bitch, if I'm older, then I was here many years ago. When she mentioned the club name, I knew exactly what she was talking about. I was like, girl, that is not a swingers club. Girl, that's not a swinging club. Oh, yes, it is. I've seen them doing some things that. Um, so you first she said she seen them do things. She, some things, and she made it seem like it was so terrible the things that she seen, something that she not into. But if y'all listen to the conversation later, she even talked about how she was into some of that shit, right? But said, girl, bound is a BDSM motherfucker club. And BDSM and swinging are not the same thing. Ah, yes, yes, they're the same. And then chocolate with her ass, she like, oh yeah, they run concurrent. They the same. They girl, shut your ass. Most BDSM people do not go to no fucking swinging clubs. They are not the fucking same thing. Now, see when you watch too much fucking TV and you listen to my stories, maybe other people's stories, and then in your mind you start confusing them and thinking they the fucking same thing. Swing just because you a swinger don't mean you gonna let nobody spank you, uh, bound you, tie you up, rope you up, hang you up, quad you. See? And just because you might be a submissive don't mean you swinging and swapping and shit. You're not the fucking same thing. But I tell you, the two of them, they thought they was gonna get together, baby, 2-on-1. But I knocked both them bitches out and called them frauds. Now I was just calling one a fraud originally. Now I'm calling this other bitch a fraud. Now, before I even called the second bitch a fraud, though, I already knew something was wrong with that hoe, right? Because we was talking about some kind of way. It was crazy because even then, the other woman was against the other woman, and then this bitch decides to announce, well, yeah, I've had a couple of abortions. She says, yeah, I had some abortions, and she went on to talk about how she also had taken the morning after pill. Like, why would a hoe see? That's what pissed me off. Before I was having fun, it was all good, nothing was wrong with it. When a hoe got up there and started talking about, I'm keeping it real, I had several abortions, and then the white guy who was up there, he says, oh, you a baby murderer? She said, yeah, I murdered some babies. And she kept her fucking going. So then I decided to hop on it with her. Yeah, you's a baby murdering dumbass bitch. These hoes are so fucking thirsty, they're willing to get on panels and just say fucking anything. If you had some abortions, then you need to keep that motherfucker shit to yourself. What is your purpose of getting on a panel to tell people you had abortions? Now, I'm not saying that you cannot do that, right? What I am saying is this. If I come on here and I say, yeah, when I was younger, I ended up getting pregnant. I thought I was too young. My family, we had a conversation. Boom, boom, I decided not to have a baby or whatever, right? And then, but my purpose of expressing there will be a purpose of me expressing that. Like, for instance, I might be telling young women, hey, you got to think about every time you have sex, you need to think about pregnancy because it can happen, right? I might even to start talking about how I felt about having the abortion, right? Maybe, it affected me, or maybe it didn't affect me at first, but now it does. And then I may come and kind of express, hey, these are some things that you may go through, and and I may warn you, or I may tell you how I felt about that, just so other people who may be feeling like I'm feeling can comprehend, and maybe we can talk about it and heal from it. See, it's about sharing for a reason, for a purpose. There's other reasons you could share too, right? Like I'm sharing this story because I think two dumb bitches need to be spoke about. Ho! See, even in this story, I'm doing some shit for a fucking reason to drag bitches. The niggas coming next. Don't worry. The niggas gonna get it next, baby. Okay, right now I'm dragging hoes, which means that's the reason for what I'm doing. A reason, right? See, a reason for me coming up and making this stream and talking about it. My reason is to drag hoes, ho. But that's still a reason, right? A reason. We're gonna get some laughs out of it. Some of y'all gonna be mad about it. Some hoes gonna cry now, laugh now, and cry later. Listen, and I don't give a fuck about that. I understand that. I know that when I started up the stream, it's gonna be talked about. People gonna feel some sort of way about it. Now, let's talk about a hodo who on a panel who ain't think about shit. She just let it come out of her mouth. Did she think before she informed everybody she had an abortion? Several of them. Did she think about that? Did she think how people were gonna come for her? I'm quite sure not. And that's why I'm here, baby. I'm here to teach you a lesson, bitch. I'm here to be your mammy, bitch. I'm here to be your mama, your grandmama, and your great grandmama, bitch. I'm here to teach you to shut the fuck up or think about what the fuck come out of your mouth before you end up on somebody's motherfucker title hole. I bet you won't do it again after this stream here, ho. I don't know what your mama and your grandmama and your great grandmama taught you, ho, but you need y'all to understand something. When I tell my motherfucker stories, you best believe I already know what may and may not come from me. And I'm ready, baby. I'm always ready. I was born motherfucker ready. Give me content, ho. Say some shit that I said and drag me a little bit, bitch. I'm heavy, but you could drag. Bitch, it might take 3, 4, 5 of y'all to drag my ass, but it's okay, ho. I'ma get the fuck up and then I'ma drag your ass back. Equals content. It equals content for me. Been being nice because it used to be a real sensitive picky hoe, right? Anything could have been content. You could have been saying something sweet to me, and I could have decided to make it content, but I decided to change my ways. I said, bomb you, you might, they little young, they cry, baby, talk about, oh, why you gotta come for me? Well, it's okay when the men go for them, but because I'm a woman, I'm supposed to just, I'm supposed to be sensitive to these hoes. That's why some of them don't like me because, see, the thing is, they want to be able to drag who they want to drag and do what the fuck they want to do because when they think they got the upper hand. But then when somebody who a little stronger, a little more knowledgeable and shit come and decide to come after them, then they start crying like motherfucking babies. And then they, make me feel bad. And then but they done said some shit. Now I want to kick them in their pussy, bitch. Because first of all, that's why you're in the situation you're in. Your motherfucking big ass mouth and your wide ass open pussy, bitch. You done said some shit and now you backtracking all through your story. First, it was like, yeah, I had some abortions. Then when she said she had several abortions, and then she blamed it on her motherfucking women in her family. For those of you who was there, she said, well, yeah, the women in my family told me you too young, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do this. So I had the abortion. That's what she said. And I like, girl, what you doing? But now you telling everybody you had all these abortions. And then you blaming it on other people. Oh no, I'm taking accountability. No, bitch, you ain't taking no accountability if you blaming it on them. See, taking accountability means, hey, I had some abortions. Bam. You could even say why you had the abortion. Like, why did you make the fuck the choice? You made the choice because you wasn't a kid, right? You was an adult. That means even no matter who spoke to you and what they said, you then made the choice. So you would just say, yeah, I decided that it wasn't the right time in my life, and bam, that's why I did it. I would have stood right there with you. I would have been like, yeah, you have a right to decide. In fact, I said that right after I told her she's a dumb hoe, dumb ass motherfucking hoes. These dumb bitches, man, I'm telling you, these bitches are dangerous to other women. And the thing is, right? It's is it so much of what they saying? No, because they dumb, right? They dumb. We hear it. We hear what the fuck she's saying. Bitch got up there and said, yeah, I killed some babies. And we was already combating the fact that a embryo is not a human, right? It's not a baby. That was the actual topic in the moment. But and then this bitch comes, and that's why she admits she's had abortions, and then she said, yeah, I killed some babies. Well, bitch, why you even said the word abortion? Why you didn't just say I'm a murderer? I killed some babies, right? She's like, well, I'm like, girl, what are you talking about? Oh, I'm just keeping it real. Keeping it real for who? These keeping it real assholes be the nastiest, most trifling ass bitches, yo. I ain't gonna lie. These bitches to get on here and tell you how they funky ass pussies was funky. They ain't know how to do this. They ain't know how to do that. They ain't know that they need to wash their motherfucking ass. They, they'll they'll get there and tell you, yep, and burp in your face, fart in your motherfucking face, and everything. They'll just do everything. They won't say excuse me or nothing. Because in their mind, they just keeping it fucking real. They the grossest ass bitches I've ever met. And I'm gonna be honest. These keeping it real assholes be nasty. They don't have no respect for themselves. None. Sometimes you just keep shit to yourself because bitch, nobody need to know. Ho, that's it. I don't need to know. He don't need to know. She don't need to know. We don't. What you? But you tell me though, and then when I talk about it the next day, then bitch, don't be mad. You told me you had all them fucking abortions. And now you gonna get mad at me because every time I'm gonna see you, I'm gonna ask you how you feel about being a baby murderer. And the reason I'm gonna use those words is because that's the word she used. And why did she use those words? Because she's a fucking pick me. She was on the panel with some men, wanted them to be on her side, so she started using their terminology. And I'm gonna use it too, you raggedy ass murdering ass bitch. And then people gonna be mad at me though. See, y'all gonna forget that I'm just repeating what she said on that day at that time on that motherfucking panel. Y'all gonna forget that. You just gonna remember that bomb keep going at her about having this abortion. People gonna be like, damn, bomb, why you being so hard on her? I'm like, that came out of that bitch mouth. I'm repeating what she said. Oh, she don't like me repeating it? Then she shouldn't have said it. And maybe next time she'll shut her motherfucking mouth about telling people how wide open her motherfucking nasty coochie is. She didn't even know she was old enough to know where babies come from because she had several abortions. And then she even said that the morning after pill was an abortion too. Oh my God. I was like, oh Jesus Christ. And then Chocolate decided to agree. Chocolate decided to agree. Man, oh man. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, it's Thursday. Oh Lord, it's Friday the 13th. No wonder. Hey, how y'all doing? K Sean, how you doing? Lane of Love, Mr. DJ Music, how you doing? Black and Proud. What's going on, Blackheart? How you been? All right. Um, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. Bomb Cherry are talking about chocolate. Yeah, chocolate. Y'all know I'm talking about chocolate. The one who told people several stories, like her life changes with the wind, you know? But for those of us who know her real life story, right? Um, she tends to forget that she told people her real life story. Now she told it because she was forced to kind of tell it, right? When you lie, eventually people call you liars, and then you end up having to stand up, and then you have to kind of peace out and tell them the truth and shit, right? But Chocolate is the one who took people money on this bitch. She was claiming she was doing business deals, and she had some of the real people willing to put money into something because she sold it to us. She even sold it on my panel, where even me, Mr. DJ, and a few of us was listening to her, right? The business plan based on the surface sounded good. But remember when we started questioning her because we was really ready to give her some fucking money? Like, that's who Chocolate is, bitch. Chocolate is the bitch who will sell you some motherfucker shit. And when you ready to give her money, some gonna just give her the money because it sounds so good. And then there gonna be those of us who are a little more, we listening and we asking questions so we could give her the fucking money. Like, I got more questions. Got some money right here for you. It sounds like a great idea. Here go my money, but I got a couple of questions. And soon as I started asking her questions, that bitch started claiming that I was attacking her. Y'all remember that shit? Yes, that's who I'm talking about. Yes. So when I said on that fucking panel just a couple of nights ago that I know that she's a fraud, and she backed up. She said a couple of words like, "Why, Bomb? I don't know why you said it about me," but she said it quietly. And then she said, "But let's move on." Then I'm willing to move on. But another chick up there, she she's like, she I guess she feel like, oh, well, what makes her a fraud, Bomb? All I heard her say was this. And I'm thinking, yeah, we said we're gonna move on. She don't want to talk about it. I'm not gonna talk about it. But if you're gonna be messy, bitch, ask me again. And I'll put it out there. And you know, Chocolate, she still want to act like I might be wrong, but she like, let's move past it. So I'm willing to move past it. But the other chick, the one who had all the motherfucking boy, she don't know what the fuck she talk about. She don't know where she at. And that's what I hate about bitches who take sides when they don't know shit. When I'm on a panel and there's a lot of people I don't fucking know, if this person says something, whether I agree with them or not, I disagree with them in what they're saying at that moment. I don't know what they said in the past. I get that, right? I get where this other chick don't know Chocolate. But if somebody say, "Hey, Bomb, uh, stay out of this," or you might not want to get involved, then I'm gonna back my ass up and be like, "Well, I don't. Yeah, maybe it's something else going on here I don't know nothing about." Okay, shit. We was on. Look, when I called her a fraud, I know she know what I was fucking talking about. And the other lady didn't know. That bitch disappeared and came back, and now she's a whole new motherfucker. Before she was on this bitch talking about gardening, starting starting nonprofits and making money and building homes out of sandbags and shit. And baby, man, we was up all night listening. And I'm not even gonna lie. I was like, we was putting up the videos because I want some proof. She told me about it. I looked it up and I said, oh shit. And then we pulled the videos up. The more she talked about it, the more research we did right then and there, pulled it up. I was like, this looked like a good idea. And then I'm thinking, because I never heard of it before. So I'm interested. I'm interested in learning more. And I'm like, okay, well, shit. Is this something that we might have an opportunity to get in on the ground floor? Bitch, if I could get in on something on the ground floor, then shit, I ain't got much money, but I might be able to scrape up a little something, something, right? That's right, Candy. We started, and we wasn't nasty towards her. We wasn't mean. We was honestly, I know some people was willing to write her a check. Because she had many people give her checks before on this bitch. She was that convincing. But the thing is, my money is low. My money is low, baby. And before I dish it out, I need to know for sure what I'm doing with it. And I can't afford to be scammed. You understand? I can't afford it, y'all. And so I had some valid questions. Mr. DJ was up here asking her questions. People in the chat was asking her questions. Some people over here telling us that she was a scam, but we didn't listen, right? Don't listen to other people and what they say. I'm listening, right? And I'm asking the questions. Because everybody don't understand everything, right? Some people may think they were scammed for some reason, and I get that, but I'm this is the internet, right? This is the internet. It could be some bullshit. So we listened, y'all. We was fair. The next day, that hoe was telling me that we treated her wrong, mistreated her. And she tried that narrative. And I know some of y'all didn't know what I was doing the next day and the following day, where I started calling her names and shit. That's because she had gone to other spots and was telling people that Bomb and the people over here was mistreating her. And that we was dogging her and making her look bad. That's what she had started to do. And I'm gonna put a stop to it. Bitch, you ain't gonna go all over this internet and lie on me, bitch. She don't know what spaces I'm in. In spaces that I'm not in, there's people that I fuck with, though they in those spaces. They notified me of what the hell she was doing. Y'all only saw what I was doing there after, but I promise you it was to protect us as the bomb squad. Bomb squad not gonna be in no fights over no motherfucking lies. You see what I'm saying? If we're gonna be in a fight, then it's gonna be some shit that we did for real. And if I end up in a fight because I said some shit about somebody, then bitch, then I guess I'm ready to fight. And I wouldn't get y'all involved, right? I'd really be like, well, that's me. Everybody don't agree with me. So it's me. And then I'm gonna be like, ready, set, fight. We're gonna be fighting. But I'm not gonna be lied on. And I'm not gonna let everybody else who was over here really listening to her be lied on neither. So Bomb did what Bomb have to do. Sometimes Bomb gotta go on the defense for fucking real. And sometimes when I go on the defense, I go hard. I'm not giving you no leeway. I realize what you're doing. You're spreading shit out here. You know there's some people who don't like Bomb, and she run into those little areas where the people don't like Bomb in order to get up there and say, yeah, because when I was over there, they did this and did that. I stumped that bitch out real quick and told anybody else who decided to come on her side that they gonna get what the fuck I just did her. That's what Bomb be doing sometimes. Okay. And even after that show, she came over and we talked about after I had to stump the lies out, she called me up. Bomb, I would like to come over and explain myself. That's because the messy bitch couldn't be as messy as she thought she was gonna be, because she don't know who the fuck I am, bitch. You're not gonna be lying on me, ho, and think people not gonna come and tell me. Oh, they tell. My email be filled with people telling me shit. I had to ask people to, right? I'm like, hey, I don't, if that person say something, don't even tell me. Because I done beat this bitch so many motherfucking times that all she gonna do is say the same shit over and over again. We know she's a liar. We know she's a doctor. We know this. We know that. We know this. I done crack as many jokes as I could crack. And then, like, if it get to a certain point, then we don't want it to get to a certain point because it's not gonna never get there. Because we know that some niggas get knocked out. So we know they ain't big and bad. Niggas getting knocked out. Niggas' asses out when they boxing. They out of breath. So, when I feel like, bitch, we just need to keep this shit right here on YouTube, and I don't even want to play with you no more, bitch, because you playing tactics. Everybody know them. They old, and bam, fuck you. Okay. And look, so never think that Bomb is scared, baby. Bomb just say, okay, playing with this bitch right here, because they sure like to say, I'm coming, I'm showing out. And then I'd be like, my address is 328, baby. Look, I'm right here in Newcastle, Delaware, honey. I'm right here. I live on in a circle. And if you get in this motherfucker circle and I invite you, do not, do not be confused with us playing on the internet, with us playing in real motherfucking life. Okay? We seen this shit just happen if y'all didn't know the story of a black man uh and another man, right? He didn't know who that man was, and they going back and forth, striking each other's channels, getting their channels taken down. Cool and dandy. That's some internet shit, bam boom. But that black man who didn't, because from my understanding, the guy who he was going after used to wear a mask, y'all. He used to wear a mask. Nobody knew what he looked like or anything. But then he goes to that man, the mask man, he goes to that man's area, Las Vegas, and then he tells him, I'm coming to your area. I'm in your area. Yeah, I'm coming to your area. I'm coming to your area. I'm coming to your area. And oh, now I'm in your area, and this is where I'm at. Oh, I'm in your area, and now me and my family, we here. And we in your backyard. What you gonna do? And that man unmasked himself, got in his fucking car. He got a whole stream saying, oh, this nigga is in my area telling me to show up. So I'm gonna show up and I'm gonna show out. Now the man was already in a mask. Now we know who he is. And I'm gonna tell you, he didn't look like no joke. And he wasn't talking like no joke. And then when he showed up, he was no motherfucker joke because he killed that man. And then I hear the wife say, "Oh, what did she say? I think she said, no, you didn't." And then he capped her. He capped her. You see, fucking people on this bitch is crazy, and we don't be knowing who crazy. Some of us admit we're a little crazy, right? Like I admit that I have PTSD. I admit that. I don't know what that means to all of you. What I will tell you though is you cannot knock at my door uninvited. Cause if you my friend or you coming on a friendly visit, you would let me know you coming. And now I would know, welcome you and everything. But if you think you could come and show up in my neighborhood and tell me you in my neighborhood, I think you coming to harm me. And bitch, I don't want to be harmed. I don't want to be harmed. I'm letting you know straight up right now. I want everybody to know in the sound of my voice, I do not want to be harmed. I don't want to be harmed. I don't want my children, my husband to be harmed. I don't want my neighbors to be harmed. I don't want nobody in this neighborhood to be harmed. I don't want nobody to be harmed. If it's based on me and what I want, then we all will be living in harmony in this motherfucker world. But I know, that I don't get what I want. And therefore somebody might come in my neighborhood in order to harm me. And I assure you that I'm gonna take shits. We already know that though, right? Y'all done seen me. Motherfuckers try to make jokes and try to make it look like it's something corny. I assure you that somebody would have been DEAD if they really had showed. I assure you that my mind was all in hearing what was told to me, the threats that was told to me, and I was gonna make sure they didn't get close enough to my door. And that's why y'all saw me go outside with the gun. And I assure you that my thoughts was I'm gonna shoot right through the door. That's why instead of me going out with the 9mm or the 10, I went out with the shotgun to make sure that it's gonna go through the motherfucking door. See, and so that's what was my thinking at the time. That was my thinking at the time. And y'all, and the thing is, it was live. And it when I listened to that story that just happened, it's a sad, sad story. It's a sad story. But it also brought me back to what happened to me a few years back. Right? Even though that person had to go find that person out in the city and shit, the person who I went out just out my door, they was claiming they was coming firebomb my house. Right? They said they was coming firebomb my house. You ain't getting close to my door, baby. you and I was ready to go to jail. So this internet shit could be crazy, right? It could be crazy. And that's why I like to keep it on the internet. I let everybody know we can have fun on the internet. You can roast me, I'll roast you. We can go back and forth, and it'll stay clean. I promise you. Even if you say, "Bomb, I'm coming through Delaware," I'll be like, "You coming through Delaware? Well, let's meet up." I promise you, I'm willing to do that with people because we understand that we joking on the internet. But then they got those who really play dirty, right? They like to dox you. And they like to call your workplace and try to get you fired. And I'm gonna be honest with you, that is not no internet joking. But then when they get doxxed and lose their job, they start fucking crying. Boo hoo, boo hoo, boo hoo, boo hoo. He called my job and he did this and now I'm sue. I'm gonna sue. Man, I tell you, baby, the biggest cry, baby, these motherfuckers be playing dirty, 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 and then they cry. Sometimes you play dirty, you ain't got no chance to cry. Cause like that man playing with another man he don't really know, he thought he could just play. They thought they could play in real life. And one of them motherfuckers said, huh, I don't play like this in real life. We could play like this online. When that man went to that man time, I know people have different points of view on that, but my point of view is strictly based on my own experience. If you come to my area and tell me that you at my area and you coming for me, you letting me know, you taught me, I don't know, like, I don't know if you know where I'm at. Maybe you might be coming hunt me down. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, why are you informing me? I live in Delaware, right? Ain't much to do here, but they do have some shit. People come to Delaware, y'all. People come, Delaware be having, Delaware have a state fair. Delaware have Wilmington. They got historical shit here in Delaware. It's all kind of shit. It ain't gonna be mostly for us black people. Y'all. Most of us, you know what I mean? It might be a family type of time. But anyway, I guess what I'm saying is he in Vegas. So Vegas is a big place. But if I'm going to Vegas and I got some people I don't fuck with in Vegas, you think I'm gonna tell them, hey, I'm in your area. And here's where I'm at. Come see me. Unless we're on some friendly shit, then why would you do that? And so I'm up in the air, like it's. I'm not the man who murdered them two people. His ass going to jail just as he should. Just like if I would have shot somebody out in front of my yard, I would have fought for my freedom. But I knew there was a possibility that my ass going to jail. But I had all the proof. I had everything I needed. Police report, y'all remember? Police report was already done, right? I had all the text messages already ready, and all the threats that had already been said. It was lined up and ready, prepared. As soon as I went to jail, I was gonna say, grab that folder, tell my hubby, get a lawyer, right? That was already in the planning, and bring that binder right there. Bring that binder to the lawyer, and and let's see how this shit work out. Hey, May. She said, I quit because people are off. People are off. Listen, it's a lot of different people on here. We don't know each other. It could be crazy. And so when we on the internet, I'm a roaster. And I know the roasters who are on here, right? It's several of us. Oh man, it's a whole shitload of we used to be over here having a good time. I'm not even joking. This area right here, this time of year when people out of school and shit, YouTube used to be popping. My shit used to go 24 hours straight. We was joking with each other, having fun. If it was this group, if it was the bomb squad against another group, everybody was having fun. Nobody was taking it serious. Nobody was taking it like life and threat. It was just like, oh, that was funny. Like, so people would leave my stream and go, like, after my stream, and they go to somebody else who talking about me, and people be over there laughing. Then people was able to come over here when I'm talking about them, and they would laugh. And then person themselves would come on my panel, right? And then I would go on their panel, and it was all everybody kind of understood. This ain't that serious. We just having fun. Some of them people I miss. I ain't even gonna lie. But what happened is some dirty back of the hand type of shit started happening, right? Because some people don't like to lose. Some people don't like to lose. And like if too many people laughing at them, they don't like it, and then they started doing underhanded shit. You got some people who the first thing they're gonna do is go find your real name and put this up, and then they start putting your children up and doing this and doing that and doing this and doing that. That's a whole nother, what kind of bullshit is that? Everybody over 30, what the hell you bringing in babies for? You know who do that? Low down dirty motherfuckers who losing and don't like to lose. When they don't like to lose, they bring the babies in it. Ah, I don't like to play with them. But do it hurt me if somebody talk about my grandson? Yeah, I'm grown. I'm Generation X, baby. We was taught that sticks and stones may break your bones, but words will never hurt. I don't give a fuck about nobody saying nothing, but I understand that you's a dirty motherfucker if you gotta talk about children. And it gets bad because there was this one time where they was talking about the little one so bad that I decided to jump in the gutter with him, and I felt bad. I do not want to jump in the dirty gutter with your dirty ass, but sometimes that's the only way you stop. See that y'all know that's a weakness of mine, right? Y'all know why is what is bomb weakness? Well, bomb not gonna talk about this, that, and the third. And if I draw the line and say, okay, I'm not gonna do that, then guess what? My enemies know this, and now they can use that to their advantage. So when they do that and they do it and they constantly do it, then I have to show them that, well, baby, I know you think I won't do that. I don't want to do that, but here I go. And they cry because see, the difference is they gonna tell a lie, but I'm gonna tell the truth. And the thing about the truth is, motherfuckers like to tell me the truth. They tell me the truth. They come up and tell me the truth. They could be at war with me, and then when everything going, they realize, okay, Bomb, you the real bitch, right? Uh, they come up and tell me that, and tell me how I didn't do this and do that when others was, and stump them when they were low. I'm like, I'm not, because I'm not trying to harm nobody. If other people are stumping you out, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I don't jump on the bandwagon. I don't need nobody's help to stump you out. Because I ain't really trying to stump you out. I thought we were just cracking jokes on this bitch, right? But now you attacking my family for no reason with lies, but you forgot that you was on my panel telling me the truth. You forgot that you text me in Instagram messaging or Facebook messaging, and you text me and email me truths, right? It ain't got nothing that gonna ever prove that I text you. See, I am too smart for these bitches. These bitches is rats, first of all. They rats. And when I'm not talking about a rat that tell on shit, I'm talking about they motherfucking, instead of chicken heads, these bitches are rats. You give them a little cheese, thick cheese, and them bitches go a gunny. The shit I got on some of these bitches, man, if Bomb decided to be just that bitch, man, and I got it all the proof, honey. I got pictures. They be talking about Bomb on there, and they put up pictures and claimed that my vagina showing. What she was talking about was the print. You know what I mean? Because you can't have no pictures like that on Instagram, Facebook, shit like that they were claiming. But then the thing is, I could have been dirty, baby, and pulled out the real vagina picture of that person. But I didn't do it, though. I didn't do it. I said, Bomb, don't do it. And the thing is, Bomb know how to make websites. Bomb had to shut people down by making a whole web page for a motherfucker. Everything that bitch was saying about me, I had pictures of them and I put it up. And then they wanted to, then they started screaming, wait, time out. Time out. Let's have a conversation. You take yours down, I'm gonna take mine down. I'm like, well, what the fuck you talking about, huh? You can keep yours up. Yours is fake news. Mine is real, right? But then I decided, okay, well, I'll take it down. Okay. Why would you have it? What you mean? Why would I have it? The fuck you think this is, nigga? You got enemies. You know you got enemies. Wait a minute, wait a minute. See, this is what I'm talking about. When motherfuckers, they either dumb or they think you dumb, right? Either they dumb or they think you dumb. Now I'm gonna be clear with you. My family, well, nah, I'm gonna just say, listen, baby, I was raised a certain way. You always got to be prepared. But you think just because I ain't showing and putting it out there don't mean I ain't got it? You so I'm not supposed to be prepared. Motherfuckers want to bring war on me, and I'm supposed to be so nice and sweet, and I'm supposed to just act like they ain't really warring at me, and I'm supposed to not be prepared. Nigga, there's one in the chamber all the time. In fact, that's what this stream is about right now. One in the chamber. I'm letting you know. Just like you could do a Google motherfucker search, I could do a Google search. I could go on the dark web and grab some shit, and I ain't never got to pay. I ain't never got to pay. Well, I got it because I need it. That's why I got it. The fuck? I got a 9 millimeter. Why I got it? Because I wanted it. And I may need it. I want it because you never know, you might need it. That's why I got it. The fuck you think this is? Baby, Bomb is always prepared. And just because she don't show her hand doesn't mean that she ain't got a hand, a winning hand. Okay? A winning hand. You know why? Because I keep stacking the deck. People keep sending me shit and I don't throw it away, but you think I'm just gonna throw it away? I'll be like, thank you for the information. I may not use it right then and there, but it's right there. It's saved. They say I could pull up shit just on my iPad without even going into the email of shit from people from just 5 years ago. I was looking at some of the shit the other day when I was going through to delete some pictures, right? Because when you got an iPhone, iPad, and shit, you only got a certain amount uh, of space. But see, the thing is, I have like 2 iPhones and 5 iPads, and they all on the same account. And so they motherfuckers keep telling me I need to buy more space. And I keep thinking, but damn, what the hell I got on this? What the hell I got? And then I go back, I go through, find one of my old iPads that I haven't used in a couple of years, and I'm going through the videos and the little clips and things like that. And then I said, well, damn, I'm not gonna delete this proof right here, baby. Nah. But I'll delete these pictures of my merchandise that I've made and sold. I don't need those pictures no more, right? Because I've already sold those items. So I went through deleting shit. But yes, I'm prepared. Okay. Now let me see. Um, Black Proud said these niggas on YouTube are allowing their supporters in the comment section to boost their egos and think they're untouchable. That is a fact. It could be very dangerous on this bitch. I learned that a few years ago, right? I never knew it. Like I was on here, man. I've been on the internet for 30 years, and I've been in a area that was called roasters from day one. Black people, y'all know they called it different things through the years. Jonesing, cracking jokes, roasting, and all these things. The whole entire 30 years, I've always found a group of Black people where we joked, cracked jokes on each other, cracked jokes, and we like family. I could sign on some of these programs that I haven't been on in years, and we would start laughing about what we used to joke about and laugh about. Some of our shit ended up in movies and on TV shows. The motherfuckers used to be in our chat, grabbing our jokes. And then next thing we know, some TV show got our shit up there. Songs, tip drill. When I told the motherfuckers, right, because I'm the first webcam. Now I'm not even joking about that webcam woman, right? Where I was charging people to watch me on webcam, and I used to tell them they used to crack jokes on me, and I used to say, "Yeah, take your credit card and swipe it down my big ass, nigga." And then, like a year later, it's in a motherfucker song. Y'all, there's a lot of references that y'all use in different spaces and areas that come from me, not just me, from us, a whole group of us, just jokesters, roasters, cracking jokes, having fucking fun. That's all we did. And then I decided to come to YouTube about 10 years ago, right? Um, because I was trying to get off of the webcam thing. I was trying to leave that away, right? One of my sons, he in high school, when I asked him, hey, y'all still good with what your mommy doing? One of them told me no. He told me no. And so I left every place that I was on webcam, I walked away from it by coming to YouTube. And then if you go and look at some of my older accounts, you'll see where I was just giving advice and having fun, and you know what I'm saying? Until I ran and bumped head with this one raggedy ass hoe who's still raggedy as fuck on this bitch, right? 10 years later, that hoe's still homeless and shit, right? But that's her ego, that's her fucked up attitude. But that's a whole nother story. Okay, I'm not gonna get into that. But what I'm saying is, in the meantime, in between time, we was having fun. I've had fun with you men, but some of you men, right? When you see me having roasting or going at one person, you automatically think, oh, she hate Black women, Black men. That's ridiculous. But then again, y'all be the ones in the chat, like Black said, holstering people up. What's going on, Tequila? You been, sis? Queen of Cali, how you doing? Okay. We should be able to be on here having fun. I should be able to, like, even within, before we was Bomb Squad, right? People knew I was part of what they called the Viper Pit. And we used to be up on the panel cracking jokes on each other and laughing. The next day we on the same panel doing it again. Right? We had fun. And then one year, shit just got, I don't know, it got out of hand because new players came around. Now, I ain't gonna lie though, they have some other areas where I wouldn't go in. Like, I don't go in, I'm a roaster. I would love to go over there and play with them. They play a little too harsh for me. Okay? And them motherfuckers be getting together fighting each other. I don't want to be getting, I'm too old. And even when I was young, I still wouldn't have wanted to meet nobody in no park or no street to fight you. Would I do that for? If we don't like each other, then stay away from me and I'll stay away from you. There's the black area, the in another area. Man, on this bitch, I wouldn't be caught over in that motherfucker. And when I go tiptoeing over that, when I go tiptoe on that bitch, and it's usually because somebody called me because a bitch in this area that went over there talking about me. And soon as they do that, like everybody over there know me, right? Nobody hate me because I don't fuck. I don't fuck. I'm not getting involved. Not on nobody's side. I'm staying out y'all motherfucking business. Okay. I don't play over there in the black area and in that other area. I don't do it. Okay. Because them motherfuckers, I don't want to fight nobody. Remember, I used to host parties and everybody got together to love on each other. You see what I'm saying? When my parties was you coming, you loving on each other. You ain't coming to my parties and getting drunk and high and fighting. You ain't doing that. We ain't doing none of that over here. Okay. So I so I don't go over there. And if when some of these women, I ain't gonna mention no names, but there's some of them who done went running their ass over there and they love to mention bomb cherry baby. Cause they've been trying to get that side or against us for many years. And bomb, they just don't know that I'm cool with everybody over there. Some people, the new people who've been there just in the last few years, that they may not know me at all. And then the ones who do know me, they'll be like, oh, she cool. I'm staying out of their motherfucking business. Cause you can't come to my neighborhood thinking that we're gonna do some fist fighting. I'm too old for that shit. But to be honest, when I was young, and unless we talk about when I was a kid, that's different. When I turned 21 in the pub, baby, there is no more fist fighting. What, like, I'm I'm too woman to be fist fighting. For the last fight I got in, I think I told y'all, it was at high school, and I had already graduated. I had graduated that same year, like 2 weeks before. I had to go back to the school just to get my what I gave the recruiter my um what I had to give him. It wasn't my birth certificate, it was my diploma. He needed a copy of my diploma, and I had given it to him so he could make a copy. He told me to come pick it up the next Wednesday because it was either Wednesday or Thursday when he was at the high school. So I had already graduated, and I went to go get my diploma from him. Happens he not even there that day, but a girl catches me outside. Right, this was over a boy, and me and this bitch is fighting. Now she's chasing after me like I'm backing up. She's coming at me. There's a teacher there, and I'm saying, get her, right? I'm like, get her. She bum rushes me and grabs me by my motherfucking hair and pulls my motherfucking hair out along the edges in the front yard. I was bald head on one side. This bitch, this bitch done, I'm punching the fuck out of her because I always knew how to fight. Right? I was a tomboy. So yes, fighting wasn't nothing to me for real. But I wasn't even supposed to be really on the grounds. Remember, I didn't already graduated. And I didn't want to fight this bitch. I don't even know what the problem is. I don't even know what the problem is. You fucking him, I'm fucking him too, ho. or she wanna fuck him and I'm fucking. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't fighting over him, girl. Okay, I ain't got no reason to fight. He gonna choose which one of us he want. But the truth is, I'm the choosing motherfucker. I chose him only when I wanted him, ho. You know what I'm saying? This bitch to grab me by my hair. And I'm punching her in the face and everything. But she's twisting my fucking hair in her motherfucking fingers, yo. She's twisting and twisting. And I'm like, oh shit. Like, and I'm punching, cupping the bitch in the mouth, the everything. She had braces in her mouth too. She bloodied and shit because I'm punching her. But ain't shit I could do besides punch this bitch because she got me by my hair. And she's twisting and twisting and twisting. And I'm punching. And that's how some hoes fight. Okay, they grab you by your hair. We all know it. I ain't grabbing you by your motherfucking hair, bitch. I need you to back the fuck off me. I gotta punch you in your nose or something. Boy, she had me all twisted up, Keshawn. Look, she had my motherfucking hair. I was bald on one side of my head for like a couple of months. Anyway, that was the last actual fight I've had. And even then, would I consider it a fight? Yeah, I guess that was a fight. Um, After that though, I went into the army, right? And I ain't never had no fight since. I'm too ladylike. I wear heels everywhere I go. When I look like fighting somebody. Now I might crack some jokes and say, bitch, if you come here, we're not meeting up in no park to fight. I'm too ladylike. We could meet up in the park and do a twerkathon though, bitch. You know what I'm saying? We could see who got the best twerks. We could walk to some motherfucking music ho and see which one of us the sexiest. We could do some shit like that, but we can't be doing no fighting. I can't be doing no fighting. And most of y'all know exactly what I'm talking. Most of you women, y'all know y'all not fighting. Y'all don't want to fight. And even though I talk a good game, talk a little rough, I'm a grandmother now. I raised two boys. So I do speak a little differently than I used to because these are grown ass men now. They grown ass men, and I can't never let them think they gonna do anything to me. My sons bet not even if I sense they having a dream of beating my ass, I'm gonna pop up in their dream and smack the fuck out. Tell them they bet you. But what you want, boy? What you dreaming about? These men be on here talking about how boys be taking over their mothers. I be thinking, what mothers they taking over? You rarely ever see that in our community. In our black community, you don't see no sons rising up on his mother. He may think in his mind that yes, my son's been taller than me since they was 12. I always let them know I would take their ass down inch by inch and choke them the hell out. Okay. Um, I ain't really threaten them that way, but I did. Every once in a while they got to hear me tell somebody else that because I just never wanted my sons to think they were with my ass. And then they got a daddy who was always it, you know? But back to this internet shit. This internet shit is crazy. And yes, I'm gonna crack some jokes on some motherfuckers, and I'm gonna call some of these hoes, and I'm gonna call some of these bitches, and then they could call me a hoe and a bitch, and I'm not gonna be mad that they call me a hoe and a bitch. And if they don't like me calling them hoes and bitches, I don't know what to tell them. Tell them not to listen to me. Or they might be able to come over and say, Mom, I don't really like when you call me a hoe. I'd be like, well, then don't be a hoe. But I could try to stop calling you a hoe. I just need to get like 10 more hoes out of me. Wait a minute. You's a hoe. You know you a hoe, dumb hoe. Might put a beat on and then get it all out of me. But I's a lady now. It's what I'm saying. I's a lady now. That's right. I, And look, they don't even want us to be women anymore. I can't even go and twerk no more. They don't want us women twerking. We can't look sexy. We can't do nothing without the harsh. I don't even know what's going on in the black community here on the YouTube and some of the internet, right? These men have become bitches. And I'm about to get on them now. Now, see, the niggas them become bitches, right? And the reason is because, first of all, some of these niggas be wanting to fight women. They'll threaten you, talking about, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's because I'm stronger than you. I'm this. They know they're doing that. I even had to talk to my husband just recently about this, right? The idea that you're now raising your voice. Why are you raising your voice? We're having a conversation. He said, because I don't like what you're saying right now. I'm like, yeah, but all we're doing is talking, right? Now you're raising your voice. Why? And I, right? I'm asking because I'm like, are you raising your voice in order to threaten, or are you raising like? Because I'm not raising my voice. You don't have to outspeak me, right? If you don't have to out, I can see if I'm talking and I won't stop, then you raise your voice a little louder, right? In order to get heard. That's understandable. But if we're just going back and forth, like I say something, you say something, I say something, you say something, then why, when this time, when it's your turn, why are you yelling like in frustration? You don't have to yell in frustration. You frustrated. You can just say you're frustrated. I can see that you're frustrated. I don't give a damn that you're frustrated because I'm frustrated too, right? We both frustrated. I'm a human, you're a human. Sometimes the men think, oh, I'm gonna get louder than you. And I'm like, but for what? Are you threatening me right now? I just need to know, right? Like is that why you got louder? Because you want me to know that you can get louder? And then that's when women, because truly, we women, we could be a little quick with our mouths, right? And that's because like we trying to be heard too. You got the deeper, louder voice, but we can get loud too. And sometimes we have to show that, and then that's when the arguments come and go. Okay, so I be asked, I start asking hubby questions. I be wanting to know, like when we was younger, when this was happening, and I'm explaining to him why I did what I did. There's some shit that I did that I'm not proud of, right? So I remember when I used to throw shit at it, right? Um, he'd be standing there on and some shit would go humming at his motherfucking head. Bam. Right? But I promise you, I never intended to hit him. Like, because I'm not a bad thrower, right? He wasn't that far from me. It would go above his head to the right or the left or above. But I was letting him know I'm frustrated, right? You're not listening. You you really, and that's one of the things men do, right? But these men don't talk about that. What they say, they get silent and want to walk away. That's not good. They make this seem like that's some good shit that they did in the midst of us having a conversation, trying to, like, I'm trying to understand how we married 6 months, and when he come home from work, he not coming home. He getting off work and going to be with his friends. They look, all of them married now, but they meeting up at another married man's house, right? And I'm at home now. To be honest, hubby didn't know I was going through a lot of shit, right? I was going through a lot of shit. I was suffering through PTSD and depression, but he didn't know it, and I didn't know it at the time neither. But what I was doing, he would get up and go home, go to work, and I would be in the bed all day. But I would get up just in time around noon and put dinner on. So I knew he got off at like 3:30. Dinner would be ready. I would make sure the rice is hot and everything was hot and ready. Now imagine that I did that all day. I done cleaned the house. We ain't have no children, so that was easy. I done cooked and everything. 3:30 come. I get all sexy and sit on the couch with the TV playing, waiting for him to come home and be thrilled that he has a hot meal, right? He got the vegetables, the meat, the rice, the gravy. He got every fucking thing. 3:30 come, 4 o'clock come, 4:30 come, 5 o'clock come, 7:30 come, 8:30. This nigga walking through the house, and then I'ma tell you, baby. Oh yes, 8:30, this nigga walking through the house. He coming in like it ain't shit, like it ain't nothing. Like he done came in and walked past me and went to the kitchen to get his plate. And baby, I'm like just looking at him like, what? Like, um, mm, I'm asking where he been. He feel like I shouldn't have to ask him where he been. Oh, oh, wait a minute, what? Uh, you don't want to ask me to marry you. I'm here in this space on this post right now because you asked me to marry you because I could have been somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is though, when you young, right? You young, you beautiful, he handsome, and you feel like this nigga he done married you and now he wants you locked down in his house. And I'm like, well, is this what we doing? And then the shit started humming in his head. Boom, 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 boom. And then all my little whatnots I used to buy, I miss them too. They used to cost me some money. And they all gone. Oh man, they collector's item now. Found some of them on the internet. Actually, they're not collector's item. I don't know what happens with black items. They don't they they actually cheaper than I bought them for over 20 years ago. Okay? They was called Miss Martha's. If y'all ever look it up, Miss Martha's little whatnots. Okay. And I bought them for like $50 a little piece. A piece. One of them little things was 50 fucking dollars. $75 for a two-piece, right? And I took them and hummed them at his motherfucker head. Now he knows that I like these Miss Marthas. They cost us some money, right? And I hummed them in his head, so he know I'm really upset. But the purpose is this, right? He just looking. And people will say, oh, you're a woman. No, I would get through that. Because I was making a point. I was frustrated. I'm not saying that I was right, right? Even after I did it, I knew I was wrong. In fact, while I was doing it, I knew I was wrong. But we were young and we didn't know how to express ourselves, right? And I'm expressing myself the only way I know how. I'm breaking shit. Sometimes I would throw it at his head, and sometimes I would just throw it on the ground, just right there at my feet. Like, nigga, you not listening. And I never called my husband the N word, okay? So I'm exaggerating a little bit, okay? Because I never ever called him that. But I'm just saying, I would throw shit down. Now, my point is this: when we become more mature and older, and this only happens with people you dealing with, you have to express yourself, learn how to express yourself, and they have to be willing to listen, and then you have to be willing to listen to them. But this idea of two strangers who already know how to express themselves coming together and everything just gonna fit like a glove and be so perfect is ridiculous. And that's what people are now hoping. People are saying, well, you made the decision. You got with him. He beat your ass. That's your fault. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that I met a man who was not beating me while we was dating, treated me well, and as soon as we got married, he then now think he owns me. You see? And because he thinks he owns me, he thinks he can beat me. This shit that these men are spreading on him. Oh, your daddy gave me to you to me, and now I'm your daddy. I'm like, what? And then even in the times in which they're speaking about exactly what they're saying. They want us to be like slaves. Cause see, my daddy can only give me away if I respect him, or if he is just overpowering. He's raised me to be this real submissive to him, and that could mean all kinds of things, right? Since y'all like to go to the color purple, you do know that in the color purple, her daddy was having sex with her. Her two babies was by her daddy. You know the men never mention that shit though. Mm. They like to skip around. What's going on, M Mills? Your mom had a few of those figurines. Did y'all know these men, when they pick these little stories and shit and narratives that they want to push on us now, you know how they skip a lot of things? In the color purple, do we all admit and know that her two children was for her daddy? When he said that she spoiled, he is the only one who spoiled her. She was not out in no street. She wasn't for the streets. Her daddy had been going to her since she was a little girl. So now, when he says she's spoiled and gives it to somebody, it's crazy. Good to see you too, M Mills. I don't understand the stories. Like the men have intertwined and now they want to go back all the way to the 1920s when they don't know nothing about the 20s, the 30s, the 40s. They don't even know nothing about the 60s or the 70s, right? Every time they talk, they want to go far back, right? And especially black men. Right now, we have an opportunity to go as far back as y'all want. Our country is about to be set ablaze, right? And I guess we're gonna be going about. We're gonna be going back, right? And um and I'm wondering what the black men gonna do. Because see, ladies, see if we don't stand up and do something, then we already know our community is gonna be fucked, right? Our community gonna be fucked. Black men don't want to admit that they take lead from women. The reason they take lead from women because for some reason we're the only ones who are not too scared to come up with a plan and do something. What's going on, Brandy? How you doing? I'm gonna put the link in. I'm sorry, I should have put the link in hours ago. I don't even know how long I've been live. Let me put the link in. Girl, I just need to. Our country is coming to a what some of us said this was gonna happen a year ago. Some of us said this was gonna happen a couple of years ago, right? And it's happening. It's happening in our face. Things that we thought would never happen. There's no way, the military will be enforcing anything on the land. There's no way he could do this. There's no way he could do that, and he's doing it and doing it and doing it. Hey, Dr. G, and our country is about to go ablaze, and it's a few of us on here having all kinds of fun and shit, right? But then there's like me, I'm worried. Why won't pay? Wait, something going on. Let me go grab it. The link. It's not, it didn't give it to me. Paste. I have no option to paste. Okay, let me grab it from Zoom. Y'all, it is so motherfucking crazy. And the conversations we should be having shouldn't be about women and men, women being submissive to men doing this and men doing that and men doing this, right? The people got hurt the harshest when he eliminated what he called DEI, which he simply mean we're gonna take away all these black jobs, we're gonna take away all these federal jobs, right? And all that. You know who got hit the hardest? Black women. And you know what that tells us? That black women have most of those jobs. It also tells us that black women are the ones who mostly in middle class. Like it's crazy, right? Black women got hit the hardest. We got laid off the most, right? Because we are mostly in those jobs. We are the ones who mostly are getting the middle class pay. We are the ones doing that. And I haven't heard these black men say anything about that. I'm quite sure they do not like anything that black women either get praised for. We could when we get hit hard with some shit, I'm shocked they're not dragging us about it. But if they do that, they know that means something, right? Because if we the ones who losing these jobs, then that means we the ones who had those jobs, and that means that we're the ones who are, like I said, mostly putting us in middle class status. Okay, well, I gotta grab the invite, and then I gotta copy invite link. Okay, cool. I'm waiting for the men to come up and explain that shit to me. Explain to me, baby. Because I was over there by Dr. DJ, which doctor? what's his name? DJ Doctor, Witch Doctor. Wait, um, DJ Witch Doctor. Okay, DJ Witch Doctor. And they some of the red pillars like to come up there, right? Like Mr. Fantastic. He always got some shit to say. He like to spin shit. But I'm waiting to, and then somebody always get involved when I'm talking to him because he know that I get that I will break down any shit he say. Right? He for some reason these men who still don't know how to read, no matter what we tell them, they don't definitely not gonna listen to us. But they can simply all they gotta do is go. What they gotta do, baby? All they gotta do is do what? YouTube, Google some shit. They can YouTube the shit, Google the shit, but they're not gonna like the answer. What happened? I don't know what just happened. Okay, there we go. Okay, all they gotta do is Google some shit, and but they not gonna do that. They're not gonna do that. You know why? Because they're not gonna like the answers. They don't really like stats. And even when we talk about stats, they don't understand stats. Even if it benefits them, they wouldn't understand that what they're reading benefits them because they don't know how to read. Right? Just like back to some woman telling those men that we objectify men. And then her stance is bomb. I've seen a man and thought, ooh, he's sexy. And I said, girl, that doesn't mean objectify. I said, maybe you need to go look and see what objectifying means. Well, Bob, you ain't never seen a man before, and when you looked at him, you like, ooh, he look good. I said, yeah, but that don't mean I objectify him just because I thought he was handsome. The girl, what the fuck is she talking about? And then she kept running with it, y'all. She was over there telling them men that women objectify men too. She was standing on that shit until even when we defined the word. Let me see. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay, that's my phone. Okay, so yeah, did I put the link in, y'all? Man, I be forgetting. I pin it. Did I put? I'm not even sure if I put it in. Yeah, I did. Let me pin it. Let me pin it. Pin. Okay, cool. What I was saying. Sorry, I got a message. Yeah, hubby won't go he won't go to the doctors and it's starting to get on my nerve. Okay. Reading comprehension. There you go. Discipline. There you go. For some reason they can read something and but they don't understand what they've read. And that is why they say that uh and then they was talking about black boys. And then they was only talking about black boys between a certain age group. By the time they get a little older, it may get worse. Okay. It may get worse. Um so I'm gonna be honest. I feel like it may get worse. I think by the time they turn into men, they don't even think they should read no more. That's why a lot of them don't believe in education, right? Some of them don't believe in education at all. The ones who are educated understand the purpose of education, and then but we have so many who aren't educated. They don't believe in education. It kills me when I see some of the ones who you can't really have a conversation with them because if they don't believe in nothing, they believe that a white man told us. For some reason, they think only white men are the educators, right? As if black people can't learn to read and then from there go and do their own studies, their own research. With these white people or black people, what it shocks me like when Jay Prince mentioned there was the white man that said it. I'm like, you don't think there were black people there? Black people were doing the heavy lifting, right? That's when they finding these bones and or anything that they had to dig for. I'm like, you don't agree that there was black people, black or brown people, right? I guess however you want to look at it, who was right there doing the heavy lifting. I'm saying that even then they're finding that at one time they make it seem like the first people were white people, Europeans, but we find out that that's not true, which means he can't say, well, they. they're gonna talk and make it all about them. I'm like, who is they? Because if you talk about here in the US, a group of white people, that is true, right? These people are ashamed about Americans' history. And American history is shameful. It's very shameful, right? If you mistreat a group of people and continue to do it, but if it's just the past, we could get over the past. You'd be like, yeah, that's how it used to be, but we've done so much better. But no, that's not what they want. They want to believe that what they did back then was good. If we talk about the past, but we put it in a good way, yeah. We talk about the slave masters in a good way. Because they was here for the country. It was all about the country. They had all them slaves because they wanted to build this country into the best and the brightest that it could be. And that's why they had them slaves. And they loved them slaves. They know they needed them. And we put it like that because that's how they make it seem. Okay? That's because they want to go back to that time. The thing is, though, we know they dumb too. Those white people, along with some of you, these black ignorant men, they're dumb. They unknowledgeable. Most white people didn't have slaves, right? Most white people didn't have slaves. If we were in today, the only people who will have slaves today, you know who those would be? People who own corporations. And the only motherfuckers who gonna have slaves. And white people, you're gonna be slaves just like we were. Except you're gonna be able to go home. You're not gonna get beat and things like that. Because it's kind of like you're doing that already. You're working for somebody, they not paying you enough to survive. They raising the rent, right? They control the real estate, which is your home and shit like that. You can't even start a business if they controlling it. If they gatekeeping, then you ain't even gonna have no business. You just gonna be just a step above an actual slave, right? And that's it. And that's it. And but they don't know history. And because they don't know history, the white person who is mega, who think Trump is on their side, is realizing real quick that Trump ain't on their side. They should have known this already because he's done several things already to let him know, wait a minute, what? Wait, what you doing? But then he'll throw him a bone and make him believe, okay, you're on the side. Because now if motherfuckers who was out there tearing up the Capitol are now suing for millions of dollars. He done gave some of them millions of dollars already. This country is fucked. This country is already in a bad position. We're not going and heading to a bad position, baby. We are already in a bad fucking position. When we see the police want Trump, right, to be there, especially the bad police, not the good police officers, the bad ones, the ones who want to be. They tell you to shut up, you shut the fuck up. You ain't got no constitutional right to say what you want to say. They just arrested somebody filming them. They turned around and the person said, well, I ain't got to do what you say. And they turned around like they was marching and turned around and said, let's arrest them. And they arrested the people live on camera. For what? For nothing. And most of us are just sitting at home, either not knowing this happening, which is damn near worse than people who know it's happening. They ain't doing shit. Ain't doing nothing. But you better start thinking about what you're going to do. Okay, my phone. You better start thinking about what you're going to do, baby. Because it's about to go down. And let me tell you something. The people in LA, them people, that was supposed to be us. But Trump wanted us to be out in them streets. They were going to blame us for torching cars. They were going to blame us for torching buildings. That's what they was going to do. But our ass say, okay, we're not going to get baited by the shit he was saying. Right? Remember he was talking about letting out these different police officers who killed people and shit, who got supposed to have these long terms. He was gonna let them out. They were talking about that. They thought we was gonna get out in the street and march on that and this and that and third. We said, okay, no, we ain't doing that. You do what you're gonna do and let the government handle it however they handle it. And if they let them out, I guess they're gonna be fucking out, right? And lo and behold, a small group of Puerto Ricans or whatever they call themselves, I don't know what the fuck they call them, right? They out there getting rounded up. And next thing you know, some people we don't even know, they don't even know, that went out there and clutched a car. And next thing you know, they blaming all of it. Okay? They blaming all. That's what they do with us. We could be out there peacefully protesting, and all of a sudden somebody go and touch something. The fuck you touching a car for? That's the plan, baby. That's the plan. And if our dumbasses don't realize that they planned that and figure out how we gonna walk this shit back, then that's how they set your ass up. Now Puerto Rico's gonna get what black people would have got. Because apparently we were the only ones who used to talk shit. White people could go out there and protest. They not setting them up, right? Because they usually be older. They out there with their kids. They can't really set them up. It don't look right that this woman or this man who was walking with his children, he went and firebombed some shit, right? They won't be able to push that one on the American people. These white people they're not going for that. You better not push that on them. But everybody else though, if it would have been Asians out there watching, they would have pushed that shit on them. Our country is fucked right now, and everybody need to figure out what the fuck the plan is. Okay, yeah, I don't think they're ashamed. They just don't want their kids to feel guilty, shame about what Papa and Mama may have done. Now, I really don't think they even care about that. I think they want it back. You can't feel shame about something you want, right? And if the kids, like, to be honest, I have a, like, I've been here for a while. I've been watching. I've been always around white people, right? White people have always given me information. Like, that's why I got everything, every move I made or I shared with black people, I got it from white people. It's not like I was so smart and I sat there and figured that shit out. No, white men love giving me information. The older white women, when I was younger, gave me information, right? Um, shit, even some black women, right? I noticed that black women was in certain spaces too, right? In spaces of some power or close to it, right? And they would pick and choose who they gave information to. And I think I know why, right? Because if you just put it out there, black people, they don't like to listen to me, right? When I tell them, hey, you ain't really got to do that, and this is how you get out of this. You go here and do this. They look at me like I'm crazy. They look at me like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm like, but I'm telling you, that's how you get out of this. Not only am I telling you, but I know because that's how I got out of it. Or somebody I know who, when I shared it with them, that's how they got out of it. And the reason I know because somebody told me who worked there, right? People either work there or they, you know what I'm saying? And man, um, yeah, white people could get you in, you get a job, you could be qualified for the job and can't get in. But if you know somebody, shit, right? You know somebody. Nothing else about you changed except you knew somebody. They may not even know you, but they may know me. And they know me. And then I tell you, hey, when you go up there, ask for Barbara. When you go up there, you say, I came to speak with Barbara. Barbara comes out. Barbara don't even know who you are. You tell Barbara that, um, yeah, my aunt Mom told me to come and talk to you. Oh, you know Bob? Okay, come on in. right? Now you in front of Barbara, sitting there with Barbara. You, Barbara gonna ask you how I'm doing. You gonna say she good. She told me to talk to you because she knew that that y'all looking for this person and blah blah blah. Blah. And here am I. Here's my resume. And now Barbara is sitting in front of your ass, talking to you about your resume. You wouldn't have been able to get in front of Barbara if it wasn't for somebody you knew. You won't even know Barbara, but you know somebody who know Barbara. Sometimes you know somebody who knows somebody who know Barbara. That person you know may not even know Barbara, but the person Barbara knows somebody that person know. Sometimes that's how you get in. And black people though, who I lived around and all my life and I share information. Nah, the ones who did take my information, they thanked me. They got jobs and they doing well. The ones who didn't, they would just be like, she don't know what she talking about. Nah, that don't even sound right. That don't even sound right that I all I gotta do is go down there and ask, could I speak with Barbara? Barbara don't know me. I'm like, but Barbara don't have to know you. Barbara know me. And Barbara know I'm only gonna send her good people. Now, if you telling me you're not a good person, and that's when I realized that I cannot share the information with anybody, right? Because suppose I do send just anybody down there and that person fuck up. Now Barbara knows that I done sent to somebody who ain't nothing but a fuck boy. He ain't trying to do no job. He ain't shit. I ain't gonna be able to send nobody else down there to Barbara. Barbara trusts me enough that I'm gonna bring some people who gonna be able to pass your criminal background. They ain't out here shooting nobody, Barbara. I'm gonna send you some. I know a lot of great kids who just graduated high school who would love opportunity to work at the company. And all you gotta do is ask for the person I tell you to ask for. And there was those who did it and those who don't. My husband in a good position, right? Where when a company is hiring, he gets the information. And if he knows somebody who's looking for a job, he says, well, this person is hiring. Are you willing to do that? If you're not willing to do that, then it might be something else he might offer, but don't take no position that you're not willing to do, because you fuck it up for everybody. Fuck it up for everybody. But anyway, yeah, I'm running my mouth. I'm supposed to be over here sewing. Okay, I'm supposed to be sewing. I'm trying to figure out this quilt. I want to make a quilt, but I want to make a quilt. I just haven't chosen what type of quilt I want to make, right? Uh, like what do I want on it? In other words, do I want flying geese? I was thinking about a block quilt, but then I was like a quilt take a while, right? It's not something you make in a night. So then I was thinking, okay, what colors do I want? Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't like quilt with lots, 100 colors. I don't really. That's not like something I is appealing to me. But I do have a lot of these different color fabrics in my house. Well, I wanted to buy no fabrics, but I want a quilt for my bed, and it'd be black and white. Y'all, I love black. Maybe black and gold or something, right? Um, and and I'm thinking about. I wanted to do one that's like a American flag. It's gonna be blue, red, and white. Okay. It's gonna look like a flag. On one side, gonna be blue with a section with stars, but it's just gonna be blue and red and white everywhere else. I was thinking about doing that. And I think that'll be simple. And I'm gonna make it a rag quilt, which will make it real simple, right? How you doing, Brownie? I miss you.
Hey, Bomb, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Where you been? I ain't seen you go live.
I took my channel down. I'm gonna be back, and I'm gonna be back in a couple of weeks. I'm been working and busy, and I'm
Oh,
doing
okay.
some rebranding stuff. So
Okay, okay.
I've been
Well,
enjoying my little detox. How you been, Bomb?
I've been good, girl. I've been detoxing too, girl. The honest truth over here, we got some family shit going on. Got me stressed out like crazy, girl. Okay, and I'm like, I can't deal with all this.
Ain't
Like,
it? The family stuff, just summertime busy. Like then I'm working 2 jobs. There's a lot going on.
yeah. Well, you sound good, so that's good.
Yeah, I'm great. I'm happy. I'm enjoying my time away from YouTube. Like I miss y'all, but I always say like if y'all drop a link, like I'll hit the link when I got time. I got a little bit
Yeah.
of time between people right now, so.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, the last time I saw you, remember you was over there working and everything, looking all pretty. Yeah.
Hmm.
But then, I saw a young lady do something at work. I'm not sure if y'all heard. Did y'all see where that black girl lost her job because she was giving out medicine at work?
Yeah, the nurse that was passing out pills and
Girl.
leaking
But I
her
thought about you
patient's
for a second.
information.
Yeah, that's fucked up. I thought about you for a second. I was like, oh shit, I ain't seen no one. I hope she ain't get in trouble. Because
And
a
I
lot of
ain't
people.
getting trouble.
Okay, good, good. Because some of these jobs don't like people being on the internet.
I
Even though you
work.
never go ahead.
I do reception at a spa, so we ain't even have to sign no social media policy for real.
Oh, okay.
They not tripping on stuff like that. They just want everybody to be happy, taken care of, and get their money.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Um, but her dumb ass, y'all, was on that called out people name. It kind of remember when I was in the hospital and they kept asking me to turn it off. I told them I'm keeping it on. They was like, I had to turn it off. I said, no, I get permission. I get permission. I said, this is my family. Plus, we wasn't talking about no medicine
Well,
names and shit.
leaking. When you work as a nurse, you got HIPAA, and you supposed to be. She was passing. She wasn't just saying their names. She was passing out the wrong medication to the wrong person. Like
That's fucked up.
she like, oh, it's not gonna
She
do
gonna lose her whole
nothing.
license. Mhm.
Yeah, like you a nurse, like you in charge of people health. I'm not in charge of nobody health. I, I'm not in charge of nobody health. I'm there to make sure the place will get robbed or burned down.
Yeah, man, that was crazy what she did on that video. She was like, when people was telling you gotta take it down, she like, I ain't saying nothing, nobody's name, and then the woman said her name, and then she said her name, like she forgot that quick. She was on that. That was crazy.
Yeah, that's trifling. We need to
Yeah,
be
that
paying
was.
attention.
But she said she ended up when she apologized later. She admitted that she didn't think nobody would see it because she said she had that many followers. I said anybody can grab that girl and you go viral like that. She had no idea.
Well, you got people that will take the time out to do something like that, especially if they have the opportunity to.
Exactly. Because you're right.
Like,
Because it could have been just anybody, you know. She because was it that dangerous? It was bad, but if
I
she
mean,
only had a
but if she
good,
giving out the wrong medications and she
oh, that's
and
bad.
she
Yeah,
kicking, like that's not doing too much. You ain't even
yeah.
doing. You're not even paying attention, and you playing with people's grandparents and stuff. Like, girl,
Oh yeah, yeah. That's messed up. Man, people on the internet doing a lot, y'all. That over there on that TikTok shit, man, that shit be over there crazy. And I don't even go to TikTok. I don't have, but I be over here, looking at the YouTubers who they review the TikTokers.
hmm
I like those. But it pissed me off that it's all these goddamn African stuff. Right? I'm wondering, Africans are making money off of the black people. I don't even want to listen to their commentary, like when they talking. I can't even hardly understand them.
yeah,
I'm
I
thinking to myself,
noticed
they're not
that
even
too,
in this
Bob.
country.
I noticed I was watching an African give commentary on how Black Americans felt about immigration, and I was like, "What the hell? You're not even in
Right,
America."
girl. And but they're the only ones I could find who reviewing. So I'm looking at them, but I had to fast forward through them talking. I'm like, girl, you don't even know what the hell you talking about. Just play the clips, goddamn it. you know, you she done rounded up. the clips and shit that I'm looking at the clips, but I don't want to hear nothing they gotta say. And I'm wondering why black people, like American black people, not doing what they're doing, or maybe I just haven't found them.
I think it's the algorithm. I think the algorithm is like because my algorithm was showing, and then it kind of switched. I don't know,
Hmm.
but I think it has something to do with because now I'm seeing a couple of more like Black Americans, like where they speaking on those issues, and they speaking.
Oh, good.
But
You
I
got to give me a link.
definitely was like a wave of um non-Black Americans speaking on it. And then they were
Yeah,
speaking about Black people in America. It was weird. I'm like, how y'all over there and talking about us here?
right.
And
Making money
then,
too. It's a lot of us watching them. Um, I like the one thing I like on TikTok when they had the when they call them white redheads black people. That
mhm.
was I like that one, and because it was funny. The white redheads was crying and shit and talking about how they were bullied. I didn't know they had a kick a redhead day or some shit like that. I was like, damn. But it was an African who showed me all that shit. I'm like, God damn, where black people at? But you're right, the algorithm and YouTube be on some bullshit. Okay.
It
I don't know how
definitely do.
I get in them Africans algorithm. Yeah.
Well, since Pride started, I've been in like the conservative gay algorithm.
Oh Lord.
They be going in, they over there going in, and I'm like, why is YouTube showing me this on Pride Month? Like,
Mm-mm-mm. I think because I've been looking at a lot of coops lately, trying to figure out what type I want to make. Might be why I haven't got in that algorithm. Cause that's all I see now is either shit that going on with Trump and coops.
yeah, the conservative gays are crazy.
Yeah, girl, we know. They got that black man, gay as hell, conservative. He was a conservative for Trump. Um, nice looking man if you like gay men, right? And I remember when the election was going and he had went to one of their little events and them white men told him straight up. They was insulting him and everything, told him that he left and everything. But he's still stomping for him, stomping for Trump,
Well,
stomping.
they're gonna do it, but I don't know. Some of them I can get it, but some of them it just be like it's a lot.
Trump want to put them in jail too.
I know it's a lot. It's like that. I don't know. It's a lot. It's too much. It's been a lot of things that's been happening online recently. The you saw the YouTuber that shot the other YouTuber that shot that couple on live.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier.
These
Girl,
people
I
are.
got,
But
huh?
this is why I don't argue with people online. When they ask
Yeah,
me why I don't argue with people online, it says these motherfuckers be truly unhinged. And you'll be engaging with an unhinged person. I don't engage with unhinged people. Like, and a lot of
yeah,
these people be off in the head. Like, you thinking it's jokes and you thinking it's back and forth, but it's a lot more. It means a lot more to them.
yeah. Um, and yeah, I had said that earlier. I'd be on here joking and everything. I said, but then some of these people, crazy. And then I even mentioned, because that couple, not the couple, but the man, right? The one who got killed with his wife, he went into that man's town and then started telling him where he's at. Like, pull up, I'm in your backyard. And he kept announcing where he gonna be today, where he gonna be tomorrow. And then that man said, "Okay, I'm coming." But he had never seen that man before. From my understanding, the man used to always be in a mask. They say he used to be like in a Spider-Man mask or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But he took off that mask when he went in to go kill him. So that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, I know he had on a mask and everything. Maybe you thought he was a pussy because he had on a mask. You didn't never think that maybe he was crazy or gay. He looked like he straight was like a in a gang when I saw him in his car talking about I'm going pull up, you know. He was looking for him. Everywhere the man told him he was gonna be is where he went to go get him.
Well, you know what's sad? They left behind 4 children. They had 4 small children. Like,
Really? Yeah, that's
and
fucked up.
like, I just said, like, these people, y'all be thinking it's entertainment when people be going back and forth. To some people, it is entertainment. Like, I like to play with people that I play with. Like, so I don't mind going back and forth and doing all of that stuff with the people that I play with. Like, if we rock and we can do that. But like
Right.
outside people, like I'm not trying to go back and forth with you if I don't fuck with you. Like I don't even fuck with you. Like
Right. Yeah.
no, and it's for a reason. It's because people on here be obsessed and unhinged for real, and they be living in a whole different reality.
No, you're right. You're right about that, girl. Cause when the wife says something like, "No, you didn't," and then he plucked her too. I like, God damn, that's fucked up.
But I gotta go, Bob. My client is here.
Okay, have a good one.
All
It's nice
right,
seeing you.
it was good to see you too.
Bye bye. Yeah, y'all. Um, the internet used to be it used to be safe, it used to be safe, and now it still could be safe. I just have to I make decisions. I go up, we can have conversations and laugh and everything. And then I just wanna, you know, chill, and some of these people crazy, and the ones that I starting to notice more, there's some people, you know, that I used to have fun with, right? We could go back and forth. But when I notice what they do is those are the ones who go in other areas and spread lies, right? There's a few of them. There's a few of them. I mentioned their names. I don't fuck with Randy Slowcal no motherfucker more. Fuck that fat ass nigga, right? Um, James Kills is a whole bitch out in this motherfucker, right? Because we realize they're liars, right? They lie and then they'll deny. When I catch him and I tell him you did it, he'll lie and say he didn't do it. He lies on people, right? First he was saying that it was somebody else. On a whole nother panel, he was telling people that it was me. I wasn't even near that fucking nigga. I on that channel at all. He was on my channel telling me about it. And he was talking about Queen Sunkiss. Did you know that nigga took the stole him? And he was lying on her too. He was lying on her to me about the red situation. Then he went on somebody else's channel and turned Sunkiss into me. So now he's lying on me, saying it was me over there with him on red. I'm like, nigga, you's a fucking liar. I think we was over there by Taylor when he did that. But he's done that several times. He could go over there by some of these men, I don't really fuck with them because, they don't like the fact that they got caught in a lie. Every once in a while I bring that shit up because my name get mentioned. And my name get mentioned mainly because of these niggas that I'm talking about. James Kills will be over there, he'll mention Bomb. And then, the host, he not gonna be no punk. So if he see it, he gonna say something about Bomb, and then before you know it, somebody coming telling me that he over there talking about me, and I'm thinking, well, I ain't even said nothing about that nigga in a while. But then when I go and do the research and dig, I realized that it was a punk ass bitch like James Kills in the chat who brought me up from the beginning. You know what I mean? And that happens even over here, right? Somebody comes in and mentions somebody's name. I see it. And then I'm acting like I'm not a bitch. I don't give a fuck about that bitch. And then I say some shit like that and go off on them. And then they hear that I was over here talking about them. And before you know it, they like, Bomb, you started. I wasn't even talking about you. You talking about me. And then I got to deal with that. But the truth is, somebody from their area came over here to put that shit out like that. So that's why I stopped playing with people, some of these niggas in the chat. Because these niggas are bums. They nobody. James Kills want to be somebody so badly. He'll come up and say, well, you know me, Bob. Nigga, I don't fucking know you. And what I know about you, nigga, ain't nothing nice and sweet about it. You's a bitch. You been a bitch. Okay? You ain't never been no funny nigga, neither. You ain't never been no roaster nigga. You always lost. But the nigga will come up and reframe shit in his mind and put it out of his fucking mouth, and then he want me to co-sign it. Nigga, I can't do it, nigga. So all I can say is, yeah, we know each other. That's the truth. That ain't no lie. When I said we know each other on this bitch. And then when I say, yeah, I know this nigga and he's always been a loser, you get mad at me. You okay with me saying I know you, but you don't like when I tell people what I know you as, a motherfucking snitch ass, blind ass bitch and a loser, nigga. And that's it. Period, nigga. End of sentence. End of motherfucking paragraph, nigga. Now who next? And Randy Slowcat, that slow ass motherfucking nigga. Man, that nigga done ran everywhere trying to get people against me. Anybody he want, he chasing. He's a stalker, first off. Okay. If he see that you are what he consider beautiful woman, light skinned, in other words, is what he mean. He then if I'm me and that person not cool, right? Because we just not cool. Um, because I mean she's a dumb motherfucking ass bitch. Cause we was cool at a long time and we was so motherfucking cool. There's shit I could tell y'all that I ain't never tell you, right? But she got beside herself, right? Trying to be the winner. But I'm like, little girl, sit your motherfucking ass down some motherfucking where. You can't don't boss up on me and think I'm a cow down, bitch. I'm gonna stomp you like I stomp anybody else who come for me. And we can laugh about it and keep it pushing. Or you can cry about it, bitch. You could cry about it and go and cry. And some of these niggas will slither over there with you, hear you cry, and then next thing you know, the niggas who've been under my bosom for years then start talking about, oh, you did so and so wrong. And I'm like, nigga, shut your fucking ass up. You don't know nothing about this. Let the bitches fight, nigga. I know you a bitch too, but you not the right type of bitch. You's a whole dumbass bitch. The women gonna figure it out as long as some of these dumbass niggas don't get involved. We'll figure it out. It'll be passed. Or see, because we women, right? We either gonna forget about it, we get over it, and then move on, or we just stop fucking with each other. And same thing happens, same result. We move on. Okay. I go in my direction, you go in your direction. I'm really good at going in my direction. And even if the person I don't fuck with is in the space that I'm in, I don't hate on my nothing. We can have a whole conversation on the panel. If we having a conversation that's on the panel. I ain't got to go after you and dog you and shit. But if you come for me, bitch, it's on. These bitches get in the chat though, where they know I don't really look at, and then they'll be in the chat for hours talking about me. But as soon as I mention they fucking name, and normally I don't mention nothing, right? I be seeing it. I see it. Normally somebody will tell me. They be like, hey, Bob, you know this person? I'm like, yeah, I know who that is. I'm like, why are they coming at you? I don't even know. I just say I don't even know and let it go. And bitches be over there for weeks, if not months, in the chat, mentioning my motherfucking name. And then you know what? Then one day I say, okay, I'm tired of it. And then I call them out. Now, now I'm the bad person. I'm the bad person, y'all. I'm bad because I mentioned her name. Now I mention her name, she scurry the fuck off because she know if I go off, I'm gonna go off on that bitch. Right? All she gonna do is report my channel, right? And then she gonna lose because the shit comes back up. Cause I ain't playing with none of you motherfuckers. See, you just want a whole back and forth with Disney, bitch. Look, Disney put a claim on one of my motherfucking videos, and I put a claim back on their ass. I fought that shit and won. Now, none of y'all can't touch me. If I know I can win a claim against Disney, bitch, I know I'm gonna win a claim against you, you motherfucker. You ain't even got a claim, right? They really got claims on their shit because they a business. But see, there's something called fair use and there's another one too, right? I let it slip out the last time I was there. I was trying to help Sharon, but see, the thing is, people don't know who to believe, right? And if I'm a woman, they're not gonna believe me. So they believe the men. I'm like, hey, this is what you do. Now, I'm telling you this is what he do because I had already won against Disney. I found another terminology, right? I found another terminology. I did the research to see what it means. And then I said, okay, boom, let me test it out. And I tested it out. Remember when we did that karaoke? Remember we used a lot of people's shit. And they took that video down because it was a couple of songs where they made claims on. One of them was a Disney. One of them is run by Disney and a subsidiary of Disney, right? So when I found out, I was like, well, let me test this shit out. Okay, let me test this shit out. I'll test it out here. I ain't got nothing to lose. Now they do warn you if they got warnings, but we know that these motherfuckers just like Trump, right? They warn you on some shit. They tell you if you put false claims, you can lose your channel. We know people putting out false claims all the fucking time and they ain't losing their channel. That's what I'm saying. They taco into, okay, taco into. But anyway, so I said, well, they want. I put the claim. They put the claim against me, and I fought it. They telling me, well, if you fought it, this is what could happen if you lose. Blah blah blah. You can lose channels. Da, da, da. I was like, okay, boom. So I sit for a minute. I think about if I'm gonna do it. Then I said, well, fuck it, and I click send. And a week later, my shit was the fuck back up. Okay. Um, that's right. Because even though we used their music, we was singing. We were the singers. You was singing, I was singing, everybody fuck singing. That means it was no longer their shit. We had taken their shit, revamped it into our shit. Okay. Really my shit because it's on my channel, right? It's now not theirs, it's ours. But you gotta use the right terminology and everything. And now that shit is yours. And Sharon lost his channel. you know, they was tackling him and after him and shit. Now I understand why, because it's hard to restart, especially if you need that money to take care of your family. And now you gotta go a whole so many hours before you can even become monetized again. Plus, these motherfuckers telling on you, so you may not get monetized at all, right? Again, which is why I never went for monetization because I know once you go for monetization, y'all, you use your real name. You really have to give them. You cannot use those bank accounts again no more. You can't use that name again. You can't use your email again or none of that. You can't use none of that if you start up another one. The only way you get away with the shit I've been getting away with, like having a channel, losing it, and then having another channel, is because all my channels exist already. They already exist, right? So when I lost the Bomb Cherry channel, Bomb Cherry was one of my channels, but under the Bomb Cherry channel was Bomb Cherry Live, Bomb Creole and Cajun Living. Like I had lots of channels. So then I lost one of them, but I had them other ones. They were still there. They don't take those away from you. They don't take those away from you. But it can't. And really people can, but then when people tell on you and they catch you, then they take that shit from you. That's why Tommy Sotomayor can't come back like that, right? Because once, as soon as he pop up to something, people go and tell on him. And then they look and say, oh, yeah, this is a new channel. And they take it from him. But if he had an old fucking channel, which he does, he has an old channel that's still on here. The thing is, he can't get monetized. The reason he don't use it, he can't get monetized because he didn't get the monetization ahead of time, and he lost monetization, which means he can no longer get monetization. So that's why he keep trying to make new ones, hoping that he could add them to new emails, add them to new this, new that, new this, and then get monetized again. Like he's thinking, well, why would I have a channel if I'm not gonna make money? Like he like, fuck that, I'm not doing that. So I don't give a shit, right? I don't know why he cared so much. He was making good money from the people who was supporting him. So he has a channel over there, but he don't want to lose it, so he might post something on it and then take it down. Okay, and but with Sharon, I miss you, Sharon. If you're out there, hey, I haven't seen you. I thought I saw where you gonna have a birthday stream, and then I forgot about it. I'm not sure if you had the stream. I couldn't find it. I'm not sure if his other channel got taken down because I keep looking to see if he going live every morning at the same time, you know. And so I keep thinking, well, maybe I should, go live again and everything, but it's not beneficial to me, you know. And it's not just all about the money, but it's just not beneficial. Like I paid for the Zoom this year myself, and that is what I was like, oh, fuck. Okay. At $200, I'm the only one who paid for Zoom this year. Not the other years, other people paid. So of course, everybody put in and Zoom was paid for. And so I was like, okay, yeah, I'll keep it going. As long as the Zoom get paid for, boom. And then it made me feel like I had to come live too, right? Because I'm like, people put into it, so let me just keep going. I had fun with it. But if I gotta put my money into it and just me, then babe, no. Okay. I keep thinking about that $200 I done lost. You know what I mean? I was supposed to buy some shit with that. And they took that when it came time for Zoom to take their payment, they just take it, it's automatic. They took that shit. And I was like, God damn, I forgot to tell people about it. I went to go pay a bill and couldn't pay that shit. I was like, oh my God. Right. And then I didn't want to tell hubby. I hope he's not listening. I didn't want to tell hubby that I paid $200 for Zoom. Because I haven't paid Zoom in like a few years. People been really adding and putting in. And so collectively, we all paid Zoom. You know what I mean? For the few years. So I never had to worry about hubby or none of it. But this year, bam, that shit came out. I was like, oh my God. So I had to not buy what I wanted to buy and just act like nothing happened. Hubby don't know nothing about it. Okay. Wonder where my grandson at. Oh, he should be coming. It's 8:30 now. No, it's just 8. Okay. So that's one of the reasons also. And then the stress, y'all. One of my sons is driving me insane, y'all. He driving me insane. He got me worried. That's what he is, right? He ain't doing nothing wrong, nothing like that. But it's y'all generation, right? It's a generation of y'all, and I don't know how to handle it. I'm not really happy how hubby, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like it's a lot. So y'all generation, right, of people, and maybe y'all could come up and explain it, because I need some insight, and don't like I'm at a loss, you know, um, where y'all see people. I think we was having this conversation over there with Taylor. It's almost like Taylor was reading me, right? It was like she was. It's like maybe y'all know what's going on, even though I ain't talk about it. Maybe I did talk about it because I talk so motherfucking much. Okay, but y'all generation, which is my children's generation, right? Um, it seems like more other people are more influential, right? They, you looking at somebody who look like they're your age or younger, and they're on Instagram or TikTok or wherever, right? I don't know where my son at. So to be honest, I don't know where yet. But y'all see somebody and they acting like they got all this money, like their life is together, like they going on these trips doing this and they going on that and doing this. And my son, who's now 31, is looking at that and saying, but why? Like he works every day, right? He has his car and everything. But his car break down or need some part, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what breakdown to me, breakdown means you need something done to it. But let's say you need some new brakes or oil change and all that. He's looking and think he got to take his money to get it done. And he's thinking he told me he got the worst luck. And I'm like, boy, what are you talking about? Well, I just got paid and I had to pay to get the brakes done. And I'm thinking, I'm looking at him like, that's called life. So he literally wants to make his money, which he has no problem with. He's a hard worker. He go to work every day. Nobody had to wake him up. He don't, you know what I mean? Like literally, he is like his dad when it comes to working. Okay, I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing, but what I will say is, but he wants to work and be able to keep his money. And I'm thinking, hey, you work, you go to work, you get your money in order to pay your bills. You able to buy your clothes. You're able to get your car repaired and keep it up to date and all that. But he's thinking, but that ain't right. I can't keep my money. I'm like, yes, you can keep the money, right? And so I had heard through my other son that he was mad because his friends had decided to take a trip, I guess a guy's trip. And I had heard that he said he couldn't go, so he didn't go. And I was like, well, why he didn't let us know? Like he didn't even inform me and his dad. I'm quite sure he would have been able to go. But you know why he didn't inform us? Because yeah, he would have been able to go, but we would have told him the truth, right? The truth is, you can't buy no sneakers that cost $600 and then come to us and ask us for money to go on this trip. Y'all, I could go in my son's room right now. I just went up there. I hadn't been up there in months. He had to change the whole room around, everything. I look in his closet door was open. It was already, we got the accordion type of closet, where it's two sides and where it was already open. I turn and I look in the closet. His clothes is all nicely hung up. And everything had a fucking tag hanging from it. Jeans, shirts, shorts, t-shirts. And at the bottom of the closet, stack of fucking new shoes he ain't never worn. And above, y'all saw what was above his closet. I showed that to y'all one time. I ain't never even heard of this company. Y'all may have though, right? Because I'm not up to date with name brands. I don't know none about no name brands unless it's major that I've heard about, right? At the top of his closet is these cans, and in these cans are belts, leather fucking belts, whatever the name brand is. He got them up there stacked. My son got name brand belts up in this motherfucker that come to him in a can, a colorful can. Some of the cans are red and pink and shit. You got different color, just all up there, baby. He don't even wear no fucking belt. My son don't wear no belt. These young boys don't wear belts. They wear their pants slightly off their butt, just a tad bit, right? Okay. As long as his drawers not all showing like they used to try to do. My husband wasn't for that. And if you go live in this house, they can't wild out like that, right? But we know they sag a little bit, like y'all know that's what everybody do, so that's what it is. And but he ain't wearing no motherfucking belt. Why he got leather belts up there? Well, if I look up and see what them belts cost, I know they not cheap. So I'm like, if he wasn't living with us, he wouldn't be able to even afford what he's doing. But on top of that, he can go on vacations if he wants. But he got to give up something. You can't buy you can't have shoes coming here every single month, stacking them up, not even wearing them. You can't have a belt. I don't even know if you have a subscription or what the fuck going on. I know he had some subscriptions on some creams that was coming. The only reason he not getting those no more, I think the company folded or something. Because even when I looked it up, because I went to go look to see what the fucking cream is, like what the, it look all creamy and tasty. It looked pretty. I showed it to y'all once. It's it's like different colors. It looks so and it smell good, y'all. I'm not even lying, but I don't know if it's is it a face cream, a body cream, a scrub? Like it don't. It just so I it had the website on the label, so I went to the website and they don't sell shit no more. It looked like they folded, but he was getting subscription And I guess the reason they folded because maybe you had to have a subscription, but then they only have so many of them to where my son have 2 and 3 of the same ones. Like they just like us, if I get a subscription, the truth is that shit may be going for years before we cancel it. You be forgot you even got a subscription. Shit come out your pay automatically. It don't be that much. It may be like only $6, $12 or some shit like that. And you be forgot all about it. That shit just coming to the house. Okay. My son dresser look like a woman's dresser. He, the face care shit, skin care shit, should I put? Beard care shit, hair. His hair all the way touching the bottom of his booty cheeks, right? His dreads are that long now. That's where he at now, getting them done, getting them retwisted, getting them tighter, right? They're all the way down past his butt cheeks. He officially got the longest hair in the motherfucking house. And shit, yeah, he officially got the longest hair now. Besides him and my grandson's mother, because her hair is on like that too, right? But yeah, my son got a beat now. His hair way down there. Um, so he got the hair care stuff, keep his scalp done and shit like that. And then he got the face skin care stuff, the beard care stuff. I told him to stop buying shit that they don't from companies they know nothing about. The hell you need some beard care shit for? And the motherfuckers gonna poison our asses too, just like what they do in black women. Black women got all kinds of issues. I'm hearing now that when you buy hair for your wigs or weaves, I heard y'all got to boil the hair. Did y'all they put a chemical on the hair now that they related to cancer. And now if you go buy some motherfucking hair to put in your hair, you have to boil the hair. I'm like, them motherfuckers is intentionally trying to kill us. And they know that's how they gonna get rid of black women. They're gonna get black women through the hair, the wigs, and weaves. Okay. I hope y'all doing the research on that. If y'all didn't know that, y'all can look it up to see if it's true or not. But because I ain't do no real deep research because I'm natural. I've been natural for a few years now. All natural, baby. See, I, I put a motherfucking put some heat to my shit. Otherwise, it's a big ass, tall ass motherfucking afro at the top. It's curly and soft and shit, but I don't really do much with it till I have to go somewhere. And even then, shit, it depends on if I'm gonna do my hair or I may slap one of my old ass wigs on. I got this old ass wig. I've been having that shit for about 15 years. It's all pretty and shit. But I don't wear it. So if I need to wear it, I put it on. Okay. Other than that, I don't wanna really put a lot of heat on my hair anymore because I don't really go nowhere like that. And if I do go somewhere big, uh, yeah, I'll put a wrap around and put my earrings on and be pretty. And motherfuckers got y'all talking about, well, you can't wear no bonnet. Man, you get you a pretty bonnet. Why make bonnets that people wear out? Okay. And it do not look like a bonnet neither. Okay. It's a bonnet. And you could put the wrap around it, and now it just look like a hair scarf, like them Africans wear. That's what I make, baby. Okay. Hey, Brownie, welcome back. You back? Oh, you're muted.
And yeah, I'm back. I wanted to ask you something in the chat. I was gonna ask you, I was just gonna write it in the chat.
Oh, you gonna ask me now or you want me to look in chat? Which one?
I can ask you now. The immigration about over immigration and all of that because I know you like to get on your politics kick, and I wanted to hear what you had like the immigration and all of the protests and things that are going on.
Oh, okay, the immigration. Yeah, girl. What you mean, like as far as what I think about them kicking everybody out? Because they trying to get everybody. I think a couple of black people that got roasted up in that shit. So I know our country is on fire right now. Like we about to, and this weekend, Trump is about to do a parade and about to fuck up the whole city of, in his area, the streets, because those tanks are not built to be riding on those streets. In fact, they don't ride no tanks on streets. If you ever seen tanks before, you'll see them on trains or on trucks, beds, right? Tanks do not drive on streets. So he about to tear up the streets of DC. Um, if it's thundering because they think it's gonna rain, but if it lightens and shit, he about to kill some people because those things are flying, right? And they'll get hit by lightning. They in Los Angeles with the Marines and shit, which is illegal. They arresting senators and anybody who protests, and they arresting just anybody. They arrest a senator, but they ain't arrest him. But they acted like that, right? They pushed him out the room, made him get on the ground, put his hand behind his back, handcuffed him, and he belonged in that building. That's why they claimed they didn't know who he was, but he was already in that building because it was a federal fucking building. That's how he was in there.
Yeah, I've been watching how things go. In Chicago, they seem fairly like people are protesting, but they not like going crazy. We ain't seen none of that now. But they were trying to it was like this ID that they put out, and it was called the like the city pass, to where like they could get government to subpoena the city of Chicago for all of that information.
Yeah. The Trump wants to be a king. That means he wants to control every state, everybody, everyone. He wants to take your mayor's jobs. He wants to be able to tell them what to do, everybody, and it don't matter what the people want. And so that's why he's fighting Los Angeles, right? He want to fight the whole California, but he'll be in Chicago next. The more they protest, and then even though you're having peaceful protests, that's what they were doing in Los Angeles. They was peacefully protesting. Trump went in there.
I don't know. I've been with the clips that I see. I ain't seen no peaceful. I saw a couple peaceful clips, but I don't know. They was going. It like they was turning up out there.
In the beginning, they was not turning up. In the beginning, they was just in a parking
throwing
lot.
rocks and bricks. Yeah, in the beginning, I'm saying like a couple days ago, they was throwing rocks at the cop cars.
You said they, or you saw one person doing it?
Crazy.
You saw they. You said
I think
they
that was
or
right
one
before
person?
Trump called them for. No, it was a group of people. It was like they were on the overpass. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. You were going in and out. Go ahead.
Okay, I said they were on the overpass. Like it was a group of people on the overpass, and the cops were driving, and they were throwing like bricks onto like the windshields of the cop cars from the overpass. It was a group of people. I was like, that shit was crazy as hell.
So when one person was out in the middle, and the cops' cars was passing by, and he was throwing rocks at them.
No, they was throwing like heavy bricks at like they was dropping them over the overpass. You know how you on the expressway, and it's like the overpass, like where people cross at the top.
Right.
They was throwing stuff down onto the cop cars from the top.
Right, but so you're talking about after they was shooting at them, right?
Look, I don't know what happened. I can't put a timeline to the order. I was just telling you what I seen.
Right. So this is the timeline. The timeline is they was in a Home Depot parking lot. That's it. The small little group of people who was protesting, they was in a small little parking lot of Home Depot. So there was no gathering of those large group of people because this was the people who was there, right? So they was like, hey, don't take him. What you doing, ICE? And then Trump decides, oh, no, all y'all go out there, right? So the people protesting, then they start claiming that they setting fires to things, right? But they and then so Trump was already involved. He escalated things. And so once you start escalating and shooting at people, now you have people saying, "Get out of our area. What are you doing here?" And now they dropping bricks, and they know that it's the cops because the whole what you call them shut down, right? But that is the escalation. The state was supposed to take care of it, and the state was taking care of it. The state said they have a right to protest. You have a right to say no and walk. You have a right, even if you stop um traffic. Even if you stop traffic, they have a right to that. But they could go and tell them to get to the side, and if they take them to jail for doing that, okay, cool. But Trump had them people out there shooting rubber bullets and hurting them. So yeah, you have to
Mm.
know how to escalate it for you to know that is illegal. And if somebody shoot rubber bullets at you and your family and your people, then I'm quite sure you're gonna fight back. Because
Yeah.
then and that's exactly what happened. Those who fought back, but most people was peacefully protesting. They was not fighting back. We can't look at a small group because that's what they do with us, right?
Yeah,
They'll
I know
get
that
somebody.
too.
Right. So that's what they do with us. Some kind of way this fire started, even if it was somebody who look up like us. There's 1,000 people out there who ain't start no fire. One person start this fire, and then they start saying that we as black people, we're destructive and burning shit down. That
Mm-hmm.
was supposed to be us because Trump tried to set us up like that many months ago. And people were saying, hey, don't fall for it, stay home. And when white people was talking about they protesting, black people said, hey, don't go out there with them. Let them do that. Because as soon as we go out there, some shit gonna pop up, they're gonna blame it on us. Now you notice when the white people out there protesting, they could walk and block shit and everything. They not being accused of starting no fires.
Yeah.
Even if somebody go out there and start a fire, right? Because we know that some white people have been starting fires.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that because white people were the ones who was starting fires on them Teslas. And that was a white man blowing up them motherfucking Teslas, right? But you know what
Yep.
they didn't do? They didn't blame every white person. They didn't blame the protest. You know what they did? They
They
blamed
blame the
one.
individual.
That's right, one individual. When it's us, one individual not gonna be blamed. We all gonna be blamed. And then and because they brown too, they blaming all of them. They picking up people from school. They had a 18-year-old still in school, young man. They went and picked him up. As he was going to practice, I think he went to pick up somebody. They stopped and they claimed they were looking for his daddy, but instead of saying, "Oh, you're not your daddy," okay, and let him go, they put him in jail. He was in jail for a week in that detention center. And when he said they was all sleeping on floors, they having them sign things that's written in English when most of them don't know English, and then they deporting them without them knowing they're getting deported. He said they're not feeding them. They don't have no blankets or no beds, no mats. They on a hard floor with just one of them things that look like aluminum foil, like they were doing with them kids when they had them in cages. But they now doing this with adults, and pricing of food. The pricing of fruit this year got to be sky fuck high.
But yeah, the whole situation is crazy. I think the way they going about it is even crazier. I don't know, like, because like Chicago, a lot of people in Chicago wasn't for that, like wasn't for like all of them migrants coming here. So here it's kind of like I don't know. I don't think it's the same vibe as LA here, where like people is more or less like they not necessarily they for supporting it, but then there's a lot of people that are like on the opposing side of it out here.
Mm-hmm.
So when they did their protest out here, they said they might be turning up this weekend, but we'll see. And they said
Yeah, it will.
when they did their protest out here a couple of days ago, it was like large. It was disorganized. It wasn't like how we be protesting. We got protesting down pat.
Right.
We got protesters down pat. They was like aimlessly, they was just protesting and walking. And the police was just trying to get them to keep walking and keep separating and keep walking. But we ain't doing all that. We sticking together, we hitting a route, we blocking streets. We know
Yeah.
exactly where we need to be. It's a lot more organized.
But see, in your city did what California was supposed to do and was doing, but Trump jumped in and took over, and then now you got fires, shooting, and shit going on. So the thing is, he probably a little scared to come to Chicago with that bullshit, because where they may shoot rubber bullets, Chicago, the way Trump puts it, like everybody in Chicago is a criminal, and they might be a little afraid to go in there and shoot.
Oh yeah, Chicago. Well, a couple years ago when Trump was running for president the first time, he didn't come to Chicago. He had a rally here and it was planned and everything, and then he canceled it. And when he canceled it, he said that he canceled it because the police department told him it wasn't going to be safe. And then the police department came out and was like, "We didn't tell him that."
Right. He's a
So
liar. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, so it's a little. They don't. Chicago and Trump don't have the best relationship. Like from even that, like even on the mayor police, the local police stance, like
right. See, so because yeah, he would have been in Chicago if he wasn't scared. He would have soon as they start protesting, that's where his ass would have been. Except he's scared. He really seriously scared. And he know if he send them federal people in there and they start bucking up, then they might actually for real be a fight for real.
but they
Right?
got the ice age. The ice agents is running around here scooping up people too.
Yeah, but they not ready for no real fight. That's why they not ready for no real fight. They gonna come sneak in. Most of them I heard they not even dressed with no ice on their thing. They look like regular people scooping people up.
Oh, they going to people's houses. They going to people's houses. What they do? What was it that I had saw? They was calling people in and telling them to review their immigration status and scooping their ass up at the immigration office.
Yeah, they doing it
Nah, man. Like I said,
even.
they trying to. He trying to get that. If he get the information, like the access to the database with that city pass on there, because that's what undocumented people can use as a government ID. So then they can get their license and they can get other stuff, and all of that stuff is listed. If they get
Yeah,
access to that, it's a wrap.
but I need you to hear what you just said, right? You said if they get a list of this list, then they would be undocumented, right? But they're not undocumented because they are documented. That's why there's a list. So
Well, they documented, they not legal citizens. They not legal citizens.
yeah, but they legal immigrants, but they're not citizens. And see, that's what Trump is
No,
playing.
no.
No,
Some
that
of
is
them
no.
no, bomb. Some of these people, I've talked to them. I've worked with them. I've worked with Mexicans, and they told me themselves how they people came over here across the border and changed their
Yes,
name and was completely like they didn't go through none of the citizenship process at all. Then you got the
right.
migrants that came over here
Okay,
after.
you confuse. So
It's
there's a.
multiple. Chicago was a sanctuary city before the migrants
Yes,
came.
but it's like, but okay. See, first you got to understand immigration, right? They get in here. The only way they could get in this country unless they dig in tunnels. And by the way, that's more of a myth. And there are some who sneak in, right? We're not gonna say that there aren't anybody sneaking in. They catching them all the time, right? They be hidden in planes, on the track, in the tires, on the tractor trailers, and they catch them. But they don't catch them all. But we know that most of these people, these millions of people, did not come digging no tunnels and under no trucks. So when we see them coming across, which we have seen them, they're coming across into Texas. Every single one of them, when they cross in this country, they get paperwork. They give them paperwork, and then they was getting them on buses and sending them to New York and Chicago. Promise
No,
you
but
before.
that's what I'm saying. That no, before then, that's what the new stuff. I'm talking about before then. Like they people was coming over here. Like they told me they people was came over
No,
here without no
that's not true. I'm
Bob.
telling
They was Bob. They told me they
this.
people was
Okay,
coming.
I don't care what they told you, but what you saying don't make no sense. I'm not saying that you're not saying something that they told you. I'm telling you what they told you is not true. I'm telling you, they can. Where are they coming, digging tunnels to get in this country?
They
They get
not digging
jobs in
tunnels.
this. They get jobs in this country. They hire those people from other countries because they cheat. They get over here. They have paperwork, but then when the job ends, sometimes the job end before it was supposed to end, and they telling people, "Well, we don't need you no more." But then those people are supposed to go back home. But who sends them home? Right? So you ain't give them no money to come over here, but you told them they had a job when they get here. And then you ended the job and they ain't got no money and you ain't shipping them back. You just say, okay, it ends when it ends. And then when it ends, they already have another job. They living here and they working. Yes, that happens. And now, but they was here legally for the short period of time, and then everything ended. I lived in the community full of these people, full of them. There was more of them than us because black people they wouldn't rent to the black people no more. So they was renting to them and they could make more money from them, right? Because they can't get no bank accounts in this. But what I am telling you, they was here legally. I'm telling you, though, the ones that y'all were complaining about in New York and shit, those were legal. They came over seeking asylum. And then they gave them the paperwork and said, okay, here's your court date. They are allowed to be in this country until their court date. They legal, but they're not citizens. They're really not even supposed to be working or nothing, which is ridiculous, right? And then when they got their court date, which could be years, in between time, they in between time, while they're waiting for their court date, now they go to the court and them people they're waiting to pick them up. But they wait to the court where the court said, well, we don't recognize, we don't think you, we're not gonna give it to you. Or maybe they end it and say, okay, you gotta start over or something. And then Trump is picking them up. Most of these people are here legally, they were here legally, and now they become illegal. They could become illegal while they're here. And that's what I'm saying. They did not dig no tunnels to get here. And then the only way they could come in is legally. There are no open borders in this country. Trump and his people lie and put that. Where in this country is there an open border? Zero, nowhere. What they meant by that, like he just kept saying open borders, and he was claiming he was gonna put a wall up, right? He didn't put no wall up. Everywhere he put a wall, there was already a wall there, right? And then he put walls in places that he wasn't allowed to, and they had to tear it down.
Miss Bum, there are open borders in the United States. If you're a black
Where?
person or American, you can
Where?
go right down. You can go down to Laredo, Texas, and literally just walk across the border. They got
Dude, yes,
fences.
you can walk. That is right. You can walk. You walk through a. Okay, first of all, wait. You just said there's an open border, and then you said they come through a fence. What the fuck are you
No, it's
talking
certain
about?
places, bro. It's certain places down there. You can literally jump across a gate and be right into
Wait.
what's in the
So
gate.
wait a minute. So wait a
The
minute.
gate ain't even
Sorry.
high. It's
Sorry.
like
Wait
it's
a minute.
tall as a.
You can listen, dude. You can't say there's a fucking gate there, but then say it's an open border.
That's an open border.
No,
It
that
ain't
is not an
nobody
open
standing there
border,
watching
nigga.
that
What
shit.
are you talking about? Everywhere in the border is a gate. And if they can jump over
You
it,
can
doesn't mean it's
mistakenly.
open. It just means that it's closed and they jumped across it. You don't
Well,
understand what an
what they
open border
saying is
means?
unsecured borders. So that means it's
Oh,
an open border.
not okay. So now we talking, right? Because there's a difference between an open border and an unsecured border. Okay, so now let's explain when you say unsecure. Show me and let's go to Google Maps because I'm not saying they always catching people coming over. It's thousands of miles of our border. So there's nobody at every spot at the border, right? So that means
You
if you talk about unsecure,
You can go to Laredo, Texas, or Brownsville, Texas, and walk into Mexico.
Yes, that's exactly what you can do. And then I could go up to
So
New
if I
York
can walk
and walk,
into
listen,
Mexico, what's
and I could go
stopping them
up
from
to
walking
New York,
into the
White
America?
Plains, New York, and walk right into Kansas. I mean Canada. I say Kansas, Lord, Canada.
So that's
And
an
and you
open
know what
border
else?
then.
I can go to many places, and I could go to Minneapolis up there and walk into Canada.
Whatever.
So,
That's an
but
open
that don't
border
mean
then.
so that's not an open border. And so if it has a fence up, that means it's fenced up. And they do have security going up and down, and they don't catch everybody. But are you saying over 1 million motherfuckers was able to just sneak in?
If they can find that spot, yeah.
So,
Um,
so that one spot, wherever if you know that many people know about it. So now that one spot, 1 million motherfuckers is able to sneak in it, because even though we know it's a spot, everybody knows, but nobody's secure, nobody looking, huh? And it's just that spot, huh? Just that spot, like
yeah,
you just
listen
said.
what I'm saying.
As long as they
Okay.
know that one spot, 1 million motherfuckers, y'all walk through that one spot, y'all.
Well,
Y'all just sometimes you just gotta say things that
only
make
thing
sense.
I can tell you, what I was told when I was driving truck and I was down in them areas, they were telling me, hey, don't walk over there. Because if you walk over there and then one of the other people that's over there on the other side of the border, you might get taken in and extorted and all that. You can literally just walk across
Okay,
there.
that's a whole
You
nother
can just,
thing. But listen, you
yeah.
know who brought, you know where most of the illegals who got into this country got in here? If you
The
want to talk
farmers,
about that, through niggas like you,
American farmer,
truck drivers,
American.
truck drivers. See,
No,
y'all
listen
want,
to me.
oh yes, oh that, you know how many times they done caught truck drivers with immigrants in the back of their truck hauling them in this country? What you mean, no?
Well, I don't care what they did. Hey,
Well, then what you mean? I didn't say you did it. I said people like you, them truck drivers getting paid $1,000 per head to let them people get in the back of their truck. In fact, there's times where you can look it up where it was so hot in the back of the truck. By the time the truck driver got where he was going, them motherfucking people was dead in the back of his truck.
But that's the risk that they know they taking though. They
Okay,
know
but
that
oh, now
when
it's a
they
risk. So
approach
what I'm
you,
saying
yeah,
is
they
there's
know
more
that they
people who
taking
got
that
in
risk.
this country through that way and being smuggled by Americans than people
You
coming through an underground
no,
tunnel.
no. A lot of times
Yes.
border patrol is in on it. You ain't hear about the other border
Yes,
patrol
Border
that came
Patrol
up
be
missing
in
there.
on it too. Yes, I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah. They came up, something shot up and something like that with two of them. And they I don't know what they had. It was like
I'm
7 years
agreeing.
ago or something. Yeah,
That's
so
they coming
yeah.
in with somebody letting them in, but they not coming in by digging no tunnels or through no one little fence. And even if they get through the fence, somebody see their ass. If they pay them, they may let them squad. Yes, I'm not
Them folks
saying that don't
letting them
happen.
folk come in. Look, cause
But most
one
of the
point in
people
time,
who are here who are illegal, because they are illegal, right? They're not citizens, and they don't have any more of their paperwork. It expired. You'll find that they had paperwork that expired, like the young man, the 18-year-old,
you
he
talking
just
about a
turned
work
18.
visa. You talking about a
No, you
work
don't have
visa.
to just have a work visa. You could be here claiming asylum. You get a visa then too. You got work visa. You could
That's
be
new
seeking
then.
asylum.
That asylum is new. That's
No,
some new stuff that they.
no, that is
I'm
not
talking about the
new.
work visa. Cause look,
Dude,
they
that
got.
asylum, seeking asylum is not new. That shit is older than me and my grandmother and great grandmother.
Well,
What
I
the
know
hell
what
is
you
you talking
mean,
about?
but see, when them people used to do that, we ain't talking about them cities, them sanctuary cities, but like when people used to seek asylum, they used to be working with the government to like tear down the fight, like dealing with the
What?
war on drugs. That's what they was doing when they were doing
No,
that. But
but
no,
you
these
I
people
don't
right
know
here
what you're talking
today,
about. Listen,
look,
I can be from, let's say, Korea, and I find out that
if you seeking
maybe
asylum,
I
that
work.
means you running from
Listen,
somebody. So that means you
I'm
cooperating.
talking. Could be from career, and maybe I had a job and I was doing certain things, and then I'm now in danger. I'm running from the government, right? Because they trying to kill
That
me,
makes
not
you an
kill me and my
informant.
family for some reason, for whatever reason, right? Maybe I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. Maybe I didn't say something I was supposed to say or whatever. And I'm seeking, and I'm like, hey, so I run to another country seeking asylum. They come to America
So
seeking
if
asylum, saying, hey, my life is at risk. And then they let them in,
and
right?
they gonna
And they
say,
give them
tell
a
me what you know. So that makes you an informant. So now
no, ain't no informant. Even if what they gonna inform me of America about on what Korea is doing. That don't mean shit.
that's what they always been doing.
No, that
That's
is
what the
not true
military
what
been
you're
doing.
talking about.
They
Just
just
be,
found
they
a
have listen, long as my life is at risk, I can seek asylum. And it don't have to be on no historical, I saw something that might help you as America. It could be some
okay.
shit like they trying to just end me and my family's lives. And I don't want to die. And
So you
so
mean to tell me America cares about somebody's life way across the big pond, and they don't care about people's lives that they constantly bring into courtrooms, tell them to snitch. Their name won't be told, but the motion discovery
I
tells
don't know
who
what
the
you're talking about
snitch
right
is.
now. I
No,
know.
listen what I'm saying. You mean to
Wait,
tell
first you
me
gotta
that
tell it
America
gotta make sense.
cares?
Dude, I don't know what you claiming I'm saying. I don't know nothing about no snitching here in America. I don't know nothing
Right.
about that. We
In
talking
order,
about asylum seekers. That's
in
it.
order to seek asylum in a country that is foreign to you, you know nothing of, you got to be cooperating in something.
No, you
Because
do not.
before they
You
let you
just have to
stay here,
prove your life is
before
at
they
risk.
let you stay here, you got
That
to talk to somebody
is a
and tell
lie.
them why you running. Why are you running? What's going on in
Yes.
your country? So
No,
that
no,
makes
you
you a
lying.
informant on
You
what's
are
going on in
lying.
the
You are
country.
a liar. You could be
Man,
running,
all right.
seeking asylum in a country that might be going underwater. Did you know that a lot of people, that was a whole shitload of from a whole country, where a country is going
That's a
underwater?
refugee. A refugee
Okay.
is
Yes.
they
That's a
but
yes. That's a
yeah.
refugee.
But
Okay.
I'm talking
And
about the ones
asylum
that
seeker
dealing with
is
the
if still so are we okay with refugees? Oh,
well, I'd rather take that one because but you ain't never
what?
seen no African refugees come over here too much.
That's a
A lot
lie.
of them folk had dealings with certain people that got power and real money. So they
Y'all hear
allow
this
them to
shit?
come, yeah, so they
I
can
don't
get
have no,
information.
look, when you niggas be dumb, y'all be dumber than a motherfucker, right? And what's worse is that you so dumb that you coming up saying some shit. You do not have to be a snitch because all we care about is that
You're gonna have to
if you're
give some
telling
kind
us
of
your
information.
life, a person's life is meaningful, right? And if I come and say, please help me, Vic, they running after me, they trying to kill me, please take me in. And you mean to tell me you gonna stand there and say, well, I'm only gonna save you and your family's life, even though y'all in front of me, if you got something to offer me on your country. Now I'm not saying,
Yep, that's what probably
oh,
what I'm
that's
gonna say
dumb
if
as
I was
hell.
in leadership.
Oh
No, if
well,
I was in
that don't make
leadership, I would
sense.
say, why would
Who are
if
you?
I'm a country
Y'all hear
trying
this
to
shit?
defend my look, if I'm trying to defend my country from
Uh,
foreign people that can actually come in and infiltrate from within, I need to
mm,
know why you coming over here because they might have
yes.
sent you over here with that story to say, hey, I'm gonna get close enough to these people and they're gonna take care of me so you just can soak up information.
Who they gonna
I'm going
wait
to
a minute?
find out
Okay,
why
wait a
you was
minute.
running, the
Hey,
family
I
you was
need you.
running
Listen, I
from,
don't
and
want to mute
everything.
you. I don't know what's going
Go
on.
ahead.
So I'm asking you.
They don't never
I don't.
know what's
You made
going
it
on.
seem like so. I'm coming to the country. I'm trying to get in to save my life. You just said you don't know if they're gonna get close enough to who? Just because I came in the
Right.
country, they don't take me in. You're not gonna take me into your country and then take me into your home. So what are you talking about? How you talking about? Well, I don't know if they
America
coming in
is
to
my
get close
home.
to me so they can
America
kill
is
me. That's not how that shit works.
America is my home. Everything that goes on with America
You
is a
said
part of my
close enough
living.
to
And if
me.
I
You
let the
didn't say
wrong
you
person
said
into
close enough to
America,
me to harm me. They when
right.
they come in, they feel like they get a lawyer and have rights and they are able to get a court date, right? And sometimes the court date is a very long time, which I'm quite sure they're happy with, because the longer farther away it is, the longer I get to stay, right? So when they say fix
Man,
immigration, we should fix it where these court dates go by quicker
my phone went out.
and more proficient, right? Oh, your phone about to die? But it's ridiculous. We care about people dying. So if somebody say they after me to kill me, I'm gonna have to prove that that is true. Trump released somebody a few years back that he came over here seeking asylum, right? From Mexico, by the way. From Mexico, where they knew that the witch call was after him. What they call them people? The MS-13 and shit like that. They really was after him. And they released his ass, knowing that it was true. As soon as they released him over there, they we as Americans took pictures of this man with his fucking head chopped off and on a stick. It's easy for us as Americans when we ain't thinking about shit to just forget about that shit. But as a human being, if I come to seek help from you and you won't even take me in, even after I prove to you, and you're gonna say just because I don't have anything to offer you, like some secrets, I ain't got no secrets. I'm just a regular motherfucker. These MS-13 people after me because I wouldn't sell drugs for them. I wouldn't kill for them. Like, and instead of them, at first they started killing my family to make me kill for them. But I'm not that type of person. I don't want to kill nobody. So I run and hide, right? Which if I'm a man already, I'm already feeling real bad. I feel like a coward and shit. But I need to run for my life. I come to America. America not the only ones who have asylum seekers. Canada, other countries. You just gonna go the closest to you. But if America not gonna take them, then they can send them to another border and say, well, maybe Canada can take you, and let them try to seek there. But our Trumpsters, we don't give a fuck about no humanity or no humans, right? We not giving a fuck. We'll lie as black people and say they here to take our jobs. But you ain't never had no job doing that shit right there. You don't even want to do that job, right? You will admit you ain't going to pick no cherries on no farm. But the white people told you that. The white people sold you that they here taking your job. Now, are they taking some jobs? Yeah. I mean, but whose fault is that? The companies. The company who won't give you $12 an hour, but because they can pay them under the table $6 an hour. That should be illegal. And if that was illegal, we would be able to fix immigration a whole lot better. Because now they would have to get legal in order to even get a job. But these corporations, man, these wealthy people will hire a maid. They will want a 24-hour maid in their house, picking up everything, they dirty drawers and everything. She ain't gonna be black. She ain't gonna be white. I bet you if you go in them white neighborhoods, they nannies not gonna be black, and they fucking nannies are not white neither. And the reason that is because they could pay them people cheap as dirt and even let them live in their house. They want that 24. Oh, we're going to yeah, Maria, we got a bedroom for you. We're going to protect you and everything. You ever get stopped, give them Senator Craig's name. We got you. And they're going to pay her cheap, and they're going to have her on call 24/7. These white people love immigration, illegal immigration, because the legal immigration, they get paid at least a decent pay. It's still not as much as we would get paid, but it's still better than illegal immigration. These corporations are the ones who cause these illegal, because these people do come over here legally, y'all. They have a immigration status to work, right? And they are not sending people back when the job ends. If they did, it would be simple, like, hey, and the people would be okay with that, right? Some of these people want to go back to their families. They get stuck. If I'm illegal, how the fuck I'm gonna go back safely back to Mexico without getting stopped by the police, incarcerated, and then they don't just deport them, or they didn't. Trump deportation is a little quicker. They hurry up and jail them, and in a couple of days they deport them. Before that, though, in this country, they would jail them. Whatever they did, they claim their crime was, they gotta serve out their time, and then they deport their ass. A man who want to get back to his family, he don't want to be in no jail. He want to go back to his family. All right. See, they want to come over here to work, but if they could go back home, they would. This country ain't all that. It's cheaper to live in Mexico. It's cheaper to live there, and they have more jobs here. They would love to work here on the little short term and go back home and come back to work again and go back home. We think they want to just be here all the time.
Bob, I think they love it here.
Well, they don't love it here.
They do.
The ones who already built a family, where their family has built here, right? Like, for instance, their mom was here, brought them here when they was young, and then all they know is here. But the ones who, like their moms and shit, uncles and shit, they always going back home. I lived around them. They was always going back to Mexico. Or the kids would come, to the nonprofit and homework club where I was at and shit, and tell me how they're going to Mexico for the holidays. I'm like, shocked myself, right? Because I'm thinking, in my mind, I'm thinking, you here, your people's here, y'all living here, y'all going to Mexico? Like vacation is Mexico. And they would say, yeah, they went to Mexico on vacation. And Mexico do not look like what we think in our mind, right? Because we, as Americans, go to Mexico on vacation too. There's a lot of areas in Mexico that is pretty as hell, nice as hell. The only thing Mexico missing that we don't have is jobs. They
So
got
how do you feel about the Mexican, the president of Mexico, supporting the protesters here in America with them throwing up Mexican flags and all of that stuff?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's not a whole lot of them throwing up Mexican flags.
Oh no. It is. It's a whole lot of them throwing up Mexican flags.
No, that's a lie. Okay. I saw the ones with the Mexico and the American flag mixed together. That's what I saw.
No, well,
I did see some of them. I seen the one video that they kept playing with the fire in the car and thing. They had a few people with that Mexico flag, the Mexican flag, right? Which they have a right to their Mexican flag, because when we out there doing BLM, we had freaking colors on the flag.
But that's a Black American flag. That's the flag that we made as Americans.
But there is no black, and there is no Black American flag. No. That's the same thing as their Mexican flag. That African flag is a African flag, and their Mexico flag is Mexican flag. That is it. If you're an American, you have an American flag. See, so I'm not saying that we're wrong.
But that's like how Black people have their own national anthem. That don't take away from the fact that it's an American national anthem. So
right, like them, they have. But
that's not national. That's not. But we ain't from a different country, so it's still the national anthem, nonetheless.
Wait, no, there's no.
There's a Black. It's a Black national anthem.
No, listen, what you're saying is not adding up. If I'm not saying that you're wrong. It's a Black national anthem. It's not an American national anthem, right? And their songs and their flag is their flag, and it's not an American flag, and it's not an American song. It's the same thing. When we go out there, we're not holding up, and we could, right? We can have, some of us gonna have the American flag, some of us gonna have the African flag. And just like I saw some with one flag with two, right? They had the American flag on one end and Mexico on another. Now, some of them are out there fucking up. I ain't gonna lie, right? I heard there was a video where there was a Black police officer, and there was like two Mexican women calling him the N-word. So
yeah, I saw
while they want us to come out there and help their ass, they attacking the Black man who didn't say nothing to him, but he was out there, just standing, doing his job, and they was calling him the N-word. So yeah, they're gonna be. Look, they gotta
Do you
learn lessons.
see? So you don't think that is bullshit that we not out there helping them at least?
No, I think the ones who gonna be out there helping them gonna help them, and the ones who don't, I do think
I'm
that
glad
you.
Black people are taking a step back as a whole on the understanding and not getting themselves involved in this.
Yeah, eventually we're gonna have to get in it, right? Um, eventually, if we don't, then we understand if they take them down, we next. They taking us down. We're not special. No, in fact, it should have been us. It was set up to be us first. Us first, right? They're gonna sit our asses down because they know that we know how to organize this shit. So
Where
they
they
was
gonna send
trying to
us to
get
though,
us
Bob?
what?
Where they gonna send us to?
Girl, he got it set up where we could go exactly where they sending them to. They're not sending them to their country. They sending them to a whole nother country that's not their country. You ain't hear him? Y'all must don't listen to Trump. Y'all not watching. Trump, when that man, not El Salvador, where he was some
Nah,
place.
you talk about the MS-13 gang member that was out here trafficking, that was out here getting his people over here the way you said they ain't getting over here.
What person, who that is? Do
The
you mean the
the
man?
one that got the man that got deported and then brought
Yeah.
back and now he
Well, but
facing
you
new
know
charges.
that's a lie what they saying about him, right? See, I live up here. You know, I live but one state away from where he lived. In fact, he don't live that far from me, right? So they making up a story saying that, but they haven't proven that, and they ain't show you no proof of that. They ain't show you nothing. They just said it, and
Oh,
now,
thank
and
you.
we know they are liars, right? We know that to be a fact. They ain't never telling the truth, but you willing to believe that they were made to go get somebody that they shouldn't have sent over there because they were claiming he was MS-13. Trump even said it was on his tattoos. That was a lie. And then the government, the court made them go get him back. They kept telling them you got to go get him back. And so when they went and had to get him back, then they made up a story and said, well, we indicted him for this, that, and the third. That man had a head motherfucking job. His people who he worked with for years spoke up for him, and they all was not Latino neither. But of course, we all heard they can indict anybody. They can indict a ham sandwich. We heard that all my life. I've heard them. If they want to indict you, you don't even get a chance to go there and speak on your behalf. Your lawyer don't get to be there. Nothing. All they do, they can come up with a story. They get some people in the room, tell them the story, and then based on the story they give those people, they put an indictment. That's how that works. They ain't got to show them no proof or nothing. Even if you dare to ask for proof, they'll tell you, well, this is a place for us to give you proof. We're just giving you this now, and you got to make a decision on this. And that's how they indict people. They indict everybody. They just indicted a black senator because they claimed that she was helping them. And without her being there or anything, they decided, well, let's put an indictment on her so we can pick her up and arrest her. So, yeah, I know you ain't. Y'all can't tell me. You can't tell me nothing they said, and I don't give a shit. Even if I saw it on a TV myself, I still wouldn't believe it. I don't believe liars. I would have to wait until I actually see the proof from anything coming from Trump and his people, because they lie about everything. They tell you one lie when they get caught on that, they tell you another lie, and then they'll revert to the first lie because they thought you forgot that they were lying. They'll try to persuade you to see it their way. So remember when they were saying that man had tattoos? Now they saying something completely different because people have pictures of him. They took pictures of him while he was incarcerated. And he had so where the tattoos disappeared to. They lied on the man and took that man over there. He missed his birth of his child. And did you know that his wife is a citizen? Did
You
you
know,
know that? did you know that if you marry me, you from another country, you marry me, you become a citizen. Now, you still got to wait for the legalities, the paperwork, right? You got to put the paperwork in. We may have to be married for a while, but there's some people who've been married 20 years to their person and they just never went and did the legalities, like
I mean,
paperwork.
you should be on, but you should be on it. You saw how they deported Simon from Portia from the Real Housewives of Atlanta. They done deported Simon back to Nigeria.
Girl, they deporting that. Girl, they
She
deporting.
she got she got the house now. They divorced her. She got the house. He's stuck in Nigeria. He get deported back.
but but she don't get the house just because he deported.
Oh no, he got to pay. No, they said he got to pay her $40,000 a month in
Oh,
spousal support. And if he don't pay that, she is going to default to the house.
oh, okay. Yeah, that could be true. Because um, your ass could be from another country and still own. Most of our properties here in this country. Did you know they not even owned? They're not owned by Americans.
Yeah, I knew that. A lot of the
We got
farmland in the Midwest is owned by China.
China own a lot. Canadians own more homes than most Americans do. It's crazy when I found this shit out. Um, so yeah, it's crazy. It's really crazy. But now is a time for us as Black people, if we survive through this and we smart, there's some benefits that could come from some of it. If we like, if you're looking to buy a house, like I'm thinking, I'm gonna have everything straight, make sure everything stays straight. Because in Florida, the housing market is crashing. That shit about to crash so hard, it's ridiculous. Lower than it was in 2008. Because Canadians have left. They have been left, right? They don't trust coming here anymore because they getting deported. They're deporting Canadians, Germans, Europeans, people from France and everywhere. They're deporting everybody because they need the numbers up. That's the only reason they deporting them. Otherwise, they would just be deporting the Mexicans and Black and brown people. But Trump need them numbers because he lied to people and told them that it was millions of illegals here. I think he said it like he said it was hundreds of thousands. I think he said it was millions. He said it was millions of illegals here. Um, as they was bringing them into the country, right? They were coming through Texas, and they was putting them uh on buses and planes and flying them to Chicago. Y'all got hit the hardest. Y'all in New York, places in California. They was doing that purposely to hurt y'all. And most of the people who he was hurting, for some reason, they on his side. The reason you got hit so hard is because what he did. You would have never got an influx of immigrants like that. New York and Chicago are too inward. When y'all get migration like that, it's in small little bundles, right? They have a family member there. When they come over, they'll go to Chicago. It might be two or three of them per pile that go to Chicago because they they go all over the country. They end up in uh, Florida, Georgia, New York, right? They scatter, but that's not what them Republicans did. Republicans, no matter where they wanted to go, they put them on one bus and brought them where they wanted them to go. Some of them people died on buses on the trip. See, when they gave them their paperwork, because they get their name and everything, they give them a court date, and then they ask them, well, they tell them the rules and everything, and then they say, well, where you going? Usually, when you come over and they let you out, you got to get where you going on your own. But they asked them where they was going so they could put them on a bus, and it didn't matter where they said they was trying to go. They put them on whatever bus they wanted to put them on. So people who wanted to just go right, they wanted to be in Texas. They put them on a bus, told them they was taking them to Texas. for where they wanted to go, and they brought them all the way to New York or Chicago. Oh, and let's not talk about the mother states up there with the farm. They doing the marijuana, and they got them immigrants tied up like slaves. These people been doing the worst. These people don't give no fucks about no immigration for real, and then they want to try to make us think we care. Your grapes are cheap because of immigration. Your oranges are cheap because of immigration. Everything that we eat from these farms are cheaper because of immigration. And that's a fact. And when that went away, shit gonna be higher, right? Because our grapes now got to be imported. So we're gonna either import the people to help pick the shit here, or we gonna have to buy the shit from there. Well, it's gonna be more expensive. So I don't even know. But even your friends who say, "Well, yeah, I have an uncle," they may have an uncle who here illegal, or he may have actually came in a tunnel. Most of them did come through American truck drivers, though. That was a big thing for years. That's why they stopped them truck drivers and weigh they shit. Yeah. They weighed them at weigh stations, right? Because it's they product weigh one thing. And when they get on that weigh station and their product weigh more than it's supposed to weigh on this manifest, they make them open that motherfucker tractor trailer up. And that's where they be finding them people. Now, they was finding people in some truck drivers was going down just for that. They was getting paid big money. They got all kinds of shows on that. I'm talking about Nightline. I'm talking about real television, real reporting news, right? Catching these motherfuckers. They started to really tackle that when they caught a few of them people with dead people in the back of their trucks. People died because they was in the truck so long with no air, and it was hot as hell outside. It's the summertime. Them people cooked in that fucking truck, in the back of that truck. You can look that shit up. Um, that was a truck driver bringing a group of immigrants over, and when the people died, a lot of times they were burying them people in Arizona and shit, right? I'm not laughing, y'all. I'm laughing at the idea of you know fools doing this, but if they were somewhere where they can hurry up and just get them out the truck and bury them. And I think one time, like, they just left the whole truck. I don't know how the hell you just leave a whole truck. No. Like you was driving it. They gonna know if it had something to do with you. So, but yeah, let me see if I can find some of that in case people don't believe me. Hold up. Immigrants when the fires, it's usually immigrants. When the flooding and your town need to be restored, there's lots of immigrants. All that type of hard work and shit, do FEMA and shit. Those are immigrants that do those jobs. I'm okay with them sending everybody back. If that, them sending back, and that is not our lesson. And maybe we
Yeah, I
can
get
go
it.
another 50 years.
Another 50 years, Bob.
If you go back about 50 years from now, same type of shit that's happening now happened then. We always got to
Mm.
learn a lesson because we have a short memory, right? Certain people die or get older, and the young people don't know what happened 50 years
Here,
ago
lady.
because it was.
Oh, thank you.
So you'll find that in the 1800s, they had an issue with immigrants, and you'll find in early 1900 they had a claim issue with immigrants. This country is everybody are immigrants. The only people who are not immigrants are the Native Americans. A lot of them are immigrants too, right? The Mexico and California was Mexico. Texas was Mexico. All that shit over there was actual Mexico. If they in those areas, they were supposed to. If Mexicans were supposed to actually have the right to be in those areas, there is an actual something that's in Congress signed years ago that give them a right to be in those areas. That's why they are fully in those areas. But if we don't know history and we act like it's not true.
Yeah, I was watching. I was like watching Recollections pop, like the California one,
Uh-huh.
and they was talking about how they. I don't know. They was talking about how it's even a divide in their community about the American-born people that were in California and stuff versus the people that got versus the new like wave of like I guess illegal immigration that went over, and they weren't necessarily on the same side as those. It was weird.
Yeah, because they want to be on the white side. So because even they, okay, so this is what happened, right? Some of them have became legal, but Trump don't classify them as legal. They're gonna learn that. He's actually said that. Remember when he was trying to get rid of, I forget what he called it. Um, he was saying even if you're a first generation, like if, like for instance, like they grandmother came from over there, born over there, came here and got citizenship, he wants to deport them as well. That's why the number that he gave is so high. He is not just talking about those who here in the country illegally because maybe they did come under a defense, or maybe they was here with a visa and it expired. He not just counting that, he counting immigrants. I remember people was talking about, well, it would also include his wife, right? It would include his
Hmm.
wife and others. That mean they wasn't born in this country, but they became citizens, naturalized citizens. I think that's the term. And so he wanted to port them too. And so those people wasn't listening to Trump when he said that. And so they voted. That's why they voted for him. They was like, yeah, because remember he kept saying the criminals, the criminals, the criminals. Honestly, we all want the criminals gone, right? You want the criminals gone, I want them gone, and we black. And they want the criminals gone too because they say the criminals give them a bad name. That's what they were saying. So they wasn't listening to when he said he want them all gone. He want them all gone. He's deporting even the ones who have citizenship, but they gained it. Or maybe the mother got okay, so the mother got the citizenship, but the kids didn't. She brought the kids over with her. She went through the legal process and got her legal citizenship, but the kid didn't get his legal citizenship. I don't know why. Maybe because it wasn't old enough, or maybe because she just didn't continue on the paperwork with them because she figured that they were gonna be safe because they been here all their life. So her ass get to stay, but her children, as soon as they turn 18, they got to get the fuck on. They might have to get the fuck on before that because I don't know. I don't know what they're doing with the children. Remember what they call it? What they call them? Birthers? No. Yeah, isn't that what they call them? No. But Obama gave them uh, status. Forget, is it called birthers or they called something? Where they were young when they came over here. Hey, Ricky.
The Dreamers.
Dreamers. There you go. Dreamers. Thank you. So the dreamers were kids when they came over.
Hey, Mama,
Uh,
you know where's the iPad is?
iPad, yes. Which one you want? The black one or the white one?
The black one.
The black one.
He got options. Leaky
Yeah,
spoiled.
girl. If he want to look at YouTube, you can't look at it on one of them because I'm updating.
You can look on YouTube on the black one.
Yeah, on the black one you can, but on the white one you can't because I gotta update it, and it's not letting me update it. What you dancing, Nikki?
Don't play silence.
Look what I made you. You see your slippers? They done, huh? You like them? Yeah. Yeah. He said, "Bruh." He's like, "Bruh, I like them." I know it's a different fabric when I told you, but you like them? You gonna try? Oh, he trying them on? I'm gonna make you some slippers, so you don't have to be downstairs with your socks on. What am I gonna do with the flat top then, man? Um, I'm
Leaky's so cute.
I am cute.
You heard him.
Oh, that's right, Leaky.
So, he said, I know I'm cute. Oh, Lord. I don't tell him he's cute no more. I tell him he's intelligent and smart. Because his looks don't matter, you know. Girl, we don't want him with a big
Yeah.
head, you know. Thinking he can get stuff through his looks. You tell him
Uh-huh.
he got to be educated. Girl,
Daddy.
he reading and everything, girl. He's so smart. I don't know what I did with the
I know he is.
Hmm?
You know, Leaky and my daughter are like on the same age group. Like she just
Oh, that's
graduated. My baby just graduated kindergarten yesterday. Like,
congratulations. I might have to make her some slippers real quick.
thank
She around
you.
the same size. I'm gonna make her some slippers, okay? I'm gonna make them
Okay,
tonight.
she a little wild child.
Yeah.
She done lost her 2 front teeth today.
Oh, what?
Wow. I said at least she held on to them for her graduation. But her pictures they look crazy.
They lose their teeth when they like 9, 10.
No, the middle teeth come out at 6, 7.
Mama,
Oh, okay.
Mama, I just got a cold.
You just gotta go.
I got sick.
Okay, well then don't come too close to mom, okay? I need you to back off. Oh Lord, I can't
And she
do it.
lost both her middle teeth at the same time.
Wow.
It's just toothless.
Daddy?
Man, I'm looking for the iPad. Hey Siri. Oh yeah, it's not. Oh no, that's my phone. Oh man, I got to. We gonna find it, Lisa. We gonna find it. It's charged. It's at 100%. I don't feel like finding it right now, Lisa. I was over here. I think it's on the back, but it's flat. Mom, is that over there? No.
No.
What do I see with it? It's under the iPhone. No, it's not on the computer. Okay. How you had a good day today?
Yeah.
Did you try to slip it on? Did they fit?
Yeah.
Well, why you don't have them on?
I'm going to wear these tomorrow.
You gonna wear them
To
tomorrow
my mom's house.
when you go to your mommy's house?
Oh,
Uh-oh, you got to go away. No, none of them germs.
okay.
Well-
I'm going to get this.
Oh, okay, you get that one until I find another one, okay?
Mm.
Okay, thank you. Close my door.
Daddy, I found this one. I found it.
He is, girl, he's sick. He always sick. He come back from over there. I think it's the 2 different homes. I bet you the temperatures are completely different. Like it's cold here. It may not be as cold there as it is here. So him going to 2 different things, he come back every time he come back sick. And then I always get sick with him. And then I'll be sick longer than him because I'm older, you know. I can't do it no more. So I wear mask around other people. I'm gonna wear the mask around my grandson.
Yeah, my baby she be getting me sick. Now it's kind of concerning though, because if the virus gets in our house, my dad he got like a pericarditis with his heart. So every time he gets pretty much his immune system goes in overdrive anytime any type of virus or anything gets near him. And so every time I get sick, he gotta go to the hospital.
Yeah, see that, and so I gotta be more careful, you know, because he's always under me. Girl, he gonna be right downside, house in the middle of us in the bed, because he gonna want me to do his feet, huh?
I'm drinking medicine and the root beer, and it tastes good.
It tastes good. Oh, you taking the medicine? That's good. That's good. I don't know why they didn't just trick you like I told them, but now they telling you, huh?
He said,
Ain't
"I'm
that
drinking
something?
my medicine with the root beer."
Yeah, girl. I guess his daddy say you don't want. Like they always took medicine, they just never knew it.
I used to sick.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for not getting me sick, babe.
Okay.
My mom can't afford it. And Pop coughing everywhere. I'm gonna make him an appointment, no matter what he says.
I'm coughing every time. My mom started getting me. She actually heard me coughing in bed.
Uh-huh.
After that, I start coughing and I cannot stop.
You can't stop coughing?
No.
Maybe that's what's going on with Papa. Maybe he don't have girl, cause I be thinking he got
I think
something in his cancer or something.
think I drank something like last year.
Well, maybe you got top sick this time. It's probably gonna have to stop spending on me. I keep telling him. I'm gonna kick him out the bed, or I'm gonna have to go sleep on the couch.
Oh, you going to kick him?
No, I'm not gonna kick him. I'm not gonna literally kick him. I mean, I'm gonna tell him he can't sleep in the bed. That's all.
Oh,
But you can't sleep with us, neither. You can't get between us.
okay. I cannot get between you guys.
Between, yes.
I want to get you sick, and
You don't want to get me sick? Thank you, man. My mom love you for that.
that was so bad.
Okay, go about your business. And don't mess with that. That's a pattern to a bag that I'm making. Okay?
Okay.
And I close my door. Go play with that iPad. I'll find the black one. It's somewhere. Like,
He growing up. These kids is growing up too fast.
yeah, girl. He keep telling me he's 6. I said, no, you're not 6 yet, boy. Okay. As soon as he graduated, talking about he's 6. I said,
I know
no.
that's right.
He was like, I'm 6 now. Like, no, you're not 6 until you about to go in the next grade. Yeah, I'd be worried. He go to a private school. But they teach Spanish and English, so it has a lot of Spanish people there. And I was thinking, oh my God, like suppose they go to his school, you know? They better not go.
Yeah,
Listen, it's gonna be World War motherfucker 4, 5, and 6 if they mess with my grandson.
that's what
You know?
they was doing that out here.
Yeah, I heard
They
that.
was
Yeah.
going to these kids' schools and picking up these kids, and they hope to get their parents too.
Get their parents, that's right. See, they be there when the parents go to get the kids, and that's some trifling shit. You don't think that's trifling? Like it's
No,
okay.
that
That's
I get
wrong.
it. I get the political and the policy stuff, but then like it don't always translate over into like actual interaction. Like that's fucked up. Like that's fucked up to send your kid to school and then you get a call and you go down to pick up your kid and now y'all both getting scooped off and deported. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's fucked up. And the kids have rights,
I put an
especially
online order. I did an online order. Hold on, boss.
okay. I'm- illegals, right? I'm not here to be on the illegal side, y'all. I'm not on their side and I'm not against them, right? If you doing something, especially you know, if you're illegal, and even though we have to understand illegals bring a lot of money to this country, I think America may possibly need to learn a lesson that they need to learn. And I ain't gonna lie, I keep thinking of talking to my family and saying, hey, maybe maybe Vicky need to be a Canadian. By the time maybe we need to leave. And America may not be America too much longer. Not the America we know. If some,
Mhm.
but we do have some. But they do see the only good thing. There's only one thing that's saving us right now, right? And that is Trump thought he had everybody locked up because he put the people in the on the benches, and then they have control of the House and the Senate, so they have control of everything. At least he thought. And the only good gracious we have is that the lawyers, right, the people who's at the Supreme Court, that they are not beholden to him. They are going by the law for real. And so they've been stopping him the whole way. Lots of shit he's been trying to do, they stopped him. They stopping him. Now there's things that they can't stop, like him trying to do this parade. I mean, the only people there's the people in DC can put a lawsuit against him, make him go to court and see if he can do it. But if they don't do it, then if the person, like if the Chicago senators and everybody is on his side, then ain't nothing y'all can do, because they'll give him whatever he wants. And that's when you people got to go out there and say, oh, hell no. And that's what the protest is. Protest is to say, oh, we don't like what you're doing. We are your boss, because we are their bosses. Our
Yeah.
citizens are supposed to do what we want them to do. We put them in office in hopes that they're going to make sure that we good. And then, but if they don't do that, we have a right to protest. And we should have some other safeguards. There should be some safeguards where when enough people want to recall them
It
up,
is. It's called January 6th. Because that's the next thing that the Constitution lists is go on and raise country. You know,
Yeah, it's
that's for
crazy
sure.
that they made January 6th something that could be kind of legal, which means we can see that's the good thing.
But the
Bad thing
insurrection,
is
but
that
that was always a clause in the Constitution that like if the people are allowed to take back the government, like it
no.
was.
That's insurrection. What they did that that's not legal. That's illegal. But because and it's stupid because even Democrats, right? So everybody playing politics, and what they were saying is, look what happened January 6th. We don't want it to look like we doing something to stop this. Trump should have never been able to be president. But then they sat back and thought about what will America, what will the people think, right? What will
Mm-hmm.
happen if we, because remember, he's a criminal. He's a criminal, and the federal government put it on hold not to put him on trial, and they said we're gonna wait until after election. They was hoping that the people will make the right decision, right? They were saying, "Nah, what we gonna do? We gonna let the people stop him," and they thought we was gonna stop him. And Trump shouldn't have never won. Right now, they are questioning him winning, right? Because like we all should question, did he really win? In New York, they found that it don't make sense that so many people did this, and then how did they win this? In New York, how could he win this if he didn't win that? And they saying, wait, these numbers not adding up, right? Even he let it slip out his mouth that Elon did something he shouldn't have won. He said, we didn't think we was gonna win. We shouldn't have won. We didn't win. But here I am. He said that shit out of his mouth. He said that shit out of his mouth.
Yeah,
So they decided we're gonna let the American people stop him, and then we could be able to just go on. But then enough black people didn't go out to vote. And then those motherfuckers, people who really put him over the top, are the ones who out there having to fight for their life right now. Let them do that. That's why we sitting right.
that's another reason I don't feel bad. It's just like y'all voted for this. This is what y'all wanted.
That's right. They claim this ain't what we wanted, but they would have been okay if it was us. See,
They thought it was going. They thought it was going to be.
that's right. But we smarter. See, man, they better not. They cannot let black people come together and start talking to each other like on TikTok and start agreeing. And one person come and say, "Yeah, look what they did, y'all. We ain't got to go out there." And then other people like, "Yeah, you're right." Even I said, "Yeah, you're right." Like they voted for this, right? They upped his vote. They voted for him
Yeah, the
on a
Cubans in
large scale.
Miami, the ones in
Yes,
Florida, in Southern Florida, all that.
yes. And so honestly, like I'm not I'm not mad about what's going on right in this moment as far as as I'm watching them get deported and shit like that. I'd be like, oh, look at this shit. But then I'd be like, look, okay, they're going a little too far, and we might have to be on standby as a people, as an American people, right? Not based on skin color and shit like that. Because once he get empowered to a certain degree, but I think the white people gonna learn the lesson too, right? As they get deported, the white people gonna realize, wait a minute, and which they have, right? The farmers and the people in the travel industry and all kinds of people realizing, wait a minute, and they losing their companies because y'all know our black asses is not going to save no motherfucking farms. If anything, we might buy them farms. We need to get together as black people together in a group form these little I don't know what they call it exactly. Y'all know I'm not
They
that smart,
actually,
right?
actually, actually, black people need to get. They need to take back over that industry because that was our industry.
That's what I'm saying. But we don't want to take it over. We don't want to go and work for nobody, right? We should come together, put our money together, and buy them motherfucking farms. And like you say, take back over it, right? We do have some black farmers, and you know who they not who not losing their farms? Black farmers. Black farmers not losing their farms, but the only reason they're not losing their farms is because they wouldn't allow them to get the grants. They wouldn't allow them to get the loans and shit like that. So the white people took out these loans, and now they're losing their farms.
But yeah, because they did it real bad with us. I was watching a documentary and it was talking about how they would approve their loans late in the season so they wouldn't get the optimal growing times and all types of BS games they would play with black farmers and stuff in certain areas.
Mhm. Yep. The black farmer just won like a couple of $1 billion just like a couple of years ago, right? Was that last year or year before?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was just recently because they was able to prove that they was being mistreated through HUD, through the government process. And the
Yeah, they were
government
stopping their loans and their credit.
HUD
Thank
and
you.
Mhm.
How they get their the way they get their grants and stuff so they can even be able to plant, they would do it so they deliberately had to start their season late.
They was giving them bad seeds and everything. Girl, they were treating them bad. I need to look at the documentary you saw though. I haven't seen the documentary. But there are some people here on YouTube who used to own farms or they were trying to buy them. There's this one lady I found out of Mississippi, I think, and she had to explain how when she was younger, I think she had just gotten out the military,
Mm-hmm.
and she wanted to, and she had heard that there was. See, the belief is that white people wouldn't sell to black people, but that's not necessarily true. Some of them people, everybody wasn't racist, and especially when they got older, some of them people wanted to atone for what they did, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
and so she had mentioned how she met this white family. They wouldn't sell to nobody but black, right? They farm, and they was selling a lot of it, and they wanted to sell. Once they become Christians and shit and learn maybe something they did earlier was wrong, they be wanting to atone for it. But and she mentioned how the federal government people, not the whole government, but it's somebody who worked there who could hold up your paperwork, threw it away and told everybody else that she no longer wanted the loan, but she kept calling, and then she had to, go refill it out again and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like she was explaining how they was treating her. And yeah, because they didn't want us to have nothing. But I think you know, we have to what I'm learning is that young people though, like I was on a panel last week, and they were saying nobody black want to do your job. We used to do industry jobs. I was a maid before. I enjoyed that job too. We used to get on a bus, go all the way to Lake of Ozarks, and I worked at Hilton, and they was paying good money too, right? They transported us to and fro from the army base to and fro, and I had no problem with the job. It was a job, you know what I mean? Go in there, hurry up, clean up them rooms and shit. And it wasn't no cheap hotel, like no motel. It was a nice hotel at a location, at a vacation spot, which means wealthy people leaving you nice fucking tips. Okay? And shit, we'll be hurry up trying to get to them rooms, girl. See if we got a $50 tip in there and shit.
But I'm
And
gonna drop for a little bit. I'm gonna be back though when I get home. I'm just
okay,
moving throughout the city now.
okay, I'll see you
All
later.
right.
Yeah, yeah. We used to rush to them rooms, you know what I mean? Like when they gave us how many, because you had to clean so many rooms in a day. If you were slow, they got rid of your ass, right? Uh, and I would hurt. We would be waiting to get in them rooms at the Lake of the Old House where the wealthy people. The president, I think that year, what president was it? Was it Reagan? It, it may have been Reagan or Clinton. I think it was Reagan though. I think it was Reagan. This was Reagan. I think it was Reagan. He had a spot there at the Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri, and shit, we was hoping that we might end up having to clean up. But what happened? Our supervisors were the only ones who was able to clean up in that area. But the whole Lake of the Ozarks was wealthy people. It was expensive to stay at the Lake of the Ozarks. So And so I worked at 2 spots at Lake of the Ozarks. I worked for the Lake of the Ozarks at one point, and then I worked for Hilton at the Lake of the Ozarks. So I was a maid twice. I didn't do. Listen, I wasn't good. Okay, I was good at bathrooms, and they said I was slow at everything else. And I'm gonna tell you why. I could tell you why. First of all, I clean with bleach. You go in the bathroom in the kitchen, baby, and your shit is clean. But if I'm cleaning, I'm cleaning. That means I'm getting behind the toilets and everything, right? Now let me tell you, I'm gonna tell y'all a secret. Mm. When the motherfuckers would run out of sheets, they would do something called stretching the sheets, right? So you know a sheet on in a hotel don't have, it's not like a sheet that we buy for our bed, fitted sheet, right? They're not fitted sheets. They're just regular sheets. And we have to know how to put them on, right? Just like a military way of putting it on. That's what I call, because that's where I learned how to do that in the military, right? Where it's a flat sheet, but you know how to fold it to where it becomes like a fitted sheet. But we would run out of sheets and they would call stretch the sheet. So you were supposed to, you take the sheet and stretch it like you stretch it like it's new and put it back on. Now, if you was there for 2 nights, you didn't really care, right? Most people didn't care. Their bed was made. They ain't pulled back the sheets to see if they got new sheets or not. Your ass ain't getting no new sheets, bitch. You ain't getting no new sheets, okay? Uh-huh. But shit. And then if your ass was left, you left. Some only once in a while would somebody tear up a room and make it real nasty. Okay. They had some nasty motherfucking people. I ain't gonna lie, but it wasn't enough for me to be like, oh, everybody nasty. You go in the room as soon as you open the door, you be like, oh shit. Then most times, like when I go to hotels and stay at hotels, when I leave, the hotel look like we never was there. And the only way you could tell we was there if you look in the trash can, right? The trash can might be full or have some shit in it. But I make up the bed. I used to make up the bed and everything. Now, though, I'm a little older. I don't make up the bed no more. I actually take them sheets off, right? I take them off and put them on the floor with the towels. And why do I do that? So they can't stretch them fucking sheets. Okay. Me and my family been here all week, and I refuse to let you stretch some motherfucking sheets. So here you go. Put that shit right at the door with all the towels we use on top, pillowcases and everything. So the bed just stripped, and the rest of the room is all clean. The trash is right there at the door for them. Because I used to work like that, so they could open the door, the trash is right there for them to put it in their little cart, and they take the sheets and put it in their cart, and then they take the new sheets off their cart and go in and put them in the room, right? And the shower is not like, people so goddamn dirty, the shower gonna be dirty, right? But when we cleaned the rooms, we would go in the shower and dry the shower down. That means no water spots, no water should be there, right? It should look like nobody was ever in that shower. So we go and wipe that down. If we got in the tub, you know, um, you wipe that down, dry it down. Nobody's scrubbing none of that shit. I want y'all to know. You go sit your ass in the tub at one of them hotels if you want to. Ain't nobody got no comment and no motherfucking what's the name of that bubble scrub shit that I buy from the Dollar Tree? That shit good, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. Okay. It has the bubbles. The commercial used to be where the bubbles run up and down the tub. No hotels using that shit. Ain't no hotels using that shit. Hotels going in there with a dry ass towel to make sure they ain't got no hair in that motherfucker and drying it down. Now, if somebody, only if somebody got in there, they were real dirty. Like my dad used to leave a ring around the tub. Because my dad was a construction worker. He would come home with all that dust and cement, shit on him, get in the tub. But y'all better not be sitting in no tub. Don't let me find out y'all sitting in no tubs at no motherfucking hotel. Okay. And don't sit in nothing. Don't even go in a motel. Don't even, you better have on some shoes what they call them house shoes? What they call them shoes, Taylor? Them shower shoes. You better have some
Them Crocs.
girl. Something. Do not step on the floor in no motel. My motherfuckers ain't clean shit in 20 years. Okay?
Oh yeah, them motels is nasty as hell.
Oh yeah, man.
How you doing, though, Mom?
I'm doing good. How you doing, Taylor?
I'm okay. Happy Friday.
Same to you. Same to you. Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, here go this. Wait. No. Wait.
What happened?
Yeah, girl.
Oh,
Somebody
who
about to
you
come
talking
up.
about? Who you talking about earlier? I was at work. Oh Jesus Christ. Oh Lord. There's your friend, Bum. Talk to your friend.
Hello.
What's up, Bum?
Oh, that's you. Oh Lord, I don't know why I thought that was hey J Prince. You know what I thought you was? I thought that was what his name? James. You know what I'm talking about. Damn, I just talked about him earlier. Um anyway, you got your whole name showing. You wanna change it?
Yeah, I'm trying to change it.
Okay, I'll change it for you. Hold up. You see where it
Are
say
you
rename?
saying?
Huh? I got it for you. Okay. You want I just put J Prince. You want to put for president? What you want to put?
Yeah, for president.
Okay, let me put that. Hey, how you doing?
I ain't doing so okay.
What? You had me worried the other day.
Yeah, I had some anxieties that day.
Yeah. Well, I know you said you wouldn't take no medicine. Why you ain't gonna take no medicine?
Cause I don't want to be all drugged up.
What you mean drugged up? You mean you don't want so if you had a cold, you wouldn't take nothing for cough, you're not gonna take no NyQuil, no Dayquil, nothing?
I would take something like that probably.
So what you think something for anxiety is?
Hey,
It don't
Mama.
have you all drugged up. Now it could, now it depends, right? What man? Mama busy, man.
I
Go to
was
your
told
room.
not to never take psych meds.
Man, look, your ass look like you need some psych meds. What's
What?
wrong with that?
Why did I
You
look?
know,
How did I look like I need some psych meds?
Jay Prince, sometimes you be going off, your eyes be going in a daze. You when you go off, you be looking cool to the motherfucker. You be like me over here. You know, I have been on meds, okay? When you was telling people that I went to the hospital for the same thing, I was in the hospital because I have to have surgery. But I have though, I do have anxiety, right? Depression and PTSD. And I
Uh-huh.
have been on meds for those things. And before I was on it, it was bad. Like I'm not sure with your anxiety, maybe it hasn't got that bad yet, but mine had gotten so bad that it was bad. It could be dangerous, right? Because you could be, suppose you working on your truck, right? And you got a line full of people, and out of nowhere you just have an attack. You can't
Uh-huh.
breathe. You get dizzy. You could pass out. All kinds of shit could happen. Now, maybe yours didn't get that bad yet, but maybe you have an anxiety. Do you think it's because now you're getting closer to your dream, and maybe you might be, worried because you might be scared that it might fail. We all have those type of thoughts. I have those thoughts all the time.
I think it is that I was probably afraid because it's getting too close to of really happening.
Yeah, but it's gonna get closer and closer. So how you gonna deal with it? What you thinking?
Keep me a bottle with me.
So you'd rather be high on a bottle than to get you some meds. The meds really will help you though. You know,
You you really think so though?
no, for real. You ain't never hear why them kids in college get on the meds just so they can be better students. You ain't never hear that? Isn't that right,
No.
Taylor? Them white
I
kids
don't.
was buying that shit just so they can study harder and pass tests.
So what do it do? How do it make you feel when you on the meds?
Well, it depends. Like for me, it just made me feel better. Like I didn't feel high or nothing like that because I don't like getting high. So I wasn't feeling doped up or nothing. I took the meds. And then I don't know, it felt like I wasn't worried about worrying no more. It, it cleared things up.
Mama.
I was more prone to even go exercise and go to the gym. Like, I don't know. It did something to my brain. Thinking, oh, my grandson in here dancing, talking about it was a prank.
Yeah, it was this game.
Okay, no farting games, Lincoln. No farting games. These little boys be something else, man. You got girls over there. Y'all ain't. I don't know if y'all farting games, but this little boy over here, boy, be
Yeah,
farting
yeah.
on me.
I mean, we used to play. And when somebody fart, you had to hurry up and knock on wood.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, my family, we used to take that stuff so serious. I mean, we could be driving. They could be driving. Somebody fart in the car. They would be pulling all over, trying not to get tagged so they can find a tree to go knock on wood.
I ain't look for it yet, man. But I'm gonna look for it. You ain't got no game to play here. Play the games on here. Go ahead.
No.
Ricky, I don't know where it's at. My grandson, he driving me crazy, y'all. But nah, like if they put you on some meds, take it, try it. It could change everything, But if you have anxiety a lot,
Well, I haven't been having it in years.
yeah. So it could be that you just getting closer to because the truck was looking good. Okay, I saw the floor; it looks good. It's
Thank you.
looking good.
You,
Yeah, it's
you
looking
see how I
good.
got the plumbing and the what's the other propane and stuff all done?
Yeah, I saw. Well, I saw the man there. He was. I think he was doing the plumbing. And I saw the floors all done and everything. He was showing everything. I was
Yeah,
like, it looked. Yeah, it looked. It's coming, baby. It's coming. Look like it's all done.
yeah, it's just about finished.
Yeah, it looking
I just
good.
want
What
a
you
few
gonna put
more
a
stuff.
wrap on it? What you gonna put on it?
Well, not right now. I painted it.
Yeah.
I gotta get.
So,
I gotta. That's why I gotta order some clear coat.
oh, okay. Cause like, well, what kind of sign did you want on it?
Yeah, I wanted like an LED sign.
Oh, yeah, I can't do nothing about that. But they got different, like you can make your own sign with like what they call it, y'all, heat transfer, but it's not heat transfer, right? It's almost like so I have a Cricut that could cut things, but you don't need to have a Cricut to cut things. You can actually draw them, the letters yourself, make them nice, get your stencil, and
Uh,
then take a X-Acto knife and cut the stencil out. And then when you put it on your truck, you know what I'm talking about? You ever heard of it? It's vinyl. And since your truck is white, you'll get some black vinyl, some blue vinyl. And it could be in any shape. Like if you had a circle and you want, I'm not sure what you call in your business, but let's say if it's J Prince for president, you have J Prince, and then for president going the other way, like in a circle.
yeah,
You could cut that out, and then the vinyl you peel it back off and just stick it up there, and it'll be permanent until you're ready to get it off. So there's options that's cheaper, but I do understand you want more expensive, but you can get that in time.
that's in time. That's when I started making some money off of it
Yeah,
because I done put more money in it than I did made out of it.
yeah, because you haven't really started yet. So everything you put in, you keeping your receipts and stuff though, right? Because even if it fails, all that tax deductible, right? So you've been keeping your receipts and shit, I hope.
Well, the stuff that I've been buying for, like I could always like, especially like Amazon, and I could always go back there and show the receipt and get the receipt for it.
Right. I'm talking about for the people, the plumber and shit, like the major money up.
Well, well, when I pay them,
Okay.
I
So
haven't
wait, so
paid.
so you came up with some deals with them and stuff like that?
Yeah,
Okay, okay, that's cool.
I was supposed to
Now,
call them and get because I don't want to burn that bridge.
yeah,
I-
man, you made them wait, you didn't talk to them ahead of time, Gabriel?
Huh?
What?
You said
Mama,
what?
You didn't talk to them ahead of time?
did you just know I just
What you mean
failed?
talk to them ahead of time?
Like before they did the
Mama,
job, you didn't talk to them
I
about
just actually said that doors
Well,
must.
basically
I just said it
well,
doors
they
must
end up
stay. And
finishing.
after that,
go tell your dad, Nikki. Mama's talking. Go tell your daddy, baby. I say it again.
So I had to pay $200 up front, and then I think that's gonna come out to at least about 1,700.
But yeah, but what you told them?
I told him I had to beg them people to finish because at first he wasn't gonna finish.
Right, but he finished. So what I mean, you talked to him about like, hey, what you told him about his payment.
I told him that I was gonna pay him today, but
Oh,
I'm gonna make payments though. So 1 week, one pay period, I might give him like 400,
mhm.
all the way till I can drop it down. Let him
But you
know.
ain't tell him. You like, so it looked like
I told him I was gonna
you
pay
had
him
some
all at
spare.
once,
Oh Lord, have mercy. Oh Lord, have
but they
mercy.
got
That's why
60
you had that
days. They got
anxiety
60.
attack. You knew it was time to pay.
Tell me to shut up, dog.
Oh Lord, damn.
Mommy.
You
I got
ain't
60
right.
days. They got 60 days before they start putting a lien on it. So I'm gonna make
Oh
sure I get that
Lord.
paid.
Let's see if you have.
And
Oh man.
I'm glad that I'm working.
Could have got you what you could have got you some illegals to do that shit, and they would have worked with you. You could have made, but you got to do your business right. Cause
Where can you find some illegals at?
huh?
Where can you find some illegals at though?
Same place the motherfucking people find them at Home Depot. When you buy your equipment, they out in the parking lot. And in the early morning, they looking for people to come pick them up for jobs. And if you like, so and you had 200 up front, right? You
Uh-huh.
say, look, I got this job, I got this amount up front, and then you work out something like they work, especially with black people, they really willing to work with us. Where you could have been like, this is the truck, I'm gonna make money, and you could have even offered them maybe even a little job that would get them some of their money back, and they'll have a job like, but somebody in their family or something like you could have worked that shit out. That's what them people be knowing what the fuck they doing. They know how to repair cars. They know how to all that shit, plumbing, housing, roofing. They could come and do your yard. When you go out there, you ask them, hey, anybody know plumbing? And then the ones who know plumbing gonna raise their hand. The ones who know roofing gonna raise their hand. You know what I'm saying? And we as
Yeah,
black people, we be living in a community with these people. If we reach out to them, they will definitely fucking work with you.
I've been trying to find everybody. I can't.
You
I don't know what no illegals look like.
they look like fucking Mexicans.
But you
They
can't
out.
tell the difference. I never seen no illegals. Well, I seen some illegals, but I don't be know how to decipher them.
Well, so Home Depot and things like that, where they sell
Now I
plumbing
went to
and
Menard, across street from Home Depot.
huh?
I went to Menards, across street from Home Depot. Got a bunch of those papers where they be leaving their information in.
Yeah,
On.
yeah.
And I was calling everybody, man. They was worse. They was charging more than the peoples.
Well, yeah, you gotta know how to talk to them, and definitely the ones who standing outside gonna give you more. The ones you calling might be legals, and so they gonna charge just like everybody else. But an
Yeah,
illegal, right? When you talk to them head front, they see what they're working on. You be like, hey, this is what I got. Can we work out something? And you talk to them. You say, I'm gonna be looking for some help. Maybe because maybe you need some help working the truck too. Now I know you might want to have your family doing it, but you got to know how to. It's called bartering, right? You barter. Bartering means I give you something, you give me something, and or you can make our payment arrangements. But most of the time, bartering will do better, right? Because it might be something they need that you have, or they may even have hookups on meat and all kinds of other shit that you're gonna need eventually. Because they be working in the industry um in the food industry anyway. A lot of them,
yeah,
you
you
know.
right.
So
I might have to get somebody to help me to work on the truck with me.
hell yeah, dude, you got to go and barter and offer, help and maybe even partnership. Like if they got something you need, like to fix something, maybe it'd be like, hey, can we, with partnership? I know the job is worth this, and you know, we can do something for like 6 months, and you're gonna get your money back. You're gonna get your money and maybe a little something more. You gotta come up with ways. Cause I know I'm watching you I'm wondering like where you get money for the plumber. Those are high. And
Yeah, you right too. But yeah, because the family stuff, I talk to my family, they suffer from anxiety. So I'm like, oh god damn. Like
yeah,
not
a lot of us suffer from anxiety, you know. But it could run in the family too.
no, that's because we had like a lot of people, like the people that was gonna have help. We had a lot of people that got murdered in all closed cases, so I guess it affected them in that way.
Oh,
But I
yeah,
thought I
that's
was the
something
only one
else.
that would suffer from it.
Yeah.
Because you don't really want to tell your people they get start looking at you like you don't lost your damn mind.
Hell no, you go get that medicine and live your best life. Don't be carrying, you know what I mean? Like, so I eventually got off the medicine because it was, I was on it for a while. And then I take other medicine that was kind of, as far as I was concerned, kind of maybe conflicting with each other.
Uh-huh.
Um, so then while I was on the medicine, I took some classes. I forget what the name of one was, but it taught me how to control my anxiety or panic attacks, because I would have panic attacks, and how to breathe through it and control yourself. And the way you do that is to kind of imagine something happy, right? You're in a happy place. Whatever your happy place is, you put your mind there and you breathe through it and until you get through it. But doesn't that sound crazier than you taking a pill where you gotta imagine your ass, like me imagine myself that I'm in Jamaica at a beach while I'm in the middle of a motherfucking drive on the highway. I shouldn't have to take my mind somewhere else, but it was easier
Yeah.
because the panic attack pills I would put it under. It started with a C, clorazepam or something like that, and I would just
Hmm.
put it under my tongue and it would dissolve. You didn't even have to swallow it. You put it on your tongue, it dissolves and it kicks off right away. It
Really?
didn't make. It's that
So
simple.
so when you be driving and stuff, you weren't getting scared or nothing after you took
Yeah,
that pill?
one time I had a full on panic attack while driving on
Hmm.
95, the major highway on the way to Philly. I don't know why. Jay Prince, I was driving. I was in the fast lane, right? So
Yeah.
no. So what happens is in Delaware when you're going into PA, they got a couple of highways and they merge. So 495 and 95 merges together. So I was on 495, and when I merged on 95, when I was on 495, I was in the fast lane. When I got on 95, though, because of the merge, I'm in the middle lane that I have to that I have to decide where I'm going. I'm either go straight and then I'm gonna be in the fast lane, or I'm gonna get over and get in the next lane, right? But
Uh-huh.
when the more I got into PA, the fast lane, the middle lane, had a concrete wall on the side of it. And for some reason, I was driving, the music was good, I was rolling, baby. You know what I mean? To my music. And then all of a sudden,
The other one, the I done the old huh? This one doesn't work.
okay, my mom
Say give me the tools, so I'm
gonna give you choose. Okay, you gotta choose something else, Vicky. Mama gonna look in a minute, but you gotta wait till I stop talking, okay? I'm gonna get like Jay Prince and start talking to you.
one.
I'm gonna cuss you out. Now go.
I'll be cussing these kids clean out. I cussed them out right in front of the CPS worker today. Because they ass clean out. The
Y'all was
CPS got
having. I was
CPS
over
on their ass too.
there. Saw you over there the other day with all three of y'all. All of y'all, yeah. And y'all was having fun, man. That your little girls look just like you, baby. I ain't never noticed that until when she remember you had given her the phone or whatever, and she was up close and you couldn't see the buck. It's like, what's doing?
Uh,
And then you came out the back. I was like, wait a minute, what's the daughter? It was so funny. Yeah, and then y'all was cracking. She was cracking on you. You were cracking back at him. It was funny.
uh,
That shit was funny, J. Prince. And then even the little one started roasting. I was like,
so tell me about it more. You was driving on the highway and the brick wall. What happened?
okay, yeah. So I'm driving. Which one is it again? I'm driving.
It's this one right here.
Okay.
It's
I'm driving, and all of a sudden I have a panic attack.
Mm.
Like And like I'm literally start breathing because in my mind I keep saying, "Oh my God."
Oh shit, it's a parade or something. Let me record this bitch. You hear the beats?
Uh-uh. Why you got to
The
parade
fuck
that?
is wrong with these people? I think somebody probably died
Whoa, where you at? You
in
driving?
front of my house.
Oh, okay. But anyway, I had a panic.
Let me stand up. Cam up.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Yeah, I gotta make it. Wait, give me a sec. I didn't know that was you. Okay. You
I
should
don't
be
know
able
how
to
to
try it
stand
now.
up.
Okay, try it now.
And
Is it letting you?
I'm trying.
Wait a minute.
Okay,
I'm
there
gonna
you
give.
go.
Okay.
You see them? Oh, they just walked past.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they
Oh,
just
they just.
walked.
Oh, you said they had a parade. They just had a parade of niggas walking by.
So yeah, so when you had a panic attack when you drive, did you end up having an accident?
No, but I thought I was. So what happened was, I'm, I'm I kept thinking, oh my God, like I can't look over my shoulder to get over because if I do, I'm gonna die, right? And then
Right.
so I kept thinking, oh shit, I gotta hold on to the wheel. I can't slow down because if I slow down, I'm gonna die. If I look back, I'm gonna die. And so I'm in the fast lane, panicking like a motherfucker, thinking, oh my God, I'm about to die. What am I gonna do? And
Uh-huh.
so I'm realizing I'm having a panic attack. I'm even scared to reach for my purse to get the medicine. I'm scared to do everything. So I truly just slow down. I really slowed down. Like there's people behind me, slowed them, and until I was able to get by, I had to calm down and slow everything down, everybody down, and I got over and over till I got to the side of the road. I could have killed myself and everybody. You know what I mean? Like because the panic was real. Like even though it didn't, like it wasn't real, but in my mind it was like real. Like I'm about to
Yeah.
die and I'm about to kill motherfuckers on this highway.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
do you remember Derek Brooks
yeah,
when he crashed into that parade?
yeah.
He had a panic attack.
Oh, that's what he said he had.
Yeah.
Oh,
And see,
I
but a
never
lot of
did.
people is not gonna understand that. What you just explained,
Mhm.
a lot of in courts and stuff, ain't nobody gonna try to see it gonna see it like that.
But 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 the difference is I thought I was gonna kill people and I didn't kill people and he ran over people. Like that's a
Yeah, but he
difference.
was
Like
going 30 miles per hour, right? And he kept stopping and 30 miles kept stopping, drive 30. I remember when I had a panic attack behind the road, that's what I kept doing.
wait,
Like
but
you be
why
so
when he stop? Why
worrying
would he
about it.
start again?
I don't know. I think that he hit this first person, that even made it worse.
Okay. Well, so when he stopped, it was only after he hit somebody.
Yeah, because just previous, like moments earlier, he had got into it with his baby mama. And hey, don't start
Oh
playing with
no.
me.
Oh, that's not a panic attack. Now, okay, look, just because a panic attack don't mean it's because you did something and now you're panicking. Panic is mental. It's mental. So, like I said, I didn't do anything
Yeah.
wrong. So he was just trying to run. He was acting crazy, right? He done beat her. He trying to get away. And then I don't know. I don't know. We don't understand why he went through the people. He should have said something else was mentally wrong with him. But if he had no proof, see,
I
like you
truly
not
believe
want.
he had a panic attack.
Nah,
Because
that ain't a panic attack.
now think about a panic attack, like if he really try to intend to kill people, he won't be driving on 30 miles an hour. He intention trying to delete somebody, you're gonna be doing 100.
No, that's not true. He could go 30 miles an hour is all it took to kill people because he did kill people, right?
30
30,
miles
you
per
could go
hour, your
30 miles
feet
an hour.
already
That's
on the gas.
fast on the, huh?
30 miles per hour, you gotta understand. If you intention on trying to do something crazy to people, your feet gonna smash the gas. When you in your panic attack mode for different people, they barely can feel their legs, their feet. That's why because you can go 30 miles per hour just taking your foot off the gas.
One let me play, but it doesn't let me glue.
Yeah. Well, his panic attack, him stopping and shit like that, that's not no panic attack. They sound like he was just crazy and mad. They go and look. Oh no. Um, he was something wrong with that dude. Okay. But he tried to prove crazy. He should have got him a lawyer to help him prove crazy. He couldn't do it by himself.
Yeah, he can do it by himself.
Working for what?
The iPad.
I'm
I'm talking about the black one. I thought you wanted it. But
And I
oh,
wish
he
your
goes.
wolf played me like that. Keep your stuff up. Go ahead.
They're not letting me play.
Well, if they're not letting you play, well, get at that one. But they will let you play.
But they don't
Tell
know
Mama
where
Big
doors
Keith don't play that
is.
man. Tell him how old is nephew Bomb Cherry?
He's 5.
He 5, same age. He damn near the same age as JoJo and Legacy.
Yeah. He just graduated kindergarten a couple of last week. Yeah.
Well, ask him what he wore for his graduation. I hope he looked like a peer player. You had him look like a player, Bomb Cherry.
No, he was over there. The graduation is on here. He was singing in Spanish and shit over there. They was having they was singing in Spanish.
I'm gonna see his picture.
Okay, Lucky. Okay.
Damn. So I'm gonna try to. What pills you taking? Zoloft?
No, I was taking. It started with a C. Zoloft
Japan.
may be the real name though, but you know how sometimes they give it a generic
Yeah.
clonazepam or some shit like that. I used to, or I've been on a few things, so I don't know what was for what, but I think clonazepam was for the panic attack, and I would put it under my tongue and it would dissolve. You didn't have to swallow it. Now it's a little tiny little pill, and it had me straight in no time. But
Was you able to drive after that then?
yeah. So when I pulled to the side and I had to calm down, I reached in my purse. Because normally I would have been able to reach in my purse while I was driving. You know, you could eat soda, eat and drink everything, mess with the radio and everything when you're driving. But when I had that panic attack, couldn't do nothing. I froze.
Your body locked up.
Yeah, my brain kind of like, yeah, everything froze. It was like, oh, I'm in panic mode. So I got to the side, pulled to the side when I was able to, and then I took the medicine. Then I got back and started on my way. Yeah. I think that's the worst panic attack I've ever had. Yeah, that was scary. You know, I think I've had them before. So my panic attacks used to be like where I would just break out in a sweat and it'd be pouring, so I could be sitting there and just. I used to wonder why am I sweating? Like, I would be in panic mode without realizing that I was. Um, that's why for a while I didn't even know I was having panic attacks when I was, because it could show up differently. So I was already on the medicine by the time I had that flip that one while I was driving. And thank God I had that medicine. I wouldn't know what to do. I don't know what would have happened, you know? But Daryl, whatever that man name was, that man, he should have got him a lawyer because he do look like something was wrong with him and shit. But without him having a lawyer to, have his back and make sure he didn't say certain things and then be able to get people to prove certain things for him. That's why his ass is. But at least he everybody know his name because that motherfucker was so acting out. And your ass, I thought that was fake when I saw you in the behind him. It's like, how the hell he put himself behind him? Like I thought that was a video effect. And then you had mentioned, no, you really went. Your ass went there in support of him. At least he had somebody in support of him. I mean, his mama
Yeah.
wasn't there for him. And I don't know if my kid would have did some shit like that. I don't know if I would have been there for him too. You don't think he was on drugs? At least he could have got less time if he would have said he was on drugs or something.
Probably was on that part. I don't know if he was on drugs.
He ever spoke to you, waved at you, or anything?
No, I never said nothing to him.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Rooster? No, he ain't never even seen me.
He ain't never see you?
Nope.
Oh, I thought he ain't never look and see you right there.
Nope.
Mm. Oh, what? Because by the time you got there, his ass was being punished and put in another room.
Yeah, I think
JP.
he couldn't look backwards. He couldn't look back.
Oh, they told him not to look back.
Yeah, he can't. Yeah, you can't look backwards
Oh,
when
okay.
you.
He never get on the stand while you were there.
No, he was never on the stand because he represented himself.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought when they represent themselves, I thought they could, if they wanted to testify now, he could have got up there and just narrated his own story.
It was
But
all a
maybe,
shit show.
yeah, it was a shit show. That's because he didn't know what he was doing, and he made it like that. But you know,
You
Either
done
way
taught
it
me.
go, either way it go, he gonna fry anyway. Come on, y'all. Y'all got to be serious about this
well, I
right
don't
here.
think they're gonna fry him. I don't think he got the dope in it.
No, I'm just saying, like what I mean by fry is when you go and you do what he did. Not saying that he didn't have something going on with him at that point in time. When you do what he did, American whites being you as a devil, what made you do this? But all at the same time, when they do some erratic stuff like that, they give them a Netflix special and documentaries. Every person that's not our color, when they do some erratic stuff, know what they do? They get doctors, they get lawyers to fend for them, and then they go get the doctors or the psychiatrist to go and dig deep in it. And they say, hey, we're going to do this for you if you can tell what was going on through your mind. They just throw niggas away. So that's all it is, bro. And JP, you did a good thing because I'm finna show you something. By being in that courtroom, even when our people do certain things that's out of the ordinary and get punished, it need to be at least one of us in the room to be a witness to
Yeah,
see if something going wrong. See, I'm finna show you about them white folks. Them white folks, man, when they people do some stuff way out the way, you'll see they ain't even part of the media. But when they finally show the video of the courtroom, you be wondering who all them white folks is. They ain't even got nothing to do with the case. Ain't no relative to them, but know what they do? They come up and they show up and witness. And they do that a lot of time in the white on black violence and everything. Bro, if they would show the back crowd of some of these court cases, you see a lot of them and not a lot of us. Because know what they do? They see they try to whenever they people do something wrong, they try to make them human again. You know what I'm saying? Because
yeah.
they when we do something out of the way, that's some animalistic crap, right? But what they do, they humanize their people that do the wrong thing by showing a little love to them, and then when they look up and grin and speak to people and everything, oh, he has a heart. He wasn't looking at this person, bro. It's all a game. It's all a game. And black folks too lazy to try to figure it out.
I think black
You know what I'm
folks
saying?
they don't give a care about each other, and
They don't.
once we do something wrong, they just go with the flow of, well, he shouldn't have never did that. That's why they doing it to him. That was on him.
Now, see, I'm going to show you something, JP. Really? Black folks been trained to say when it comes down to certain things, and especially when a black person does things to white people, they say, well, that's just the way it's supposed to go. But they
Yeah,
ain't thinking about what went on or so come on, look, you got to pay attention to what's been going on in these spaces. You got multiple people from all over, different mindsets and everything. Bro, pay attention to people on the internet. When every time something goes on with them white folks, they always try, even black folks try to figure out a way to justify, oh, that person may have felt that type of way, or
Okay,
I can see where they
okay,
coming from. But
okay.
when
Wait a
it
minute.
come down to when it go ahead.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Well,
I don't know why I look like my husband not on that breathing.
huh?
Wait a minute.
You all
Wait.
right,
what?
Mom?
I don't know. Wait. I got my son. Got to go check. Why? Because my husband looking like he's not breathing. I'll be back.
Tilt his head back and check up under the neck. Tilt his head back to the crown of his head, check up under his neck, or can you see if you can hear his heartbeat with your ears to his chest. And they call no look, call up. Go ahead, call the ambulance. If you think it's that, go ahead, call them right now. Don't wait. Cause time is what it is.
Call the ambulance, bomb.
Yeah, don't wait. Don't wait to see if he all right. If you thinking that, call right now. Put your head to his chest and see if you can hear. A lot of times, just checking their wrist and everything, based on the size, you can't feel it. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead, call them right now. Get your kids on the phone and call them. Just pick him up, and if he got insurance or whatever, hey, don't even worry. Just go ahead and get him in for a check. Just check up.
My heart, Lord.
He might be on that sleep. He might have sleep apnea.
Yeah, sleep apnea, like you can have that also. Like if you ever wake up and jump up out of your sleep, like a jump or a jerk, that's just at the point, and like it's certain things that happen with your body and everything. I kind of know it because I had to get a little trained on just being around certain people. But yeah, the main thing is you don't check on your own. Well, you check as far as you can go, but the main thing, time is the key. Timing is the key. You got to go ahead and call somebody. Don't sit there and just wait. Even if you have a shocking moment, you call right then. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people get lost because people be trying to do it on their own. You ain't capable of doing it. Go ahead and call somebody right then. Shit. And if they wake up, just say, well, hell, shit, you scared the hell out of me. Here go the ambulance. We gonna check your ass out. You know what I'm saying? We gonna check up on you, see what's going on. Hell yeah. That sleep apnea is a mug there.
Shit on it. She was doing that shit. Okay? Trying to give me a goddamn heart attack. I'm too old for this shit right here. You gonna have to learn how to come to bed when it's time. Got me scared to the motherfucker.
Is he good, Mom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell him get
Jesus
up and walk
Christ.
around. Shit. Bomb, Miss Bomb, tell Mr. Bomb, get your ass up and walk. Get your ass up
Yes.
and walk around. Hey, wake up. God
He
damn.
looked so dead, y'all. The way his
Oh,
mouth
yeah.
was. And I was right there,
He
screaming
probably
at him.
tired. He probably need to take a couple of days off and just really get some rest, man, because they're working. Man, it don't matter what job you got. They working and dealing with other folk miles running and hearing they shit every day. He probably need to take him a good week off. Shit. Take a week and just shit. I'm telling you.
I ain't
Look,
never seen him like that before, y'all. His mouth would look crooked. And then it reminded me of my dad when he was in the casket. I was like,
he
oh
got
my
a
I
God.
was
he got
just
to own
thinking
it.
about, I was like Bomb Cherry Parker and seen some traumatic stuff
Yeah.
and it resembled it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you gotta also think now he's an older guy too. He got to own the feet job, and then a lot of time when you work at them jobs, the stress is what it is. You got a lot of people that's younger than him coming in and building with problems. He might be counseling them, and he thinking about all that shit. So you doing the right thing, Miss Bomb. Take care of him. Shit, if you see anything out of ordinary, hey, that's the good react. That's a good reaction. You ain't, hey, shit,
Yeah.
yeah. That's a
Y'all,
good
he wasn't
reaction.
snoring. He wasn't, it looked like he wasn't breathing. And his mouth was slumped like to the side.
But that's what you
Damn,
supposed to look for. If you
Yeah.
used to him snoring, which I didn't heard him snore, if he ain't snoring, goddamn it, call the goddamn fire department or somebody. Shit, Mr. Bum, get up and walk around, goddamn.
It
Shit.
seems like he's restless.
Yeah. I almost died, y'all. I felt like I was about to have a look. I told me about to kill me. Shit.
I thought you was getting. Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought something was going on with you for a second.
Nah, I knew exactly
You
what she was
scared
saying.
me.
She said he ain't moving. I know ain't nobody else around Bum but Leaky and him. And she just got to do talking to the baby then. So I already knew what she was talking about. So hey, do that. You know what I'm saying? Make sure. Cause I done had an incident, man. I walked in the house and walked back out the house. But one of my buddies that I had, my older buddy, he passed away. Like and within 15 minutes of me just being around him. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
So you do, yeah. I had him and one of my older buddies on one of these shows. I ain't got the video and everything. They was telling me get him back up. I was like, no, he deceased. You know what I'm saying? If he had to just listen or whatever, he was a military vet and everything. If he had to listen to me and I told him stop all that moving, sit back. He ain't had to work to do nothing.
So if he would have
He,
stopped moving, he would have been still alive.
if he would have stopped that up and go, no, look, if he had to stop moving, look, he was an older dude, but he want to get up and go like a younger dude. But then what had happened was he was in he had his own spot, his own truck and everything. Every time somebody called him, and it be usually young folks or family member call him, he be like, man, I got to do this. I'm finna go do. I said, man, look, you
Hey
worked
yo,
all
hey
these
yo, hey
years.
yo, Vic, hey yo, Vic, man, why you wildin',
Nah,
bro?
look, what is you talking about? Look,
We
I
got
ain't finna
two
go
of
through
them
that
up
with
here, baby. We got
you.
Vic
Nah,
and some dude.
I ain't nothing
Tell
like some dude. That's some dude,
Bomb,
and
we
that's
gotta
what I'm saying.
save you.
That's Cuzzo. He
No, but
cool.
I'm just
Brownie,
saying,
you
man,
see,
Cool.
Brownie, we
get
in
you some
trouble,
rest.
Brownie.
Get you some
They
rest, Mr.
got
Bum.
it. They got it, Bomb. All
No,
right.
I'm just saying, no, ain't nothing some
But
dude.
Wait
you the
Ain't
a
co-host.
nothing.
minute. That's Brownie. Oh, wait a minute, Brownie. How you doing, baby?
I didn't want
See,
y'all was
look
having
at
a
Some
nice
dude, don't do this.
conversation. I
slow
didn't.
that ditty down.
We
Slow
ain't
that
doing this
ditty
tonight.
down.
Hey, yo,
Slow that ditty
I
down.
wasn't talking
You,
to you,
you
Vic. I was talking
whoremonger.
to her, bro.
Yeah,
Some
yeah.
dude.
But
No,
I
don't
was talking to
start,
Big
dude.
Bomb and you butted in. Slow that ditty down, man. You know what I'm saying? And tend to your plum trees and your acres of land and
Hey
shit.
man, hey yo, it's
Yeah.
doing good. The corn is rocking.
Okay. Okay. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay then.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
you
relax.
try to
Relax a
you
little
you
bit.
try
Some dude,
you
show us
try
some
to
corn. Show us some
nah,
corn.
You want to see that? Yo, it grows every day.
Okay, yeah, we want to see you. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Let me
Cause
log
I
into
he
know,
my
try
you
to
know, it's
camera.
slip.
still
Oh, wait. What?
it's
Yo,
warmer where you are, cause
okay.
it's cold
So,
up here.
okay. So what?
Corn wouldn't be
Look,
doing shit up here right now.
oh no, it's doing something crazy at my joint. Hold on. Hold fast. So
It's
if
corn
I
all
get,
everywhere
wait a
around here.
minute, Vic. Wait a minute,
Well,
cuzzo.
y'all know it's still getting in the 60s at night up here. This shit is crazy, y'all.
Hey, yo, chill out, bomb. You know I love you, right?
Sweet, chill out. I didn't do nothing.
I know you was doing it right now.
Some dude
What's
be
she
playing.
doing?
Girl, you knew. We gonna
Some
see this
dude be
corn. Turn that
playing.
goddamn
Oh no,
camera on.
look, hold on. Let me log into my cameras and I'll
Remember
Man,
when?
if
do
you ain't
this
got
and
no
that.
sweet,
And that.
you got
Yeah,
field
okay,
corn.
all right. So when
You
it
try to grow
happens, what's
gas
gonna
Remember?
fast.
happen?
Hold
It,
on. Remember when some dude showed us his Corvette parked on the grass?
Oh no, I don't got Corvettes. I got Porsches, sweetheart.
Yeah,
I don't do
your
Corvettes.
Porsche.
Your
You showed us a
Yeah, I
picture of
do
a Porsche parked
Porsches.
on
I
some
don't do
grass.
Corvettes. I don't like American cars, okay?
Oh, here you go.
Them
Here you
trees
go.
he was claiming was
I like
he was claiming was
Porsches.
they was bushes and he was claiming it was
Oh,
something I
here we
forgot.
go. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a
you said they
goddamn
were
minute.
plum trees or something.
Oh
Or
yeah, I
something
Something.
got that.
crazy.
Yo, I
They
gotta.
struck my channel
Hey yo,
because
Vic. Hey yo, Vic. Yo, I
Wait,
got
who
a
struck
step
your
on
channel?
nine. Hold
I
fast.
think it was you. They didn't tell me, but
Damn it.
YouTube just because I said black women that give white men babies is embarrassing.
Ain't
They
y'all
said
gonna
that's
listen to this idiot?
But you
Mm.
can't. What's happening is, JP, they might be getting into these race issues because of what's really going on right now. Look, it's an attack on brown people saying
Hey
certain
yo,
things.
Vic,
They don't
man,
want you
yo,
to,
hey yo,
bro. You
Vic,
can't get into the race thing right now. But they got white folks. They
Vic.
got
We
channels, bro.
found out we
That they
halfway
full of
cousins.
guns and everything. They call
Virginia
themselves
nigga,
gun.
Virginia nigga. You remember? You remember the
I,
combo?
I ain't come. I ain't coming
Yeah,
to
okay,
Virginia.
all right, I get it. All right,
Y'all ain't pro Second Amendment unless it's white
okay,
folks.
all right,
Dude, I
brother,
ain't
you
coming to
got
that.
it, you got it. But
Yeah,
remember, I know who you are.
Yeah, I know you know that's why you called me by my name, but it's
All
King
right,
Lucci to
no,
you, my
no,
good
it's
sir.
not about
Oh
that,
no.
man. Look,
I
come
know
on,
that.
man.
Come on, man. I ain't finna go back and
Yeah,
forth with you all night
yeah,
now.
that's not necessary.
You try to
It's
slide in on
stupid.
Brownie with the Astro Glide and shit.
No, no,
You making
brownie
Hold
is
on,
brown.
yeah.
Wait a
See,
goddamn minute.
no.
No,
Bobby
I
Don't
still
didn't
say
say
going to
brownie
nothing
and nothing
about
with no
brownie.
Astroglide.
I didn't
What?
say nothing about
it's not
Brownie.
hard for a white man to plead to get a woman, a black woman, pledge to be pleased in.
This dumbass
Mm.
nigga.
No,
Hey
no,
yo,
that
Vic.
what you ain't gonna do. That what you ain't gonna do,
Oh
son.
yes, I
Do be
will.
respectful.
Yes, I
No,
will.
no, you ain't.
Yes, I
No,
will.
you ain't gonna wait to get no chance to do that right there.
Yeah,
Bob, why you
Bro.
put them
it's
on the
too
panel at the
easy.
same time, Bob? Why you do this
Hey,
stuff?
yo, I didn't
Oh,
mention Brownie or
wait.
nothing. I didn't mention
No,
Brownie
yeah,
or
yeah, yeah,
nothing.
yeah. That's what you did. You said, "Oh,
No, I
Brownie,"
didn't.
and then
No,
your
no,
whole
I didn't.
attitude
No,
changed
I
when you
didn't.
thought you finna
Rewind,
go.
Okay,
nigga.
Jay Prince want to say something. Go ahead, Jay Prince.
Go
Fuck
ahead,
Jay
JP.
Prince. Jay Prince a sucker. He's a lollipop
Yeah,
kid.
he always coming to my chat talking shit.
Man, don't worry
Some
about
dude,
that, man. Go on, say what you got to say, man. Don't worry about it.
No, so I really
Good.
believe that Brownie will be open to it. It don't take black women, white men much to like to impress black women.
So why you think I'm impressed by white men?
You got the
Yo,
persona
is that Jay
about you.
Prince? Is that
I
Jay
can
Prince
see
live?
that in you.
Yo, bro, let me tell you something, man.
wait, you said she like what?
Yeah,
I think Brownie will be more receptive.
no, she's not.
Of
No,
being
she's
with like
not. Cut it
she
I've
out.
never dated a
impressed
white
by
man in
white
my
people.
life.
No, she's
Brownie is
not.
pro-black, black woman, love black
She
I
is
don't
women,
really
and
not.
think so
yes,
You a
because
and she's
she
sucker.
very
she damn
respectful.
near act white.
No, you a sucker.
Nah, she don't. She just
No,
talk
she's
She don't
what's that?
act
natural
But
and
like
She
she
don't
that,
everything.
act white
bro.
at
I'm just
all.
there.
Yo,
she pro
Brownie
black.
don't act like that, man. What's your problem, dog?
But JP,
She
you
don't
gotta
act
watch
like
the
that.
show. Dog, Brownie ain't that. She ain't one of them. Nope, she
Never
not.
Yeah,
have
she don't be
been.
moving like that, bro. You a sucker. You a lollipop
So
kid.
She.
something
Yeah.
he is. It seems like Brownie
He
more
said,
easier. If
Nah, don't
anybody had to
mention
get
my
flipped,
name, bro. Don't include me in any conversation that you included in. You a sucker. You a
why he can't?
lollipop.
Look,
Why he a lollipop? Why you keep saying he's sucker? He a
He's a
lollipop.
lollipop
Want to
kid.
suck on him or something?
Nah,
oh
Why you
bomb,
keep
he's a
saying he a
sucker.
lollipop?
He's a sucker.
oh
You
bomb.
could be a sucker without being a lollipop. Why you made
I
him a
don't
lollipop?
know. Think about it.
No, I'm thinking about it, and it's weird that you said that he's a sucker. He's a
He is a
lollipop.
sucker.
You like
He's a leech.
lollipops?
Okay, all right.
Y'all
He's a
niggas be getting
leech.
up here wild
He's a
now.
leech.
he
He's a
like
leech.
Astroglide. I know for sure.
Oh, here we go. He's a
We go
leech.
with the Astroglide.
Can
We
we
got
put the
Yeah,
somebody
that's
who want
a
to
Astroglide
get
back in the
little
anal,
drawer?
shit.
and
That's
Can
another
a
we
one want to
little
can we
suck on
leave
a
it?
shit.
nigga.
He's a
Can we leave the
fucking leech.
Astroglide in the drawer and the suckers? Can we leave
He's a
all that
fucking
in the
leech.
cabinet? We don't need none of that right
Please.
now.
Yeah,
The
he's a
Well,
leech.
Astroglide and
hey,
suckers
look,
away.
look. He
Get out of
closer.
here, man.
He closer in proximity to Diddy than
Ain't
all
no
of us.
proximity,
Yeah,
nothing, man.
yeah,
Cut it out.
yeah.
He's a sucker. He's a lollipop
That's
kid.
kind of true. You are kind of New Yorkish, and you close to Diddy Diddy.
You closer to him.
Diddy Diddy.
Hey,
And you
come on,
mentioning
Bob.
And and,
Come
you
on,
and get
Bob.
mentioning
what
Stop
Diddy
suckers.
playing stuff.
and Diddy ain't been the only one been diddling. So that's a culture up that way now.
Look, I'm
Yeah,
trying to put things in better perspective. He's a
yeah.
lollipop kid. He's a sucker.
No,
Oh,
Not
Lord.
I
you,
thought
not you, not you, bro. Relax. It's not your turn.
okay, but you ain't finna just
No, just
be
shut
trying to
up. Just
bully
shut up for a
or pick
second.
on
You'll be
JP and
okay.
then get him. What
No,
you trying
no,
to do?
he's a
Get him out of the
sucker.
element or something? He up here
No,
talking
it's
to
not out
these
of his
women and
element.
everything.
He's a
No, but
sucker
why are you aggressive, man?
because it's
Why are
like
you aggressive?
Y'all want me
I
to make a breakout
understand.
room for y'all too? Y'all too. Some dude and Victor, y'all can be in a private room by yourself. What y'all
No,
think?
I ain't, what the hell no. He ain't
Take the
gonna I'm a boy,
Astroglide and
Damon.
suckers with y'all.
Yeah.
I'm a boy. I'm a boy, Damon. I see it. Hell no.
yo, come
Don't
on, Vic.
corner
Yo,
me
you
off in
know
the
that dude.
goddamn room.
Yo, Vic. You know that dude a sucker.
Man, look,
Yeah, you
They
know.
why is you
Daryl
coming
said he
up
was
here?
up here.
Man,
Okay. What you were
this
saying,
man
Dar-
J
crazy.
Prince?
Daryl said he was up here now.
Who?
Now I remember giving my address. He came by, you know, that was when we was on that type of time. So I don't know. So I gave my address in Milwaukee because I don't do shit in Waukesha. Right.
Freaking
Because
sucker.
Waukesha, he know I live in Waukesha, but I don't bring no type of attention up here because you gonna get spanked up here. Right. So but he said he didn't come on that type of time. Dude was confusing to me. And then I made sure I gave I made sure I gave
Yo,
Daryl
Jay
my number
Prince,
yesterday.
yo, Jay Prince,
So
from
when he
what I
do
hear,
come up here, he can call me.
hey, yo, Jay Prince, I can sense it. You never been in a real fight in your life. You chose guns.
Man, shut your
We
And
wino
this
worried
the
head
about
ass
fights.
down.
Why we
Shut
talking
the
about
hell.
fights?
What you talking about fighting for something, dude?
Because
You
he's
need to
a
put that
sucker.
Paul
He's a
Musan down,
lollipop
bro.
kid.
yeah, he
It
definitely
don't
going up
matter
that
about
bar.
those.
Yeah, he would usually
Mhm.
choose a gun instead of fists. He's a sucker.
So that's
Yeah,
called
that means you a
that's
sucker.
called evolution.
No,
No,
you
that's
a
called
sucker.
evolution.
You a
That's called
sucker.
evolution. Why
Why
look
use bullets instead of
in the
fists? You're
world
not a
hold
man.
on. Let me check you,
Anybody
some
can
dude.
use a bullet. You a
Ain't you the
sucker.
airplane
Yeah,
builder or
that's
whatever? They
sucker
got
shit.
tools. A
No, you
long
a
time ago, they
sucker.
had tools
Yeah,
that
keep sucking,
strain you,
you
right?
sucker.
So anytime
You a
you get out of
sucker,
line,
nigga.
they got a tool
The
up
fuck
today
out of
that'll
here
put
with that,
anybody
man.
in
You
their place.
sucker
So
ass
why
nigga.
not be
Nah, I can't stand
come
y'all
on, bro?
sucker niggas.
Okay, listen.
Man,
We tired of the
okay,
word
man.
sucker. You're going to switch it up.
Yeah, he want to
Okay.
be violent and
All
everything.
right, he's a
Look,
dummy. He's a
Okay,
dummy.
that's a change.
go beat your cat up.
That's true.
No,
Go
you a
beat your cat up.
dummy. You a
So,
dummy.
yeah, I do it the dumb way.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you are where you
So,
are.
but all
Well,
the
what's
same
wrong
time
with
you trying to
what's
check
wrong with
it.
the bullet? What is you talking about?
Yeah,
You
wait
think
a minute.
grown men
No,
are
because that's
we
not.
are grown? We're
Yeah,
not supposed to
yo,
be
yo,
out
yo.
there fighting with
Ain't
no
Bomb.
nobody
fists.
trying to be on
Bomb.
that.
You know what it is, Bomb? You know what it is, Bomb? People got to that sucker stuff so much that they use that, like, the
I'm
gun is,
asking you a question.
I'm
Why would two grown
answering.
people be fighting anyway? And so yes,
Right.
like
Well,
if
it's
we
a
When
fighting,
everybody got
movement.
something to lose.
It's a
If you
right?
got
movement.
something to lose,
Look,
fighting ain't supposed to be on your
hey,
mind.
yo, shut up, Brewster. Shut up, nigga.
Man, you don't
That's
get
a
a
fact
chance to
though, Rooster.
shut up. You tell
When
me
you get a
shut
certain
up, you
age,
shut
you
up
gotta
Hey,
do
man, you
and
know we
go put
cousins,
boots
right?
But we
on the
can't hear what
ground and
Jay
I'll
Prince
call
saying.
your mama, nigga.
Well, I want to hear what Jay Prince saying. Go.
no, no. I was saying, when you do get, I was agreeing with Rooster. When you do get a certain age, fighting don't be on your mind. It was mainly on my mind in my early 30s, and of course when I was younger. But when you get close to your 40s and stuff, it don't be on your mind like that.
Yeah, you a
Because when you
sucker.
get a certain age, you don't like you be hoping you be happy because people want to show you some attention and talk to them. You be so lonely. Everybody be in their own world. And at our age,
Hey, yo, hey,
and
yo,
then they avoid that. They like a
hey,
lot
yo,
of
hey,
people that
yo, hey,
got stuff
yo,
going on, bro.
hey,
They
yo, hold
avoid
on, Rooster.
conflict.
Hold on, Rooster. Hey,
Avoid
yo,
conflict because
getting
the
into it with
conflict
people
slow
at
your
40 years
money up,
old is a
bro.
hey,
privilege.
yo, Jay
Going to
Prince.
jail and getting into it with somebody that got something ain't got shit to lose.
Hey, yo,
If you
hold
got
on, you
something
little
going for
sucker.
yourself like kids, family, and everything, you supposed to avoid them dumbass niggas. I call the police on your motherfucking ass, some dude. I put the police. This nigga out here
I put
with
that
his
badge
bottle,
on you
he
quick.
want to fight. Get what?
Yeah,
I'm
go
gonna put
handle
them
that.
folks on your ass.
Yes,
Yeah, cause
sir.
I done got to that age where I'm calm,
Yeah,
cool, and I'm chilling. Unless you startle me, and then I
yeah.
can get real
Uh-huh.
dumb, right?
Uh-huh.
But other than that, if it's a calculated measure, know what I'm doing.
Hey,
I'm
yo,
on that phone
Rooster.
like I'm
Hey, yo,
typing in the right numbers to calculate how long your ass finna stay in jail,
nigga, you
especially on a
can't
Friday
spell,
because you don't get off on Monday. I
nigga,
ain't gonna spell shit. I know
nigga,
how to.
you can't
I know.
spell
Look,
calculate, nigga.
look. But I know how to dial
Nah, I rock with
911.
you. You
I
cuzzo.
know
You
how to dial
cuzzo.
911 though. Yeah, yeah. Put
Yeah,
the
all
police on
right.
your
Yeah, you
motherfucking ass,
bet,
and then
bet,
get
bet,
what?
cuzzo.
And I'm gonna tell them to do the
Uh-huh.
same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell them to do the same thing Trump said. Don't be soft with him. Bump his head on the goddamn car
Yeah, take
while
their
you take
teeth
him
out
in.
their mouth.
Yeah, cause you ain't had no business messing with
Yeah,
me, and
put
I'm
their
chilling.
teeth on the curb and stomp on the back of their neck and knock them
Okay,
all out.
then if you acting like you acting, you gonna be a toothless motherfucker then. You
No, I
see
did
it.
that to many
Cause
people.
I'm gonna put them folks on your ass.
No, you
Cause I done
can't put
got you.
nothing on me, nigga.
You crazy as hell.
Yeah,
One
okay.
call, that's all.
Look,
Like
man,
Richard Schwartz.
I'm down south and
Shit.
New York, nigga. You don't want
Man,
to
I
do
don't care
that.
what part of I don't call
Bro,
her.
we
Get what?
cousins,
Look,
though. We found that
okay,
out
we can be
already.
cousins, but get what? They ass got a cell for
Yeah,
their
you
ass too.
bugging out, man.
They got a jail cell for
You want to
cousin too.
lose? You want to just lose it all just from acting
No,
stupid?
I done graduated out the YN area.
Yes,
They
we
ain't
did.
even called it
Yes. So
YN.
so
But
chill
get
out
what?
and relax and
You
shut
you
up.
give me you if you give me so much
Okay,
as a
God
now,
creeper
damn it.
eyebrow,
Bomb,
Hey,
why
yo,
you
I'm
putting
sending
these
your
bomb,
people
ass
on
to
the
the
bomb.
panel
Take
military.
it
together?
over, bomb. Take
girl,
it over,
listen,
bomb.
We can only have one, or we can only one at a time. We can
I
only
know it's
have.
just, I know it's you right. We got to take a vote because we got Vic and we got some dude.
I
Now,
ain't got nothing to do with him. Nope.
oh, I agree. That's why we
Yeah,
saying
Vic,
for
I ain't
some
come
reason
up with
some
Vic
it.
is the
dude
dog.
won't let
He's the
nobody else
cuzzo.
talk,
Vic
and
is
he
the
gonna have to chill
cuzzo. I
out.
ain't got nothing to do with
He
him.
very combative, man. He done went
Oh
to the
yeah,
store,
and
got
you
off
are
work,
too,
and bought
nigga.
that liquor.
You are
I ain't
too,
combative.
nigga.
I wasn't
Uh,
talking
Yes,
about
you are.
fighting. You
Stop
want to
it.
okay,
call
okay.
people suckers and
All right.
fight and
You
everything.
are a
So I want to
sucker.
ask
You
Jay
ain't
Prince a
allowed to
question.
stop
Jay
it.
Prince, what you think about Vic saying he gonna call the peoples on peoples? What you think?
Shit.
uh, when you get a certain age, I guess. Well, Vic do his stuff his way.
Right, right. No, nothing wrong with that. I was just asking because I know you say you against that. You know, you against people who call
Oh,
the popo.
it's a different when you in the street and doing your thugging, right? Say
No, I
JP, you got kids at your house, and I don't like to bring up kids, right? If you see some random stranger outside and they out there threatening you, before you even take action, you got to call the police to put it on record. See, I'm gonna be able to
What's the
see. I'm gonna
action?
get
What's the
huh?
action? Please
The
explain. What's the
action
action?
is you out there with your ball of NJ, and I told you to get the hell off my goddamn area, and then you keep on going on. I'm put it on record
Area
first
of
before I
property.
go and get that damn thing and blow your ass out that porch.
Yeah, and then that's stupid.
No, that's the proper procedure though. See, I know how to
Well,
work amongst them
then
folks.
you get caught
No,
up, right?
I'm finna show you now. Ain't no caught up. Cause all at the same
Okay.
time,
All right.
whenever you have a disagreement with somebody and it becomes violent, you better be the first
Hey
one to
man,
call.
hey, yo,
I know the tricks of
hey
the
man,
shit.
I love bird
JP,
shot.
I know the tricks, bro. If you
I love
wanna, if
look,
you want,
yo,
shit.
rooster. We know we
Mhm.
cousins, right? I love bird shot with rock salt. So I make
Man,
it
I ain't loading
sting.
no bird shot with shit, nigga. This shit gonna be hot lead.
No,
All the shit.
I
The
like
full
rock
power.
salt. Make it sting.
Man, I look. If I
You
tell
know
you to
what?
get your
This is why you
hell
was cut
no,
off
we
from the
look.
family because you violent.
For
No,
me, like
what?
I rather just go outside and get it over with whatever beef they have because it will hump me if I don't. Like that's always had been me.
You
Like if
can't do
somebody
that these
offer
days,
me
JP.
to a fight or something, it will hunt me to death. Years down, even for years, if I don't go out
Wait
there
a
and handle it.
goddamn minute.
That's
You
why I
said hump
always
you?
like all them times that
You getting humped?
I got jumped. All
Wait
them
a
times I
minute.
got
No,
jumped.
hump. You said
I
hump,
made
nigga.
sure I rather have the story to
No,
end that
you
I done
said
That
got
was
beat
hump.
back
up.
in the days though, JP. It's a different game now.
Yeah, you
You got to do
bugging.
everything legit and legal right now. See, look, JP, you 40, bro. You too old to get in
That
some
nigga
old nigga
said I'm
shit with
getting
a young
humped.
nigga mind, bro.
He said
Yeah.
he
Anytime you
getting,
see danger, the thing is for you to avoid the danger. You
yo, he
avoid it,
said he
but
getting
when they
humped.
follow you, you look. It's called self defense. Defense is in a backwards
Bro,
motion.
he's
You better make
stupid.
sure with all these
Hey
cameras
yo,
on
cuzzo. Hey
that
yo,
you ain't
cuz.
confronting a person because the moment you step forward, bruh, they got a case on your ass. The moment you
Oh
move
no,
forward
don't
in
tell him that.
advance,
Let him get
the
caught.
moment you look, it's like some dude. I'm telling him to shut up, right? And if he get in
No,
front of my
let
house
him get
and I
caught
go
up.
back and
Let him
forth
get caught.
arguing with
Let
him,
him get
the
caught.
moment I advance towards him, even though he doing wrong, right? You know, all these
Yeah.
houses got ring cameras and everything. The moment I advance towards him, he can slip and fall back on some goofy shit and bust his head.
Yep.
Get what? They'll try to give me
Let him
100
get
years.
caught. Let him get caught from
They gonna give me
stupidity.
manslaughter because you know what they gonna say?
Hey
Well,
yo,
you jumped at him.
hey
And
yo,
get what they
bro.
doing?
Hey
The
yo,
system is
Roos.
Yeah, I
killing
don't
two
want to do
birds with
nobody
one
prison
Hey yo,
stone
time
hey
no
yo,
more.
hey
because
yo.
it's two
Hold
niggas.
fast though. Hold fast. Let him get
Man, I
I'm
caught
just
know
too
how to
being
old
do
to
this
be
shit.
getting
stupid.
I
locked up
know
and
how to
shit.
do
Let him get caught being stupid.
it. Now I
I
ain't gonna
don't
be
want to go
caught
do
Right.
being
nobody
nothing. Cause
prison
get
time.
what? They gonna have look, if I have a problem with a person like some dude, they gonna have it on record. I don't want
Okay,
some
wait.
dude around
My
me.
Okay,
record
And if
okay.
I
Time
see
out.
him, Yeah.
Okay, time out. Before we had
Yeah.
to stop him, some dude. Now we got to stop you. Okay, some
Okay.
dude. Go ahead. It's on you now, right now. Then we're gonna give it to somebody else. Go ahead. What you got to
Okay.
say?
I was saying bomb cherry and all that. Like what this guy is saying. Like this is that idiotic type of stuff, and you watch people get caught up, and then they blame it on everybody else. You should have just kept your mouth shut and behaved.
And you
It's
disagreeing with him?
no, I'm definitely not. I'm
You was
explaining.
because he was
No,
Say
telling
what you.
truth, right?
I'm explaining.
Okay, go
Maybe
ahead. Cause
maybe I might be wrong, but I'm trying to explain when people act like this and they think they're so privileged and
what you mean calling the police, right? Remember Vic say
no
don't fight, call
police
police.
is the thing that you have to do because
Okay, well then
that's
so you was agreeing with him. Okay,
yeah. Vic is my cousin. Oh, we ain't gonna get into that. He
now
don't
he your
like
cousin. Okay, cool.
yeah he
Okay,
don't.
now we're gonna let Jay Prince and then we're gonna let the women see what they got to say. Go ahead, Jay Prince. What you gonna say?
So it will hump me like if somebody came in and offered me to like, especially pulled up on me, and I don't go out. See, it will hump my soul if I don't go out there and at least get into it. I'm ready for my story to end that I done got beat up or something. Than me not to just, take care of that business. Because it could be 5 years down the line. I'm gonna be thinking about that every day. Right. So I'd rather go out there and take care of that business and get it on over with. That way it would be pleasure to my soul. That's how I got jumped a lot of times.
Yeah, but that was then, right? Now these
But you can't
motherfuckers
do
on the
it now.
internet meeting up and killing. Did y'all hear the story? I think you spoke a
I
little
was
bit
just
about
thinking
it.
about that.
Yeah,
Yeah, me
where
bomb. But I'm trying to tell him as a
what
friend,
wait
he
a minute,
can't do
but
that now
I was
because he ain't
talking. What is
single and
wrong with
by
you?
himself. Go ahead.
What
Go
is
ahead.
wrong with
My
your
bad.
friend Jay Prince? I let him up because I know that's your boy.
Hey
He
yo,
know I let him up, but he know I love him, right? But why he don't
Which
know how
don't
to
mean no harm.
people
hey yo,
he don't mean
bomb.
no harm. Wait a minute. Said it's the women's turn. We got Taylor and
My
Brody up. We
bad.
have two beautiful women, young, beautiful women. Can we let them talk? Okay, which one of y'all want to go first? Both of y'all got co-hosts, so which one of y'all?
Yeah. Let me
The
get this
women,
first.
the women. We
Okay,
don't want them to
damn it.
leave, do we? Go ahead,
I
Taylor.
don't have nothing to say. I don't have a dog in this fight.
Ooh, that's
What,
my
what
baby.
you think about the calling of the
Oh,
police?
I
I think
love this
we
girl.
kind of
I love
agree a little
her.
bit, right? With the
What
calling
you
of the
say,
police. We
Bomb?
ain't fight. Don't you agree with calling the police?
Is that my
And
baby girl, Taylor?
hey, that's not your
Oh
baby girl.
my
Listen,
God.
we're gonna have to stop
He
sexual
has
harassment
he has
of the women.
Tourette's.
Wait a minute. It's not sexual harassment. I just
Yes,
like
and
her.
listen, y'all gonna have to. First of all, y'all got to
I
have some
like
type
her.
of relationship with the women. Know that the woman is
You
okay
owe
with
me
what you
you
say.
owe me money,
We got to
some dude.
respect.
God
Go ahead, Taylor.
damn
What you
it. I
say?
can't even like a girl.
You owe me money, some dude. So we not talking until you
Oh
run me
man,
my
we gonna
money.
cut that all the
Um,
way out.
Okay.
We gonna cut that out.
but
All right.
I mean, I
You
think
know
it.
he owe everybody money, girl. He be faking like he got it. Okay.
I ain't got
Um.
nothing. I'm so
Well,
broke. You don't
you
pay
sure was
attention.
faking like you got it,
I'm
and
so
you even
broke.
had somebody walk along distance to get
Listen, Miss
it.
Lady. I'm so
Okay, we
broke.
remember. You lucky Taylor brought it up,
Yeah,
but you
I know.
lucky, dude.
Look,
Okay, but anyway,
look,
we're gonna let Taylor finish and then we're gonna give it to our sister
I
Brownie.
like her though, Bomb.
Go
Can
ahead, Taylor. Okay, but
Um,
okay, I'm not gonna speak for it. Taylor, he say like you. What you got to say to that?
I have nothing to say, but
Okay, cool.
no, I think it depends on the individual person. I mean, if you're not a fighter, I mean, then and you fear for your life, then I don't think there's anything wrong with calling the cops. You know,
she
if you
got
You
feel
gotta
that?
fear for your life
unsafe,
because you know when I called the cops, girl, I was calling them to get a
Hey,
report, and
hey,
then I went out there with the gun.
I,
Bomb. Can I admit
I
excuse
something?
was I
me, I
believe in what
wasn't.
Vic said. Vic say have a paper trail, baby. If you're
Wait a
gonna
goddamn
go out
minute,
I'm not done
Bomb.
wilding.
talking. Some dude, like, what's wrong with you?
I was gonna give you a big up
Yeah,
because I
but
like
she
your
now
baby
Taylor
face.
is talking. The women.
I
Damn.
love her
Go ahead,
baby
Taylor.
You
face.
were talking the entire
We
time.
yeah, we don't want to have to kick you off, dude. What is wrong with you?
I know it happens every day.
He has Tourette's. But no, I just think it depends on the situation. Like me in this day and age, I mean, if anything, if I am threatened or if I feel like, someone's going
Nobody's
to do me bodily
threatening
harm,
you, baby.
I am going to defend myself. And then after I defend myself, I'm calling the police
Wait,
because I'm pressing charges.
wait a
Um,
minute.
after I beat your ass. That's just how I feel.
Whoa,
No.
beat me up. Wait a minute, baby
But
face.
she's not
Nobody's
talking about
talking
you.
about you, dude.
No, I'm
But
just
what I'm
saying.
Wait,
saying,
we got another
what
woman,
I'm
and then Jay
saying,
Prince. Wait a minute, we got another woman up here. Then Jay Prince want to say something. Damn, go ahead, Brown.
Personally, the last time I called the police, they didn't pull up. So I hear all that calling the police to do paperwork shit, but I'm not relying on police to do anything to try to save me. So
Pull up at all, Brownie, never. Like,
Brownie's curls are
wait a
too
minute,
tight.
I'm at, dude.
stay focused. Stay focused.
Your curls are too tight.
Okay, they didn't pull up at all. Like you called them and they ain't never pull up.
No,
Or they
it
pulled
was
up
a
a day
random.
later.
It was a random nigga knocking on my gated back door, and the police ain't come at
Look,
all.
look, hold on, Brownie. I'm after Taylor, not you, okay?
What's wrong with you, some dude? I promise you, I'm gonna kick your motherfucking ass off here.
He's
Oh,
Oh,
gone.
some dude, I already
okay.
know because all you gotta do is ask.
Yeah, he
If
gone.
you
I
want
couldn't.
some dude to leave you alone, you just gotta ask him for some money, and that man won't never bother you again.
Okay, go ahead, Brownie, and then Jay Prince won it, and then Vic won it. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, but last time I called the police, it was because like a random man was on my back door. Like they ain't come.
Damn.
I called. You know who I called before I called the police?
Two.
My baby daddy, my father, and then my father, and then the
Mm-hmm.
police, and then I called the police like 30 minutes after that, and they ain't never even come.
Damn. That's fucked up.
I ain't relying
I
on the
heard
police.
people say that, and I be swaying up and down that don't happen. But then when some of y'all tell me like, no, they may not fucking show up. One
but
time I called the police, and you know what they did, man? It went to voicemail when I called them motherfuckers. That just happened like I don't even know. It
but
wasn't even that long ago. Go ahead. Wait, let
not to
Jay
be
Prince.
long.
You got to let
Um,
Jay Prince go. Unless he says it's okay for you to go.
Okay.
Yeah, just real quick. I think I'm more like my dad. My dad used to fight all up until he lost his arms and legs. Even then, like he still would get into it with people. So I don't know. I think it's just in my gene.
Your dad lost his legs and arms?
Yeah, he had caught gangrene. They had gave him some morphine when he went to the hospital because he didn't want to go to work.
Mm-hmm.
And they gave him some morphine. Took him out of there. But he woke up with his arms and legs like black, and he
What?
lost it. But before then, he would always fight.
He sued
Didn't
the
matter,
hospital?
huh?
He sued the hospital?
Nah, he had no money for no. He had no money for no attorneys to be suing no hospital.
Man, them attorneys
Now
would have took that shit for
they would have
free. They,
took that. They would have took that
yeah,
for
yeah,
free. Pro bono.
yeah,
Yeah, they would have took that one. Yep.
yeah, they would have took that one, baby.
Yeah.
Shit, I'm willing to take it right now. Right now, if I'm like, shit, we about
That's
to
one
get
of those.
sticky.
That's one of those. You pay us when you win cases.
Yes,
I,
hell
I like
yeah.
getting into it sometimes though. Like especially if somebody call me out, it's kind of fun. You know what I'm saying? I want to add to my story because I believe like we have to fight life every day. I think life is a bigger fight than a physical fight. And
Yeah, that's
then if I'm willing to like fight life, I don't think a couple of punches ain't gonna harm me. I already get punched than to have to fight life. Like we sit up
well,
here
but
talking
but
about
but people not
exotics and
punching
stuff.
these days though, Jay Prince, right? They not punching. And remember, you now I'm only basing on the stuff because I listened to you, right? Because I like
Yeah.
you, so I listen. But you told me about a fight that where you thought you killed somebody, right? And
Mhm.
that could have changed your life. So that didn't change your mind as to fighting where it could be one
It
punch
did.
and you
Yeah,
good.
yeah. So that's what keep me out of going like to environments like in Milwaukee and stuff like that. That's why I really don't like being in Milwaukee that much because I got too much family that's gonna either one get me into it with some people, or I'm definitely gonna
Or
get
they gonna
into it with
egg you
them.
on.
Yeah, yeah. And then how the way the stuff is today and the stuff that they doing, I don't know. Like it's gonna be hard not to not get in nothing.
So
Right.
And they
you
don't believe in calling the police up there. They still snitches still get killed up there.
now
Right.
now see, I'm finna show you something about that. What I was saying, JP, about this, bro, you got kids, bro. You in a different lane in life now. So the
Yeah.
thing is, it's like what Bomb was saying. You, it's procedures to offer the person they coming home, right? You got
Mm,
people in your household that don't know what you doing outside, right? If I go outside and I'm doing whatever, I go up to the gas station, get into it with somebody. If I make it
mhm.
home and I wasn't in the wrong or bother nobody, my thing is I got a wife and I got kids.
Yeah.
The first thing you supposed to do when somebody pull up in your lot or whatever, and you before they even get to talking, if you can recognize any cars, I'm telling you this, you know who I know of certain people. Because I'm telling you, look, the thing is to get that either that simple phone call started or some paperwork. See, the phone call, what's gonna happen is if you get followed by somebody and you have to handle your business and it don't register, what's gonna happen is whenever you do what you got to do, that was the first step. You took the first step, you made the first call to get somebody off your back or defend your family or whatever. That call, what's gonna happen is even if people the world try to say you ain't in the right, they gonna go back into them cell phone. What's the name? If you say, "Well, I called the police, they ain't show up," what's gonna happen is when they have to sweep a nigga ass up off that goddamn pavement, it's a record that goes over 4 to 9 years of you making that phone call. You've been having that phone for so many years, right? They gonna
But
Yeah.
no
know.
stories
Well,
can't be
he
short.
tried
Like,
it.
some stories got to be long and it's like a
Okay,
run-on
my bad, my
story.
bad, my bad, my bad.
But you
Just
made a
like
good point. You made a
yeah,
very good point about
but
telling JP.
that's
Go
my
ahead, who
bad,
next?
Miss Bomb. Just
Cause
like when
JP,
you told your story about when somebody said they were gonna do something to you, the first thing you did it right because due to whatever state you stay in, you need to be the first one to call and say, "Hey, I'm in danger." Even if you drop your phone and somebody go to shooting at you and they end up on the bad end of the stick, and then the police want to rough you up or beat you up and everything, when you go to court, they gonna go back into all the files and say, "Shit, Bomb Cherry called first. She was in danger." And then get what? Now you got a lawsuit against the police because they was negligent in coming to see what was going on with you. But it's somebody they can't, bro. It's
your
a whole
story
lot
is
of
still
stuff.
running on, dude. Let
My
JP
bad,
finish.
my bad, my bad. I was just trying to explain the processes. My bad. Hey, ain't my fault. My fault. Military and police and stuff. My bad. Shit.
Long-winded.
Yeah, I'm gonna knock a nigga ass off and I'm gonna be eating
Prince,
steak.
you just going to cut
Okay,
in.
you
Go
gonna
ahead.
talk that nigga head
Go ahead.
off until
What you
he
said,
submits.
Brownie?
That's
I at
it.
least want to have one more fight in my 40s.
One more
So,
fight.
Well,
but
start
I don't
boxing
view,
then.
I don't view fighting the same way like I used to when I was younger. You know how you kind of celebrate yourself and you feel proud and brave, especially you done got the best of somebody. Nowadays, I don't know, since I done got 40 or older, it don't feel the same after you get, you don't be, it's not a celebration no
You
more.
teaching your
But
daughters to
you
fight?
got shit to lose. You got
Yeah, that,
kids.
I teach my daughters them to fight, yeah.
yeah,
You
that's a
got
good.
But
That's good.
you can't be
when
out
I
there
say in
fighting.
my 40s, in my 40s, like it's like it don't.
JP, these days still don't teach them to fight, teach them to run, bro.
What?
Look, I go outside every day,
Teaching to
bro. These
run.
young kids got hell yeah. These
Wait,
kids
what?
got choppers around here. Where I'm at.
Oh,
Look,
that's oh.
you
Okay.
teach them
They
how
can't
to
outrun
avoid
no
situation.
chopper, so that don't make sense what you're saying.
Listen what I'm saying. Tell
But
them
I
to
see what
avoid certain shit. When people get loud and go to talking crazy and everything. Look, I got
so
constant
you think that a
videos.
kid who's a kid thinking like a kid, just because you decide not to say nothing back to me, they're gonna stop me from putting up my chopper if I want to put it out?
Man, look,
They
uh,
children, they children, and they're not thinking. Somebody want
if
to
you
shoot
look.
somebody, they're gonna shoot
I'm
somebody,
going in
Okay,
right? Am I
there.
wrong?
train them to think because it's look. I just seen something the other day.
Okay, wait a
Folks
minute,
was
wait a minute, wait a
shooting.
minute, wait a
Come
minute.
on, man. Train
Jay
them to
Prince and
move.
Brownie and Taylor might want to say something. You starting with one of your
My
long
bad.
ass
My
stories.
bad. My bad.
Okay, but I like your story, so don't remember it, and we're gonna get to it. Who next? Taylor, you got something, Ronnie?
No, I got nothing.
Taylor is a scrapper too, y'all. Don't let her fool you now. But she, like she said, she gonna hold her ground, and and if it's just something simple, she says she gonna beat your ass, and she may
Cause
not
you
call the
know,
police because it might be something that just settled. But if she have to call, what you say, Taylor?
I mean, listen, I really don't fight anymore like that because I'm getting old. But
cause you
like,
went
How
to
old
the
is you,
gun
Taylor?
store. Shit, you know what it
But
is.
Taylor's still young, y'all. Okay, don't let her fool
It
you.
don't.
How old is you,
But
Taylor?
So
Taylor got a pistol.
I'm getting old. But I don't know. I just don't, most of the time most of the time now, um I'm able to talk things out with people.
Mhm.
Uh, so it doesn't usually go there to where,
But you kind of calm, Taylor. I'm not sure if you like this in real life, right? But
I
I
mean, I'm
noticed.
calm now. Um
Mhm.
I'm
You want
very
to see
calm in
my
my
toes?
manner now, which took some time to get there. But most of the time I'm very chill. Like I don't yell, I don't raise my voice. I don't do any of that.
What is there something more somebody could do to make it like? Okay, let's say I was at the game where y'all was at a concert, and
Hmm.
and I bumped into you, and I didn't say excuse me. What is like I kind of bumped up against you and your friend hard, but I didn't say excuse me.
No, people are crazy. People will pull a gun out on you. So I really don't.
Man.
It's just sometimes things I pick and choose my battles. Now if I didn't had some brown liquor in my system, it would have been a whole different.
Shit, Taylor.
Uh,
That nigga crazy. Boy, you
that's
get
why
big then.
I
Yeah.
can't. I can't drink Hennessy because you'd be like, "Oh, hey Taylor," I'd be like, "Oh, fuck me." Is that what you said? That's what I heard. Fuck me.
And
Oh,
then
see that
Tay
that
can't go
little
to the
little
brown
people
on brown
syndrome.
parties.
What you say,
No.
Brownie?
I said Taylor can't come to my brown on brown party. She
Oh
gonna be
no,
ready to
I'm
fight.
I'm gonna move furniture. I'm gonna move tables, chairs. It's
Oh
gonna be a
Lord,
That gonna look
TLC
like
match.
give Taylor
a
some
red
vodka
devil
shots.
cake.
No, no. You want me sipping either wine or cranberry vodka. You don't want me dabbing
Oh
in the
Lord.
dark.
She said cranberry bar. You fight hard. I know you are fighting shit, boy. God damn. Cranberry look, vodka, 3 olives, any kind of white liquor, bro. With that goddamn cranberry juice in there. And I'm talking about, boy, we gotta put you in the car. Let's put it in the back.
No, I'm
Cause
actually I'm very calm on cranberry vodka. I become very
but I
bubbly.
know that, but this is what I'm saying.
She,
It gonna
she
take
said
it
she
gonna
get uppity, she uppity on the vodka, but if you
I
give her that
know.
brown, baby, she
I'm gonna
whining.
turn into
Okay.
a
But I'm
whole
finna show you
sewer
something.
rat.
On that vodka, I'm finna show you something. Taylor, am I right or am I wrong? On that vodka, you be in the club just chilling, just vibing and everything. But if you round your siblings that's males and a chick say anything out of line, oh Lord. I know this look because I lived it. Look, I've been doing this since I was 15. Boy,
Everybody
I know
different. She
certain
just told you that she chill on
I,
the baby.
yeah.
Why
I'm
you
finna
get to
show you
go?
something.
Uh, and she said she wild out on the brown.
Yeah, I
No,
turn
I
into a
know
whole
that. I know
sewer
that.
rat.
But it
But you ain't
boy,
listening to her, and you're not even believing her. You questioning her,
I ain't
and
saying I don't believe her, but I look, I
you did.
drink,
You
right?
said, but isn't it true?
I
If her
said,
if
but
her siblings around, she said if she on the okay. Anyway,
she gonna be on defense mode. I'm telling you now.
why
She
you telling
looking
her
at them
she didn't
hoes.
say that? Why you can't? Why
She
she
ain't
can't
gonna
tell her
say
own
that.
story?
Did she know how she?
Why
I
won't she say that if she admits that when she
because it
on
ain't for
the
everybody to
brown
know.
she a
But
while out? She just said,
No,
never mind.
I see.
Go ahead.
I
Jim.
I seen these young dudes up there running fast. He kind of like in his late 20s. He's running and stuff like that, and you know how you niggas still be sizing him. I was like, man, I can't. He ran like that for no apparent reason. I'm like, man, because when you get in a certain age, your body and stuff change. You don't
Well,
because I guess you lifestyle. You don't be doing all that type of stuff.
yeah. Well, Taylor don't know this, but I've been planning for her to be my daughter-in-law, right? I got the oldest son. I'm just waiting for her to get one more year older. Wait, Taylor, how old are you at this point?
I'm 28.
Okay, you 29. I'm gonna introduce you to my oldest son, okay? And
Okay.
I really want to, yes, sooner the better. But when you turn 29,
December. I turned this year.
Y'all trying
okay,
to do some
yeah,
arranged
that's
marriages or something?
I
yes,
thought
God
Taylor
goddamn,
was
she gonna be
around
my
our age.
daughter-in-law, okay? She's gonna be my daughter-in-law. Go
it
ahead.
won't be bad because Taylor ain't no bad person. I ain't never heard her speak just real crazy. So she
My son needs
balanced.
somebody like Taylor, somebody who not gonna be walked on, and then he gonna take care of her. He got a job, she work too, but he gonna do his thing, and she gonna keep him straight. Cause sometimes you men need that. Some of y'all found it. My oldest son need that. Okay,
I
and
ain't look. I
I
always
plotted on
choose.
Taylor, and
Not
she
you
is the
plotting on
chosen.
Taylor.
I think Taylor has a mouth though.
Long
I
as
think it
he's
will be depressing.
No, all
What'd you say,
women got
Taylor?
mouth.
as long as he's peaceful, bomb. Listen, he peaceful. Is he
Yes,
peaceful? Will
he's
he disrupt
peaceful.
my peace?
He honest. He gonna take care. He ain't gonna cheating none of that.
Taylor, you
And we
gonna
gonna keep
tear
him
that
straight
nigga
and now.
ass up. Look, I done heard you talk a little bit. Yeah, I'm telling you, he gonna have to get with you.
You got
You gonna be teaching that boy something. I'm telling you, Bomb. No disrespect to your son, and I know you raised him a southern way, and he's used to that northern lifestyle where he's
my
not
sons was
round
not
like
raised in New Orleans. What did you do
I
about it?
said northern,
Oh, that northern. Oh, northern. Okay, got
the northern lifestyle.
it. Uh-huh.
Even though Taylor
What
is
that
out
mean?
there in Arizona,
Mhm.
she's still in the South. But
Huh?
What?
she,
Wait, I'm
all right,
so confused now. Wait, what?
she all right.
Oh my
Taylor
God.
go, Taylor go to showing them some boys some techno shit and all
Heck
that
no.
other shit.
I don't listen to
Yeah,
more of
that
contemporary
that
R&B.
fast car shit. Look, I'm telling you, I used to be in Arizona. Look, I know how people. It's beautiful now,
What?
boy. It's
I want to know
beautiful.
how you got
But
the South
y'all different.
Arizona.
No, y'all different. Y'all different now. You just got to say it, Taylor. Y'all different. That's why
How are
I
we
always
different?
look. This is what I'm saying. No, we can't put it on all. This is what I was saying. I always used to poke at you and say that y'all ain't real Southern. But look, y'all different. I used to be down there all the time.
I don't
I'm
know.
telling you.
You explain, cause I don't.
No, I'm saying
Huh?
y'all ain't like y'all ain't the down home blues Southern blacks, but y'all like native blacks, but y'all done seen so much like multicultural shit. So we can't really distinguish what side you want to be on. Y'all be willing and dealing, figuring it out. But y'all will be a good pair because he's in the northern state where it's like predominantly white folks, and that's some old antebellum shit up there and where they at. And then you were down south, you can be teaching them some old some native shit. Like, and he ain't never seen a goddamn Mexican before. A real goddamn Mexican or
I didn't
some
know
shit.
Arizona was down south. So thank you for teaching me something.
Uh-huh. But I'm saying, look, Arizona is south, it's southwest, it's far southwest. It's okay. Anybody that study United States history, we know that everything is south. When they did the GTT going to Texas, when they did the everybody was running from the east because they didn't want to pay their taxes and all that shit. That's what and they running from slavery, black folks. They ran out and then they congregated with the Indians and the Mexicans and all this, and they blended in. Y'all just different. Y'all ain't got that like that movie Sinners. Y'all ain't us. I'm like them niggas on the movie Sinners. And then what you got the northern
You just
people,
be talking. You
they
like to talk.
no, I'm not just talking. Look, I'm just a down home blues country ass
Yeah, but we was
rooster.
talking about my son and
Okay, but
Taylor.
it'll be
But
a
now you
good
talking
it'll
about
be a
you.
good thing. send your son down there. Send him down there with her, and say, hey, just go,
Well,
just
first you
go,
can, and
chill out
she
with him.
gotta invite him, but maybe I should invite her here. But
It's
maybe you
too,
should
yeah,
stay
it's
out
too hot.
No, she ain't
It's
gonna
too
like
hot, bro.
Delaware. Hell
here.
no, she ain't gonna like Delaware. I'm
I
telling you, cause
gotta invite her here, right? And
Delaware look like some shit off the back of a goddamn nickel, and it's gonna be bring
off the
too
back of
many
a
damn
nickel.
memories. Shit, it gonna bring too many goddamn memories back. Look,
Off
I
the
done
back
been
of a
over there.
nickel, what that mean? I don't even know what that mean.
Look,
And what does
y'all be
off the
talking about.
back of
Look,
dude? I
y'all.
asked the question. Why did you
Okay,
answer?
go ahead.
What does
Go ahead.
something off the back of a nickel? What does that mean? I'm not sure what that means.
Okay, I'm finna tell you this.
I'm
A
asking you
lot
what
of
that
people.
mean. Can you tell me that? Well, if you
I'm
can't
finna.
tell me, do anybody else
Uh,
up here know what he mean by it looks like the back of a nickel?
no.
Anybody?
I'm gonna tell
No,
you.
then you won't answer. Let them answer. Anybody know what
No.
that mean? I ain't,
Look, they can't tell
okay.
you because they don't know my experience. But look,
Yeah, but you
when I
won't tell us
look,
neither. You wants to go into a whole nother
I'm finna
motherfucking
tell you. Look,
dialogue. So
I'm from the
please,
real South, right? I'm from the
look
real
it.
South, right?
Okay,
But when I went up there to Delaware and all that shit up in the East Coast,
okay,
man,
but you
some of
ain't
them
never been to
houses.
Delaware. Why you lying?
I have been to Delaware.
Which
What
where
you
you went in
mean?
Delaware? Where?
Man, I can't. I got
I
paperwork
know.
there to say it. I ain't been
What you
to
mean?
the.
It ain't that big. It's only a few
I
places. If you would have been here, you would know. You ain't that old, nigga. You ain't like you 80
no.
years
Listen,
old.
what I'm saying.
You ain't
No,
never been to Delaware. If
I
anything,
used
you
to
probably
ride through
drove
there.
through. Well, that's
I
the
used to
difference.
I used to
You could
ride through
drive
there
through
because I
Delaware in 5 minutes on 95, but did you also know you could be in Delaware for 2 hours? I can go to Lower Delaware and it takes 2 hours to get there. Just because you
but
on a major highway going through, don't mean
I'm
you've been here.
I'm
And
saying that I
okay,
used to deliver loads and drop off stuff and be in the on the East Coast all the time.
but
When I
the
first
East
got a
Coast is
job,
huge.
look,
Did you know that
look,
Georgia is considered the East Coast? Did you know that?
Georgia
Yeah,
is considered the antebellum South.
yeah, it's
That ain't
still
got
in,
nothing to do
but
with
it's
it.
still on the East Coast, though, right?
It's on the East Coast, but look,
Okay,
when
cool,
you
cool.
go up to
Just
the
want to make sure.
north where they had the freedmen, the indenture
Well, let me
service,
ask you this.
and
Is
all that stuff
Delaware,
that's going
wait
to
a minute, is
DC,
Delaware in
bro.
the north or the south?
Man, that shit is
I asked you a
damn
question.
near
It's
close.
easy.
It's attached to the District of
I,
Columbia.
is
Columbia.
Delaware in the south or in the
It's
north?
attached to the district. It's
Is
attached to the.
Delaware,
It's attached to the
we don't,
main
it don't care what it's
slave
attached to.
trade.
I'm asking you, is
It's
Delaware?
attached to the slave trade.
So
That's
Delaware
what.
is south, right? It's still, Delaware's the south, right? You
Man,
do know that.
hell no. That
Oh,
shit is
what you
the
mean, hell
east.
no?
Mm,
What are you
hell
talking about,
no, it
man?
ain't the south. That
Oh,
shit is
so
the
when they
north.
was running, when slaves was running, where did they have to get to be considered in the north?
Man, they
Then
ran to
Philadelphia, right?
Delaware, but all at the
Okay,
same
cool.
time. That's
I'm
why a
just making
lot of
sure.
the folks was up there, and they had the police, which was slave catchers at the time. They called them slave catchers. They was right there in Delaware because everybody put it on the map that say you can run to Delaware and everything. That's how they got all of the That's how they got all of the craftsmen.
Okay,
These
let's
people
get
that was.
back. And then what do you do? Oh, look at this. You gotta go, man.
How you
How
doing,
you?
Mr. Bob?
Oh no, that's my
Boy, you
son. That's
scared me
Leaky's
now.
dad. That's
Okay.
Leaky's dad. Mr. Bottom sleep.
Okay. What up, Leaky Dad? Why I always got my mind?
You know what? I want me some nice booty. Like I'm looking at through scrolling through Facebook right now. They got the prettiest panties with the white writing and cursive design on it,
Boy, you
and
need to cut it
they
out.
legs looking so good, and got them
That stuff
thighs.
dangerous, bro. Leave it alone. That stuff dangerous, bro. It'll knock you off your purpose. You don't want none of that stuff, there, boy.
Man,
But
fuck
boy,
that purpose.
that pussy got power. Shit, yeah, dog. You don't want none of that shit.
Hey,
That shit will look, boy. I'm gonna see. Look, JP. Look, if look, we have fruits and vegetables. We can ride the lions' backs and everything, bro. You see what happened in the Garden of Eden. Jesus, God.
Man, talk a whole.
put them folks up in there
He will
and
change the
told them just.
topic in a heartbeat too.
We just
He,
talk. No,
he won't let
I was just
nobody
talking to
else
JP.
speak, and then even when they speak, you question them and then tell them they're wrong
Why
about
you be
themselves.
trying to put folks in their place, Master Chief?
No,
Master Chief.
they got a car that went upside by my cousin's apartment building. Look,
Damn.
This nigga
Oh
talking,
yeah.
we can't see.
how did they get the
Oh
car
man,
way
hold
up
on a
there?
second. Wait, I gotta make it to where everybody can see it. Show us again, cause he talk.
That's
But
that's
oh
that's
Lord,
to my people on Sherman.
the car is on the garage or something
Yeah,
on the house.
on top of the roof of the
That's them
house.
Kia boys. That's them Kia boys.
Yeah,
I
the
bet you that's
Kia
Kia.
boys, dog. They do them.
What's a
I'm gonna
killboard?
call tell them later and see they okay. They didn't call. Anybody called screaming, so I don't think nobody died.
What's a killboard? What's that?
They go around stealing Kias and Hondas.
Oh, and then so they was, and they probably was running. How they get that shit on the house though?
On top of the house.
I
Damn.
saw that video you posted on Facebook, JP, where that boy burnt that car up and hit that pole. That girl was hollering. I said,
Yeah.
"Oh Lord, I'm glad
The
I
way
ain't
she
up
was
there."
cussing that boy out, I said, "Ooh, I wish she could come and cuss me out." I inboxed her too. I said, "Can you please cuss me out like
You
that?
saw her
Like
face,
you did?"
JP? Yeah, look, I ain't never see her face, JP. I ain't see her.
I went to her page. I said, "You cuss me out like that." Ooh,
See, so JP, you can't be talking no shit about your wife, right? Because you like
it's
that
a
type of
difference between
nah,
cuss
you
out
like that type. You
it's a
like
difference
that type of
between
shit.
getting cussed out and getting lied on, putting in
But
prison.
at the end of the video, JP, the girl said she wasn't even really mad. She was just talking because she just wanted to talk.
I
I
know. I
said,
think she
JP,
done calmed herself down.
yeah, because she was going off at first. Like, she's like, "Oh, I work from home. My cable is out." And all, boy, them folks were roasting her ass at first, though. They were roasting her. Like, "You still got cable?" "Yeah, people got cable. You still
Yeah.
got phone." The boy, that shit was crazy. I was like, "Oh, boy."
Why wouldn't people
Look,
have a cable? Don't you have, that's how you have your internet, right?
but it was some people in her chat was trolling her about just
Mhm.
having cable and a landline phone. The girl said she worked from home, and she said when she heard the car smack the pole, it put her work from home business out of line. So she went out there. She was going off on them kids. And one of the kids was the person that had a hearing aid and stuff. And she was like, "Boy," I said, "Lord Jesus." Boy, I kind of miss Wisconsin, but hell no. Shit, I ain't going back. I visit though. Shit, I come up in that motherfucker quick, bro. But I ain't staying up there. But it's some
Okay.
crazy
Now
stuff
you want
going.
to talk about another place that you probably dipped into, but when you was talking about Delaware, looked like the back of a nickel. You still, I don't, back of a nickel looks shiny to me, right? I don't know what,
Okay,
I haven't
okay,
seen
my
a
bad.
nickel in a while, so I don't even know what that means. But if you need me to
Okay.
walk through my neighborhood, you want to see a video of my
No, what I
neighborhood?
no, I'm saying. See, me being from the real South, though, I like that. You know what I'm saying? I like it because I'm looking like, damn, all of this stuff that they taught me in United States history actually exists.
What that got to
So
do
when I
with what I
went
was
to
talking you?
listen, what I'm saying. No, I'm saying the old houses and all that stuff, and then certain
Where
government
the old
buildings.
houses at
Listen, what I'm
in
saying.
Delaware? Where the old houses at?
Listen, what I'm saying. Certain public buildings that got the gold domes and all that stuff and all that, like
Where that's at in
it,
Delaware?
man, I don't know. You
I
got to
know
go.
because
I ain't from there.
you want to you said something, and I was just asking because most people have never been to Delaware, right? Most people don't. You
Well,
drive through here, you don't even know that you really drove through it if you're on 95 because it's just that thick, right? Soon as
yeah, it's that quick.
you be in Maryland 1 minute, and you'll see a sign that say
Well,
Delaware, and then five
I
minutes
used
later
to
you
be
see
in
a
White
sign that
Marsh,
say Welcome
Maryland
to
all the time.
Pennsylvania. That's how quick. But you said that Delaware look a certain way. I could
It
bring you
looks a
see
certain way.
like what? Like every other place, right?
It's beautiful to a
Beautiful
person.
way.
Listen, what I'm saying. You've been staying up there too long. It's beautiful, like the terrain, like for a person from the
Mm.
South to see certain terrain and that cherish and like seeing new stuff. We
New
look at
stuff.
it in a different way. Look, like I'm saying,
And
look,
listen,
like
you
even
don't
the
know
buildings,
why.
like
What is wrong with this, Nick? Listen, you keep
man,
talking
y'all
about you
crazy.
from the real South. I'm from the
I'm
real
from the
South
real
too,
side.
right? Okay, cool. And
Yeah,
so wait, so I can go in parts of Delaware that look just like Mississippi. I can go
that's what I'm
in parts.
saying.
Oh no, and I could go in parts of um Delaware that looks just like Chicago, Pennsylvania, New York, California,
Right,
right?
because
So
it's a multiple. Because
okay, so that's why
it's
when I asked you, when you made it seem like Delaware looked like the
I
back
wasn't
of a
saying it.
nickel,
No, I'm not saying that it looked bad. I'm saying that people
I'm not.
that cherishes American history, they will look at it and see it through the textbooks. If they ever go out there, they were like, damn, this shit actually still is existing and people are thriving with these old antebellum, these same houses that
They ain't got no
when come
antebellum houses in Delaware. What are you talking about?
yes, well, look,
What?
when you see
What?
them houses, when you see them houses with them thick ass boards that they done burnt and
Thick ass
termites don't eat that
boards.
shit up.
What?
Look,
Wait,
I'm
what part of Delaware are you talking about?
listen what I'm saying. Look, y'all
Okay.
tripping. They
No,
used to
you
build
trip.
houses totally different. I can understand the
Yes,
architecture and
they
the
used to
structure.
build houses totally different, but all houses wasn't antebellum. You know what antebellum mean, right?
Antebellum, like before like the slavery, during the
Uh,
slavery time. But listen what
yeah,
I'm saying.
when they say the
They
antebellum
ain't
South, they're
building,
talking.
they ain't building no. Okay, down here in the
So if
south,
I tell you that when they built homes up north, them in them days, they built them with what? They didn't
they
build
were
them with the
wood and they were
same
thick
wood they
and
did down south,
brick
right? They
colliers.
used brick.
I know this. Come
Okay,
on,
but just now
why?
you was talking about a certain type of wood.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying.
I know. No,
Miss
we're not
Bond,
going to listen because I keep
I'm not
asking
trying.
you.
No, I'm
I'm
not
not
trying to.
saying that you can say something good or bad. I didn't know what you were saying, but it seems
Tell
like you
me
didn't know what you were
to
saying neither.
explain. Okay, just for people not to get confused, tell
Mhm.
me to explain what I see, which is the difference between where you from, well, not where you from, but
Where I'm
what
at.
I seen up there, and then based on the South, even in Texas, right?
What is the difference?
Texas,
Yeah, go ahead.
okay.
Be quick
The
about it.
difference is a lot.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna be quick. All right, down in the South, a lot of natural disasters that happen and people are rebuilding, right? They rebuilding everything with cheap particle board. They rebuilding building stuff with treated board. Majority of the houses in the north and the closer you get to the ocean side, the wood is thicker. That's the old wood. That's the old wood to where when they tear down a house or reconstruct the house or whatever, people that in the contracting business, they will save those boards because those boards have value.
Y'all
Those
hear this
are
shit? Wait, listen. You can't. First, you was talking about when natural disaster happened. You talk about the new homes down south. So, are you saying the new homes down south is made of
they
particle
ain't
board, which I agree? Are you saying
cheap
that the
shit.
new homes up north aren't built with the same bullshit?
No, hell no. Well,
Hell know what?
okay.
Yeah, they
I'm
are
saying,
built with the same bullshit, right?
yeah, because they try
Okay,
to
so what are you
regentrify it.
talking about? Man,
Okay,
listen, I can't
look,
do it. Okay, you're gonna have to calm down
come on,
and
Miss
think about what
Bond.
you're saying instead of just talking, okay? They build good ass shit homes new today up here and down there and in the West Coast, all over this nation, right? Because our
Okay,
industry
then
allows that.
let's just say the people that got money, they got traditional wealth. They have the houses that was built from some shit when George Washington and them ass was president or whatever the fuck. And that shit is something different. That oak,
So okay, so wait a minute. So the
all that,
people who
that is
got
something
wealth,
different.
the people who got wealth, even when they buy these $2 million homes, you saying it's not built with bullshit? Because I could show you. I could show you where a woman they paid $2.5 million for the
What
house.
color they were? What color they were?
They white people, wealthy white people. They just bought the
And
fucking home 2 years ago and they
and,
complaining about the house
and they ain't
falling
know no
apart.
better. it was a person
So
that
so
probably moved
so your
back to their
the
natural
point you was
place and
making,
sold them the house
meaning your
and
point,
said, "Hey, it ain't too
meaning your
much we
what
can
you
do
were
with it because
saying
the
is
piping
bull.
ain't."
I don't want to mute you, but I did. You the one who just said people with the money, they house is gonna be built a certain way. The people with the money aren't the ones building the house. All they doing is buying a house. They don't know nothing about building a home, and they don't know what their home was built with. And all these homes are getting built with bullshit. Even the ones that's worth $3 million. Okay, Jesus, you just be saying some shit. You, go ahead, J Prince. Well, I got you
Yeah,
on the big screen, huh?
this booty just looking so fabulous.
Oh
I mean,
Lord.
oh my goodness.
You looking at booty and things. I got to take you off the big screen. Lord have mercy.
My mind is on some booty. I don't know why.
I, well, I guess it's time for booty for you. I don't know.
Yeah. I should never do logging. I can't wait till I start making some money.
When you make some money, what you gonna get the booty closer to you or something?
Well, I'm gonna put myself in certain environments. I'll be able to feel more,
Oh,
I don't know.
okay. I
I
see.
got a lot of booty being broke though. So
Yeah.
but now I'm thinking I might be just shooting myself own self down because I just turned 40 and stuff like that. I'm like, man, the women that got the booty, they still young. They like in their 20s and 30s. I
So they
want the
ain't got
one
no older
fertile.
women with booty?
Yeah, but they not fertile.
What you mean they're not fertile?
Meaning that they can't get pregnant. It was this woman just
They
posted
get
what got
pregnant
me
in
my
their
attention.
40s and 50s.
What got my attention? Some woman just posted that she want to get pregnant. And I'm trying to see if she's from Milwaukee because I can
Lord
tell
have
I
mercy.
make cute babies and shit. They can have a food truck. I'll take care of the baby. I'll get her pregnant.
Mm, mm, mm.
I love me some fertile women.
And then look, these men be on here claiming nobody want this and nobody want that, and we care about this and this. And then you come and that's why they be against you, because you will say something that's totally against what they saying, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, because the stuff that they talking about is unrealistic. Like when you get a certain age, when you get 35, 40, even if you are your early 30s, majority of the women gonna have children. And if
Mhm.
she don't got children at the age, she might either can't have none or you gonna figure out it's gonna be a certain reason why. So ain't no man looking for no virgin in a 30 mid 30 40s. You're not gonna get no virgin, so you gonna have to settle for some baby mamas. It will be helpful the baby mama to be able to give you a kid. That way, you still feel like you belong in that house. Like you still like when I was at Roro, by me having legacy, she had other kids before legacy, but I got kids there. Kendra, no
Right,
mama, I got two kids there. So even though she had other kids, but my kids is there too. So I still feel like I belong. I
right, right.
added to the family.
Okay, okay.
Now it's another thing when men get with a woman and he don't have no kids with her.
Okay, yeah, he
That,
may feel a certain way.
yeah,
And I
because
could
he didn't add to it.
that could make sense. I could see where some men think that way. But these men, they argue, oh, we don't want no woman with no children. She don't have no value. She don't, because she already got and I'm like, y'all, men mess with women with children all the time. Her
Yeah,
having a
because
child not stopping them.
pretty much no, it's not.
Yeah.
Uh,
And then they'll say, well,
so
I'm not gonna marry her. And then be like, but what determines what determines whether you marry a woman or not? First you gotta be with her, right? You gotta think she's attractive.
yeah,
Okay, so let's say at first all you thought about was that booty. But now you done got together, y'all laying up, and now you get to know who she is, right?
yeah.
And then you realize, wait a minute, she could be my baby mama. We could really do something here, right? And how it works.
I'm gonna try to make her baby mama out there from jump. I love getting a woman pregnant. I love getting her. It's like it makes me feel so good when a woman say she pregnant by me.
I remember Rude had mentioned one time that, yeah, men think they accomplish things when they get, this woman pregnant. He says it makes them sit their ass down, like they be looking good and things. He'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna get her pregnant and sit her ass down. And then when now she pregnant, he considers her his. And now she
Yeah,
got she got to get out the club. She can't be out there running wild no more because she's pregnant.
yeah,
That's what Rude.
like a woman with multiple baby daddies. She belonged to all her baby daddies because all of those men still love her because she gave them fatherhood. So like my baby mamas, they got a lot of men that truly love them though. Probably not in love with them to marry them, but we got more care for them because they the mother of our kids.
But what made you not marry? Let's say I think Roro, right? It was with what?
Hmm.
What about her that you wanted to get her pregnant, but you? Oh, wait, first, did you want to get her pregnant, or was that just a
Yeah.
okay? So
So I
why?
wanted to get her pregnant. I got her pregnant within the first week of meeting her.
Why didn't you think about okay? Now that she's pregnant, let's get married. Like what
No,
was in your mind to stop that, or you just wasn't thinking about marriage at all?
I wasn't thinking about no marriage.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about no marriage. Most people in Milwaukee don't really think about marriage and stuff no more. I think that's something of the past.
Right.
That's like that went out with like, the older generation because the older generation was brought up to be getting married. I think as the younger generation get older, it's not as serious. That's not the main people don't talk about marriage like that no more. And plus, we don't live in a society where marriage will work. Everything done changed. Everything is different now. So marriage is not a to do no more.
Yeah.
It's mainly just getting pregnant and getting women pregnant and try to take care of your kids. Nowadays, women she would get pregnant and give you the baby because they
I
still
don't
want
know
to
if
be out
that's
there in
so
the street.
true. I think that's what the women are saying because there's a group of women saying, "Make that nigga the baby," you know. But
It's a
there
lot
gonna
of
be a
I've been
lot of
saying a
women
lot
who
of
ain't gonna let them. They not giving nobody no baby. Like we
They
can
ain't
share the
give you
baby. We could be
nothing.
co-parents. You know.
well, that's only if they're using the baby for the benefits. But nowadays, since these women making a lot of money
Mhm.
and they get pregnant, they don't want that baby to slow them down. So they will give them the dad to the daddies now. Because now they making money. They don't want to be in no house no more. It's
Yeah, but
more
we don't
women
see
that
that.
want to be outside.
Yeah, but the numbers don't show that. Like uh, women, they said, well, shit, I could be a parent and work. But they do. They want a co-parent, so the man can help her, so she can still work. He can do his
Mm,
part. She do her part. They don't like my son and his son's mother, right? They
Uh-huh.
co-parent. She she do her own thing, and they come together and they still go like they take the kids to the movies together, to carnivals together, events together. But
but
him and her not dating, so
but Bob, let me tell
mhm,
you about that though. That's kind of bad though because like the
man,
significant other on both ends, it's like you cheating or robbing them out. They got to sit up here and deal with that, bro. Like
wait, what?
that's safe.
Cheating?
No, that's safe.
Wait, wait, slow
Let
down.
me
Wait,
use me.
wait. I need you to
Go ahead.
think about what is about to come out your mouth. Don't just say anything. Because so I said that my son and his son's mother, they get along, they co-parent, right? My son, his son is here now. Every 2 days, my grandson now goes back and forth like they used to. When he was in school, she had him during the week. My son got him on the weekends. They are
Right.
co-parenting and doing well. They come together like a family. Like the fishing tournament, the kids' fishing tournament was last weekend.
But
We all was together at the fishing tournament, except me, because I wasn't going out there. Right, it was raining.
but
Um, Birthday parties and graduation, they all together. If my grandson's sister have a birthday party, everybody goes and give her a gift because she's part of the family. And so what I'm saying,
okay.
they're not married and they don't even really date, but they co-parenting and having a good time raising the kids together. You say that's
That's
bad. Now, explain to me what's bad about that.
okay. I'm gonna try to do this and let me explain this right. Okay, you say that's not bad, right? But
No, you said it's bad. I
that's
didn't say it's good or bad.
oh
It
no,
sounds like it's good.
I
But go ahead.
said that let me explain this right. I'm gonna explain this. Okay, that means both of them not throwing no shade. That means both of them are not trying to be uh they are not trying to be locked in truly with nobody outside of what they got going on with the kid. I'm finna show you this, right?
Wait, what? Say it again, because I.
They are not trying to be locked in with somebody outside of the in real life. Say for instance, your son finally finds a woman that he really wants to deal with. Let's just say, if I can do this, let me throw Taylor in there, right? Say for instance, Taylor get with your son, right? No disrespect enough. Taylor gets with your son, and they got a pattern of the baby mama, even though they ain't together, but they always doing this right here. Taylor has her own mindset about what needs to be done. It's either you all the way in or you all the way out. So what happens is when you bring that other female or that other man, vice versa, whoever's doing this co-parenting, you forcing your other new mate to deal with your person that you done had sex with. Everybody don't like that because all the same time, at any given time on movie night or
Okay,
whatever,
are you still
they
talking? Because it's weird how
come on,
when
bro.
I mention
That's
family, where they putting the children first, you start talking about
you know about the
other
children.
people, right? So they both have jobs and they have children, and they're
They don't mean
focusing
nothing.
on their children and their jobs. And if they end up dating somebody, which they both have, right? Um, that still didn't stop them from participating with their children. And if the other person who just might be just coming through for a night or a week or a month, if they can't handle what they have set up for the children, say, then I guess they're not gonna be a part of it, right? They ain't
And
gotta
I
be a
wouldn't
part
be
of
a
it.
part
Jay
of
I,
it.
Chris
that's
had a
what I'm
whole
saying.
woman
I wouldn't
married
be a
him,
part.
and he got 3 kids. That woman who wanted to be with him accepted that.
No, I
Would
think I agree with Rooster on that. I don't think, especially when it comes to a woman ain't gonna want to deal with that. Like she already got to deal with. Women is not wasn't trained to be a stepmother like that, like the men were. So she already taking. She feel like she taking the L to being a stepmama, and then you got to make her overcome because they still want attention. So she got to overcome the attention of your children, and then she had to share you with your baby mama.
your
Wait, what?
ex,
That's
bro.
she not gonna stay there that long.
Nobody's no stepmother, right?
No,
She is
let's
the.
say Taylor goes with your son, right?
Yeah, but I was talking about my other son. Taylor knew what I was talking about.
Oh, but
That's what
I
I'm
have a
saying.
son with no
We just
children, and,
saying.
and yeah.
No. Look,
So that's
when you
our two
get
sons.
past the age
But
of 25, 9 times out of 10, the majority of people got children. What the nigga
okay,
gonna
and there
tell
you
you
go.
he
So
got
what
baby
you mean if
mamas?
you're dealing with people, y'all already said it earlier. Everybody
Listen what
knows
I'm
that they're gonna
saying.
be dealing with somebody with a child.
Now, see, we from the 80s, so these new era folks, they sterilize because they do drugs, so we don't know
But that's not
what
even
they
true.
got going on.
That's,
Well, yeah.
I don't think that's true.
That's a
Just
false ass shit he
But
just said. He just
people not
but
having kids
okay,
like that.
okay. Let me pull the curtain back because I'm the Wizard of Oz and I know how to do things.
Hmm.
Taylor,
I knew you was on
just
some
say for instance,
fake
okay,
ass
can I
magical
do
shit.
this? Can I do this right here? Let me put myself in the situation with Taylor, right?
Aren't
Okay,
you married?
Taylor. No, it don't matter.
Why you
It
gotta
don't
put
matter.
Taylor in it? But go ahead.
Now, listen what I'm saying, Taylor. I'm
Hmm.
talking to Taylor. Look, Taylor,
Hmm.
say for instance, it's me and you. I just meet you. I come to Arizona and I'm a truck driver. I meet you. You're a nice person. I'm a nice person in your eye, in your mind, and I say, hey, I got we you don't know it. You know it, but you don't know it all. But I say, hey, I like you. And I
Hmm.
think I want to embark on this journey with you throughout life because I see you as a good person, right? And then I say, and you get to know that I got a kid. You probably hang around every once in a while, but you go back home. But then when it get real serious, now every time you probably done heard that, okay, my baby mama come pick up my son all the time and everything, and we'll go out to the movies and everything, or we'll chill out and she come around to the barbecue. But when we get real serious, what's gonna happen is, how are you gonna feel when we get real serious? We move in together, and every time something going on with the kid, oh, baby mama knocking at the door. Baby mama might be kind of messed up in the head and got some problem with some other nigga that she got some shit
now she
going
gotta
on
be
with.
messed up
But
in the
get
head.
what? Now she gon' now she gonna come over
Why
here
can't she just
bringing
be a
her
regular
trouble.
woman
Look,
who
bringing her
coming to
troubles
be
to
with
the
at the
door
birthday
because get what?
party?
No, hold
Wait, I
on.
don't want to mute you
No,
again.
well, baby,
Listen, dude, you got to slow your ass down. Why is it
no,
when y'all tell y'all story, now the woman got to have, why she got to be coochie in the head?
it can
First
be
of all,
vice versa.
wait a minute, if you and your baby mama, y'all co-parenting, y'all not sleeping together or
I
nothing,
ain't got shit.
that don't mean that means she not crazy in the head. Y'all
But
working together
Taylor
and it
don't
working.
know that though.
But when you,
Cause on movie
okay,
night
I
you
got that,
might
but then, wait a minute.
get a hotel room.
Wait a minute. I don't want to mute you. Okay, so
Lord
now
Jesus.
Taylor enters, right? Taylor enters because you found somebody. Okay, and now it's the children's birthday party. Now ask Taylor, like, is she living there with you? Y'all
Hold
good?
on.
Ask
I
Taylor,
got you.
does she have a problem? You don't
Taylor,
be adding that the
Taylor,
woman crazy and this and that and that and this.
Taylor.
Jeez.
If every time we have a barbecue, you my new old lady, right? And then my mama right there, and I got a kid. But every time you come to the barbecue, my baby mama bringing herself and some other new niggas right now. Bro, how you gonna feel? Every time something going on with us, and then just because this kid is involved, you seeing the baby mama coming over there just want to be relevant in the situation that we
A
got going
kid
on.
is what the hell going on?
Shit, hell no.
This is crazy, Taylor.
Shit.
Bob don't want
No.
to add and stuff to it.
No, but I'm just saying,
The
Taylor.
way he
Look,
wording it, he trying
Taylor,
to make
if
the woman.
look,
So the boy he made the woman not she crazy and now she want to be relevant.
no,
It's
it
her
ain't about
child.
her being
Wait, the
crazy.
child belongs to both of them. It's the child's birthday,
Okay.
so we know both of them will be at the birthday party. The new
Let
woman is with her man, right? And the baby mother comes with her man, and they all there just celebrating the children's birthday. No fussing, no fighting.
This
So
disaster.
let Taylor answer the goddamn question.
Man.
I don't have a problem. I mean, I don't have a problem. Like, I'm not a hater like that. I wouldn't have a problem, like, coming together, celebrating the kid's birthday party. Me personally, I do not deal with men that have children, just for the simple fact that I
Good job.
understand.
Why not?
Because I understand the dynamic
Cause the
between
baby mama still around.
the
Guys,
children and then the baby mama drama, and I don't want to be part
what
of
you saying,
that.
Taylor?
And I just
Taylor
feel
ain't no damn
Are
fool.
you okay with
Yeah.
men being a stepdaddy?
I mean, if that's something that they choose to do.
So this is why I be talking against stepdads, because men are signing up to do stuff that women want to do.
Okay, but that's not the same question though. I that's me personally. Me personally, I would rather not deal with a man that has children specifically. Now, if a woman wants to deal with a man with children and take on that stepmother role, I think that's well within her right as well. I'm
Do you
not.
think you believe that because you're still young?
Now,
No.
First, she ain't got
Because
no
as you
children,
get
and there's
older,
still a lot of men out here with no children in her age
listen what
bracket.
I'm saying.
These
and
kids have not having children like that.
The
that
reason
means
why
that means
Taylor is
They
not
thinking.
willing to do that is because she knows And all women
Yeah, I'm
know
breaking.
that once that you don't have
Am
no
I
real,
breaking?
you don't real. Once you have a child
Is
by
he
a
incriminating
woman,
my?
bro, you have a lifetime bond with that person. Not even if it's
Is he
bad,
coming in
it's
and
a
out, or is it
bond.
me, y'all?
No,
Now, see, look,
I'm asking a
women
question,
know.
Vic. I don't know what your problem is. Is Vic breaking or is it on my end, y'all?
it may
Oh,
be. It's
yeah,
just on your end, Bomb.
yeah,
Okay, okay.
yeah. But listen, what I'm
Okay, go
saying,
ahead, Vic.
Taylor. You know this, right? All women know that once a man has a kid, he's he got soul ties with that baby mama. No matter how good or bad it is, one day, if that nigga click his heels the right goddamn way, or she twinkle her eyes a certain way, it's a possibility that it gonna be problem in your new
This is some
relationship with
lie.
that
First
man.
of all, y'all niggas,
I,
most niggas ain't got no souls, let alone soul ties. Okay? Y'all don't even
it's
believe in religion,
look.
but y'all gonna believe
That's
in
why I
soul
read
ties.
that.
Y'all are
That's the
ridiculous with that shit.
that
But
no.
and
That's the
you know
main
that
reason
your
why
baby
females
mama ain't
won't
give
deal
you
with
no
niggas with
pussy in
children.
20 years, and you can't get it
Look,
just because y'all got a
Oh,
kid together.
Lord.
Why are
most
you lying?
females won't it.
Lies
Bomb Cherry.
most. It's not gonna be yours though, huh?
Most
That's
females
funny.
won't even. Most females won't deal with men that call themselves mama's baby, because the mama, no matter
But that's
how
a lie
he
too, right?
establishes
There's
it,
a lot of women who realize that they with a man who she may consider a mama's boy. She may not have
um,
known it, or maybe she
and
just
But
guess
you
what
like
don't
the
like that
fact
happened?
that
though,
he
Bob.
respects his
And
mama.
that's the same thing that happens with a mama boy and the baby mama. It's the same
They
thing. That
get
woman
jealous.
gonna come to
What
your
happens?
house and overrule everything that
Dude,
that
that is
new
not
female
always
is saying.
necessarily true,
I think people.
That's
but it can happen.
always.
I
No, well,
think
my
people
mother-in-law
in
never
life.
come here and rule my house.
I was just gonna say, I think people in life make decisions, and if you choose to deal with someone that had children
Yeah,
or
that's what
have
you're getting into.
children in a previous relationship, and you're okay with that, I say that's fine. If you can make it work, but I know it's not for me.
So do
I
you have
dealt
You're
I
kids,
right.
dealt with
Taylor?
I dealt with a man that had kids before, and it just didn't
Do
work
you
out.
have kids? Do you have kids?
I do not.
And
Okay.
Taylor, tell them
Well,
why. Tell them the truth why it didn't work out. Because every time you get into a situation, every time you go out somewhere, it's all about, oh, this chick
Well, the
steady running up on us because she's sad and miserable, and we doing good. And you had to let that nigga go. Just go on,
well
tell
the
him you
Go
had
ahead,
to
yeah
tell
let
her.
the
Why
that
would
nigga
you let her
go.
tell her own story and tell you making
the
up shit? Go ahead, tell her.
You had to get rid of that nigga because everything is about, oh, my baby mama
Can you let
saying this.
Taylor speak?
Oh, my baby mama
Hello.
saying that. Man,
Well, the
ain't no hello.
situation with him and his children's mothers was still it was still very delicate. It was still
Like
very
fresh. They
very
call fresh.
fresh. Like
Yeah.
the kid wasn't like a school age yet. The kid was still fairly young, like a toddler. And
So
mhm.
he was stupid enough to go back and knowing that motherfucker called the police on his
No, you
ass.
know what I
That's
think it
why his
is?
ass was out
well, I
there with
don't know
you.
about all that. I don't know what
I
you
think
Listen what
You
I'm
know,
saying. That's why he was out there
but
with you, because he knew she wasn't right and he gonna bring that trouble in your life. Come on, let's stop being
you
And
know what I
friends
it
think it
about
just
it.
got
is?
it just got very messy because she kept calling my phone,
Following
playing
you.
on my phone, and doing all types of weird stuff. And I was like, "Listen, I
Oh,
don't want to have to beat your ass, because I,
You know what I think it
look,
is? I think that, especially like in Taylor's situation, Taylor don't have a kid, and one thing with women, they know stuff, right? So I think Taylor probably was kind of feeling inadequate. It's almost like that his baby mama has the
the
she his
power.
woman, she his woman, but she got the ring,
well,
right?
first of all, no, you're
Because
absolutely
he no, because he
no.
got the biggest gift with her. That woman is the child. She made him a father. He made her a mother. Now you will be considered like you his woman.
Second
But,
place.
but yeah, you come like you will feel second. You will always be second to her unless you have kids.
I mean, it had
by
nothing to
him.
do with me feeling inadequate. It's just that me as a grown woman, I wasn't gonna tell him, oh fuck your kid. I'm not. I no, like
Right.
no. I understand that
You
he got.
didn't want to say it out your mouth because it's not, I guarantee your soul.
She
Because
trying to
it's a
stick
lot
to
of
the
niggas that
girl
say
code.
fuck their kids. It's a lot of niggas that say fuck their kids and they get all the women. The only ones
It's
that
a
barely
lot of
get women
men
is
will
the
tell.
ones that don't. The ones that don't barely get women is the ones that try to be there in their kids' lives. So the niggas that with a lot of kids that don't be around their kids and stuff, them be the ones that they basically saying fuck their kids and stuff, and women be okay with it.
Well,
Look,
no, I'm not
JP,
okay with that. No.
JP, let me tell you this. I'm gonna flip it, right? I'm finna show you what them stepdaddy be doing. It be stepdaddy just because a nigga done find out a way not to deal with his baby mama. He pay his child support. He drop off Christmas gifts and everything. What the niggas do is say, I'm gonna stay away from around you. But then you have a new dude pop up in the house, right? And then when certain things go wrong, she call her baby daddy because he been so good to her. And then they be at odds and everything. Don't you know what some of them stepdaddies do? He ain't got a
Well,
kid in that goddamn house. And know what you say? Your baby daddies better not bring their bitch ass around here. And he'll be ready to kill that woman or delete that woman and them kids about trying to hold a position. I'm telling you, bro, that's what be going on. You got a man that playing stepdaddy, and then the woman was so entangled in trying to show up the dude that got away from her stupid ass, and he doing good, but she steady hitting that phone line. Oh, I need food stamp. I need government assistance. I need child support. So every time what she doing is she's really leeching off the man that finally got away from her silly ass. And then, but she got a new dude that ain't got shit going for herself. Now he want to rule the whole goddamn
he the
roost
stupid
and tell
one.
her, yeah, he gonna try to
Every
rule the
woman look
whole
for a
roost and
stupid nigga.
a stupid nigga. And get what? Only thing he doing is playing babysitter and guarding the door. Tell him, look,
Yeah.
bitch ass
Every
nigga,
baby
you better
mama
not come over
outside
here and see
looks
you.
for a
Get
stupid
what?
nigga.
He'll tell you, bitch ass nigga, you better not come over here and try to see your kids. But get what?
Yeah,
Every
he got a
time
problem.
every time your baby mama fall short of anything, cause he ain't doing shit or providing nothing, and she steady getting them white folks in your bed and everything, you steady getting them calls. See, that's what I'm saying, man. It's the other. It's on both ends. It's just like
I
them
laugh
old
at
ragged ass
stepdad.
niggas. They be trying to trap female. Look,
Um,
some people don't get the custody of their
am
kids,
I
bro.
back?
'Cause
Am I back? My
Yeah, you
shit was
back,
acting up. I
back,
missed
Dawn.
everything. But I do want to say, like, I don't understand how some of you men don't like, peace. And you all you keep thinking about is some vagina that you used to get, but you know you can't get no more, but you want everybody to think that you can get it again. Like
you can
most
get some
women,
more.
most see y'all got it out here, and these men keep lying to themselves and other men. Just because you got it once or had a baby with it, don't mean you could get it again.
You can get
Okay,
it again.
I would.
Only
Well,
thing you
I
got
don't
to
know
do,
why. First of all,
only,
well, I don't know why she would give it to you again. She knew you was whack, right, back then, and that's why she left your ass for
you
whether
can
it was.
always get it again
No, you can
because
never
all at the
get it
same
again.
time because
There isn't a
every
nigga
it,
I ever slept with. Look, and I
stop
promise you to
making it
try.
about you.
Listen,
But I'm
I
saying,
know.
look,
Okay, but you said that you can always get it again, and I'm saying that you're not the only person who ever slept with somebody.
you can always
So,
get it
so
again
there's
because what's
other
gonna
men
happen is
who,
they gonna
but they
always
got other
measure
men,
you.
but they got men who like they like to say, "Well, remember this, remember that." I tell them, I tell them, no, nigga, I
I
don't
don't
remember.
tell nobody to
I act
remember
like
nothing.
I ain't never been with them. It hurt them to their soul. Because for
Why
some
you
reason, y'all
acting?
think everything is in your
Why are you
penis.
acting?
But nigga, no, if it was in your penis, we would still be together. If
Why are
if
you
if it
acting,
was
baby?
so good, or
No,
if that's
Boxer, I
what it was
disagree.
all. Okay, well,
You can
them
always get it
women,
again.
some of them
I
women, because of the type of women you dealt with, you said you dealt with certain women who didn't even care about didn't want to even be with their kids so you could get the kids. So of
No,
course,
no.
they
What I'm saying
must will
is,
sit on your dick again. Oh, go ahead.
no. What I'm saying is, you can get back with it. It's through time, right? So, like, look at all these people online with no man and no nothing. And let's say
They
it's a lot of
smash.
men with no woman, no woman. So, but if you got kids with this woman, depends on how y'all end it. Both y'all lonely and all this other type of stuff. Don't let y'all live with proximity to each other. Y'all gonna mess
Proximity
around
is the
because
key.
for one, let's say you invite your baby mama over. You already thriving for companionship. This is your baby daddy. At the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
you
Y'all
his
did it
baby
before.
mama. Y'all done fucked before. And so let's just say you in your 30s, your 40s, and you done tried all these other people, nothing working out. You long like me right now. I'm lonely. I don't think I'd never go back to Roro because I just think I look at her nasty. But if let's just say he's still a clean dude, he's still a nigga. He's still the same nigga that would attract you to get him the pussy in the first place. You still the same woman that attracted him to get the booty in the first place. Y'all live proximity to each other. The kids want to see their mama. The kids want to see their daddy. Y'all ain't really doing nothing. And shit, before you know it, you gonna be coming over.
JP,
She gonna be coming over there
I
cooking, and
can
before
agree
you
with
know
that.
it, you fucking making another baby.
I can
look,
agree with that, but
JP,
remember, this dude was talking about there's another man and another woman involved, where that means I'm with somebody else
JP.
and he with somebody else. That's different, right? But if I was lonely, women will go back to
It
what
ain't
they
about no
used to.
lonely when it come down to women. Women be having a whole household full of niggas and children. And get what? I see this
And what?
daily. And this is God honest truth. This on my kids. If I was to
Yeah.
get out on a podium on a milk crate and tell everything that I see people do, it'll start a
Yeah, but we
civil war.
talking about what you do and with your
No.
baby mama. I'm not talking about your wife. You got a
Listen what
baby
I'm
mama,
saying.
nigga.
I
Can you
got look,
fuck
listen
her?
what I'm
I
saying.
asked you a
Man,
question.
and get what?
Oh, yeah, I
Hell
asked you
yeah,
a
I
question.
probably could.
No, oh, no, it's probably. No, no, you know that's not true.
I
You
said
just
probably
think you.
based on what
Oh,
my
nah,
mind
it's
said.
probably.
If I
Before
look,
though, you made
listen
it
what I'm
seem
saying.
like it's
Listen
certain,
what I'm saying.
but you
Oh,
know
look,
you can't
okay.
get it again.
Let me stand on business. Let me
You
stand
going
on
other people
business.
though.
Bomb
Go ahead.
cherry. Let me tell you that. I'm gonna stand on business with this shit. And I'm gonna tell you one time slow so I ain't got to tell you no more. Any motherfucker that I done put this goddamn wood in, I can go back to it. I don't give a damn. I bet you that. I
Oh
just
my,
Yeah,
choose.
right. Y'all
I
hear
bet
this?
you.
oh
I put
my.
this on my whole life and everything. God and the suns and the heavens
Mhm.
will fall if
Well,
I can't.
well, you should know for sure.
I'm
Is
look.
she calling you, trying to get with you?
They ain't got to
Oh, you
call
mean,
shit.
oh, so you, oh, it
I can
only
be a
gonna happen if
thousand
you
miles.
in
Look,
a life,
I can
huh?
be a
You gotta
thousand.
be around
Look,
daily, huh?
I can be 1,000 miles away from a goddamn heifer. But just by how good I treated their ass in the situation,
So the question
and then
is,
they went out
is
in the
your
world
ex, is
and
your
found
baby
out niggas
mama,
wasn't like me.
is your
No,
baby mama
see,
hitting you up
at a
all the time?
hell
It's
no. What the
well
fuck she
then that
gonna hit
so
me
you
up
can
for?
just disprove
No,
your
I'm the
own
nigga that got
motherfucking
the
point.
prize because I got what I wanted to get out of. I got the
I didn't
baby.
say
My
nothing. We
boy
didn't say you was a
17, baby.
prize or he was a
I
prize.
took
You
the
made an
babies from him.
assumption. You made an
Man, look,
assumption. You
Bomb
made an
Cherry, I
assumption
can
that
nut
you
in
could
you
get
right
it
now
no
today.
matter what
And if
because
you
you
pop that
gave it.
baby out your pussy, that's
Y'all
all
hear
I
this shit?
wanted out of it.
Oh
I
my.
don't give a damn.
Y'all hear him? Like this
See,
nigga right here, dumb as hell.
Bomb Terry. So, okay, I feel
Shit.
sorry for people. Let's just say Taylor, she get with a man, he got kids. He don't have none. I be feeling sorry for people like that come in a situation. They don't got no. I think they need a kid themselves. You gonna have to give them a kid because they looking like they not being grown, right?
That's not
Because
true
they don't know
though.
nothing.
Like where are y'all getting this stuff from? Like what like
Taylor, if you get with a man with
I get it
kids, you
from
gonna
life,
see
baby.
you gonna quickly subconsciously you gonna feel kind of insecure because they
no, I'm
doing
not.
grown
What do
family
you
stuff,
no, I'm not gonna feel
and you
You
gonna look
ain't
like
insecure.
a
Taylor,
kid
Taylor. I'm
I'm
because
finna
you're
not
not
show you
gonna
gonna
have the
something.
same
You
understanding
ain't got no
as his baby
business.
mama.
JP, let me tell her this. And I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this. You ain't got no business getting in no situation up on the continent of the United States, the Americas, right? In a situation where a nigga is still too tied to his goddamn baby mama to where y'all develop certain shit and y'all get housed, y'all go through bad shit, good shit, and then the goddamn baby mama ain't done a goddamn thing. She come over there and then this nigga jump every time she say something. Man, put that nigga ass out. Divorce that motherfucker.
Nobody
Take every
said nothing
goddamn
about
thing he
what you
got.
just said. I said
No,
that they deal with the
no,
children,
no,
and because
no.
they're not in other relationships, they do it together,
Taylor,
right?
get your
They
own
do it together.
kids and
This
then
nigga
go
going,
do that.
she,
You
how you
know,
know she even want kids? You didn't even ask it.
she might not
It
want
don't
none,
matter
but get
what
what?
she
You
wants. She
ain't
is
got to deal.
designed
You
to
can
have
deal with the
kids.
child. You can
Designed
Wait,
to
deal
what?
with
have
the
Wait,
kids.
hold
child,
on.
but you
What?
ain't got to
What
deal with
did?
the shit that the
What
mammy
did
put
you?
up.
Hold
Look,
on. Hold
you
on.
ain't
What?
got to look.
What did
Look,
Jay Prince
you
say?
It don't matter what she want. It's a matter of your natural makeup. Your makeup is to be a mother at a certain point.
yeah. So you like the
Not
kid,
everyone's made to
but you
be a
ain't.
mother, though. That's the thing. Not everybody
No,
wants
no,
that.
No,
no, no, no.
that's relative. That's based on other people's standards.
No,
Your
it's
makeup
not
as
based
a
on
your
other people's
essence of a
standards.
woman, you'll never understand nurturing, right? A woman's makeup until you give birth. So a lot of times when you're dealing with women that don't have kids, you would know that even though you can't stand your baby mama, but you would know the difference. You will see the difference between
But
Yeah.
your baby
you're
mama and a woman with no kids.
but you're assuming that all women are nurturing, and that's not true.
No, they're not.
No, they
They're not.
are. They are. Some of
Not
them
all women are
just because
nurturing.
you can.
They're
Well, no,
not.
well, they are not birthers. Like they don't. They like
Because
all
then you
women are
gotta
not capable.
explain why there are women that drown their kids, that drove off the cliff with their
We
kids.
ain't finna get in that white folk shit,
Postpartum,
Shayla.
No,
Dog,
postpartum.
hell
I'm
no,
not.
no,
Okay,
no,
it's
hell
not
no.
just
Wait,
white people
he
shit.
said white people
Mm.
right here in Delaware just this week. A black woman killed her 3-year-old
That's
and tried to
Delaware.
say that's
That's some white
what
folk
that
shit.
did she black? What the fuck is you talking about? You just
Dog,
tried to
but
make it seem like it's
the
white people.
mindset is
She
white.
killed that
If
little
you heard
girl
that, if
and
you
then
heard that
tried to
woman
claim that
voice, she
somebody
talk like white
kidnapped it, and
folks.
then they found the baby right across the state line in Maryland. That's
She
some fucking
look,
shit.
you talk look, we got
That's
look, Miss
postpartum.
Mom. That's some white folk shit.
Postpartum 3 years
Look,
later, no,
black folks
that was a
wasn't doing
raggedy
that
ass
shit, man.
bitch who shouldn't have been nobody's mother.
Listen what
That's
I'm
who that
saying,
is.
bomb cherry. That's some white folk shit because all at the same time when we were segregated, you can kind of look when 2020 was on, you can tell who did the crime.
What in
These days you
20?
can't tell who
What
did the
the hell?
crime because
This nigga tried to say in segregation, and then he talking about
all
2020.
you niggas is trying to mix with them goddamn white folks, so you can't.
What are you talking
This
about?
is some
Black
drug
people commit
problem.
crimes too. At least you could be
I
honest.
know, but
But then
them
why are
when
you claiming otherwise right
those
now?
were our type of in the early '90s. In the
I was
early
tight.
look,
Um.
look in the
Okay.
early '90s, those was not our crime.
Well,
Deleting
well, that's
kids
a
or whatever
lie.
and
They
all that.
finding
Look,
they
that
finding black they found black kids dead in dresses, right?
Yeah.
In
Or
dresses in the
freezers.
woods. That's right. And they found out this shit happened before I was born. Sometimes, you know what I
listen
mean?
what
Like
I'm saying.
they've been
I
killing
know what
kids
you saying
forever. So
because
stop
I live in the
lying.
South. Don't you know the dresser was a bed for kids a long time ago? Cause they got them look, they got
Okay, what that
old
got to do with
dressers that
what
was
you talking about?
no
Bed for kids?
because
It wasn't a
there was
coffin
white
for a
folks
kid,
doing
though.
that shit.
No,
Come
listen,
on, man.
this is a black woman. They also found I think they found a baby
You
in a
said bed
TV yard,
dressers.
a
It's
TV
motherfuckers in
yard
dressers.
sold, but in the back, where they
Man,
pulled
look,
out the back of the TV. You don't know
JP,
what you're talking about.
JP,
But
go up
we
Yeah.
can
on
blame it on
Google
white
and
folks. I'm
look
not
up a
saying white
bed
folks don't kill.
that was
I'm saying
in the slide
people
out
kill.
dressers and everything. That's some old
But
slave shit, bro.
I. But
They
I.
used to put the bed that
Mhm.
Listen,
they
we
used to
don't care about what
separate
you're
them
talking
white
about.
bitches
That's
from
not
their
the same
kids.
thing as finding a baby
Man,
buried
But I'm
inside the
you
dresser, not
totally.
in
said
the closet.
babies was in dressers.
No, I
I know
said
what you
they
talking about.
killed the. Listen, no, what I said was they found a dead baby in the dresser, hidden in the woods, is what I said. And I don't know how in the hell
Okay.
you gonna come and talk about babies used to
But, but
sleep in
I'm
dresses.
totally. I'm sorry, Bomb. I just wanted to say that I'm totally against the idea of, like, women's sole purpose on this planet is just to give birth and have
Hell
kids. Like,
no.
Well, it don't matter what you against. It's about what it is.
Now, if
That's
she
that's
But
can't
your
make JP, if she
because
can't make
if
them
you're not a
kids or
mother,
whatever, no,
what's the point of you at that point? I think women they think they getting these degrees and they getting this money. They think they got a different purpose.
no,
No, you
no,
getting
it
this
has
way at
nothing
their
to do
cost.
with degrees. It has nothing to do with degrees and money and different things like that. It's just that maybe their sole purpose in life was just to never be a mother. That's the thing.
look,
Maybe they
Taylor,
just wanted to live,
Taylor.
live peacefully
Pointless.
without
No,
raising
no, 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 because
and doing all
that's
of
new
that
era.
because people act like raising kids is just this fantastic thing and I
It
think a lot
It
of
is.
more people
is.
but people need
It
to
is.
a lot of more people need to start admitting that they're miserable. That's the thing.
Man,
Well,
Taylor,
A lot of these
it's a
Taylor,
women,
wonderful thing being a parent.
no, listen to me.
Taylor.
Every
A
parent
lot
would tell you that.
hold on, Jay Prince, because I don't want to argue with you. We having a good discussion, okay? A lot if you ask a lot of these women if they were truthful, a lot of them will sit up and tell you that they really didn't even want kids like that. It was the
And
nigga
they'll be the ones
that
with
was
five.
attached.
Because they
It
are
was the nigga.
alcoholics and drug heads. You talking
It
about the
was the
alcoholics
nigga.
and drug heads.
It
They
was
got a
the nigga
fast
that was
paced life.
attached to them kids. That's
No,
the thing. Yes, it is.
no. Look,
Yes,
look,
it
every time.
is.
Look, majority,
A
Taylor,
lot of these
Taylor,
women don't
Taylor,
want these
Taylor.
kids like that. They
Taylor, I'm finna
don't.
show you some. What happens is when you go get that honey pack today and you go get that NJ and
Oh
everything, a lot of
Lord.
times them niggas laying on their back and that goddamn girl gyrating and rolling and saying, ooh, this wiener so goddamn good. I'm gonna have your baby. They
Oh.
always told you, look, and when they do it, they say they forget that okay, all this is fancy life in the league now because you got a baby that you can't take on them trips. You got to watch this person and you got to protect them from the world. That's what's going on. See, they forgetting that okay, I can't run off. And then a lot of these people, they are socially detached from like back in the day when we had grandmama like not saying bomb cherry we got like say for instance bomb cherry with my neighbor. Long time ago we had neighbors that love kids. They didn't live their life, they enjoyed it, whatever, and they say, hey, they ain't gonna even wait for you to drop your kids off. They're gonna say, hey, I got kids over here. Bring your kids over here. This is not the era for it. So when y'all gyrating, you niggas sucking that honey pack, and y'all fucking with that astro glide and everything, gyrating and moving and everything, and you leave it, you leave that dick in there too long, bam, baby. Now decreasing your money. Somebody got to watch a kid. Everything going on outside of just straight having fun because you can have fun when you ain't got all that shit going on. You know what I'm saying? You
Mhm.
can have fun. So see, they ain't seeing it through. They cause it feels good. Cause little boy, that sweet mother Jesus ain't nothing closer to glory and God but
It,
pussy, right?
it,
But
it,
I'm no, hold on. I'm trying to show you something. But when you gyrating and y'all making that motion and that friction, y'all ain't thinking about, damn, when this other human being that we got to solely protect come out, everything slow down because both sides, mother or father, got to watch it and slow down because everything that was given to you when your mama used to give you money and your daddy used to give you money, they ain't looking at your black ass no more. You know what they saying? Ooh, I got a grandbaby. When you call
yeah,
over to their house like you used to call, mama, give me $20. Shit, if they ain't going to my grandbaby, bitch, you through. You better go sell some pussy. That's what they're
yeah.
gonna
'Cause
tell you now.
Lord
everything
have
in life,
mercy. What
every,
kind of the hell?
everything in
Shit.
life
I
it revolves around potential mating. When you go out, the purpose of going out is to meet somebody, the opposite sex. So when you buying a house, it's a reason why they got more. It's more 3 bedrooms plus than a
Mm-hmm.
1 bedroom. And the reason why, because it's expected for people to have families. It's more,
Yep.
is majority of people gonna be having families. You don't see a bunch of 1-bedroom apartments or studios apartments.
You
That
actually
in the
do.
studio in a 1-bedroom is mainly for high school kids or 18-year-old college kids. When you start getting 2, 3, 4, 5 bedrooms, that's intended for single family homes. Intended for families.
Who's taking care of these kids?
It don't matter. It don't matter. Oh, you talking a different story. You talking about all the other stuff? We talking about the makeup of a person,
But
of a
no, I
woman.
don't think people take that into consideration though. Like, okay, you have kids and different things like that, but you got to still take fucking care of them. These are not pets. These are not just
You supposed to be there taking care of them as the mother.
no. I understand that, but But again, if you can't take care of your goddamn self as a grown person, what makes you think that you could take care of a kid or some kids?
It's called trial and error because a lot of the folks
And
look.
this,
I'm
this
gonna show you
trial
something.
and error is
No,
fucking kids
a
up.
lot of look.
Go ahead.
Taylor, I'm finna
Mhm.
show you something.
Black people been taking care of kids
Look,
and been
look,
poor
no,
all their lives
no, look,
since
It's
I was
look,
a
man,
here
okay.
in America.
look.
It's a different day and age. It's a different day and
They
age.
are
It's
no,
not. It's still the
no,
same.
no,
It's still
no.
no. It's not the same.
This
It's not the
this
fucking same
age
when
is
rent.
worse. No, look, Taylor. This age of the day is worse because you
Mm-hmm.
don't have tight knit families. You don't have them big families to where somebody is trained enough to take care of either a grown person. Cause see, what they don't what they don't talk about is it was actually kids that used to take care of grown folks. Man, look,
And that's a problem.
no,
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 that's
no,
not.
no, no,
That
no.
No, that's
is a
not.
Because look,
problem.
no,
Why
No,
are
that's
don't you
not.
know
kids?
where
Fuck
nursing
that.
Why
home
are
came
kids?
from?
No,
Hold
that
on,
why
Taylor,
are
Taylor,
kids
Taylor,
taking
Taylor,
care?
Taylor,
Okay.
Taylor, Taylor. Let me tell you this.
Ain't
A
you a
long
CNA?
time ago, a long time ago, they did
I'm not no
not used
CNA.
to put people in nursing homes. But until white folks found out they can benefit off of this new change and people didn't want to deal with their older relatives, that's where nursing home came from. A long time ago, when everybody had to go to the fields and work and chop cotton, there was always an old uncle or an old grandmama in the back to where somebody or some kid would walk up to them every day when everybody eating. They'll feed them that applesauce. They'll check on them and take care of certain things. It was a kid doing it. It wasn't no, the grown people do it when they there, but if everybody had to work, it, it, it was kids feeding these old folks because wasn't nobody trusting nobody to take care of their relatives. Bro, y'all got it all wrong. Y'all need to get up out of this internet shit, all this TV shit and
Yeah, this
everything.
new
A
society
lot of
done
time,
destroyed
the
these
kids,
people.
the reason why is a lot of people that don't want to do shit and they didn't teach y'all from a certain era to do shit because they was raised up young, having to handle a whole lot of goddamn responsibility. Look,
I think Taylor,
you
by the time she hit 29, she's supposed to at least been done had at least about 6 or 7
no,
kids.
no, 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 no,
Hey, no,
no.
hey, I rebuke that in
Taylor
the
is new
name of
era. Taylor
Jesus.
ain't even 30, probably
I
even. She
rebuke
And you
that.
probably
mean to tell me she didn't pop out one? Hey, you come around my
no.
people, they gonna think something wrong with her.
That's
They gonna call her
fine.
all kinds.
I'm
Them
finna show
old
you
women
I
something.
gonna call her
JP,
all kinds of
JP,
studs.
I'm
what's
okay.
happening?
I'm okay with that.
What's
They gonna
happening
call
in
her a
they
nigga.
JP,
That's
JP.
fine.
What's happening in this era right now?
That's
People got
totally
too much
fine.
access. People have too much access to certain things, and they got more options. Instead of doing what they're supposed to do for self, they got every option to say, well, I ain't got to do this to help nobody else. I can go out there and do it. And know what they come back as? Drug addicts, heavy partiers, and then they be all socially detached
Bomb, do
within the
you
mind. They I'm telling you, they
Girl, I just
socially
detached
detached.
from the conversation, girl. Oh,
I
No,
Lord.
Bob Cherry, I truly believe when a woman hit a certain point, and she didn't have women or men, because when you get in your 30s, life ain't about you no more. It's about you shine through your kids at that point. You had your
listen?
turn to shine in your teenage years, in your 20s.
Oh
This is
Lord.
the reason why. This is the reason why a lot of women beauty start decreasing once they get in their 30s. The reason why you so fine from 18 to 29 is because you supposed to be fine enough for a man to be attractive enough to give you some babies. So
I
when you got
didn't,
in
y'all.
your
I'm
30s,
sorry,
the
but
titties
I'm
falling on
sorry.
the floor, you supposed to be when I think of a mother, I think her titties
Uh-huh.
on the floor.
But I'm
But
sorry, didn't
she
y'all
was
say
fine
that
when she
after
was
women have
young.
kids, they hit the wall? Wasn't that? Didn't y'all say that when women have kids, they hit the wall, so they not as attractive anymore? Is that is that no
A lot of
longer a
men,
thing?
a lot. What make a woman attractive in that age of her ability of having to nurture a man and nurture a home?
No,
It's not her
sir.
looks no
No,
more.
no. I'm
It's not about your
asking.
looks no more. It's about if you like Taylor, if you what make you attractive is about how you nurture, how willing are you to be nurturing to the family, like nurturing the home, nurturing a man. You gonna realize that once you hit 35,
Uh
men ain't
huh.
gonna be looking for your beauty like that. They gonna want to know that they gonna look for your beauty just to get some nut off.
Okay.
But if you ain't having no kids and stuff, your
Uh huh.
attractiveness come in if you can take care of a man and his kids and the kids he
Okay.
want to create.
Well,
And if
I'll
you can't
deal
do
with
that, that
that.
make you less attractive. I don't care if
I
you look
will.
like Beyonce.
Uh huh. Well, I will deal with that when that comes. I will.
You don't want to
When
deal with that.
yeah, yeah.
I don't know why y'all
I'll take
women
my chances.
I can't
Uh-huh.
stand these young black women, dog. You 29, you supposed to at least have about 5 kids by
I'm
now.
not 29. I'm
You got
28.
a problem.
But okay, I'll just have a problem then. I don't have a buku of kids running around here. I'm sorry.
Do you
It
think by
just
not having
wasn't.
a book of kids running around, do
It,
you think that make you
it just wasn't in the cards
do
for
you think
me.
you made the best decision? Because do you think you pleasing people when you say you don't got a lot of kids running around?
Do I think I don't personally. I don't live my life to please other people. Um.
I think you do.
Okay, then I'm. That's your
Because you don't
opinion.
want people to judge you, say, oh, well, I don't got to. I bet you be low key talking about all the baby mamas around your age. Saying, oh, she got all them kids. I'm so glad. You know what I'm saying? Because I
Well,
remember them say,
I promise you I promise you a baby mama that got about 5, 6, 7 kids is more miserable than me.
why you say that?
I can guarantee you that she's stressed the
Why you
fuck
say
out.
that?
She's stressed. She can't sleep. She working she working all types of different types of hours and shit. Feeding
I
her kids
think,
Hunger Man TV dinners. Um,
well, well, that's a good stress to me. I'd rather have that type of stress of being a daddy. Like I stress every day. However, I'd rather have this stress of being a father than be stressing like, man, because like I can only imagine a man my age with no kids, and he go around all his family and friends, and everybody got families but him. His life is of a child. He gonna still think about kicking it. He making money, but he making money to splurge like a kid. But at that age, ain't nobody paying no attention to you. Every people like let's say if a man pull up on me, he don't got kids. He pulling up in Ferraris and I'm pulling up in a damn Honda. Yeah, you doing that because you that car, yeah, that's a nice car, but I got the best reward. Fatherhood. He a boy to me. I look at anybody at a certain age that don't have kids. You still a child mentally, and life gonna treat you like a child.
like okay. Okay.
When you
Okay,
the
let me
next
say
best
this.
thing from being grown has been a parent.
All
Okay,
right.
so here's my opinion, right? Because I'm realizing that's what one of the thing that Jay Prince is saying is what these men are putting out there. And so that's why I have a 31-year-old who now don't know how to feel in the world because he don't have no kids. So there's a side of these men telling him you ain't got no kids, you ain't work shit, right? Even though he got a job, he's
I'm laughing
taking
because
care of
how you
himself.
said it, Bob.
Huh?
I'm laughing because how you said it.
Oh, okay. Like I have my 31-year-old right now, it seemed to be in distress because
He
he's
feel
looking.
bad because he don't got kids.
No, Well, he don't feel bad that he don't have kids. He feel bad
Life
that
is stressful though. You see, look. Let's look
I
what's
want to hear
going
what
on
you have
in
to
the
say, Taylor.
world.
yeah, no, he feels bad because he's hearing other men, right? Even though I got one son with a child, one son is not. My one with no child, if he want to get up right now and go to Philadelphia, he can because he ain't got no responsibilities like that. And then I got one who he in there with his son, right? He gotta be here. He go to work, he gotta take care of his son. But the one who's most stressed out is the one with no kids because the
Yeah.
world is pushing on him, and just like they do with women with no children, making it seem like they don't have no value. And so now he, who is free to do whatever he want to do because he don't have kids, feel like he missing something.
Yes.
But he don't want to just have no kids, right? That would be irresponsible for him to just be going get women pregnant. So he want to do it like his mom and dad did. He want to court a woman and and marry her, and then they want
He
to
might
build.
fall in love with a woman that can't have kids, though. That's gonna be defeating his purpose.
Well, even if he get with a woman who can't have kids, they still can adopt. They still can have family.
Well, I know your son probably get jealous. So is he the big brother?
Yeah, he the oldest. The oldest.
He's definitely feeling inferior of his little brother, low
I don't know if
key.
he's fearing inferior, but he might be. Right? I don't know.
Yeah,
Y'all men.
yeah, he is because his little brother. When you become a father, you graduate to a different stage of a man. That's top of the line, right?
I don't know
So
that to be true, right? We got a lot of fathers who ain't men out here. They like
well, even
boys.
though that's relative based on how people judge them, but they still fathers. So when he come in the house and he see his little
Damn.
brother, he see his little brother with his son.
Okay.
He see his little brother with his
Oh.
son and stuff like that,
Ugh.
and being a dad. It's one thing being
Yep.
a man, but it's another thing being a dad. When
No,
you
it's not. I
And
mean,
the women,
anyone,
the
a
women
dog could
treat
be
you
a
different.
no,
daddy.
I'm
Women
gonna
treat
show you
you
something.
different when you daddy.
But that okay, a dog could
And
give birth. That
especially
don't
when
make a
you got a
dog a
kid that
mother.
coming in the house that looking just like you, but this your brother's
See, Taylor
son.
and them been
Y'all
going off.
messaging, y'all
Taylor
messaging
keep
or killing other
reciting.
little boys.
Taylor
You got
reciting some dumb stuff
committing
that
suicide and shit.
America been.
No, but
Taylor
look,
I'm
a
not
lot
reciting.
the
of
one
times,
telling people.
No,
I'm
Taylor,
not
you
against people
reciting
having
just
children.
because your dog having a baby don't make her a mother. You
bomb,
reciting the
Yeah,
bomb,
that's
stupid
true.
stuff with that people
bomb.
don't put out there in them
Look,
schools. They don't hold weight. That's
you
you
will
A
talking about
never
this
mother,
have
what
to.
God
anyone
say.
could give birth, but that doesn't make any woman
It,
could give birth, but that
right,
doesn't
right.
make
So
her a
you know
mother.
but
That doesn't
you
make
know
her a
you
mother.
and okay. I understand what you trying to say, but the problem is that since it's kind of easy to become a
Y'all need to
parent.
stop
Let me say this, Rooster. Since it's easy to become a parent, because God made it that easy, we don't appreciate it because it's easy to become a parent, right? But as we can see,
it.
it's harder for a lot of people. A lot of people can't physically have kids.
Okay,
So
and
No,
so you
see, y'all.
saying that, okay, hold on, let me say something real quick. You saying that knowing that a lot of people physically cannot have kids, but you still deem them as basically less of because they don't have children. You're
I don't care
talking
how
against your own
sorry I feel
self.
for you. You still less than a person that's a parent.
Okay.
The purpose of life is to reproduce. And
Okay.
if you not, I don't matter if it don't matter if you chose not to produce or you physically can't
What if
reproduce.
the what if the your
You're not doing what
offspring.
God called you to do, so
But
that make you less.
what if you reproduce and your offspring just not you specifically, but just in general? What if someone reproduces and they offspring just ain't shit, grow up to
Don't
become
That's
matter.
the next
that's a
Jesse
But
part of
that's
James?
life.
subjective.
That's called eugenics
So
and
now it's
DNA.
just life.
Shit, that
Everybody
shit.
wants to
No,
shit at one
that
point.
look.
Now
No,
it's
hold on.
just
Let me
life.
give it to her, JP. Listen, what
Everybody
I'm
wants
saying.
to shit at one point.
Somewhere down the line, hold on. Let me give it to her. Oh, look, JP. Let me give it to
Why
her.
you want to
Look,
give it to her? What the
even
hell is going
look.
on? We
No,
having a
I'm finna show you
conversation.
something. Look,
Bombshell,
even
she used
though
to
that
get
you
and
are a
she
good
was
person,
baby.
look,
You
due
see
to
the
your
pop out those
environment. No, okay. Due to your environment and due to your upbringing, you may have came out to be a successful listener and a thinker, and you are doing all the right things. But when it came down to the days of like people always want to bring up slavery, you might have had a Nat Turner uncle or a Kunta Kinte uncle that just didn't want to do right, and you'd have pushed the baby out the pussy that just got that same old goddamn element in him
You
to
gotta
where
talk
you
about
telling them
vaginas. Like, yeah, like,
no,
dude.
no, I'm
We love
saying
vagina, bomb
it's
cherry. Your
DNA.
baby come
No,
Yeah,
out
but
of
the
it's
that.
way
DNA. It's in
Vagina
your
is
DNA.
home for a man.
No,
That's
listen what I'm
home.
saying. It's in your DNA. It don't matter. Look, you can produce, you can say, Taylor, you can say, I got this man, he has a good background and everything. But when it comes down to DNA, he might have had a messed up ass mama, uncle, cousin, or kinfolk, and then you got a person that you don't know shit about. They got a certain DNA, right? When that shit mix and intertwine, just like the Big Bang Theory, that's a goddamn firecracker, explosion. And now you wondering why your goddamn son jumping up off the goddamn ceiling. You can't tell him to sit down. They calling him ADHD, but no, this is just a mix of y'all DNA that has him fuck him up in it before you were even born. Bro, they proving this shit every day. And
hell
what
is
the
she talking
hell?
about?
No, I'm saying
Maybe I
you
must.
just look. You just got to deal with people. Look,
Mhm.
like people, like even the grown ass human man, which is a man. I know some of y'all feminists or whatever. Okay, okay. When it come down to a man, somewhere down the line, when it came down to a man and a woman, right? Before you got this nigga and called him your boyfriend or your husband, his mammy folks on the side, on the other side, even though she was a good, well, uh, rounded woman, and even if the dad was a well-rounded woman, educated and smart
Daddy
and
was a
a good
well-rounded
thinker,
woman too.
mama side of the family one shit and daddy side of the family one shit, and them babies grew up in that goddamn household and said, I'm gonna be some shit. And guess what? They got together, they interloped and produced a baby that produced they came out just like the goddamn DNA that they came from. They tried to get away from it, but they babies the motherfucker that ain't shit. That's why
Okay.
you see niggas, yeah, they go crazy. Just imagine,
Mhm.
okay, just imagine, Taylor, you just do all the right shit and you just live in the household. Well, goddamn, mama ain't shit. Goddamn it, she cussing dad out, daddy running the fuck off. Then, but you don't know the real history of what mama and daddy got going on. You don't know that mama is real good because she grew up in a household with a goddamn grandmama that was an alcoholic that ran your mama off from her motherfucking ass, and then daddy had some strapping ass brothers and do everything in town and everything. So your daddy said, well, they call him pussy and weak, and he can't hang with his brother. So now he become educated, and then your mama, because her folks was alcoholics and some strapping ass women, y'all get together and say we don't want to deal with none of that shit we come from and everything. And y'all become the perfect couple. Y'all doing everything, going on trips, handling y'all business, having fun. And guess what? Somebody get to gyrating and, oh, I love you. We're gonna have a best life because both of us traumatized. We come out of these bad situations or whatever. And then guess what? You put that the nut to butt, goddamn it, the goddamn baby come out like all your ancestors. Fuck y'all.
And, and
Man,
another thing too,
shit. You know
and
what I'm
another
saying?
thing too, I think
And
a lot of younger people, especially like people like Taylor, right? I think at one point it was a good thing for a woman not to have kids, right? That was when she was like 19 up to 25. Right, that was like you know how the older people be bragging on the kids. Yeah, what you call it had a baby at 17, but that child Taylor, she still don't have no kids. She's a good woman. But that was when you was like 22, 23. But now when you touching 30, baby, you need to go out there. What's wrong with you?
No,
but
thank
JP,
you.
a
I'd
lot of
rather
people,
You
listen.
trying to get those
a lot
old
of men,
compliments.
Y'all,
look, JP, I can see
you,
straight through that bullshit.
She
Look,
going out the
I'm
world
not
ass
saying you,
backwards.
But a lot of
One
people that
minute they
choose not
talking
to
about
have
women
kids.
who have babies early. Oh,
No,
Exactly,
no,
straight.
exactly,
And
no,
now
Bob.
they
I ain't
talking
on no
about the
gender
ones
war
who
shit.
ain't got men. It's
Look,
some
You
bullshit.
can't,
I'm not on
you
no
can't,
gender war shit.
you can't win either way, Bob. Like it's
Look,
just you damned if you do and you damned if you don't.
Miss Taylor, I'm finna show you something. A lot of
Hmm.
look, when I had my first son, when I made my first son, I made sure. Look, my mama got 5 goddamn kids, right? I made sure
If I had a
I was
bunch of kids,
full.
y'all would be talking shit
Look,
about me right
listen what
now.
I'm saying. My mama got 5 kids, and then I got an adopted brother, right? Look, I made sure that I was grown and outside of my mama house, but based on having to share shit, having to one kid out of line. Every time you get something, you taking care of all of your shit. This damn child destructive as hell, tear up every goddamn thing, and when you leave something down, they motherfuckers wearing your shit, and you can't look. That's why I made
If
sure
I
I
had
was
a bunch of
grown.
kids right now, y'all would be dragging the fuck out of me.
No, I
Calling me all
wouldn't.
types
But
of
that
No,
don't
single
I
mean that
wouldn't.
mothers,
people
Because
be
all
I'm finna
types of
show
dragging.
you,
hood
Taylor,
rats. Y'all,
No,
listen,
I wouldn't.
People
No, I
talking
you
about
wouldn't.
would.
God.
No, I wouldn't.
So
Because
You
get what?
would.
I'm
You
tired. Look,
would.
I'm tied in with. Look, I'm tied in
volunteer,
with a group
do
of
people talk
families.
about
Look,
you
get
if you
what?
got kids?
Look, get what?
Like, do people talk
Look,
about me?
Taylor,
Yeah. Every
People
time the
talk
ones who
about her
don't know me,
grandson.
yeah, the people who don't know me,
Taylor.
as soon as they see my name, they be like, "I bet you got a lot of kids," or
Yeah,
they'll then
that's the
say,
first thing. I
"And you're
bet
probably
you a single mother.
yeah," and then they'll be like, you got no kids? Oh, I bet you had a mini abortion."
And every man that said that about a woman, he would be in their DM trying to put his dick up in her.
Well,
Yep.
y'all will put your dick up in anything, so
And
that's
playing
kind
with
of a mute
you
point.
crazy as hell.
I would have
You
put my
crazy
dick
as
in a
hell.
woman that can
Y'all
reproduce though.
listen, y'all be fucking motorcycles, y'all be fucking trees, y'all be y'all anything that
The
get
end of the
Okay.
story
Taylor,
is you need
You
to
see,
get you a baby
hold
anyway.
daddy.
on now. I
Your
like
baby daddy
grass.
might not be the man.
Hold
You
on,
might not get
Taylor,
kids pregnant by the man you want.
Taylor,
It
Taylor.
always do
And
that
Mr.
way. You
Music,
might get a
How
baby
you
by a
know
man
I'm
that you
not
don't.
pregnant? How you know I'm not pregnant now? Why you
Because
talking?
the way you
Nah,
talking,
ain't
you
no
not.
nigga done put no. There ain't no nigga done put no baby up in
I
that
don't think
damn
she can
thing.
have no baby.
well,
That's
Cause
why
you
she
know
nah,
talking
what?
nah,
bad
there
about.
ain't no nigga who gonna put a baby in him. What this guy?
Listen,
No,
Bob.
I'm saying
Hey,
nah. Ain't no,
Mr. Music,
I'm saying
and
no.
Black Beauty
I'm
just
saying
came up, I think.
Black Beauty, she
this
just
is
cute
deep
for
voice
nothing.
nigga. Tell
At some
Mr.
point,
Music
y'all
right
become
here,
cute
deep
for
voice ass
nothing.
up here, radio show
If you can't have no babies,
broadcasting
what's the
nigga.
purpose of you looking good?
No, what?
Listen what I'm
Okay,
saying.
It
first of
don't make
all,
sense to have
I'm
sex
not.
with you
Who
if you
said
can't have no kids.
you got? Okay, no, I never. First of all, I'm not against
Hey,
anyone having
ladies.
children. Hey, Black Beauty, I'm not against
Oh
anyone having
Lord
kids
Jesus.
or anything like that.
She don't like me. I
I'm
got to
for
go to sleep
people.
now. She
I'm
don't
for
like me.
people being able to make decisions within their life, them own self. So if you make the executive decision as a grown woman or a grown man that, hey, maybe being a parent is not for me, and maybe there's
That's not
other
gonna
things
work.
in life that I can do, then that's
That's,
on you. Some people coach,
No.
some
well,
people
we gotta
At
hold
mentor.
the
people
end of the day,
accountable.
at the bare
Mr.
minimum,
Music, you there?
Hey, Mr. Music, I'm sorry.
that Mrs. Charlie, Mrs. Charlie. Yep.
I'll be back in
Yep.
just a second.
I like that voice. Yep. Nationwide is on your
Yeah.
side.
We need to hold people
Yeah.
accountable. So we see people like if I see a young man, every young man that I
You
walk
can't
past, I
hold
ask do they
nobody
have kids.
accountable for choosing what
But
they want and to do in their life.
yes, I
Nah, you
could.
can't hold nobody time. No, you can't
So when I
really,
see young
JP.
men that don't walk past
Mm-mm.
that don't got kids, I let them know. Like I was in the store at the
No,
barbershop.
you can't do that, JP.
Now,
Nope,
hold on, let me say
you
this right
can't.
quick. So I was at the barbershop. It was this dude. He 31. He didn't have no kids and stuff. I told him a new asshole. And every time I'm gonna see him, I'm
Why?
like, boy, did you
No,
get
you
somebody
can't do that.
pregnant yet?
He
Because
probably just laughed it
you
off.
need to be a man.
He
The
probably
shit,
just laughed you off and just thought you were just talking shit. He
No,
ain't taking you serious.
so
it
basically,
don't matter.
you
You
gon'
gonna hear it
hold
though.
on, JP. No, we can't do that because basically you gonna tell him you gonna thrust him into a lifestyle that he ain't ready for. See, all at the same time
Nobody
when it
wasn't
coming
Wait,
ready
so
to
down
be
the
to
a
woman
parent.
producing.
gotta have a kid, but you can't thrust the man into it. What?
Right. You hear that, Bob?
Nobody was ready to be a
No.
parent.
You hear that, Bomb?
Miss Bomb. I'm the Miss Bomb. I'm Somebody done said it. I am an enigma, right? See, you can't figure me out like that. So I'm saying, look, I just say what
Can't
I
figure
say
you out.
based on
All
look,
right, you all over
you
the place.
goddamn right, because they go, I go to the toilet, baby. But I'm saying, look, this is what I'm saying, bro. You cannot force people into your ideals or your logic in any situation in their life. Only thing you can do is wait for people to ask you questions about what they probably should be doing, but you never tell them actually what they should be doing based upon your life. Women that don't have kids at a certain age, they are not thrown into exile. They something happened to where they feel like, hey, I don't want to go through that same shit, because majority of women that don't have kids at a certain age, it's probably because they had to take care of their goddamn brothers and sisters and shit, and they parents was so fucking whacked out, saying, "Oh, take care of your brother and sister," and they put all the burden on their child. It's certain people. That's the
Man,
reason why.
I think that
This is what I'm saying. That's the reason.
we
That's the
giving them too much
JP.
passes. No, they need to hear
No,
like
that ain't no pass though, bro. If you was at the age of 12 or 13, and you got to take care of all your goddamn brothers and sisters, your mama or daddy or anybody that's over you, supposed to be the head of the household. You see them every day. You walking past them, they ain't
Black
doing
Beauty is
shit.
another woman that don't have
No,
kids
hold
though.
on. They ain't doing shit, but you doing the brunt of the everything.
What?
These your motherfucking kids. These your goddamn kids. But you gonna
Black
put it
Beauty
on me
is
because
beautiful
I'm
for
the first
nothing.
goddamn, hold on. You gonna put it on me because I'm the first goddamn child, and I got to take care of all of your goddamn mistakes. And then I got these kids that's witnessing the mistakes that you made, and say, why daddy ain't fucking with us? And I tell them, shut the fuck up. Because if you say the wrong damn thing, daddy gonna get on my motherfucking ass. Shut the hell up. Um, bro, look,
But
I'm
here's my
in,
thing though, Rooster. Here's my thing
bro.
though. So when God created human beings, right? He created
God
men.
ain't had nothing to do
No,
with
no,
it though.
hold on. Let me say this right quick. This I know what I'm saying is valid.
No,
Because
no. Let's say
let,
niggas
me
when niggas get to
let me
fucking
let me let,
and
let, let me
making babies
let me finish what I'm saying right quick.
uncontrolled.
Let me finish what I'm saying right quick.
Okay,
So
go
this
ahead.
I know what I'm saying is valid. So when God created human beings, He created
Right.
men with
He
sperm,
created
with
two of
nut. He created men with nut, and He created a woman with
them.
eggs.
In that book,
That's
they
the
said that
end of it.
he only
You
created
can't.
two of them.
That's how God created every living being. Everything
Nope,
that's living has the ability to reproduce. That's even in animal kingdom. He created
nope,
every living being with nut and eggs. And it
no.
made us attracted to each other so we can fuck each other. The reason why we have gender topics a lot
JP,
and
we ain't
relationship
finna do
topics a
that.
lot because we supposed to be desiring the opposite sex to the point where we get the reason why God made women so beautiful to men and we so beautiful to women, so we can get together and fuck and fuck and fuck and have babies and babies. We've
Listen, what I'm
been
saying.
poor all our whole lives. That shouldn't stop
Everybody
us from
poor.
having babies. I don't live off. We shouldn't live off these people, these government standards. No, I'm gonna have kids. I don't care how broke I am.
No.
We're gonna find a
JP,
way.
I'm gonna have to call you. I'm gonna call you after
Oh
this shit,
God.
bro.
Go
I'm
sit
gonna
down,
Anyway,
give you the
Mudfish.
goddamn third
hi,
degree because we
everybody.
can't.
Go sit
Black
down,
No,
Mudfish.
Beauty. She
I
named
love
herself
JP.
Black Beauty,
God
but can't
damn,
have no
JP.
kids. What's
Hold
beautiful
on,
about
Mr.
it?
Music, Mr. We have a new panelist. Hey, Mr.
Hey, good evening, everybody. How y'all doing? How you doing? Go sit down somewhere, Mudfish. Go sit down. Just
Yeah.
go sit
What's
down,
up, old
Mud.
man?
No,
Shit.
no, no, no. We ain't gonna be disrespectful, Mr. Music, bro. Look,
Hey, listen.
they're still my
Listen.
boy, even though I'm giving pushback.
Aren't you about tired of holding JP's nuts in your mouth? Damn.
Man, y'all, you be weak as hell with that shit, dude.
Shit.
You been
I'm
holding
not
Sam
listen.
Cooke's nuts in
They,
your mouth
they,
since the goddamn 70s and shit.
But anyway,
Yeah. You
all
State
joke.
Farm insurance selling ass nigga.
Quiet down over there, cock-a-doodle-doo, nigga. Shut up.
all jokes aside, my
Okay.
nut work.
Right? No, all jokes aside, JP. All
Okay.
seriousness, jokes aside. I heard you say
No,
something
we
about.
can't
Uh,
be serious. No, don't say
Okay,
serious
all you
because
say,
they don't do that.
all women are biological responsible. No disrespect, but are you raising your children or your mother or their mothers raising?
We ain't, don't do that. Don't
No,
do that. Don't bring your
yeah,
that's
kids.
just a
he's reading the
question.
No,
chat.
we can't do that.
He's reading
DJ,
that stuff out the
we
chat.
can't do
No,
that.
nigga, I've
We
been
can't do.
here.
No, I know that because we can't do
What you
that
mean?
because it's
That's not. Hey,
no,
Rooster,
no. I'm
Rooster,
saying, look,
sit
Let
your
him ask
ass
this
down.
question. What is you doing?
I'm talking
Big
to
black
that man.
difference.
no,
I'm
because he
No,
making it personal, bro.
no,
no,
it's not
listen, he's not
personal.
making it personal. He's asking a question that's valid.
So,
I know,
so
but Big Bomb,
I'm the
Quiet,
it's a
one.
lot of
Rooster.
stuff
I'm
been
gonna
going
answer it
on
right.
this
Don't
internet,
make me
Big
mute
Bomb.
you. What the hell is wrong with you? Let J Prince talk.
Okay,
So
yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
gonna answer it right. So I'm raising them, and like I said earlier, it don't matter what type of parent you are, because let's be for real. The only thing parents really have to do is give you once you give a child life, you gave them the world.
Yeah,
You
But that's
already gave
that.
them the world when you gave them life.
But Jay Prince, that goes directly with what you just said. I heard you up at telling Taylor that is the paramount for all women to have babies.
Yeah.
yeah, it
Well,
is
okay,
really.
so if that is the Rooster, I'm talking to Jay Prince, not you. So Jay Prince, if what you're saying is true, why aren't your mothers? I'm not being disrespectful when I say that, but why aren't your children's mothers raising them?
Because they
See,
bought
he
into the
making it
new they
personal,
bought
bro.
No, I'm
they
not. Man,
bought
be
into the
quiet.
new they bought into the new society where freedom, all these different freedoms. I think the worst thing that happened to a woman is when the government gave them so many freedoms to the point where they ignored their biological identity, meaning that you got women who prefer to go to the club than to clean her house,
So,
and
so,
she'll
and
decorate
it,
Yes.
pussy
so,
with tattoos, but
so,
don't know how to decorate her living room
but that goes
DJ,
both ways.
or
That
decorate
goes
that
both.
plate.
Jay
Sir.
Prince. That goes both ways. There's some ain't shit niggas out
DJ,
there too
your new
that don't know how.
nickname gonna
That,
be Ferdinand, nigga. Your
Can
new
you let other
nickname,
people talk?
I don't
What
listen.
you
I'm not. It isn't.
he know what I'm talking about.
Is the
okay?
sun up yet?
Taylor.
Because roosters only crow at its
Hey,
sunlight. Damn it.
Bomb.
Yeah, we're going to do something with Vic if he don't calm down. My
Oh
internet
I
keep
shit.
want to
going
hear
in and
Black
out.
Beauty on this, but she don't have no kids, neither bum cherry, but she call herself Black
Why
Beauty.
do you keep saying I don't have
I
kids?
don't know
Like
why
that's
he.
weird.
No, this is
Black
TMKC,
Beauty, you
bro.
got kids, Black
Them
Beauty.
voices sound the same, bro. You
Dude,
I
you
sound
I
just
too
want
much of the same,
uh,
bro.
why?
let me ask
What
you,
are
Black
you
Beauty, you got
talking
kids?
about?
Y'all, this is weird.
Do you
Yeah, it
have
is.
kids, Black
No,
Beauty?
look,
Hold on, let her
Taylor.
Vic,
yes.
The internet is weird.
can you let
The
Black
internet
Beauty
is
answer?
weird, bro.
what she had
Okay,
to
never
say.
mind. Dude, I'm gonna give you one more chance. I don't know. J Prince asked Black Beauty a question. Go ahead, Black Beauty.
Yes, I do.
How many kids you got? How many kids
Not
you got?
what does it matter how many? She
You
does have
asked me,
No,
children.
because
yes.
I
Lord.
do
Oh,
believe once you start having kids, you gotta have at least more than you gotta at least have 3 plus.
So
I
now
don't
you
even have no
moving the
three plus
What?
goddamn
goalpost.
kids. That's a lot.
Because now,
So now
but
you
because
moving the
the reason why I say
goalpost.
that, because it's selfish, right? To have one child because kids want a siblings. And then when they get older, they gonna be uncles and aunties, like we all had,
Kids
right?
don't
And
always get what they
cousins and
want.
stuff.
That's crazy. How
This is
they get to
Yeah.
determine how many
How
sisters
many
and brothers
kids
they
you
got.
got?
this is
Right, that's
this is
wild.
ridiculous.
So now,
Yeah.
at least you got kids. At least you a mother, and so now you get a different type of respect.
Uh,
Wow.
From who?
I want to ask a question though. I
Right,
want to
wait
ask
a
a
minute.
question.
Wait.
Society
We
gonna
got Mr.
respect.
Music up here.
Society.
And Black Beauty might want to say something. Go ahead, Mr. Music.
Yeah, who you gonna get respect from, Jay Pre? If you married somebody and y'all produce children, what does it make a difference why I care or not?
because society gonna respect and protect mothers and fathers, right? And this is when y'all say you can't afford them. I've been skating by in life because I am a parent. But
That
if I wasn't never a
like a
parent,
lot of women.
all this stuff, assistance to everything, all these blessings that I've been getting, I wouldn't have probably got them.
Well, brother, that ain't
Before I
nothing.
had
That
kids,
ain't
I
nothing.
wasn't getting no blessings.
Jay Prince, that ain't
So
nothing to
you
brag
not
on.
against the government then?
Right. That ain't nothing to brag on.
No, it's not about
Basically,
no people in general. People
Hold
in
on,
general
JP.
protect parents.
that's not
JP.
true.
When
Oh
people
my God.
say certain things to you, JP, and say there ain't nothing to brag about, and you have a man
Can you
saying
let
the
me,
same
why,
thing to you,
JP, you
what
want to stop
happened?
this man from speaking for you? This is
No,
getting to
now
be
I ain't
fucking
speaking for him.
ridiculous. You
I'm
just
saying
was
it
telling
because
him what to do.
I didn't
You
actually
need
done
to
the
listen.
same
You need
damn
to just
thing.
listen. Can you speak
Bro,
for yourself? Jay
y'all
Prince know how to
crazy.
speak for
I'm speaking
himself.
for myself.
Most
Look,
of both of you not even saying the same thing most of the time. You
we
disagreeing
ain't
with
got
him,
to say the
and then you're
same
gonna
thing
tell him
because
I'm
get
not
what?
to respond to
He
other
got
people.
girls and I got a boy. I
Oh,
got
Okay, but
boys.
okay,
I got
so
all
shut
boys.
and let other people talk
this
for
nigga stupid.
themselves.
Listen, see, they don't want to know the truth, JP.
Yeah, well, we don't want to hear from you. Jay Prince, what you were saying? Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So in life, right? It's a different magnitude when you become a parent compared to the person that. So let's just say if I'm outside and I see a parent, she don't have no money for food, and I see a tailor don't got money for food.
I'm always
So if
gonna
I
have
see
money for
Black
food,
Beauty,
homie.
hold on. If I see Black Beauty with her kids in
I'm
any
always gonna
type of
have money
need,
for food.
in
I'm
any
not.
type of need, I'm gonna automatically. This is a mother with kids, so I'm automatically gonna protect Taylor.
I don't get an
Protect and take
EBT
care of.
card.
I'm just gonna
Hey,
mind my business.
but
I don't get
Jay
it. I
Prince.
don't get an
Shit,
EBT
crazy.
card. I
J,
pay for my
They
food.
ain't
right, Jay
understanding, bro.
Prince. That's just not the United States.
Yeah, I don't.
That's society as a whole, brother. I mean, that
Nope,
goes
That's what I
back
that's
just
to
not
said. It's
No,
society,
society.
bro.
right. Yes, it
Right.
is.
So
That goes.
you agree with
Man,
me?
no. What I'm saying is, bro, it's a societal thing to take care of the women and the children, all the way back to the Roman days of going to the
No,
man,
no,
man, be
That is
quiet.
true.
you
Can
got
you
it
let me
wrong.
finish?
I don't get an EBT card.
Look,
But that is
y'all black folks better stop thinking of other races of
Rooster.
people.
Rooster.
Look,
I'm not thinking about other races of
DJ, I'm finna show you
man.
something.
No, you
Even when
can't.
it
No,
come
sir.
down to
No, sir.
sexual,
No,
when it
you
come
can't.
down to sexual
Nothing.
shit, I'm
Nothing.
finna
I don't
show you
know
something.
why he thinks he could
Look,
show somebody
other
something. He don't even
races of
know what he's
people,
saying himself. And he keep
bro.
over
I'm telling
speaking
you what they
people.
say.
And
Nigga,
listen,
you
but
live
we're
in
not
a
listen. Listen,
you
we're not gonna listen to you too much longer. I'm gonna kick
right,
you off. You got to
right.
calm
Um,
down.
okay,
You
my bad. I'll
Rooster,
just talk to you,
Rooster,
JP. After this, I'm
Rooster,
gonna listen to it.
you live in a town that where Greyhound make door-to-door stops. They ain't even got no
The
fire hydrant in
Greyhound
your
don't come
motherfucker.
through here.
Stop it.
Greyhound don't come through here.
That's my point. So that means that you don't know very much. Just listening to
Cause
you, that
people
tells
got
me
their own rides,
right.
bro.
That tells me
People got
that.
their
But
own shit, man.
listen,
Well,
bro.
they don't
Listen.
nobody,
Telling me,
bro.
listening to you tells me you're not a very intelligent person. You go by what you hear and not by
Man,
what you read. You're not very
what you
intelligent. I'm
mean?
sorry. I'm just saying
People have
it
their
is what it
own.
is.
Look, when it come down to travel, you talking about some. You saying I'm not
You
intelligent.
probably
People,
been round
the
the
reason
corner.
why Greyhound don't come here is because they see
We
that
don't
we
care.
are
You know, he was
successful.
just
Look,
making up.
look,
He was being
bro, we have
facetious and
our own
saying some
shit.
shit.
We have our own
Nobody
rides
care.
to go
But you
wherever the
don't.
fuck.
But you're lying though. Lots of
Yeah.
lots of people don't
You
have
a
their own
lie,
ride in that
man.
area.
These kids, man,
Okay, lots of
these
people
kids
have.
got high power cars around this
Okay,
motherfucker
yes,
and doing
some of
better
them
than
do.
some grown folks.
Yes,
Well,
that is
What the
true.
ain't
Some,
hell?
ain't no cars in
yes.
Charleston, South Carolina.
I ain't trying to be in no pissing contest
No,
or
no, I'm
nothing.
just saying, but that's what I mean, bro. You're not very intelligent. You think you are. You run your mouth a
Man,
lot.
okay, oh, okay.
They
Well,
call what they
So
call
I
what
you're
you
keep
do.
telling
intelligent.
folks I do shit the
They
dumb
call
way.
what you no, they call what you do idle chatter, bro. It leads up to absolutely
Hey,
nothing.
okay,
Nothing.
I'm glad you
It leads to
informing
nothing.
me on about idle chatter or
It
whatever.
is. It is idle chatter. It leads to
Okay,
nothing. There's
look,
no rhyme, no reason to whatever anything you say. You just
no
run your
rhyme,
mouth.
no reason,
You
right?
just bump your gum.
And all you niggas just bumping my gums, and I got full
That's
teeth
it.
in the front of
That's
my
it.
goddamn mouth,
You up
no
here
cavities.
you're trying to defend a grown ass
Over a
man.
period of 40
I
years,
came up here to
man,
ask
you
Jay
crazy,
Prince some
man.
questions, and you
No,
interrupted
you
me like
came,
Jay
you
Prince is
came
your
to
little
try to
brother.
shame
And who you
maim,
trying
and
to
destroy,
defend?
nigga.
I do not
Nah,
Music.
want to cut
this
you
I'm
nigga
off,
not
ain't.
Big.
defending anybody.
Go ahead, J Prince. What you saying?
So I was asking who he trying to defend. Trying to defend.
I'm not defending anybody. I'm just giving direct pushback to what you were saying to the ladies earlier. I'm not defending anyone.
So you in a disagreement
Yes,
of women supposed to be mothers.
yes, yes. Not all
So,
women.
but
Not
but
all
God, but
women.
so if you disagree me with that, that means you disagreeing with God makeup because God the one started
No,
this, not me.
Y'all
no.
go against God every fucking day, and then you want to bring
I don't
him
be
into
wanting to hear
shit
none
to
of this
And,
make
shit,
a
brother.
Hey,
point.
J
and
Prince.
it
Y'all
can't
gotta
be
stop.
about God, right?
Right.
Because if a woman can't have kids, are you saying that God didn't make that? For those of you who believe in God?
Thank you.
I think that for the woman that probably can't have kids, I think those are the women that was rejected, and typically the women
Rejected.
that
By who?
yeah,
God?
hold on,
This
the
man
women that
talking about
hold
Roman
on,
prophecy and all that shit.
let me say
And
this.
guess
Let me
what
say this.
happened? When a
Hold
woman
on,
could
because
not
typically
bear
it goes in.
children, they
Hold on
And
once.
rejected
your
them.
boy won't even let you speak for some reason.
Hold on once, Rooster. So typically, the women that can't have kids, it go hands to hand. Usually, the women at a certain age, they can't maintain a husband or man long neither. So not only
You,
that they get
you know what?
rejected by
You're right.
God,
I
but
think
they
you
also
make
Don't
get
even make
No,
rejected by
sense.
no, no. Hold on, hold
Most
on.
older
also
women
get
have their
rejected by
husbands.
men.
None of that makes sense.
No, no,
Yeah,
no.
but
I ain't
JP,
even gonna
JP,
make
listen,
it
JP.
Taylor,
personal.
do you
I
got a
ain't
No,
man
let me
talking
right
to
try.
you
now?
outside of this. No, look.
Taylor, do
But
you have a
look,
man right now?
My
no
personal life
no.
isn't up for discussion.
Right. So she don't got no man right now.
but
My
she
Well,
didn't
See, a
personal
say
lot
life
of
that
is
she
single
ain't
not
got
up
no
for
mamas
man.
get
No,
does
men.
that
y'all
have?
don't attack Taylor because she
my
made
personal
her
life
choice to
isn't.
do whatever based on
Yeah.
whatever she saw.
Baby
See, that's
mamas
why I was
always
trying to
keep them a
tell you,
man.
Taylor.
No matter,
I was
no,
trying to
baby
tell you,
mamas always
it
keep
don't
them a
matter
man, no
what you
matter
Why
decide
if
is
to
your
if
do.
daddy
baby
or
No,
mama
you
mama
keep
talking
said
about
you
that.
Taylor.
then?
Jay Prince is the one who said that.
Why
No,
did your baby mamas keep you then if they could keep a man?
no. Listen, what
They
I'm
got
saying,
multiple
Taylor. Don't
choices.
get
They got
dog.
other
Don't
baby
indulge
daddies.
in the YouTube shit, bro. Look, whatever you saw before you decide not to have kids, you
Y'all, okay,
decided
hold on.
not to
Let
have
me
the
can I, let me say something real quick because
Yeah,
I never
don't
said
get
that
in that.
never said that I didn't want kids. I said people have the right to make decisions within their
Right,
own life as grown
right,
adults to decide that they don't want to become parents. That's what
right,
No,
right.
no, they don't
That
got
was
this
that
isn't
option.
about me.
I ain't against I'm
I
not
But
don't think
this
they
against
have
isn't
that option.
about me though. That's the
At one
thing.
point, you didn't have the option
This
because it wasn't no
this
such thing as
isn't this is
It
no
wasn't no
not
such thing
about
as
me.
condoms and Planned Parenthood. When
This is
God
not
created
about
JP,
people,
me
He did
though.
JP,
not create no preventive measures from having kids. That's
JP,
man-made stuff.
Okay.
JP. The whole
And
thing
women
is
was
you
having a
gotta
lot of kids.
JP, you
My grandmama mama
So,
had
so,
21
so, Jay
kids.
Prince, Jay Prince. So, man-made miscarriages. No disrespect, ladies. Man-made that too.
It was some babies that came out stillborn,
So
miscarriages.
again, that's one of the reasons why I came up here.
man
Y'all
man
two,
did make miscarriage.
y'all
Yeah.
two make all brothers think. I'll make all black men look like they're stupid. The
Well,
shit that
they
comes,
stupid as hell
the
based in
shit
my
that
life.
comes out of the
They
shit that comes out of y'all
look,
mouth.
okay. So you mad?
You damn
Cause
skippy.
Why
some
you
black
talking about you mad? Why are you
some
asking if
black men
somebody
are
mad?
stupid as hell. Some black men are stupid as hell.
Yeah,
And
I'm
I
talking to
live
So
one.
and
I'm talking to one.
and
You
I
dumb
live
as
around
hell.
stupid as
I'm
DJ
look,
sorry.
I'm
I
telling
Luther
you,
did.
might be
I
the
be
stupid
dumb
one.
and all
Huh?
that. Look, until you enlighten me, you
DJ
stupid ass
Luther.
old nigga that's scratching on records right now today, thinking you gonna get a rap career, nigga. Until you
Nigga.
prove that niggas
And
ain't
he in his
stupid.
50s trying to
God
be a
damn it.
rapper.
Yeah, trying
what
to
you
be
talking
A
about
famous
rapping?
young nigga.
rapper.
You
Y'all know
stupid
what
as
it,
hell.
do y'all know what a
He
That
DJ is?
woman,
can't rap there. He
hold
You
on,
said a
catfishing.
JP.
rapper.
He got this
This
young
woman,
man
Hold up.
profile pic.
Oh, hold up. I don't have
use a
no young man
use a
profile
stupid
picture.
ass look. Use a stupid
So what?
slick bottom
Are
ass
y'all?
Vaseline
Do y'all two
wiping on
niggas
your
call
shoes
yourself
every day
attacking me?
instead of using the
Is
kiwi
that it?
oil.
Are
Use a
y'all trying
stupid
to attack my profession? Is that it?
You
Are
too
you
old to
kidding
be
me,
doing that.
nigga? Yeah, tell Tom Joyner that. You know what a DJ is? It's called disc jockey. That means I spin records for a living, dumbasses. I don't rap. I don't
That's
sing.
something of the
I don't
past.
dance. I can spin records the rest of my life. I could be in a wheelchair and spin records the rest of my life. It's
Who still
called,
listens to that though?
you don't listen to Al Green?
No,
You
that's
don't,
my
okay,
dad
oh, wait a
was
minute,
younger than
okay.
you. And that
Okay,
was
wait a
something
minute.
of him.
Okay, let me bring it up to date. You don't listen to what's the guy's name? What's one of the local rapper names? What's his name?
No, I know.
All of them dead. That's why I can't remember none of them.
Right, because they old.
They dead. I'm talking about the new ones that
You
you
about
try
the
to talk
last
about.
Blues Brothers
Yellow.
left.
Wait a minute. Yellow Beezy in jail. Who else? Whatchamacallit, pushing up daisies. So basically, the records that I spin are from the '60s, the '70s, the '80s, the '90s, and today's music. That's called being a DJ, dumbass. You don't see me out there holding no microphone in my hand, not unless I'm talking to the crowd or whatever. That's what DJs do. I don't sing. I
Yeah,
don't
you be going
dance.
around there in the club playing the oldest music. People like, man, why this nigga play? Who got this old ass
Well,
DJ playing this damn
See there
rhythm and
again. So
blues in
let me go
2025?
ahead. Let me go ahead and educate you a little bit. A good DJ understands the nature of the crowd. So if I see people that's in their 40s and 50s and maybe 60s, I know what era music to play. So if I'm in a situation where I see folks in their 20s and 30s and 40s, I know what music to play. If I'm at a kids party, I know what music to play. That's called knowing what I do. I'm not new
Okay,
to
I
this.
understand this your hobby.
I'm not new to this. I'm true to this, nigga. So
No, you
try
old
something
to
else.
this. You
I
are
might be
old
And
to
old.
this.
look, with all that
You're
shit
right.
you
You're
hooked
right.
up in that HVAC, look, you should have been an HVAC operator or a goddamn electrician. When all them goddamn
Nigga,
sticker
I'm a
wires you
lands.
hooking up,
Listen, hey,
they're gonna
shut up,
burn
Rooster.
the club
I'm
down
a
and
listen,
all that
brother,
shit.
brother,
No, don't
brother.
land a goddamn
I'm
thing
a
because
landscaper by trade.
you ain't
I've
an
been doing.
aviator. You ain't an
I've been doing.
aviator.
I'm a
You a
landscaper by trade
landscaper
now.
now
I
because
You
you
too
I
bought a
old to be
I
zero
outside
turn.
probably
that high
Anybody
heat.
can do that from Home Depot, nigga. Anybody can do that. You get your $4,000, get you a zero turn, and now you back in business.
no, nigga. You
Nigga,
cut.
you set your
See,
old ass down.
there's the
You
difference
know,
between
nigga.
cutting grass and
You
landscaping. You
so you
cut
the
grass, nigga.
lawnmower man.
You
So you the
cut
He
grass.
don't
lawnmower man.
know. He don't know the
You
difference
cut
between
grass.
landscaping and cutting grass.
Right.
That's crazy.
You're right. You cut
Yeah.
grass, nigga.
I
That's what
wish
you
I
do.
look.
I
I wish I
landscape.
had a
I do
zero turn.
hardscapes.
Cause get
Right.
what? So you
You
put
got
But
to
the
he
push more.
motor
started off
ground
with
motherfucker out.
lawnmowers though.
They starting to
Yeah, I did.
look.
I
No,
did, Jay Prince. I did. I started off with a pickup truck, a push mower, a blower, and a weed eater. And that was back
oh,
in 2005.
oh.
And I'm still doing it to this day. But I don't
You
got that
goddamn
same
right. So
blower. I
I
don't still
called
got
him
that
out.
same
I
weeder.
called him out. You disc jockey,
He said he
lawnmower
called him
blowing
out.
ass nigga, but you get
Thank
up
you.
on here and then
Thank
you
you.
ready to talk about JP trying to build his actual
And what do
truck.
you do? What do you do? Drive trucks? How
I'm a
much
plumber.
how
I
much
slang
G2 did
pipe,
that
You're
nigga.
an
take?
owner operator.
How much
I'm
did
a
G2
plumber.
did
I
that take?
slang pipe, nigga.
You're a
You ain't
Uh,
smooth
big,
operator.
huh?
big inches. Yeah.
I don't need a plumber.
Now he talking
I
to a
could do
man about penis, huh?
yeah,
Again.
yeah. That don't make
What is
sense.
Goddamn
wrong
right.
with this
I
Astro
man?
glide
slid
on
right
deck
over that
He
bump.
for this
I
started
slid
talking
goddamn
right
about
over
his
it.
lawnmower
penis,
driving ass
started
nigga.
Right.
talking to a man.
Yeah,
He does
for
that.
this lawnmower driving ass nigga to try to
Me
What
too.
down
about
I don't
grade up
drive
on
and Jay
somebody.
I don't
Prince?
drive
You goddamn right.
He does
And
that
get
a
what?
I don't
And get
drive a
what? Bob
lawnmower. I
I
Cherry,
want to hear
operate.
tell
what
this
Black
I
nigga,
don't
Beauty got
drive
to
a
say
tell this
about
lawnmower.
it.
I
nigga,
operate one.
tell
I operate
tell
one, nigga.
tell the
I
old
want to
nigga,
hear what Black
come
Beauty
on
has to
over here
say.
and DJ and spin my records like Diddy did on the motherfucker.
Black
Spin
Beauty,
my
you
records,
educate these
motherfucker.
women and give them
hey,
some
black. I
Yeah,
dating.
mean,
I'm ready for you.
cockle
You
doodle doo,
goddamn right.
Victor. Hey,
How does it
Victor,
feel, Black Beauty, to be
Victor.
a mama? How
Shut
does,
up.
King Rooster.
let me ask
Oh, he
Black
trying
Beauty.
to
I
dock
started
me. He trying to dock
$75 an
me.
hour. I started $75 an hour. Do you
Oh,
make
so
that?
and then hell nah, I ain't paying for your service, nigga. You ain't gonna be.
If I go
I
out
ain't
and
P
do a
Diddy.
show,
I ain't got
I
that
started
money,
75
nigga.
bucks an hour. Do
I
you
ain't got
make
no
that?
cassette. I ain't
No,
got no
no,
cassette, nigga.
no.
If I
Nigga,
had
I
a
You
cassette,
ain't
I
doing
sure
number
enough
3
sell it
hours
to your
though.
motherfucking ass, you old ass
You ain't
nigga.
doing number 3 hours. That's only $200.
Yeah,
So I want to
I
ask
ain't got
Black
no
Beauty.
cassette.
Can I ask Black Beauty a
No,
question?
look, he tried to promote himself. He tried to promote himself like
Yeah, if
he
your man would shut the hell up and let other people speak.
look,
No,
Ben
Bob
Bob.
Cherry.
Know what he did? He tried to promote himself like the Punisher. he's a party type nigga.
No,
He
let me ask
thought I
Black
had a
Beauty. Let me ask
cassette
Black
Yeah,
Beauty
that I
since
was
she's
gonna
a
sell it.
mother.
And I ain't
G
got
H
no
A Y.
cassette.
Nigga,
No,
you
let me
gay.
ask Black Beauty a question. Black Beauty, you there?
Yes.
How, do you feel a difference when before you had a baby, had kids, and the difference of when you became a mother? Is there a big difference?
Yes, I feel a difference.
So do you feel we all understand parent stress and stuff, kids put you through because they own little people and you have to care about them, but would you want to go back? Well, how can I put this? Which one better? Well, I ain't gonna ask that. So being a mother, right, did that kind of grow you up?
It forces you.
Absolutely.
So would you say that not being a mother, when you wasn't a mother, you was more immature?
Yeah, I was also young. So yeah.
So you had your kid at what age? In your teenage, like 18, 19, 20?
I
Don't
had my
get me
daughter
wrong.
at 20.
Okay, so you kind of you damn near growing up with your kid. Um, what would you say that was the best thing? Did you become more nurturing when you had kids?
I will say yes, because my family was kind of worried when they found out I was pregnant.
Hmm.
Um, I they were like, "Oh no!" Like,
They just didn't want that nigga in your
I was like,
life.
"Oh
They
no!"
love
Like,
you,
why?
but they just didn't want
Why?
that nigga in your life.
This
I
nigga
did,
Y'all
Rooster.
better
cause they
let
God
her
knew you
speak. Now
made a
you
certain
speaking
decision.
for people
damn.
you don't even know.
Nigga, shut up. Let her
I
talk.
know, cause I've been
No,
outside,
you
baby.
don't know because you don't know who she's talking about.
I've been slanging dick since
Okay, what that got?
'76.
Listen, you gonna sling your motherfucking dick somewhere else? Cause you only announcing that to the men. Cause when the women, when it was just us, you wasn't saying that. But when some of these men come up, you start talking about your privates.
Yeah,
You
I'm about to
did that
leave.
with what
But
his name before we got kicked off, and now you're doing that with Mr. Music. What is going on with you? Okay, go ahead. I think Black Beauty. I think somebody asked you a
yeah,
question. I think or Mr. Music, one of y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, JP, repeat. This was funny. Repeat the
so
question.
so so I've do you enjoy being a mother?
Do I enjoy being a mother? Yeah, absolutely.
Why do you enjoy it? What do being a mother do for you?
She gives me so much joy. Sorry, the wind is going a lot, and I got a lot of little wind chimes outside and stuff. Um, she gives me so much joy, the pride, the happiness, everything that she brings is just amazing. It's an amazing feeling.
Would you agree that you became more nurturing when you became a mother? Wait, before you was a mother, are you more nurturing now as a mother compared to when you was not a mom?
Um, I would say yeah when it comes to her and when it comes to my little brother. Other than that, I still feel the same way about kids.
Hmm.
I still like don't ask me to babysit your kids. Don't yeah, I'll see them on holidays and I'll give them some money on their birthday, but other
Do,
than that,
do,
I don't want to be involved.
do you feel like your kids gave you purpose?
Um, did she give me purpose? I don't know. That's a tough question. I do feel like yes, like I do feel like I was probably put here for my baby to help her in life. Like I'm specifically made for her. If that makes sense at all. But
Right. So you live in your purpose by being a
um
mom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
feel guilty? Do you regret being a mom?
No, absolutely not. No, nope, not at
Do
all.
you feel harmful? I mean, do you feel like being a mom was the worst thing that ever happened to you?
Oh, absolutely not.
You're not gonna find more. You're not gonna find a lot of people gonna say that it is. But if you ask a lot of women if they to go back and not have children, there's gonna be a lot of women who may say, "Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Maybe I'll wait till I was older, or maybe I wouldn't have
Miss
children at all."
Bond.
They got a lot of women who aren't nurturing.
They say that though, Bomb, but
Yeah.
Miss
If
Bond.
that's just
I would
something
have
to
waited
say.
longer. If I could have, I would have waited longer if it was my choice.
But,
Yeah.
but
Now, now
the
let me
waiting
Jay
longer is
Jay
only
Prince.
for the
Let me say something,
marriage
bro.
though. Hold on, the waiting long. Hold on.
Nigga,
I'm
you breaking up.
sure.
Go fix
The
your shit.
waiting longer is look. The waiting longer is only for to find a significant other that makes
No,
everything in
no,
the
that's
law,
not
right?
true.
Not
Because
true.
even that's not true.
I'm finna show you something. Now look,
Well, anyway, you
the
always
the,
want to
the,
show somebody, but you don't show nobody.
the
Not a
dream.
goddamn
Now
thing.
I ain't trying to show nobody
Everybody's
nothing, brother.
different. What I'm saying is everybody's
I
different.
know.
Maybe for you. Okay, well, if you know that, then why are you?
But I'm saying, in a dream, in a fantasy world, we are waiting for somebody to make. We trying to make everything interlock to where it'll be just breezy, easy, and everything. So, like just having a child, it thrusts you into the situation where you got to stand up or sit down for somebody. The most beautiful thing in the world is to have somebody that depends on you. And then a
In
lot of
motivation.
times, and
I
look,
hear this.
That,
and a lot of
that's
times,
Victor, but
you
Victor, that's a personal opinion. You cannot go and say
uh,
that if okay, to a man or a
listen what I'm
woman that
saying.
this. Let me, bro, you're long-winded, so let me cut you off a little bit, okay?
I ain't long
Let
winded,
somebody else
man.
jump in
Y'all
for a
don't want
minute.
to give.
Okay, what Jay Prince, what you just said, actually, I'm gonna give you credit, bro. It was quite coherent. But the fact of the matter is, the same questions that you asked that young lady, you could go and ask someone without children, and you will probably get those same answers.
No, I
Nope.
won't.
Yes, you
I
will.
Wrong.
would, you know
I
what kind
Because
of
guarantee you,
answer I would give?
there's some women, Jay Prince. There's some women that will not define themselves as a woman by having children. That that's not how they define themselves.
No,
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 they
no.
will
So I
not.
will give the same answers. You right on that, but here's the thing: a lot of women that couldn't have kids, they secretly wanted it, but since they realized that they couldn't have it, they either they shame it to
yeah.
overcompensate of them not being a mom. So what they either
Man,
do, them be the
I've
ones.
never heard a woman
No,
shame
no,
nah.
hold on. Them
anybody.
usually be the women that talk down on other women with a lot of kids or saying that
I'm
kids is
telling you,
bad
that's why they
and
come.
kids.
They
I'm
call them
glad that I
mammies.
didn't have
Wait,
kids. No,
Nah.
may I
those be
ask
the
a
women
question?
that couldn't have kids that say
No
You
that.
say they
woman.
So
call them
It's
mammies.
it's
Mammies has nothing to
always
do with
instead
the
of
kid.
facing that
but
fact,
no, it's
they talk
always
down on them.
someone. It's always someone with children trying to shame somebody else that don't have children. The people
Well,
out here with
I
no
ain't
kids.
trying to shame you. I ain't trying to
They-
shame you.
Well, no, I'm
Look,
not. I'm
make
not
your
talking
decision.
about you. I'm not talking about you, Vic. I'm
Well, who
speaking
you
in
talking
general.
about being Tay?
I'm
Wait,
speaking. I'm speaking in general. Like people out here with no kids it ain't thinking about people with kids. Like no, it's not happening like that.
Yes,
Like I
they
said,
Most
do.
you either
most
wanna,
people that don't want to have kids is because of what they didn't been through taking
but
care of other
sometimes
Can
folk
it's
you
not
kids.
let them
always the
They
finish
situation.
That's
before you
again,
jump in?
shit.
that's not
may I
necessarily
ask a
true, Vic.
That's not,
question?
yeah, that's not
That's
always
the
necessarily
facts,
true.
bro.
It's just maybe they just, maybe that's just something that's not in the cards for
Man,
them.
look,
Right.
They don't want to be
May I ask
responsible
a
responsibility,
for another human being. And that's totally,
Taylor.
y'all may think it's selfish.
Responsibilities
Hmm.
look, Taylor, responsibilities really kick in when you start to get your ass whooped because of some shit you ain't never done, or and it was somebody you was supposed to be looking after,
Yes,
and
it
they
is.
did some shit, and then all them folks got all the kids get their ass whooped because some stupid ass cousin or relative. And
You got
if
to
you
be
go through
drinking.
that all your life, you be like, no, bro. Man,
What about hey
nigga, you smoke
Victor
dope, nigga, and you talking
Victor?
about some drinking, bro. You smoke weed.
What about you
Stop,
gonna let me
stop.
finish?
We ain't gonna
You
stop
you
this
gonna let me
shit. We
finish?
gonna
What about a child that has no brothers or sisters or no siblings? They don't and or no cousins. They're only child.
I
They don't
feel
get
sorry for them kids.
they don't get to see they don't get to see other kids being disciplined. They don't get to see other kids around during Christmas time. So what are you
I
talking
feel
about?
sorry for women that only had gave
Each
birth to one
right
child.
for each situation that you folks you two niggas that's up here bring it up. There's always a different set of
nah.
parameters that don't work for a
Okay,
particular person. What
okay,
you're trying to do is
okay.
take somebody's autonomy away from them
No,
by
women
saying
tell
that
themselves it don't work.
No, ain't nobody taking
May
no
So
I ask a
music.
away.
question?
Women tell themselves that don't work because of a society give them that grace to do that. No, no. They makeup is to if you have a child, you're supposed to at least have multiple children. Why? Because imagine having one child. Imagine you was the only child, right? And your mom and daddy they got old.
oh
They
Lord.
die off.
Excuse
Them
me, I'm
kids
sorry.
don't have. They don't have brothers and sisters that can share the same sentiment with them and who out the band, right? So, like for an example, when my parents done left, especially when my dad left, I got all 14 brothers and sisters that I was calling that I could call at any given time. If I'm feeling down, then our kids. So they got a lot of cousins, they got a lot of uncles and aunties. I got videos of all us together, just tons of kids. That's a
That's
blessing.
beautiful.
And kids want a
Man,
sibling.
That's
may I ask
beautiful.
a question real quick though? Because I was in and out, like I kept dropping off, so I'm not really sure. So JP, your line of questioning, and then when Mr. Music has said something about, of course, that not making a woman. Like, what was the point of
He's just
the?
trying to basically,
Of,
Black Beauty. I ain't shit because I don't have any children. Um,
No,
and
oh,
I ain't never said that,
Nobody
Taylor.
never
I
said
ain't
you
never
wasn't.
said
Vic,
none of
I'm
Yeah.
that.
not talking
Yeah,
about you,
I
Vic.
don't think no
I'm
shit.
not
Like, hold
talking
on,
about
cause get
you.
what? Cause get what? Mr.
Vic, this
Jello
didn't have
pudding
nothing to do with
pop.
you.
It has nothing to do with
Well,
you,
well,
Vic.
Taylor,
Listen,
you is reaching
y'all
the
Mr.
deadline.
Jello pudding
listen.
pop
Hey,
is trying
hey,
to
hey
put us
Vic.
all together
Hey
up
Vic,
on
Vic.
ideas and
You
shit.
act, brother. You act
Bill Cosby.
like you act like you not older than somebody else too, brother.
Wait,
There's always going to be there's somebody that's going to be younger than you,
did he
and there's
fall
somebody
off?
that's going to be older than you.
I think he fell off.
Yeah,
I
he,
bumped
he
him.
fell
I
off
that
by me.
I
Yeah, he
think
fell
that's
off
Oh,
by my hand.
I,
I think
but
that
I
Taylor,
don't I,
yeah, go ahead.
you were
I
messed
don't
up.
I don't I don't I don't get your arguments, Jay Prince. Sometimes you make very coherent statements, like the conversation that you was having with the young lady. It made sense, but again, on the same side of it, you're giving credence to what Taylor said. Not everybody wants children.
It's not
Not
about what
everybody
they
is
want,
prepared to
though.
have
It's not
children.
about what they want,
Yes, it
though.
is
It's
because
about
God
what
gave
they're
everybody
designed
free
to do,
will, Jay Prince.
according to
Since
him.
you want to take it back to biblical times, God gave everybody free will, and that includes women.
That's
Yeah.
if you believe in the Bible, right?
That's
I
Like,
okay.
believe
yeah,
in
you
I
don't
believe
believe
in
in the
how God
Bible. I'm
You
so
just
guided.
double
It
confused.
talk.
wasn't.
Didn't
It
you
wasn't.
just quote a Bible
No,
verse not that
no.
long
But what?
ago?
He just
Okay,
did.
but what I'm saying is
You
when
double
God created life,
talking.
when God created man and woman and child, that's the first Trinity, right? It
But you
wasn't no
just but you
such
don't
thing as no
but you don't believe
Bible.
in the Bible though.
But what I was just saying, it wasn't no Bible when God created people. Who wrote it?
That's the oh Jesus
Never
Lord.
mind. I'm not. No, sir. No, you did not say that.
Okay.
No, you didn't.
I'll be
No, you
back.
didn't. Back up.
Those
Back up.
60 people,
Jay
those
Prince.
60 scholars of the
Jay Prince.
Bible,
Jay
it
Prince.
was
Jay Prince.
billions of
Stop.
people on the
Stop.
planet before that, them 60
Stop.
people that wrote
Stop.
that Bible, inspired that book.
The who?
It was billions of people who have lived hundreds and thousands of millions of years
Then I
before
then
those
you need
60
to say
scholars
get out of the
came in
Bible.
that book and inspired
Then
that book.
right.
Then
If you Jay
Get
Prince,
remove
get
your
out of it.
don't bring up the
Right. Don't
Bible when
bring
it
up the
comes to
Bible because
Yeah,
if you
creation.
right,
I
right.
don't like talking about the Bible.
Don't
Right. No,
bring up
no,
the
no. I
I
Bible
didn't.
when
don't.
it comes to
Right.
creation because you brought that up going back to the book of Genesis
I
not that
brought
long
up
ago.
God.
Okay, but
Right, and that's why I said to you, Jay Prince, and you brought the Bible up. So the bottom line to it is God gave everybody free will. That includes women, right?
I
Yes or
got
no?
free will. Look, I got free
No,
will to be beautiful. I'm gonna take my
women not supposed to have free will.
shit. Look, I'm
Because if
gonna take my
okay,
cover off
so
my
wait,
phone and
hold
I'm
on
gonna show
once,
you how
Wilson.
pretty I am.
No, don't do that. No,
Hold on
nigga,
once.
don't nobody want to see you.
So
The
music.
fuck?
So here's the big contradiction. You said everybody that Bible says everybody got free will,
That's what it
including
says.
women,
God gave every man, every woman
including
free
women,
will. Free
including
will.
women.
Right. Although he
Wait,
gave,
so
listen,
so
listen,
so
I don't want to get
so
into a
hold on
Bible
once, music.
dispute with you, but
Let me
go ahead.
attack that.
Go ahead.
So if women have free will, why is they was told to submit to a man?
They didn't, because
Checkmate.
you don't
Yes, they
understand.
did.
do
No,
you know what free will means, Jay Prince?
you don't understand you don't understand the word
Oh, so you can
submission.
put your own twist on it
Huh?
No, do you understand what free will means?
to do what you want to do, to make decisions based on you, to make decisions based on how you see fit, and
Exactly.
that's not part of submission.
It
Okay.
absolutely is.
There's a lot of things that happen
Nor
in the
obey.
Bible. Hold on. There's a lot of things that occurred in the Bible that God allegedly God Himself done said to obey by and to follow. And ain't nobody follow that. People
Oh,
was fucking and
also,
sucking.
since somebody gonna
People
commit a
was fucking and
sin,
sucking in
you
the
gonna commit a
Bible.
sin.
You said what?
So if somebody chooses to commit a sin, you gonna commit the sin.
No, that's not the point that I'm making. The
We
point
ain't
that
Right.
I'm
talking about
making,
everybody. We talking about one thing.
sir.
Okay, let's take it back to you then, Jay Prince. Since you want to bring up biblical and all, I don't know why you did that, because that really is going to take you apart. The mere fact that you going around talking about impregnating all these different women on sight, on seeing, that goes the very nature of the Bible, doesn't it?
I like
Fornicate.
again. I go
Thou
off
shalt
of how
not
God
fornicate.
designed
Right.
me.
So you pick
God
and choose.
designed me
No, so
to be
you're
attracted
one
to
you
multiple
are one of
women.
these people that like to invoke the Bible when it helps your cause.
Yep.
That's what you do. You
Use
go
the
and you
Bible because that's what
to
y'all
cherry
relates
pick.
to.
No, you use the Bible to cherry pick, and
You
you
the one that
hoping.
brought up the
Right.
Bible.
You brought it up. Not we didn't. We didn't. You
We
did.
can
Brought up
get out of the.
God.
We don't have to
Y'all
talk
keep
about the
y'all keep
Bible.
y'all keep equating God with the Bible.
No, you did that. You
Uh,
brought up creation. You brought up the fact of a purpose of a man and a woman.
Creation didn't have nothing to do with the Bible.
That's biblical though. Be
Creation has
fruitful
been
and multiply.
That's
That's
not
right.
that's
Jay
biblical.
not
Prince.
biblical.
Jay
That is
Prince.
biblical, dude.
And the mere essence of what you're saying,
What
this
what
is creation is
Be
biblical.
fruitful and multiply. Do you want me
see
to?
this now
That's
this is my
biblical.
thing.
You
That's
can't
You
do
have
that,
biblical.
dumb.
so this is the equivalent, right?
Okay.
This what the Bible have done.
Oh
You know
Jesus.
the rainbow.
So
Hold
you
on,
don't
you
want
know
to.
the
So we
rainbow.
are we talking about the Bible now?
No. Hold on once. You know the rainbow, right? Everybody used to love to watch the rainbow.
And
But now,
JP,
wait.
no,
No,
just take
but
a step
now,
back from the camera.
God damn, a motherfucker ain't finished.
Just take a step back
Right.
from the camera.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
all I'm saying.
Yeah, back
Oh my
from the
bad.
camera, nigga. We don't want to see that gap.
Okay. So at once upon a time, everybody loved the rainbow. But now, since the LGBTQ community put claims on it and changed the meaning to their understanding, now we can't even a heterosexual man can't even walk around the rainbow and show appreciation for the rainbow because and that's the same thing what people did with God with the
What when
Bible. The
well, Jay
Bible
Prince,
came
What
when
you
in
said made no
and took
sense.
none
ownership
at all.
of what's
Okay.
already natural
Okay.
before the Bible even came about.
Jay Prince, let me ask you a
It was
question,
a
bro.
God before a Bible.
Was you walking around with rainbow shirts on as a grown man?
Back, I probably wouldn't walk around with rainbow shirts, but I still would
Okay,
have had
so
appreciation for it.
what is your point? Just
I would have still had appreciation for it. I would have loved to say, tip the kids, say, "Ooh, look at the rainbow, y'all." So, but now when we see that they tell me about some rainbow, I'm like, or get some rainbow cake, or my son say, "I want a rainbow cake or rainbow ice cream." I'm not gonna think about the natural rainbow. I'm gonna think about the
that's
people
you.
who
But that's your
stole.
the
Right, but that's your way
rainbow
of
and I'm
but
gonna think
that
about the gay
but
stuff.
but sir, that's your way of thinking though. When somebody says a rainbow, that don't automatically make to start to think about a person in the alphabet community. That makes me start
You
thinking
a
about
lie.
am I?
Yeah, because you know damn well nowadays when you think about the rainbow, you're gonna think about the gay community.
No, I don't. Now,
Come
if you
on, man.
mention it in a conversation as such by saying the rainbow community, of course, you identifying that
But I was
rainbow.
just
But
using that. I was just using that example as the
okay,
reference of how
I
people
listen. I
have
get
put
your
ownership to God.
right,
So
but
when I'm talking
those
about
two,
creation,
those two
I'm
don't
not
live in the
referencing
same.
no Bible.
But Jay Prince, those two don't live in the same house. What are you talking about? They don't live in the same house, so your correlation
I'm
is
talking
making
about
absolutely no
creation don't
point.
have nothing to do with the
Okay,
Bible.
okay. Creation is biblical in itself. You can't talk about creation without invoking the Trinity, the Father, the
That's if
Son,
you
and the
believe.
Holy Spirit.
That's no. First off, the Trinity in the Bible
Is the
don't
Father,
entails a
the
woman.
Son, and the Holy Ghost. It has nothing to do
Right.
with
So my first
what?
Trinity that I'm talking about is father, child, and mother. That didn't have nothing to do. See, this y'all put Bible on stuff that was already here,
You
existed
can't.
before those people claim it.
You can't say y'all because you invoke this conversation, bro.
They
The
voted
main
the
reason.
God creation.
Wait a
And you
minute.
keep saying, if I
Whether
speak about God creation, now I gotta add the
Okay,
Bible. No,
no,
I
but
don't.
what you're saying is Jay Prince. I'm gonna try and simplify this for you, okay, brother. What you're saying, the entire crust of your conversation is saying that God created women for one specific purpose, to have babies. And since they can't have babies, that is what you considered an abomination. Correct
They
me
are
so far.
rejects.
By who?
They are the rejects. People, the people that can't have kids are
hold on.
rejected.
By
Because
who?
God called you to
DJ,
reproduce. And if you
TJ,
can't
TJ.
reproduce,
Okay,
you're a reject.
DJ.
What?
Look. There's a movie. I think it's on Netflix, and I'm gonna show you something. They got a movie called it was based on the Noah's Ark, right?
And
And what
Bomb
was
Cherry, I'm
going
sorry for
on?
having this conversation on down.
Listen, what I'm saying,
You know,
bro.
we get to
You
talking.
got
I
to
know
pay
she
attention
told
to
me about
what.
her son. She told me
You
about her
got to
son.
look. You got to pay attention to it because in that scene, since everybody want to refer to movies because a lot of y'all ain't really religious. Y'all just try to be Bible thumpers to try to sway people's mind.
Didn't
Like the
nobody say nothing
devil.
about no movies
Listen,
until just now.
no, hold on. Listen what I'm saying.
Right?
Look,
You just be
if
making up
you
things.
go into that, if you go into that movie on Netflix about Noah's Ark, the
Okay.
reason why shit happens in a certain way was because
I
the
don't know no movie
woman
about Noah's Ark. What
the
are you talking about?
man
Why
wasn't
you can't talk
capable
about
of
what we talking
producing
about?
that kid. Look, hold on. The woman that he had wasn't able to produce a kid, right? So it was a whole lot of behind the back shit that happened that produced the twins. So look, so if y'all don't want to take it into reality, just take it into cinema or movie
Okay. Okay.
shit. Look,
Okay. Wait a minute.
look, the
Wait a minute.
woman,
How?
and get what the
Wait a
woman
minute.
said.
Rooster.
Hold on, DJ.
Victor.
The
Victor.
woman said, I am not childbearing.
Whew. He make it hard to breathe.
Someone mute him.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
I
so.
did.
Thank God. He make it hard to breathe. I don't understand. Did anybody, was any of us up here talking about movies,
Do
y'all?
you have
Nope.
kids, DJ Music?
Yeah, I have
Not
5
even Jay
sons.
Prince. Jay Prince
So
didn't
why
even say
did you
nothing about
have
his movie.
kids?
Why should I have kids?
Why did you?
Why did I?
Yeah.
Because they dick was
Uh,
hard.
Lord,
And them
now
uh,
you're
niggas was
talking about
snorting
another man's
cocaine.
penis. Listen, dude, you're
Yeah, they
gonna
was
have to
snorting
stop with your
cocaine back
gay.
in that nigga
Okay,
era, bro. They was
okay,
well,
okay,
Jay
guys.
nigga.
Prince, let me answer that honestly for you, Jay Prince. I'm a firm believer that you're not in control of your destiny. So I believe that the
He
5
wasn't in
children,
control of your dick.
okay, however you want to put it. So I think these 5 children that I have were gifts to me, and that's how I see it. It is that what it is. I don't think
Okay, why were they gifts to you?
I can't answer that. You'll have to ask the man upstairs that.
No, why do you feel as though they was gifts?
because
Did they make you? Did they make you a better man?
they attributed to me being better. Yes,
Did they motivate you to be better than what you was before?
of course they did.
How was it when a woman first told you that she was pregnant by you? What
How
type of
did it?
feeling that you got?
I guess a little bit of everything: nervousness, scared. What am I going to do next? Am I going to make sure I'm going to be able to provide for them, or whatever? Just, I guess it just
Outside of the worries, were you mad because she told
elated.
you that,
No,
or was you?
I was elated. I was ecstatic with each one
What
of
is
the
those? I
announcements.
don't know what those words mean.
Happy.
You was happy. Why you was
Yes.
happy instead of
Yes.
upset?
Why would I be upset?
Because
Okay,
you having kids.
Jay Prince, I'm gonna pretend like there's nobody else in the room but me and you. So I'm gonna have a man-to-man conversation with you, all right? So
Yeah.
both you and I have had multiple sex partners, right? So have you ever never found it strange that there's only some women that you ended up having children with?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying is that your path is already chosen for you, my brother. Those children that you have that it was already written for you. That was already there. That was already prescribed to you. The same ways that there's some women that or some men that it's written, it's not in their pathway to have children. It's not for me to question. I can only go by what path is in front of me. Sometimes I might veer to the left. Sometimes I might veer to the right. But do my children make me better? And of course, in some cases they do. In some cases, do they make me worse? Piss me off and find out.
Well, of course, but it seems like when everybody have kids, it gave them a purpose. Did when you had kids, did you feel like now you got a purpose?
No, I had purpose before that. That just added to my purpose because some people believe that your children are your legacy, and they are not. Your children aren't your legacy. It's the works and the effort and the things that you leave behind. That's your legacy.
So, are you the same man
No,
before you have
no,
kids,
absolutely
and
not.
after you? So
Absolutely not.
you changed when you became you a different man after you
You
had
have
kids,
to.
right?
You have to.
So you got a new purpose.
No, I just
They
it just
having
added to
kids
the
gave you
purpose.
a different
No,
purpose.
it just gave me let me put it like this. It just gave me another
Better when they need it.
it just gave me another outlook. Well, that's part of that's been with me my whole life. So
What is the outlook?
it's more than me. It's just more than me now.
You got a new purpose.
No, that
Do
added
you
to my
continue with that?
again, Jay Prince. I'm sure that there's somewhere there's a book written that has my
You
life
can't
already
say
planned
that
out.
it added when you can't say that it added to your original purpose because you say you're not even the same person.
But
You became a
that don't mean
different person
that
after
don't
you had kids.
right,
So
but that
it didn't
doesn't
add
mean
to it, it changed it.
Jay Prince. No, sir. Add does not mean
It gave
change.
you
That
a
means
different purpose.
and continue. It means adding to. I already had purpose. My purpose at one point in time, of course, you know, I told you I wanted to be a Marine. I wanted to be that when I was 15 years old. So at that point in time, I thought that was my purpose. Once I got into the Marine Corps, there was other purposes or other things that I wanted to achieve. One, I wanted to get promoted. I wanted to make more money. And at some point in time, the reason why I wanted to make this money and to become and to become get promoted is so I could take care of the children that I wanted to or had.
Hmm. But when you had those kids, did you achieve that?
Yeah,
Were you still
I
doing
I
that type of stuff?
I think I did pretty well. I think all my
No,
children will say
did you achieve your original purpose to be a
it's,
promoter?
I don't understand your question. My original purpose of what?
You said that you was going to the Marines and you
Yeah,
want to be a promoter to take care of some future
right.
kids.
I accomplished that. Yes, I accomplished that. I joined the Marines. I joined the Marines before I had children.
So when you had kids, what were you doing after you had kids?
Living a life. I can't exactly. When you mean, what was I doing? Was I working? Was I at some point in time I
How
was
was
in a
your life after you had kids?
well, Jay Prince, I can tell you this. For me, life changes when you have children because I know I'm gonna make a joke about this, but you don't go to the car empty-handed no more.
Like, were you more motivated?
Of course, of course.
So So kids, will you say your children were a blessing to you?
Of course, was there a blessing? Were there a motivating factor in some of the life goals that I wanted? Yes, of course they were. Were my children the children? Can some children that this might sound kind of rough to say, some children can be assets and some children can be liabilities. Most of those folks that have grown children that come back to them, hey moms, hey pops, I need $1,000. At some point in time, those children are liabilities to you
Mhm.
because they should be able to get out on their own and do those things. But
Right.
as they'll always be my children. So anything I can do to help them, of course, I will.
Did it make you feel more manly? Meaning,
No,
like when you be
no, no,
fatherhood, did make you feel more manly?
no. My manhood was not defined by me being by my children. No.
What I mean, did it
Same
enhance
with me with
it?
womanhood. No, it didn't.
For me, it enhanced my manhood. Like for an example, before I had kids, I was still doing childlike stuff, far as like wanting to go hang out, even in my 20s and 30s, hang out, do some stuff that get into stuff. I didn't have no responsibilities, right? But once I start having kids, being a father gave me a different a viewpoint,
Just
and
read
being a
that.
father gave me a different
That's just called
definition of
right,
myself.
right. That's just called stepping up to
That's
the plate, brother.
maturity.
Right. That's just called stepping up the plate, realizing
Mhm.
it's just not about you anymore. I'm obligated now, and I hate to use that word, but I'm obligated to take care of these lives that I help bring into the world. Whether it be,
Were they considered to be good problems?
uh, I don't, I wouldn't put those two in the same breath. Good problems.
Meaning that although kids bring a lot of stress,
Mm-hmm.
you gotta pay a lot of money and all this
Mm-hmm.
other type of stuff, but you was okay with it because you was a father.
Well, again, I don't really know how to answer that, but to say that my children, as far as life
Answer
accomplishments,
honestly instead of answer to try to prove me wrong.
okay, well, I am answering it honestly. As this is my children are my greatest joy, so it is what
Exactly.
it is.
So fatherhood. What name some positive stuff about fatherhood.
Well, I know long after I'm gone, since I have all boys, that my name will be my name will live on.
Mhm.
So I do know that that's a positive to know that my children can pick up the phone and ask me some advice about something, some
Basically, you
life.
still living after you dead.
Exactly, and that's what all men want. That all men want, and that goes back to that biblical part that you brought up. Go be
No,
fruitful and multiply.
creation.
Right.
I believe in creation.
Wait. Go be fruitful and
I didn't need no
multiply.
book to tell me to go fruitful and multiply. All you got to check is the biological. Check your semen. Every time you bust a nut, it's millions of sperm, right? So, and how God designed it, a woman can get pregnant once or twice a year. Men, we can get women pregnant all during the year, right? So I didn't need no book to tell me to go fruitful multiply. My natural nature
Well,
makeup,
well,
my
Hold
J
essence
on, wait.
Prince,
Once
tells
or
me to
twice
be
a
fruitful and
year.
multiply.
J Prince.
I had to come off mute for that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
once or twice a year.
I'm
That's not
let that
true.
go,
A woman
ladies,
can be
ladies.
pregnant twice a year.
J Prince, a woman has a gestation of at least 9 months. There's only 12 months in a year.
Right.
That's interesting.
So I have met women who got pregnant in January, had a baby in September, and got back pregnant in a week or two after. So she's pregnant twice in 1 year.
That's not quite okay. Okay, I'm not even. I
Taylor,
can't.
you right. You
No,
not
I could
you
do
can't
math,
speak on it.
sir. I
Yeah.
could do basic math. I don't have to have a kid to.
So so
That's
if
right.
Wait,
if
I
so
think
are
he
you
mean.
telling me
I
that
wait,
women
wait,
can
wait, wait,
get
wait, wait, wait,
pregnant?
wait, 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 wait. He is saying get pregnant. He's not saying that they can have a baby, two babies in a year,
Right.
but a woman can get pregnant
Yes, she
twice
can. Yes,
in a
she can.
year.
In one year.
Yes,
Yes,
Yeah.
she can get
and
pregnant.
I know a lot of them have, who have done that.
Yes. Now, if she can have two babies in the same year, but both of them have to be they have to be maternal or identical twins. But she can't have two babies in the same year.
I said she could get pregnant twice
Yeah.
in 1 year, and y'all
Okay.
disputed.
Yeah.
That's
No,
the
no, no,
reason why
no.
y'all
That's not.
disputed because y'all trying to look to prove me wrong.
No, no. We heard clearly heard what you said. That's why you got
So
pushback.
how did y'all disagree then?
We clearly heard you said that a woman can have a baby 2 times a year. Is that what now
Bombshell,
y'all
what did
heard?
I say? Regarding a woman having kids.
Let's
Yeah,
move
that she
on,
can
Jay
get
Prince.
pregnant twice a year.
Let's move
Exactly.
on. Okay, let's move on. And then Jay
So
Pre, did anyone ever tell you, bro, it's not proper to eat in front of folks?
I would tell him shit, get go fix him something. Shit.
Okay, well, turn your camera off. And I'm not saying don't eat, but turn your camera off while you're eating. We don't need to see you chewing.
Why not?
Why would we?
That's nature. It's natural.
Good Lord.
We go against nature too much. That's the
That
problem.
No, no,
uncouth.
That's why you got women on this platform don't want to have babies because
nobody. I don't
everything
think
that's
nobody
natural
up here
y'all
said they ain't want
disputed.
no baby.
Nobody up here said that, Jay Prince.
I didn't
Now,
say I didn't want no
no,
baby. I'm for people making decisions
yeah, well,
themselves. That's all.
yeah.
But when you look at the black community, we having way less kids than they did in the 60s and 70s. And then after these
Why
young
is that?
kids grow up,
Why do you think?
they
Why do
gonna
you
get
think that?
more, they gonna
Why do
become
you think
more like
that?
these people
Why do you think
and
that,
not
Jay
having
Prince?
no
Why
kids.
do you think that? Why do you think black families
Well,
have
the
no
way y'all
kids?
complain about broken
Because it's
families,
society.
Huh?
How they teach these people in school. I think the way they teach these people in school is no different from population control. It's one thing to sterilize black women, but it was another thing to make them believe that they shouldn't have no kids. Once you got the black woman to believe to be sterilized
I,
and
I,
to
I,
populate control,
I'm gonna let y'all have that.
you done eliminate
I'm gonna
the
let y'all have
journey
that.
that they was trying to do.
Nope.
They
Not even.
achieved it by women believing that they shouldn't have kids. And
Nope.
the
what
men
you
don't
think?
believe they should have kids.
What you think
Nope.
about
That's
that, Bomb?
crazy.
What you think about what he just said?
I don't know what you talking about, but I know we ain't having no children because first it's expensive, right? Money. It's all kinds of reasons why.
So what was the difference between having kids today and having kids throughout millions of years? It always costs.
Things were cheaper
No,
back then.
no,
Y'all,
it didn't
I'm
Right.
so
Things
tired
always
of
cost.
people.
the times are changing. Most black people that were in the 60s, 70s, and 50s, 60s, and part of the 70s, they lived in rural areas. They where they more lived. And I'm not being disrespectful when I say this. We weren't part of that, as they say, that industrial revolution. There were some people that worked in the factories, but for the most part, most black people had huge families so they could help out around the farm.
So right. So the families is wealth, right? It is no cheaper than it was back then. You got paid lesser, right? So let's say stuff is expensive today, but it still balance out. So let's say minimum wage $15
Dude,
an
it
hour.
don't balance out.
It does
It's
not
nowhere
balance out.
near.
People are
Oh my God.
struggling.
Yeah.
Minimum wage $15.
People are
Okay,
still
the stuff is
struggling though.
higher. The
Minimum
stuff is
wage is
higher.
only $7.25.
When
No,
minimum wage, depending on where you live at, but like even
most
with the
times they're gonna
minimum
pay you about
wage,
15.
if rent is $1,800 a fucking month and you making minimum
Do the
wage, you
math, Jay
can't
Prince.
fucking live.
Right. That
Okay,
doesn't add up.
okay, but
Like
if
you,
you making $15 an hour, you can afford that.
no, you
No,
can't.
no, you can't.
No, that's nowhere near that.
Right. In some places,
If
Jay
you
Prince,
work 80 hours
listen,
at
if
$15 an
80
hour,
hours. People only work
that's
40
1500
hours,
every
dude.
2 weeks.
People don't
but
work
That's
no
but
80
$3,200 a
hours.
month.
but you have to
Nobody
Huh?
work.
Jay Prince, you
Nobody
have to
working 80 hours. That's
right.
people
Nobody
40-hour
works
work week.
right. It's 40-hour
Who don't
work
work
week,
80
bro.
hours?
It's
I
a
think
People
he's
be working
40-hour
80
referring
work
to
week.
80.
hours.
I think he's referring to 80 hours per pay period.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, so you're saying
So
if you get paid
See,
so
I'm
bi-weekly,
that's
it's
starting to
80 hours.
3200
speak.
a month.
I speak Jay Prince. I'm
and then
Yeah,
starting.
you
okay.
still got
Thank you,
electric. You
Taylor.
still got other
Yeah,
things. That's not
That's
affordable.
$3,200 a month. You
but
with
It
that's
ain't no.
1800.
before tax,
That's
JP.
gross, JP.
That's
Okay, but
before they
what I'm
take
trying
out
to say, what I'm
tax.
Right.
trying to say, back then people was getting paid $3.20.
Yeah,
And
but
Yeah.
a
rent
lot
used
of
to
people
be
own
$50.
a
I
Right.
lot of
remember my
people
mom.
owned the land that they lived on.
Right. And
And
gas
people,
only costs 5 cents.
yeah, and rent was $50.
Right.
You know what I mean? Now
Right.
it's gone so crazy.
And it's not
Like
even owning a goddamn home. How the hell? Why is there HOAs when this is supposed to be your motherfucking home?
Exactly. And see this
Like,
that's the thing. You move into a neighborhood and you got the HOA telling you how to live, why to live, and what to live.
don't
You know,
plant these
right.
plants
You
here because it's
can't
gonna make the
But they also
neighborhood
tell you
bad.
how many kids to have, what not to
no,
have.
no, no, no,
Y'all,
no, no,
y'all not
no,
gonna
No,
fight
no.
that's
about
not
that.
how
They don't
that works,
no, they
homie.
don't
But
go that
what
they
they
don't take
are
it that
telling
far.
you, they
They
teaching
tell
you
your
that.
kids can't play basketball. No bounce in my neighborhood. They
Yeah.
can't bounce the ball.
Yeah. Got
Damn.
You know, there's some
quiet
crazy shit.
quiet hour and all kind of shit like that. That's why I'm glad
Quiet hour, my
right,
motherfucking
right. I'm glad I
ancestors.
live on a homestead where my parents and my grandfather passed on land to
I'm
his
gonna do.
children, and his children gonna pass it on to their children, and I'm gonna pass it on to my children.
See, I need
So
a
what happens?
house where I'm the
What
only house
happens
on the
when you got a
goddamn
lot of
block.
wealth? Okay, let me ask you this. Let's say people chose not to have kids, but they chose to get rich and stuff like that, right?
Hmm.
What happens when they die and who they got to pass that rich and that wealth? Let's
A
say they
lot of
built
them
something.
rich people is giving their wealth away to charity and saying their
Legacy,
kids ain't getting
right,
shit.
Right to somebody else's kids.
right. But that's the legacy that they choose to leave behind.
Nothing for
Exactly.
themselves.
See,
So
no, the
basically,
rich people got it right. See, poor people. The thing they wasn't lying when they said poor people. All the reason why they got so many kids because they ain't nothing else to do as far as like fuck all day. The rich people got it right. You know, the
that's
less
because
kids,
I rather
the
choose family over I rather choose God than man. Man is in charge of richness. God in charge of family. So I
mm-hmm.
rather go where God is at.
Well, shit. Well,
Because
So I
because all those rich people,
so
yeah, it
J
might look
Prince.
like they are
So
happy because
so
you desire what they got, but a lot of rich people is unhappy and lonely.
so J Prince. So would you
we
say
need to
being
Their
stop
rich?
saying
family is
that
not.
because we don't
When
know
we
these
was poor,
motherfucking rich
we
Right.
people.
had a big family. We had a big family, but we was happy that a motherfucker. We had so
Yeah.
much life and joy in us and to
Until it
be
was
around us,
until it was
which developed a lot of personality.
Until
until it
Big
was
Mama
time to eat.
died.
Right. It was until it was time to eat.
So
Until
we had
Big
food
Mama died.
stamps. With a lot of people in your family, you gonna find a way to get food.
Jay Prince, I grew up in a big family, so you cannot tell me that there's times I know one damn thing that number one, when you grow up with 9 other brothers and sisters, no such thing as privacy. You're sharing everything.
So what?
You might be wearing your but that's the point.
That's only temporarily though. You have to be uncomfortable temporarily. A lot of y'all done spent 10 years being uncomfortable going to these schools and all this, and then after school, you're gonna spend another 5 after you pay your school loans and stuff like that. So that's 15 years you done wasted, right?
So that's
Compared
that's
to
that's
let's say
so
So
when
Jay
you
you
Prince.
against
work
that?
in a
So
big
you're against
family,
education?
once the kids get older, shit, now y'all got a whole squad.
So what you
Oh,
okay? So outside of kids, right? Like
Yeah.
mm,
what?
mm.
I don't want
How
nothing
do you
else.
think people? How do you think people? You know, what do you think the people are gonna do to make livings to be able to support their children as far as income? Do you think skills matter?
Believe intelligence and skills, it matters to a certain degree, but what happens is what
Oh
I
my.
see when I listen to you,
Uh-huh.
you putting skills and money over family.
No,
you
I'm
make
not.
you make
No,
money and
I
skills the
understand.
priority.
No, I understand that in order, if I want my future family to have the best, better than what I have, I understand that there are certain things within society that are needed in order for me to put them in that position. So
What is
as
the
far
best?
you said what?
What's better than life?
I
What's the
mean,
best?
what's better
Money?
than life? You gonna be, oh, What?
I'm saying you said you want the kids to have the best. What is that? Because I
A
thought
roof
life
over
and
their head,
creating
a roof over their
families.
head, a roof over their head.
It don't cost that much
Edu-
to have a roof over your head. You mean in a mansion
no, I'm not
to
talking about a
live like a
mansion.
Johnson?
No, I'm not talking about a mansion. I'm talking about a home, a shelter that they can go to.
Well, I remember growing up in a big family, and we had a shelter over our head,
Okay, that's great.
and we was damn near poor.
So
So,
so because
so
so
when you
because
say
you
want the
so
best, what that
because we
mean?
was poor, so because we was poor,
Uh huh.
we could subject our children. We should want we don't want our children to have the be better or have the best because we was poor. That's what I'm understanding from you. Because
No,
I ain't have
no,
shit. My kids can't have shit, right?
no, no. What I want to teach my kids what's best is families first, before anything, before a dollar bill that don't love you. That money in your bank account don't love you. That money, that bank account, not gonna don't know nothing about you. It's a whore.
But you need it
It's gonna
to,
be your bank account
but you
and,
need money to
everybody else's bank
sustain.
account. It, it,
But
it, it move
but
around.
you need money to sustain your life. We can't ignore
Yes,
these
you use
facts.
it as a tool.
We live in America. Okay? It costs money. They charge us for gas. They charge us for water, which is fucking ridiculous. That's a fucking natural goddamn resource. But they charge us for everything. So we
Everything is a
understand.
natural resource.
Listen, we understand that you need money to sustain life. Okay?
Yes,
To
but
keep a
you don't
roof
have
over
to.
your head.
You don't have to let you don't have to let America dictate of you creating establishing a family first. You don't have to let money scare you into. And I believe these young people allowed Americans money, the financial institute, to scare them from reproducing. You allow one of you don't never make enough money to have kids. You just gonna
Taylor,
die not having kids.
just when I thought we was
Crazy.
making
It's a
some
lot of
headway,
people feeling
God
like that.
damn it.
You
Jay
said what,
Prince.
Mr. Music?
I said, just when I thought we were making some headway with this guy, with Jay Prince, you just come off with some old, you just can't, you just reach in you just reach into that bag of oh shit, didn't you? You just got to throw something on it. There's absolutely no way that if you can go back and listen to this part of the stream, Jay Prince, that you would even agree with yourself.
He
Watch,
can and he will.
I definitely agree with this because when I look at the younger people,
uh-huh.
they thinking about making money before having kids, right?
Yeah,
A
as they
lot of them, a
should.
lot of them
As they
don't never
should.
make that certain
As they
amount.
should.
As they
Right,
should,
but
Jay
okay, but
Prince.
listen. A lot of them don't never get the chance to make that money because I was told on this internet that one child costs 250,000. Right, a lot of people they never seen 100,000 their whole lifetime at one time. Right, so
And
you
that's
talking about
where
making them
partnership and that's
triple
where partnership
of
comes
the
into play.
dreams that don't never really get met or
But
from
no,
everybody who thinks like that.
that's where partnership comes into play and that's where
Partnership with who?
partnership for people that want to have children. When you get with somebody, there's an understanding that's there that hey, if we're gonna do this, if we're gonna have children and whatnot, we want to be able to sustain them.
Wait, I thought y'all said men makes the money. So ain't no partner in that. He's
Who
by
said that?
himself.
Who said that?
Oh wait, so DJ Music, DJ Loser, are you talking about that you want to share, you need women, your woman to help make money?
I need women for everything, nigga. What you talking about?
Y'all
I
gotta
thought you
stop
said the man
this.
was supposed to be
Listen, Jay Prince,
the priority
Jay
provider
Prince,
though.
Jay Prince. Let me go ahead.
Economics and
Listen,
economists will tell
listen.
you
Let me tell you something, Jay Prince. Jay Prince. Let me tell you something. I'm not one of them niggas over there that you can talk to that you can convince me that I don't need a woman for everything except breathing.
No,
Okay,
no, I
because
need
that
women
shit
to do
don't.
what a
Oh,
woman
I
was
no
designed to do.
no sir. If I'm in a well enough position, let me go ahead and answer this for you. If I'm in a well enough position that my wife or if preferably I'm married, that my wife can stay home and take care of our children, that will be done. But if my wife and I recognize that at some point in time after her having a child that she has to go back to work, that is something that's agreed upon by both of us. I'm not going to push her out the door and say, "Hey, take your black ass to work."
So now another woman had to raise your kids.
It got daycares for that.
Right. And that's another woman.
Not
I'm,
okay.
I'm done with this conversation.
Okay.
No, think about it. The daycare teacher is typically who? A woman.
So should we not put our children in school too? That's gonna affect them too?
What I'm saying is
Daycare is
it's a thing
Jay Prince. Jay
when women
Prince.
get pregnant at work,
Jay
paternity
Prince.
leave.
Let me
And
say something,
sometimes they
brother,
be
brother,
on
brother,
paternity
brother.
leave for 2 to 3 years, 3 to 4
Right,
years.
right. In
At
some
least 4
cases,
years, first 4 years.
Jay Prince, daycare is a kind of a twofold system. It starts it starts socializing the children to the world out there at a much early age than a child that starts off away from their mother. First time they ever away from their mother is when they
So
go to the first grade. So at number two, it makes sure it allows the parents to go to work to earn a living to take care of their children. Some parents can't afford to put their child in daycare, so they have to depend on a family member, maybe a grandmother or a sister or a brother, whatever. So there's all kinds of
right.
parameters in what you're saying. So
So
it's not necessarily just daycare. I'm just using that as one particular example that you brought up. Yeah, if my wife is, if both of us feel like
right.
we want this certain type house, we want this certain type life, and it takes both of us to go out and get it, we both going to go out and get it.
Well, unfortunately, I have had conversations with people that when they said they mom and dad worked and it did them a disservice because although they mom and dad provided the financial stuff, right? But they didn't have them there, right?
Well,
Because they
that's
always how long they always was at work, the mom and the father. So they felt neglected from their mother and their father. So you telling me that it's okay for the mom and the daddy to be at work all day, but
okay.
there's kids who have
Okay.
that who have had that
Okay.
experience,
I
and
get what you're saying. I
it
get
didn't do nothing but harm
okay.
them.
Right. I get what you're saying, and I'm gonna drink a little bit of this Kool-Aid. So I'm gonna act
How
like
did
I'm
it harm them? That's what
right.
I want to know. How
Right.
did
I'm
it
gonna
harm
act
them?
like right. I'm getting to that bomb. I'm gonna drink a little bit of this Kool-Aid that you try to get me. It must be grape or red or something. So I'm gonna swallow a little bit of it. I hope it's got enough sugar in it. But Jay Prince, say to me what you just said. I bet you can't repeat that.
So
What did you just say?
I said, unfortunately, right, that when the mom and the dad working, I have spoken to a lot of people who have lived in that environment where the mom and dad was always gone at work. They
Hmm.
was focused on getting these big dreams and a lot of money, but they provided them the financial stuff, meaning they didn't want nothing. That the kids didn't need for nothing financially, but the thing that they desired and really needed, like other kids have received, was the time with their mother and their father.
Okay, I get. Okay. I'm gonna say that's a valid point, Jay Prince. You
Drink some
make a
more
valid.
Kool-Aid. Drink some more Kool-Aid.
I'm gonna say that's a valid point, but that is not everybody's case. I guarantee you have more children that complain about what they didn't have versus those children that did have, that didn't have to worry about where the next meal was coming from. Me personally, growing up with my parents, I know that if my parents could have gave us more, they would have. And
I'd rather have had my parents there and struggle than to not struggle and not have them there.
I bet you won't say that.
Majority of people gonna want that.
I bet you wouldn't say that at 10 o'clock if you went to bed on an empty stomach and your parents would sit up in the house and y'all watching
No,
damn good times.
because you're gonna always find a way to eat. One thing about America, right?
Shit. What?
No, you're not
One thing about
necessarily Jay
America, ain't too
Prince.
many people. You was
I
not
done
gonna go to
went
bed
hungry a
hungry.
minute there.
Jay Prince,
Yeah,
that's not
yeah,
true.
but it's not gonna be to the point where you
Okay,
off
let me
those
ask you something.
African
Okay,
commercials.
let me ask you
What?
something right
It's
now.
not to the point of what?
Those African commercials where your ribs is touching your back.
Yeah,
Oh,
my
oh
They
Lord
ribs
have
is
got
mercy.
touching
food
my back.
lines. They got
My,
food pantries. We
uh,
y'all from the South, Bomb
wait a
Cherry.
minute. Oh no, no,
We
no,
all up
no.
in the food pantries.
No, no, no. Listen, first of all, they haven't always had those
Oh,
things.
they're not right. They
And
haven't
they
always
and
had
they're
them.
always not available. You live in a big ass city, so maybe that's why, right? But um there
And you
was
live in the
times when the
South.
on
Guess what
that was
y'all used to do?
no, yeah, I can tell you we used to be
It's the
hungry.
reason why y'all eat
We used to be
crawfish
hungry.
and all types of fish and
Yeah,
bears and
you
roach
you
for chips,
you got
baked
to be able
roach.
to fish, and you have to have money to eat a fish, right? Um, because my dad was trying to work. So he couldn't be out there fishing. He trying to work so he could bring home food. But if it wasn't for the school system, a lot of people would have starved to death.
Hmm.
No,
That's
because
a fact.
people went out there,
Hmm.
people went out there hunting. It was a lot of hunters, a lot of fishers.
That's
It was a
time
lot.
you can't hunt.
But Jay Prince,
I don't think you know there's rules.
who gonna go catch a bass at 6 o'clock in the morning and make sure that the child walks out the door? Give
No,
me a
so
fish sandwich, mama.
what they do is like I got a farmer here that's worked on my food truck. He got deep freezers full of fish, hunted when he hunted deers and stuff like that. So he got so much meat will last him 2 or 3 months. All you
Okay.
Then
got to do
going
is
deer
freeze
hunting
it.
alone, depending on where, costs money. You have to have
Gotta have a license for
That
licenses
that.
and
all
shit.
costs
You,
goddamn money. It's
Right.
yeah,
not.
You
this
gotta
shit
have a
ain't.
gun for that. What you gonna
Yes.
where you gonna get the gun
Come
from?
on now. Oh, come on now.
Where you gonna get the bullets from?
What you
Yeah,
mean? Come
well,
on.
I drive past dead deers in a row all the damn time. It don't take you
Listen,
nothing to
dude, you
pull
gotta
over
You
and
clean
can't.
pull
that
back my
shit.
window
Yeah, you
there.
can't. Jay Prince, that meat is so bruised up you can't eat it, and the chances are because the animal got struck by a car or something. Most of the stuff that you can't eat, it seeps into the skin, so you can't eat it anyway. Like the bile from the liver and all those different impurities.
But
So once that animal get hits by a car, you can't eat it. It's not fit for consumption
Them
anymore.
animals have carry spirits now,
so
so if
before
they
we had fishing rods,
need
they
to
had nets.
rest.
It didn't cost that much. The niggas used to will put bags in the damn water and
Jay
catch a
Prince,
bunch of fish. Yeah.
we long got out of the hunter gatherer stage, okay, brother?
Right,
Yeah,
but
we ain't
that's what
going
I'm saying.
back.
So
We're not
y'all trying to make it to the
hunting
point
together.
where you gonna get the bullets like a person don't got $10.
What you
Yeah,
talking
some
about?
people didn't have $10.
So,
Oh,
but bomb cherry,
You ain't never not have $10.
yeah, before not that long though. But if I didn't have it personally, but if I really wanted it, I could get it. Like it's a reason. Okay, bomb cherry, you make homemade cornbread, you
hmm
make beans, you
hmm
make rice, right?
hmm
That meal alone is about $11, $12. Could feed a family of five plus leftovers because we had leftovers, beans and cornbread.
Yeah, but I'm talking about every day.
Where she
Breakfast,
get it
lunch,
from?
dinner.
Right.
You know,
Come on, right?
Where she get the
breakfast, lunch,
beans?
and dinner. Kids
Where
want to eat. Grown
right?
ups want to eat.
Where she get the beans from, Jay Prince? Where she get the rice from, Jay Prince?
Well,
Where she
back in the
get?
day, like what I see Bomb Cherry do, and
Uh,
that's so attractive.
they go out and mill it.
Bomb Cherry like the garden,
Well, I have a little small. I mean, Jay Prince, I have a little small.
tomatoes.
Yeah, there's some of the food that I grew last year. Well, my sister and I grew last year. We still eat on like we canned some fruit, canned some tomatoes and stuff like that. But that's just particularly us here because that's how we grew up. But there's not a whole lot of people that have no idea that could not survive without a grocery store nearby, food pantry or something because they don't have those. They're
Right
not.
in the city where I live in, even though we don't have those farms and stuff, you can do that, but they got places that provides the meals. I remember the time when we was young, they would have these trucks that would drive by at the park, at every park, and they would have lunches. They had a little juice, sandwiches, cookies, chocolate
Yeah,
milk.
yeah,
And then
yeah.
you want two of them. There's always gonna be a bougie motherfucker that say, I don't eat that. All you gotta do is say, get it and give it to me. We all know that mean. Give it me. It was a bougie motherfucker that didn't want to eat the post shit. And you were starving with the apples and shit.
Well,
Yeah, he would take the
that
little
was that.
juice and cookies. I get his sandwich.
That's a different generation right there
Right.
too.
You know that person you was describing earlier that was complaining about their mom and dad not paying attention to them while they was out working. That's who you was just describing,
The
bougie.
bougie. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Talking about
Which I don't.
my mama wasn't here and it affected me. What you mean?
Right.
They couldn't sit at home and do their homework.
And
How
watch
did it
you.
affect them?
Yeah, but kids, even though you could buy them, you could provide them with the financial stuff, the stuff that don't have substance. What really have substance is like every day I wake up is me and my babies. My babies, I get to spend on so much time with my babies. And one thing about it, one thing I know and realize, every day they change and they grow.
So,
So
Jay,
when you gone 5 days a week, if the mama and daddy gone 5 days a week for the most part, right? Because when you come home, they sleep or at school. So if you not barely seeing them 5, you done missed out a lot.
but Jay Prince, a good parent makes time for their children, even though they have a 9 to 5. A good parent makes time for their children. They
How you gonna do
understand
that?
there's only 24 hours in a day, so you got to adjust. You have to adjust for your
Give me
children.
an
You have to
example.
adjust
How?
for your. Okay, take
But
from me.
when you get off at 5,
Right.
you pick their ass up, and
Pick
not
that.
you got that you cook dinner, you help them with the homework. What most people do.
Right. Sit
Well, y'all
down.
talking like whoa. Y'all moving way too fast because first shift jobs is priority. The people that's been working them jobs a long time get the top dibs on the first shift. A lot of y'all gonna have
Say
to work
what?
them second and thirds.
Most people work 9 to 5.
Most people
No,
work.
Yeah,
No.
I work a
no.
9 to 5.
Yeah. Stop.
I haven't seen a person work a 9 to 5 in a very long
Okay.
time. Usually
Jay
be
Prince.
between.
Jay
Let
Prince.
me say
Jay
this right
Prince.
quick. Music. Usually be between 6 in the morning, about 7 to about 3, 3
That's
to
even
about
better.
11 to about 7. Those are the typical hours. And the first shift hours usually go to the people that was there the longest. So they can be their kids. So a lot of us gonna have to work from 3 to 11.
Jay
So
Prince.
your kids is in school.
Jay
You
Prince.
go on throughout the
Most
day. By the
people,
time you come home, they
Jay
sleep.
Prince. Most jobs don't hire you based on the fact that you have children or not.
yeah.
But right, so as two parents that's looking to feed their family, you're
hmm
gonna take what you can get. So if you can't get that, if both
So
y'all
what's
can't
the
get that first,
argument
if
exactly?
neither one of y'all
I don't
can't
I
get
know.
don't
that
even
first
know.
shift
I
job,
don't know.
no, what I'm
Even
saying
if
is
you
if
go to
neither
even if
one of
you go
y'all
to
can
work
get
to
that first
six
shift,
to three, you still got a lot of time with your kids.
That
My
was the
husband
point.
used to work night shift, and I used to work 3 to 11, right?
That's the,
And which means he had them for breakfast so I could sleep, and then he would be the one to pick them up off the bus. I would be the one to put them on the bus. He
so
would be
you
the
never
one.
got the chance to see them. If you work the second
Now,
shift, you're
but
not
what you
gonna be
mean?
able to
They
see
got
those people.
weekends. I spend time with my kids. I
So
saw them
right,
every.
so 5 days out
right.
of the week they don't see their mama.
That's
They
not
saw
true,
me
Jay
every
Prince.
day. They
They,
just didn't. What you mean they didn't see me? We lived in the same house.
good
But what I
God.
mean is, well, yes, they saw you, but if you working from 3 to 11, first off, school get out at 3:30. So you going to you got to leave the house by 2 o'clock. So you going to get to work. So you going to work at 3. You leaving at 2. The kids still in school. They gonna come home because the daddy there. Now 11 o'clock, the kids got to be in bed, sleep at 8, 9. You get
O-
off at 11. You
Okay,
gonna
Jay
go
Prince.
you coming home.
Right,
You
but you
going
forgot
straight
I'm
to
the one who
bed.
put them on the bus because they went to. I'm the one who fed them breakfast, put them on the bus. Their daddy is the one who got them off the bus. They saw both of us. Then weekends, right? That's how it worked. It worked like that for a long time. He worked late night shift, and so my shift had to be a little different.
I'm glad that I figured a way to be there to be with my kids because I realize I'm learning something about them every day.
Well, that's what we all have to do, Jay Prince. That's what I was just trying to explain to you. Being a good parent is understand it's called delegating what you have to do. You know you have to go work. You know you have to take care of your children. So you as a parent, whether you're the mother or the
Some
father,
people just
you
want to
have
be
to
bougie and keep up with the
no,
Joneses.
no, that's not keeping
That's
up
why
with
y'all
the
made it harder.
brother. It's not keeping up with the Joneses.
Being a
It
parent
really
not
is
that
not.
hard.
Okay,
It's
Jay
it's
Prince,
it's hard when you
Jay
want
Prince.
to.
Let me
It's
say
harder
this,
when
bro.
you want to keep up with the Joneses.
Again, no disrespect when I say this to you, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But have you ever heard of such a thing called family time?
Yeah, but that's like
And
white folks.
when
They barely
right,
even
see,
speak to each
that's what the
other. So,
problem is. That's what the problem is. You want to equate everything that's good to what white folks do.
no,
No, sir.
family time
Jay
is
Prince, let me
when they
finish.
barely even
Let me
see each
finish
other.
before
Oh,
you
my bad.
get into it. And there was a point in time that I know growing up that dinner time was a certain time of day. That means all my brothers and sisters and my mom and my daddy was there. And we all sat around at the dinner table and we talked about just about anything, whether it was something of substance, whether you got in trouble, what happened at school. But my parents made sure to do that every day. Sometimes you might not be ready to eat at dinner time, but you was going to sit your black ass at that table. You didn't have that option. So some
Right,
parents
Kachi.
make
Let's
it,
say your kids is
some,
doing something different, right? But let's just say your kids, because now they're getting older, right? And I got kids, so I know. Let's say your kids might be into some stuff they don't got no business. Y'all
that's
gone.
your fault. That's your fault
No,
as the parent.
but it's not your fault because kids
Sure it
are their
is.
own people. I don't
Sure it
care
is.
how much
Right.
you teaching your kids.
At a certain age, if your child is 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 years old out there causing chaos, you can't blame that on nobody but the parent because ain't no way in hell my 13-year-old would be outside of my house without me checking on him or her. That's not happening.
So
That's
so
not
you
happening.
don't so if you and the mother is gone, y'all trying to make it seem like y'all got that much fear and controlling kids and
It's
how
not. It's not. It's not fear. It's
the
called.
upbringing in school.
It's right.
A lot of times they
It's
don't
called bringing up
resort
your
back to
children the
their
right
upbringing until
way.
they get grown.
Listen, you can't you can't control everything that everybody does. Now
Right.
there's children out there that's gonna be bad, regardless, they're bad to the bone. They come out bad. So there's nothing you can do about that. But for the most part, if you handle your children the right way, if you teach your children right from wrong, chances are it'll rub off on you. Are there some bad apples, Jay Prince? Of course there are. That's what they got jails
But you
for.
don't know your kids. You don't know their kids.
No, no, you
Wait,
can
wait. Let
only
me say this. That means you don't know your kids when they're not around you,
no, you
right?
don't.
So if y'all
No.
gone, if the mama and daddies, if the kids know that they mama and daddy finna be gone all day, they gonna be sneaking. Whatever the case, right? Y'all gone. The kids know that y'all gonna be gone
Well,
for the most part.
again,
So
I'll
how
give
you
you the
gonna
benefit.
maintain a punishment?
Okay. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt on that. That you are right on that. You cannot be around your kids 24/7. So, hoping in the interim, Jay Prince, that you have discipline, that you have instilled discipline in your children enough to know right from wrong. There's some kids, no matter what you teach them, no matter how good you them, no matter what you give them, to make sure that they do the right thing, they're still not going to do the right thing, and that is not the
The
problem.
babysitter won't have to whoop your kids, discipline your kids.
No,
The
no,
babysitter become
ain't
your kids' parent.
no babysitter better to ever put a hand on a child of mine.
What? Whoa, 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 whoa,
No,
whoa,
no,
whoa,
sir,
whoa.
no, sir,
So you might as well don't leave your kid over there then. Because how you gonna leave? How you gonna
no,
put your
sir. There's a
bad
big
kid?
difference. That
How
I'm
you
the
gonna put your
only
bad kids on to somebody else?
my children's mother, and my children's
If
and
y'all
me.
not there
And
5 days
me.
out the
No,
week, how y'all
wait a
gonna
minute. Wait a
discipline?
minute. I did not say that the babysitter can't discipline my children, but I did say that the babysitter better not put a hand on my child. There is a
Well, then
difference.
you might as well keep them. Well, I
No,
know.
no,
So
sir. No,
I
sir.
got Mississippi.
So
Hold on,
basically, what you? No,
music. Let me
sir.
say
No,
this right
sir.
quick. I
No,
got
sir. I can't.
Mississippi people in my family,
No,
and
sir.
they feel like this. If you don't want me to whoop your badass kids, take them
No,
with
sir.
you.
No, sir. Because anytime
That's
my
what they
child,
believe.
wait a minute. So I would tell that babysitter, anytime my child get that out of hand that you feel you got the whooping, I can't bring him back to you no more.
Right, because what now think about this. Because I know how because by me dealing with kids on a regular, you don't got time to wait 8 to 10
No,
hours till the parents come
no,
home
ain't
when the kids
no
is doing
baby.
something
There is
egregious.
no babysitter, whether it's a
But this
daycare.
is the reason why
The
teachers can't
only
control.
Jay
This is the
Prince,
reason why teachers can't control their class
the only
because your
babysitter
badass kids
that
don't want to
no
get
sir,
whooped.
no sir, the only babysitter that better ever lay a hand on my children is their paternal grandmother, their paternal grandfather, or one of my brothers or sisters, their uncle or their aunts. Anybody outside of that direct family that call themselves my blood family better not never put a hand on my child for any
And you
reason.
know what?
For
This
any
is
reason.
sad because you grew up in an era when teachers used to be able to paddle your kids' ass.
I don't give a fuck. They still had to call my mother and father. Well, we gonna beat Mr. Music because he was out of class. No, not before you call my daddy. You ain't touching me.
But they at least inform you though, right?
What?
They
They
call
can
to inform your mom and them, right?
they can inform all they want to, but that don't mean they're gonna do it until my mom and daddy gave them the permission to. They just was not gonna say, "Yeah, I'm
Well,
just gonna
Donald
take you."
Trump just passed the law
Huh?
saying that the teachers get to discipline your kids' ass.
And
Nah,
let's see how good that law gonna work. It's one of them kids jacked up one of them teachers up in that classroom. Let's see how good that law work.
I think that teacher should be able to whoop kids' ass.
No, there's a difference between
And the
corporal
reason why
punishment.
I believe that,
That's
DJ Music, the reason why I solely believe that, because if the teacher's gonna be there with your kids majority of the time, and not only that he gotta have your kids, but they
right.
gotta have 30
I,
kids. And wait, they gotta have 30 kids. Y'all couldn't handle no 30 kids for no 10 hours.
again, Jay
Right.
Prince,
So
I'm gonna get
wait,
it.
so if let's just say 5 to 10 of those kids is disruptive, let's say that's a couple of y'all kids. You get your kids getting their ass whooped, or don't bring them to school.
Okay, again, Jay Prince, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and say that you are right. If there are some unruly kids in the classroom, they need to be dealt with. I don't care how you deal with them. You could put them in the corner. You could send them to the principal's office. You can suspend them. But what you will not do to a child of mine is put your hand on them.
Right. So if they suspend them, that means y'all got to take off work.
Not necessarily.
You don't want nobody whooping your kids, so who gonna want to watch them? Your brother and sister work too.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just got back. I stepped away for a second. So y'all talking about teachers being able to put hands on kids?
He is. I'm not. He is. I'm not.
I believe that. I think they should.
JP, you will let a teacher put hands on your girls?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So apparently he trusts these people enough to know, to allow them to discipline your children. So suppose your girls are not doing nothing wrong, right? Like a lot of black boys and girls aren't doing, but they're accused, and then they get paddled. That was an issue even back then. And they didn't even paddle a lot of kids back then neither.
Sure didn't.
Right? They knew better. I remember Johnny was in middle school, and I remember Johnny get paddled. In fact, I saw it. I was in the office because I used to always forget my combination to my locker. So I was always in the office getting a new goddamn combination for my locker. Johnny was from New York, but he lived in Louisiana. They were like the new family in the area. And that man said, bend over. Johnny bent over. And that man paddled him. And Johnny stood up and punched that motherfucker right in the face. I know we was middle school. And then it was a big thing with his parents afterwards. Like, you don't have a right to touch my kids. You trust
So
these
it's either
folks to beat your kids?
It's either your kids get their ass whooped or put them on Ritalin. Which one you rather?
Yeah, they ain't gotta be put on Ritalin neither. Because first of all, y'all be saying that. I know, look, they not putting kids on Ritalin the way y'all claim.
Because they took out their ass whoopings out of
school. They not putting kids on Ritalin the way y'all claim.
Because they took the ass whooping. A Ritalin was a replacement for the ass whooping. Oh, y'all don't want people to whoop y'all kids' ass? Well, we're gonna put them in
Ritalin didn't come out until after my kids were born.
You can't be that dumb.
No, they gotta people want to deal with your kids. I think that y'all need to become a teacher first to understand why. Because you look at it from an ego point of view and a parent point of view. You're not looking at it from the teacher. Not only got to deal with your kids, but they got 30 kids.
I coached 100
and the
children.
only reason why they do that because y'all they know they mama and daddy said you can't whoop me, and they know the teachers can't whoop their ass. That's the only reason why kids mainly go fuck up in school because they know they ain't gonna get no ass whooping like they would they mom and daddy.
Right.
My kids knew nobody was gonna touch them, and they knew that I will come there and beat their ass and fuck the teacher.
If I
and then
got
if
to
the
come to
teacher
the
touch
school,
my kids, I will beat their ass and fuck students.
Right.
Oh no.
Jay Prince, that's how it works. The
That's
teacher,
why they don't want y'all kids.
listen,
they constantly
listen, bro. The teacher calls. Okay,
every little thing now.
Okay, I'm gonna give you an incident. I remember one of my oldest boy at this time. He was acting up in school, so the teacher called us, and when he got home that evening, I had a good conversation with him. Never had a problem. Never had a problem with him since. I said I had a good conversation with him. I didn't have to touch him.
Well, it's some kids, some conversations don't go that far. Y'all sound like the commercials now. Y'all sound like all you had to do is just have a conversation and boom, the kids. You
It
never have
just
a conversation.
it just seems to me, Jay Prince, that everything you do, you think the end result of everything is violence.
No, sometimes that bolt be so rusty to the where you got to get fired to get it off. Right. So don't try to turn a brand new boat trying to show me how to take off a carburetor with brand new bolts on there. No, let's talk about the rusty boats and strip boats where and it's cold outside. It's not that easy like they show in a commercial.
Did any of y'all get that
So
core?
we ain't gonna commercialize kids because that's false.
Did they all
Because
get?
let's talk of reality.
Did any of y'all get that correlation just now?
I don't know
I
nothing
missed.
about the boats.
No, I don't know
He
I
said
nothing.
missed.
boats
Boats
are
mean the nuts
boats.
on the cars when you try to when they show on a commercial how to change some stuff, right? On YouTube, how
So
to change some
basically,
stuff.
so
But
Jay Prince.
they got brand new boats and they don't got to twist hard. But when you got a rusted boat or you got a boat that's stripped, shit that this it ain't gonna look nothing like the commercial getting this off so easy.
Right. I get what you're saying. I'm trying my damnedest to fall in line with you a little bit, at least get on the same level with you. But Jay Prince, let me just say this. My children are my children. I don't send them to school to be disciplined. I send them to school to be educated.
So
If
you don't
one
believe
of
in
my
community then?
let me finish. If one of my children are in school acting up and the teacher has to call me, the last thing they need to worry about is that teacher. They need to worry about me.
No,
That's what
no,
they
no.
need to
So I
no, that's
believe
what
in
they
the
need to
village.
no, that's what they need to worry about. They don't need to worry about the teacher. They need to worry about me, or they need to worry about mama.
Well, okay, let me ask you a question then. Let us say, because these are realistic questions.
Sure.
Let's say you don't play, but when kids not around you and they get peer pressure, they forget all about that ass whooping.
Of
And
course.
nowadays the teachers let them know if your daddy or mama touch you, you come and tell us. Now and you know how you say I dare teacher to touch them. I dare a teacher would tell your kids I dare your mama and them to touch you, right?
Okay. Well,
So
I
let's
don't.
just say your kids, let's just say your kids out there being a kill boy, sticking guns in people's face at 10, 11 years old, getting chased by the police in cars. My nephews and them just went through this stuff.
Okay.
10, 11 years old, 12, 13 years old, getting chased by the police. Now stuck a gun in people.
Where
Now
they mama
imagine,
at? Where they mama at?
Where their mama at? Where their daddy at? Jay Prince.
Yeah, where
That's
they at?
unfortunate.
well, she sent them to school while she was at
Where,
work.
Jay Prince, 11, 12-year old. Where did they get a gun from, Jay Prince?
The streets.
Okay, so again, I'll ask you, where the mom and the daddy at? Because at 12, 13-year old, your child has no reason to
At
be
work.
in
Y'all
the
say
streets.
y'all at work,
That's
right?
it's okay. So because the mom and the daddy's at work, that means that the children automatically get discerned to hang out in the streets.
Yes. You
Not
send
all
your
of them.
kids to school. I,
No,
I got sent to
no.
school and missed 165
Jay
days.
Prince, Jay Prince.
And my auntie was sending me to
Okay,
school every day.
I know growing up that I know one thing for sure, that I could set my clock by the time that my mama got up, that my mama went in, got in her Bonneville, and went to work. I could set my clock by that, but that did not give me carte blanche to go start fucking up.
Well, you was a different kid.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What you're saying is it might not necessarily understand what you're saying. There are some incidents. There are some bad kids out there.
It's
I,
more
that
fuck up than it is.
no,
Because
no, it's not.
Yeah,
you
No,
that's
got
not
sir.
true. Yeah, that's
No, sir.
false.
when
No,
you
sir.
get those small fuck ups of kids, they are the ones that got the biggest influence in
No,
peer pressure.
no, sir.
Mm-mm.
No, sir. I thoroughly disagree with that. No, sir. I
But
think there's
I can show you videos in Milwaukee right now. In
Yeah, you
every
can show
school
us
in
video.
Milwaukee that's black, the majority of their schools is either fighting, fucking, sucking. Imagine you seeing your kids in school, they go there to fuck. Yeah, they go to school every day, but they fucking.
well, if you know all of that about your school, why would you send your kids there?
It don't matter what I'm trying to tell you. My sister calls me every day. My nieces and nephews and them they get kicked out of one school, go to the next school. Next school get kicked out of there. Either they
But
get jumped.
what?
They send
But
me
oh,
videos every fucking
oh,
day.
okay,
Somebody either
okay.
fucking or sucking or fighting.
Okay, are you again trying to be as respectful as I can? But since you brought it up, why do your nieces and nephews get kicked out of schools, out of these
Um,
different schools?
right?
The type of environment that Milwaukee is.
Not all of them.
You can have
Jay
the
Prince,
perfect
Jay Prince,
school.
Jay
Wow.
Prince. I
You
have
can have the
friends. I
perfect
have
school.
friends. Matter of fact, I have a friend that lives in the very same town that Bomb Cherry lives in. Right now, I could call him up, and I guarantee you, if I ask him his address, Brown Cherry will probably know exactly where it's at. He's in the same town with her. So
But
you telling
what
me
I'm
just
go ahead.
because people are in the same town that all those people act the same way?
I would say when you talk about these little kids in these ghetto schools, the majority of the schools in Milwaukee is mainly the public schools is ghetto. And they either got guns. My nephew was getting he just got them niggas jumped him and surrounded them with guns. My nephews them begging me, man, we need a gun. And he know not to ask me no shit like that.
Okay,
He
well
said, Uncle, he said,
Prince,
Uncle,
I
what y'all
know,
want me dead? Because
right.
these dudes got guns.
But brother, instead of giving him the gun, just take him out of that school.
Right. So where to put them?
Well, I was about to say homeschooling, but that shit ain't gonna work.
Yo,
That ain't gonna work.
your is it possible that your is this your sister's kids?
Yeah.
Is there a possibility that she can pay for them to come live with you and put them in school there in Waukesha?
That means how would I be able to do that in a one bedroom apartment with three kids already?
You
That's
know that's
one.
true.
That's one. And then I'm trying to make my living.
You know that like I said, like
And I
her
barely be having
helping for
babysitters
her
when I can
kids.
go to work. I be
That's
having babysitting problems when I go to work
well,
because you
they
can't
older,
leave your
They
right?
kids to
older. They can be
everybody.
your
They
babysitters.
older.
Well, that's the thing about it, Jay Prince. You act like the problem
But
that you have.
you want me to have my nephews watch my kids, the niggas that's
No,
wilding out.
no, of
They gonna be
course
up there
not.
smoking and doing all kinds of shit.
Of
No,
course not, Jay Prince. But what we're
no.
saying is your problems with the problem that you're having talking about finding suitable babysitters, those problems aren't unique to you. Those are universal to everybody because I'm sure, especially for the women here, the worst thing that y'all could do once you had your child was to hand that child off to somebody else, hoping that that child would do the same, that somebody would treat that child, your child, the same way you would. I heard it
When
from
you
my
put
wife.
restrictions saying that people can't whoop your kids' ass, you make it hard for people
That
to
ain't no
babysit
restriction.
kids.
That's a fact. That ain't no
But
restriction.
right, but you made it harder for people to want to
I
deal with
don't.
your kids.
No, no,
Yeah, man.
no, no, no. I
That
didn't.
means you got to
If
take
an
off
adult
work
don't know
and
how
you
to
watch your
deal with a
own
kid
kids.
without putting their hands on them,
They
they
shouldn't
shouldn't
be
be
in that
around
position.
no kids.
Right. They shouldn't be in that
That
position.
means if y'all is the parent and y'all can't be with y'all kids without putting hands on them, what makes you think everybody else can?
Don't put my
I'm
hands on my
supposed to.
kids.
Right. I'm supposed to
So
if I
y'all don't
decided
whoop
to.
kids, y'all don't whoop y'all
No,
kids'
no,
ass.
no,
I've
no,
never once put my hands on my daughter.
no, no, no.
So
Now,
your kids
and
get
if
out a
we
lot,
have
they
to,
don't get
it
no
would be a
ass
different
whooping.
situation. It's gonna be out of love,
It's
right?
right.
It's,
My
Right,
son Jay Prince,
but when they get out of pocket, you gonna whip that ass, right?
my sons have to do. I mean, they would have to do something so out of pocket that it would require a whipping. But normally, it just requires them sitting down and talking to them and saying, "Hey, this is not something you should do, or this is not something that you should be doing, or blah
Man, you
blah
know how
blah
many
blah
times we
blah."
want to talk to these
Well,
kids, dude.
that's you. But
That's the
I
first
think
step
that
was
listen,
I deal with
I
whipping
kids
think
your
all the
kids to the
time.
means.
right. Right.
I
Listen.
just
I don't have no problem with what how the five boys that came from my loins turned out. I don't have no
Whoopings
problem
is
with
a
that.
means to an end. You done
Huh?
did the talking. You done did the punishment. You done did taking away the tablets. You done
Well,
did all that. You done
well,
exercised everything else before you start whipping out. And then
I
you want
think
to send your kids to somebody else,
I think
expecting for them to deal with your
I I
child without having to put in
I
force.
I think my children turned out okay without me whooping their ass every time they did something wrong. I think they turned out all right.
Well, I
I
think
think
that your kids are one of the
I think
exceptions.
I think they no, I'm not an exception.
Why are you arguing with DJ when
Why is it that
DNA
we can't
was
have a
in the
conversation?
closet?
Nobody's arguing,
Nobody
boy.
arguing. We having a conversation.
Look,
Cockle
bro,
doodle doo.
Jay Prince is a grown man, and
half of
he
them
not,
kids
nobody's
probably
hostile
ain't even
towards him.
here.
You see, I'm gonna kick you off again because the
I'm saying,
conversation was good without you.
okay,
Jesus.
it's
What did you just say? Half them kids ain't even mine.
listen to what I'm saying.
No, did you just
Bomb
say that?
Cherry don't like
Did you just say
it.
that?
Bomb
Yes or
Cherry,
no?
look,
Yes or
Bomb
no?
Cherry don't really
I
like to
didn't.
hear my voice
We ain't
because I
talking to
sound
bomb
like the
cherry.
nigga
No,
in the
nigga.
real deep
No,
south.
I
nigga.
have no idea
No,
what he's talking.
nigga.
No,
No, nigga.
look,
Did
I
you not?
sound
Did
I
like
ain't
I hear
claim
you
that I don't
say
Barbara
like
and
him,
shit.
although he
right?
been up here all night.
Did I say correct? Did I hear you say
That don't
correctly?
mean nothing.
No, answer the question. You said it. So be a man. Stand on your disrespect. Did you say that
Be a
half these
man.
children ain't mine? So 2.5 of the 5 children that I have don't belong to me? Is that what you're saying?
Look,
Is that what you're saying?
I ain't never been a scientist to know what 2.5 of
Nobody
your children
disrespected Jay
is.
Prince. Did anybody disrespect you up here?
No, I don't know what the 2.5. Look,
So
on the
then why would you
spectrum
come
of
up here and make that
DNA
assumption?
analysis,
Jay Prince is,
I
we
don't know
having
what
a great
2.5
conversation. Jay Prince is holding his
I
own
am.
like everybody else.
Okay, so what's happening is it trying to pit what against what JP is saying
What?
against. Oh, come on, bro.
Against what?
Look,
We
DJ,
disagreeing with whipping
DJ,
kids'
DJ.
ass. That's it. Nobody
Okay,
threatened him. Nobody.
no, you can't agree with the kid's ass
Yeah,
because
we
you
ain't got
said
to.
you don't whip.
Yes, we ain't got to agree with whipping kids' ass. Now what?
Okay, but you just agreed with something that you didn't say it that you don't agree with based on what's going on with certain shit. Like when
What?
certain people on the channel, you agreeing with whipping ass, right? Okay,
When do I agree
okay,
with whipping ass? You must be
okay.
talking about when
You
I'm talking
said
about adults, right? When I'm talking about whipping adults' ass, and even
no,
today, they even
no.
had
We
an
talking about
explanation
children.
about. I'm not
It
even a
don't matter
fighter
whether
like
it's
that.
children
So
or
you don't know
children
what
is
you're talking
minded
about.
grown people. So
Y'all,
But
do you
excuse me
agree
for a
with
minute. I'll be
whipping
right back,
ass?
Bong.
okay,
Yeah, because he
yeah,
running. He running like a motherfucker.
he ain't
Old nigga
running.
got
Oh, now
diarrhea,
you okay?
the
But you gonna
gastro.
get kicked off though.
Nah, nigga, you drunk, and I don't pay attention to drunk, dumb motherfuckers.
Man,
That's all.
I don't give a damn about what the fuck. You a DJ, bro? You always drunk.
Nah, DJ is always
And
drunk.
looking for
And
Wow.
you,
some hoes.
and you a truck driver.
You a DJ. I know you
And I'm
and you
gonna
a truck driver with SR22 damn license. Insurance. So shut the fuck up.
Man, it's shit. Get what I'm doing. I work for the government, nigga.
go work for the government then right now. God damn. Go ahead, Jay Prince.
No. So what I was saying is, if I send my kids over your house, Bob and Jerry, my kids some badass kids,
Mm-hmm.
right? Let's say they doing
Mm-hmm.
the most. I
Like what?
guarantee you gonna tell me, hey, Jay Prince, if you don't want me to whoop these kids' ass, don't bring them over here.
Yeah, I may do that, right? I'm not saying that
Like that's how the teachers feel.
no, but that's
And they got
different
30
because
of them.
no. So you if you send them to your sister and she tell you they're doing the most, you know that if she spank them or threaten to spank them, it's out of love. Do you admit that in the school system though, they may find anything to beat on your children?
Well, I don't think they legally to beat them. There's a difference between beat and spanking. So they not legalized to beat your kids. That's one.
Mm.
So that part of the conversation is gone.
You ever saw that
So
paddle?
yeah, I was paddling once before in school.
Okay. So you didn't think you think that was a spanking? It could have
Yeah,
been, right? It could have been one tap on your butt, not that bad. But what you don't see what some of these people are doing, these are not the same generation that when
these
we
not
was
the
in
same
school.
generation of kids neither.
Right. But and
These kids
just as
is
bad
rough
as the
and
fucking
big.
kids are, some of the teachers are just as bad and worse.
But what I'm saying is, you might can't send your kids to your siblings. They might got other stuff going on. They got their
I
own
agree.
family. So
Well,
now you
you
might
got a
have to
decision to
use
make.
other
Yeah, I
options
agree.
that's not family.
Yeah, that's true. But you got to figure out the right ones who not going to feel like they can just beat on your children. That's all. Now,
I don't think
listen,
you can
if you
find
trust me
nobody.
enough, you knew me enough, you know that I would not hurt your girls. And then I threaten to spank 'em, right? But there's other ways around it. It depends on the age. Like I threaten Leaky, don't make me tap you on your legs. I never spank Leaky.
If you was babysitting my kids' bomb chair, I'm gonna tell them, you go buy bomb chair and then fucking up, she gonna beat the shit out of you. Don't come call me for shit. Just gonna hang up the phone.
But they would love me and I would never be beaten
That's
on.
what you call a village, though. I think
Right.
that the communities was more safer. Communities was way more safer when we didn't put our egos and say, "Don't you touch my kid." I think that's when the community went sour. The community went sour when we got to start saying, "Don't you touch my kids." Usually, those was the people that was young that was getting whooped, and they said, "I ain't gonna let nobody." They grew up and start having kids, so they got to start saying, "Ain't nobody gonna touch my kids," and that's what made the community fell apart. When you see your little kids, you at work, your kids is outside busting people windows, hurting themselves, getting themselves, stealing people cars, crashing, killing people, all this other type of stuff, but you can't touch their kids.
But why is it on everyone else? Like, why is your kid
If you are a
bad
community,
like this in the
community
first
means
place?
community means everybody, not just the discipline. Let's just say, okay, let's just say we're a community on here, right? Rooster is let's say he good in math. DJ good in reading. Bomb Cherry good in science. You good in social studies. So if my kids need some help, here's the community. You got Uncle Rooster for the math. You got Uncle Music for the reading. You got Auntie Bomb Cherry for the science, and you got Auntie Black Beauty for social studies. So it's not just about just a village, not just about just discipline, but it's also the other stuff that these other people can pour into your kids. The discipline come in where your kids don't see no outlet to fuck up. So the reason why kids is fucking up now because they believe that mama said y'all can't nobody touch me, so they feel like that. I be seeing some little bad little kids. I be wanting to tear their little ass up, but they know you can't touch me. You ain't my mama. You ain't my daddy. Where you think that come from? You ain't my mama. You ain't my daddy. So now they get to start developing a rebellion. They got to start developing a rebellion against older folks in their community. And now the community can't help you. They basically helping you with your kid, helping you. That little spanking doesn't help your kid from going out there and doing something that could cause them. Because I'd rather get a call saying that, oh, let me land with this. I'm land with this. I'd rather get a call and say, JP, I just had to tell your little daughter them up what they do.
Right.
They was over there doing such a woo. I had to tear their little ass up now. And then me getting a call. Hello, may I speak to JP? Yeah, how you doing? This is Officer Dan. We have your children here, and they just committed a crime. Now I'm going to court on CPS and all this other shit. The reason why we got CPS in our business now is because we too afraid to let people discipline our kids.
No, the reason why you got CPS in your business is actually it's like they have a watch party for the grown folks, but then they also have a watch party for the kids. The whole thing is it's a racially driven thing. Because look, majority of the time when you see them white kids get to the point where they building guns and all that stuff, no CPS is around saying that they are psychologically unfit to be outside. But the moment you say, hey, shit, the kitchen is smoking because I forgot to take the damn grits off, bro, they will take your kids, bro. But the white folks, they'll see this child is mentally challenged. They'll see the parents are mentally challenged. They'll see the parent, the white folks, parents, even though they run in a household, and acting as if they are functional parents, bro, they will take them kids in them gun stores every day and buy guns and all that shit. And they get what? You'll never hear the story about this motherfucker had an IP or this motherfucker was
This now,
Vic,
now this
are
is
you
what I'm
on
saying. DJ
speaker?
Music,
the
DJ
white
Music.
folks.
Vic, are you on speaker?
I don't want to talk. I know exactly.
Oh my God.
I don't
I
want to talk.
She's
guarantee
trying
you,
to help
DJ
you, but
Music.
you won't
I know. I'm
listen.
asking if you're on speaker.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, can you hear me now?
There. Yes.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yeah, but all that same time, listen what I'm saying, JP. Majority of this shit is racially driven, bro. You are not going to be able to like control what's going on in your household because a lot of these people, man, bro, a lot of this shit that going on is racially driven. I'm telling you this because I noticed. And
What
I
you
ain't
talking
gonna
about? You can't control your household. Thought we were talking about other
listen.
people.
No.
The average person can't control their household because the majority of these motherfuckers is all y'all uppity folks that think y'all got something going on. Even the folks that went and joined the military that thought they had a better aspect of life and everything. When they get dismissed and dropped off the face of the earth, and they say whatever they do this is not significant. Guess what they do? They result back to the damn social welfare system. I'm not gonna
But
say government,
let me say this right
social
quick.
welfare system, bro.
Let me
They boy, and then y'all
let me
raising kids and have kids, and
let,
get
let, let,
what? Go ahead,
let me say this.
go
Let me
ahead.
say this real quick. The purpose of the community is to upkeep the rules that the parents establish for their kids when they're not around.
It's
Because the
called
kids do
parents.
the most. Kids do the most when the parents is not around. So I guarantee you, DJ Music say he don't want nobody touching his kid. I guarantee you, he got 5 boys. If I see one of his boys in the alley kissing a girl, getting ready to do the hunky hunt, and I pull his snatch, grab his little ass up, whoop his
Uh,
ass, I guarantee you he will appreciate for that ass whooping I gave his son. That little girl the next morning calling and saying his son done raped her, even though she consent to it. That's a
JP,
fact.
JP. I'm finna show you something about DJ Music. Not saying him,
That little
but
girl's lying. Dang.
a lot of the people that claim that they got people like kids that's a man and say they raised them, if they wasn't raised in your house totally solely by yourself outside of a woman having access to them, bro, they lying, bro. A lot of them kids ain't even really theirs or whatever the fuck. They
Okay.
claiming them kids, JP. I'm
We're gonna
telling you,
kick
bro.
you off. You
Yeah,
just be
yeah,
saying the
yeah.
dumbest ass shit. You don't even be knowing what you talking about.
And same with the females, right? If my little daughters behind my back, because the purpose of y'all is the community is to upkeep my rules. Y'all seeing my little daughter walking around with some old grown man or whatever the case. I'm ready for y'all to whoop that ass on sight. That's how you keep kids in line. That's how these kids will
What
be
age
prevented
group we
because
talk about? What age group we talk about?
I will the kids. I'm saying when kids start like 10 and up, right? 8 and up. When kids start making some stupid decisions, so you're gonna need the outside sources, the people to care about your kids enough to discipline them the same way, to have the same eyes. Because I know damn well if I see a kid doing something, I know I don't allow my kids to do that. And I know damn well they mom and daddy don't allow them doing that. Y'all doing this shit, y'all know goddamn well y'all ain't supposed to be doing it. But y'all think it's candy because y'all think that we can't whoop that ass. And but now since parents believe that nobody can touch their kids, now everybody turn a blind eye and bad stuff happen. Now CPS gets involved.
Right,
If
Jay
if
Prince.
if we bring back the community, we won't need CPS.
Right, Jay Prince. Let me ask you a question, brother.
Shit.
You got daughters now, right?
Yeah,
And your daughters are in school now, right?
yeah.
Okay, your daughters come home one day and say, "Hey, Dad, the teacher took me into the office, and I was acting up a little bit, and she, uh,
Up a
uh,
little.
uh, right, I was acting up or whatever, and the teacher decided to spank me. You would just let it go with that?
No, so what I would do, I would make a call. 9 times out of 10, before they do that, they're gonna call you. But I would make a call. What she do? Depends on what she did or what she need her ass kicked.
But that's the point that I'm asking you. So if your child came home and said that the teacher issued me corporal punishment for whatever reason,
You
even
try to make
though
it sound worse than corporate punishment. No, it's an ass whooping. Like you know, say the ass whooping.
okay, well, in school, I'm just saying because in school, that's how they would describe it as corporal punishment. Okay, even though we know
Right.
that's not allowed in schools anymore, that's the word that they would use, not ass whipping. But
Donald Trump doesn't
okay,
change that.
well, your daughter comes home, or one of your children come on and said, "Hey, let me give a better scenario. Your child comes home for about a week or so and said, hey, Dad, I'm having problems with the teacher in school." And you ask the child, "Oh, what's the problem?" "Well, the teacher don't says I don't do this, and the teacher says I don't do that." So the next week, your child comes home and says, "The teacher said I didn't do this. Remember, I was telling you last week. So this week, the teacher decided to take me into the back room there and issue some corporal punishment." That's the end of it.
No, it was your fault because when your daughter when they came to you saying this week saying who at the bell right for that week, that was your time to say, okay, let me address this issue. Before the teacher even got the chance, right, for the next week. So that means the teacher was dealing with your kids, kept giving her kid the passes, and you never showed up, even though your daughter was coming, your child was coming up there telling you what was going on, but you so into that job, you didn't show up. You kept
So
letting the teacher handle it.
right. So it's
So the
now
teacher
it's
ended up handling it.
right. So again, it's now your child's fault. The child is being a child, but since you as a parent decided to not handle that situation to where it got out of hand, to where your teacher decided that okay, I've done all I could. This is the last option. Is that the child's fault, or is that still the parents and the teacher's fault? Because still, the child is going to do what the child is going to do.
It's
Jay
the
Prince.
parents' fault for not addressing it. If you don't want your kids spanked, your child shouldn't be up there being a disturbance in their class from other students.
Well,
You only have to
I
deal with one kid. They got to deal with 30.
right. I can see there's no getting
Imagine you
past it.
okay, put it like this, DJ.
Uh-huh.
Imagine your kids is the good kids. And they go to school, they really want to learn, right?
Right.
But
Uh-huh.
my kid that I say y'all better not touch is the motherfucker who prevented the teacher from educating your kids. Because now your kids can't go to school and learn because my kids is either bullying on your kids, right? Because I know damn well I don't. You worry about the teacher whooping ass. I don't want my kids to be getting bullied and punched on from other people and niggas' kids, right? So imagine
Mm-hmm.
my badass kids, and you send your kids to school. My kids is bullying all on your kids, preventing the teacher from teaching your kids. You got the good kids. They go there with Pilsen ready, and they can't control my kids. Now your kids coming home with busted noses, lunches taken. They not even doing their work because my kids prevented the teacher, disrupted the whole class. And this is in real life though. This type of stuff happens in real life. My kids bringing guns to school, smoking weed, and the
Okay.
teacher can
Okay.
focus on
Right. I get all
teaching.
of that. I get all of that. I get all of that, Jay Prince. But the thing about I think the general consensus that even for me and anybody else who's listening right now is
Y'all gonna
that
say somebody need to do something
right.
with them kids.
No, it's not that, but inflicting dare I say using corporal punishment. I'll use that. It's not the end all to be all, and I think
That's
that
means
that's
to an ends. That's the
it,
last art form to get people in check.
Shit, them kids take you ain't never take a whipping and it didn't bother you.
hmm,
No, yes,
hmm.
but no, but here's the thing. That's because once they removed the whoopings out of class, I knew that them teachers couldn't do nothing to me. Now, if I was getting whoopings at home, knowing damn well I didn't want to get whooping at home, but if I knew I was gonna get a whooping at school for doing the same shit, a lot of shit I probably would have graduated.
Okay, it's the same principle, J Prince. Does a lock stop somebody from stealing from you?
No.
No. So if folks gonna do what they want to do, no matter how much, and again, I'll use this as the reference, no matter how much discipline you give your
But it's
child,
reinforcement.
there's still going to be times that your child going to act up. I know my father was a strict disciplinarian, but that didn't necessarily mean that I didn't go to school sometime and cut up.
You was cutting up because you knew the teachers couldn't,
No,
it's all
no,
about
no.
reinforcement.
No, there was a time, Jay Prince, and I know I probably date myself a little bit, but in the 70s and 80s, when I was in grade school and in high school and stuff like that, you know, in some schools there was still corporal punishment.
Right, but what I'm saying is the purpose of the teachers being able to discipline your kids is to reinforce the rules that you set. So they
Sure,
is
but
it's for their best interest.
sure, there's more than one.
I think that I think that Donald Trump made a good move by signing that, bring that back.
Well,
Because these teachers, can you
but
imagine being a teacher though? We
Donald
used to have
Trump doesn't
the
have
teacher
children in
jacked
public.
up.
Right, Donald Trump doesn't have children in public schools.
And he can't bring that back anyway. That's
Right,
a it's a state thing. They was already
right.
bringing it back, and some states still had it on the books. You know,
Again, that's another one of them states' rights things that Donald Trump and the Republicans always touting states' rights, states' rights. So a lot of states have outlawed corporal punishment.
I think that if you paid attention to the schools, the states that still have it, compared to the schools that don't have it, I guarantee you, the schools that you see that majority of the kids is dropping out, fucking up, those are the kids that don't have that the teachers don't have that corporate punishment.
I can't say I agree with that either. No,
yeah.
I won't.
I guarantee you,
No,
but I
no.
guarantee you, I
We act
guarantee
like
you,
all the kids are wilding out in this world. You know,
Yeah,
it's a small
they
majority
is.
of kids doing that shit.
yeah.
The majority of these kids is wilding out.
I would
No,
say Jay Prince, if there's a class full of 35 students, there may be one or two in there that's causing a problem. It really is.
No,
Maybe one or two.
yeah, it starts off with 1 and 2, but that 1 and 2 can convince the least 15 of them.
Well,
nah, it's
that's
not
what.
15, dude.
No, that's what.
You can look at a
Peer
whole
pressure.
school and you see that most of the kids are graduating and doing their homework and everything they should be doing.
Right.
It's a small
Man, when I
percentage
was
of
in school,
kids.
all of us was in the hallway, skipping school, jacking up the teachers.
No,
Not
Like
all
we
of
those are the
got
you.
people.
It was just
No,
a group of you. You
right,
knew that.
right. That was just the people that you hung around.
Right.
That was it. That's it. Those are the people you hung around. Those people those kids that in those cases, your kids that y'all didn't really care about getting an education. You just went to school because you had to do it, not because you wanted to do it. I went to school because I liked going to school. I enjoyed going to school.
I enjoy going to
I did.
school too. I enjoy going to school, looking at them titties.
So see, that's what the point is. You went to school for something totally different. I went there for the education.
I
You
went
went
there
to,
for some pussy.
and it didn't work out either way, did it?
Yeah, shit. I was one of the top dogs. I was a popular nigga in school.
Well, like the old saying goes, brother, don't let your dick run your life, because you see where they end up
Dick
at.
always gonna run my life. Without my dick,
And
I don't got no life.
that is your
You
problem,
cut
sir.
my dick off, you might as well shoot me.
Right, and that is your problem. You allow your manhood to be defined by your tallywhacker, and
That
that's
you
not how it.
you is
And
man is
that's not
defined by
how.
his dick. It's
No,
called
sir.
resurrection.
No, sir. That's not how it
That's
goes.
the power of life.
No, sir. No, sir. It is not.
I don't care how much education you give. You don't got no dick. You don't got nothing.
Huh?
Damn.
That's a fact.
Whew.
If
I'm
you
glad.
can't reproduce
I'm
as a man,
listen. I'm glad I don't
if
live in
you
your
can't
world all
reproduce
the
as
time.
no
Good
man,
God.
you ain't nothing. You ain't shit.
He
I'm glad
said
I
you
only
ain't
go through this
nothing.
every once in a while, Jay Prince. I'll give you this. You miss your calling, bro. You should have been a fucking comedian.
No, think about it though. If you don't,
What?
if you can't reproduce as a man, I don't care how much the education you learning in class. Maybe you was learning in class because you didn't have a dick.
Well,
Because when you get to
okay.
high school, the women start filling out and shit.
Stop. Okay.
That's when you start having
Again,
your babies.
again, I hate to go into the history books, but see, that's the difference between me and you going to school. I learned something that maybe you don't know. That
I
George
was learning
Washington.
how a
Wait a minute.
woman's body
Right. Wait a
language.
minute. Wait a minute. One of the smartest black minds that we know, George Washington Carver. Do you know they castrated him that he could never have children? All he could do was piss. Did you know that? That's why his voice was so high pitched. But that's one of the greatest minds of all time. Of all time.
When I was in school, my hands was in some woman's pants.
Shit. No, you didn't go to school a whole lot then, huh?
No, I'm serious. That's all. I swear to God. I used to be in. I remember the time my report card came. Monty said, "Well, James, get in here." She said, this report card said you miss 165 days. And then she thought about it. She said, that's the whole fucking school year.
Trying.
Card.
I'm trying not to.
I was in the hallway. I was in the hallway with the bitches and my niggas.
God damn. And
Man,
you
them
don't
girls in high school I swear to God, them girls in high school was the prettiest, fine, and they had some big booties. They looked better than grown women.
Not gonna go there.
What kind of grade you in? What you talking about?
Right, nah.
Women is very impactful into my life. I love to meet some pretty women.
Again, that's the problem, J Prince. Is I could see where a lot of your hostility comes
wear that
from.
watermelon body spray from Bath and Body Works.
He can't get on track. He's off track right now.
You like smelling them? You like smelling them too? Let's come on back out of there. Come on back up under there. Come on.
Thinking about no goddamn George Washington. Fuck George. What that nigga did for me.
He did a lot for the country, for the world.
When she was around me. Black Beauty would have been pregnant a long time ago.
Not George Washington. George Washington Carver.
Yeah, we talking about George Washington Carver. He did a lot, you know.
Yeah,
he invented a lot of shit.
Peanuts, you know.
Black man.
He's a reason why. Right, when you go to the job, it's the reason why you call the job the plant that came from George Washington Carver's brain. The plant. That's why
that was the nerds that, you know.
Well, you don't, Jay Prince. See, this is the thing. This is something that I used to tell my sons. Knowledge don't come to you. You got to go get it. And that's what you should try, bro. No, sir. Knowledge don't come to you. You got to go get it. So maybe you should try that. Maybe you should try to go out and get some knowledge and pass it around to some other folks. Because some of the stuff that you say, bro, although it has merit, a lot of it just seems to me you just repeating what you heard somebody else say.
Never.
Well, it just sounds that way to me. I could be wrong, but it just seems that way to me that you would just
This
repeat.
is my life experience. The reason why I like to talk about stuff that I done went through, because I know what I'm talking about. That's why in conversations and debate, people really can't debate, because a lot of times they be the ones regurgitating stuff that they done learn from them books that they don't have no facts on, like what you did, right? You don't know if a George Washington Carver even existed. You
I know he. Yes, I do. I know he
know
existed.
them titties existed when I had my hands.
I know. I know George. I know he did. I know he existed. Why? Because I got about 20 jars of peanut butter laying around this house somewhere. So I know.
They name a lot of stuff at the names that they have created. Jesus is one of them. They named a lot of stuff at the Jesus. That don't mean he was
okay, Jay Prince. I'm gonna humor you. You know what? I'm gonna give you a point on that.
The more y'all lose y'all critical thinking.
Listen, I'm gonna give you a point on that. You know why? Because the letter J was not invented till the 16th century. So where did the name Jesus come from?
Right, but you don't even know if it was a such thing. I think that
I just told you. So I
do know the letters period. Let's say H was. That's still an English language.
No, that's from the Phoenicians. The original alphabet came from the Phoenicians, brother.
Right.
That's what. How do you know that?
Carbon dating.
You living during that time?
No, I wasn't. But carbon dating, you know, it shows you how old something is.
So you got all this trust for people you never met.
I just say that you just got to go out. Knowledge don't come to you. You got to go get it.
Right, but so you went to out of country and found these old languages.
Well, I wouldn't say directly go to the other country, but I've been to. I don't. You don't necessarily have to go to a country to learn about it or to learn about the
Why
past
not? Because
history.
you have to.
Because ancient Mesopotamia don't exist anymore. So how the fuck could I go to it, Jay Prince?
Right, so you can't speak on it because I could argue it then
Okay,
because
so but
you
okay.
just going off somebody done said something and put it in the book.
No, I'm going through history. I'm going through history because there are
History.
actual
What about you
artifacts,
mean history?
that tell me that these people did exist at some point in time.
Right. So
Artifacts.
let me ask you a question.
Sure.
When you say history, right? What happens if you put a dash between his and story? What do you get?
His story.
Exactly. What is a story?
A historian is
No,
a
what is a story?
what is a story?
Yeah, what
It
do
de-
that mean?
it
What do story
depends.
mean?
It depends on the story could be itself. It could be fictional or it could be nonfiction.
Right. So it's subjective, right?
Not necessarily.
W-
Uh,
w- w- His
auto,
his story. Now, what does
autobiography.
the word his
Wait a minute.
mean?
Wait. Autobiography is not objective because it's written by that person.
So people. So are you telling me people can't lie and fabricate stuff to make stuff sound
Well,
way more
I think
exaggerated?
for prosperity in a book, there's always a little bit of exaggeration, a little bit of fluff put into any
So you
book.
willing to admit that and still hold it to the truth and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Even though you just admitted that it can be exaggerated, and you still gonna
Well,
believe it?
when I say exaggerated, what I mean is to put emphasis on something, so it makes you want it opens up your mind and to say, well, okay, this could exist. So they might fluff it up, just like in the movies. It gives you
So
a
have you ever
starting
heard
point.
people made up stories before?
Sure, of course.
Have you ever heard of people lie and create a whole story and was a
Sure,
lie?
sure, of course.
So how you know any one of them books wasn't? It's called his story. It's his story. That don't mean it was a true event.
Well,
It's his story.
Jay Prince, all history is his story because most history was told by
So it
someone
wasn't your
else.
story.
No, all history, the history that, okay, say for my children, the history that I'm telling him is that you try to break it is his story, but I'm telling my
It should
children
be called history, meaning your
history.
story.
Right. I'm
It
telling
should be
his,
called history, meaning that you in story, meaning that you story your story. Tell your story because that's the only story that you can validate.
no, no,
How you gonna validate his story?
I can validate some stories that's been passed down from generation to generation. I can
How?
validate those.
People lie. So you never heard of a rumor?
Did dinosaurs exist?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Have you ever seen a dinosaur before?
I never seen it, so it couldn't exist. I never. It didn't exist.
What do you call an alligator?
Alligator.
It's been
Yeah, I
around
told
since
him that
it's
on
been
another
around since,
screen. The alligators are from dinosaurs.
yes.
Well, how y'all know they from dinosaurs?
Carbon dating shows us that alligators been around long before, almost as
What is
long as
carbon?
humans.
Who
Uh,
created
car-
carbon dating?
the Earth,
Huh?
the Earth.
I told him they dug in ice and things like that that still exist today. From
So alligators
time
is come
things,
from dinosaurs,
they
right?
hmm?
So y'all said alligators
No,
come from dinosaurs.
alligators.
Hold on, hold
No,
on.
wait,
Y'all said alligators come from dinosaurs, right?
no, their
uh,
ancestor, yeah.
yeah, their ancestors. They're
The
prehistoric.
ancestors, just like our ancestors come from slaves and kings and queens, right? So how come those alligators didn't turn into a dinosaur?
Just like we didn't become
Checkmate.
kings, queens. What do you mean? We didn't become kings, queens. We didn't become our ancestors. We look different than them, though. We don't look.
What I'm
You know,
saying
we don't look nothing like our ancestors,
Well,
right?
we do
right,
look exactly like our
Oh no,
ancestors.
but
oh no, we don't.
but
Everybody don't
I
look
don't.
exactly
They
like
wasn't
their
no bigger
ancestors.
than. They was exactly like us. How we look and
Jay
do
Prince,
No,
stuff.
Jay Prince.
no.
When I use the word dinosaur,
I'm saying they
that I
body image
wait a minute.
wasn't.
Okay, wait.
It's the
I'm
same.
about to answer that. Let me answer it. When I use the word dinosaur, I don't necessarily mean Tyrannosaurus Rex. I don't necessarily mean a plesiosaur.
Oh, no.
I don't necessarily mean a bird. I just mean prehistoric animals. which alligator or and crocodiles are. They are
Well, when they
prehistoric
describe
animals.
dinosaurs, they describe them as those big giant animals.
Well,
They
there were,
used to talk.
huh?
They used to talk. So do the alligator make noises like a dinosaur?
Wait, you used to what?
Talk.
I guess they said they was talking dinosaurs, right? They was the first people. Before it was people, dinosaurs traversed the land like it was like they owned it. Which
I
could
never heard them
which
speaking though. They didn't talk.
right? So somebody had to, it had to be somebody there to hear them speak. That's one. Somebody had to be there to hear them make noises, right? That's
Huh?
two. But when they say dinosaurs was on the planet, it wasn't nobody there. So that dispute the
No,
God.
no one, no,
God
no one, no one said
created
no one.
earth, he created man.
What, right?
So that means
What?
when God wait. So that means when God created earth, he created dinosaurs first before man.
Well, Jay Prince, we can go back through fossils and all
wait,
these
wait,
different.
wait,
Wait,
address that.
I am. We can
The
go
Bible
back.
don't speak nothing about dinosaurs
Bible don't
that
speak
y'all
about
saying
black people
existed.
neither, but they existed.
No, whoa.
Hey,
So
Jay
now
Prince, Jay Prince, let
y'all
me
said
ask you
we
something.
can't cherry pick the
What is?
Bible.
Let me ask you something. What is the one thing that you will not find in the white in the Bible? What is the one thing that you know you will not find in the Bible?
The truth.
White folks.
The
That's right.
truth.
You don't
You
find
won't
no white
you
folks.
won't
That's
find
real.
white folks nowhere in the Bible.
And you know what else you're not gonna find in the Bible?
What?
Dinosaurs.
Mhm. But
Yep.
white people did exist, and dinosaurs existed way before the Bible. And I told you that when I mentioned there used to be gods before that God, before that Bible. Hercules and all them were gods. That people believed that they were gods for real.
So when we speaking on the Bible, right? Because we keep this is why you shouldn't be banging stuff that you don't have no regulation and calling it the truth. Because y'all that Bible, every time y'all read these books, y'all going solely
Well,
off what the books tell y'all. So the
well,
Bible
no,
tells God
no.
created planet Earth and he created man first. But now y'all said dinosaurs was first. Which one was it?
Dinosaurs
Okay.
was real.
If you go back to I don't know how we're gonna do this, but I guess if I don't know. I don't know how to explain this to you, Jay Prince, except for you
You
to
can't
tell you.
explain it to me,
Uh,
especially
uh,
when
uh,
you weren't there.
okay, but what I'm trying to tell you is, of course, I wasn't there personally, but
So
I
why are
think
you talking and saying it's a fact?
just some facts can't
He
be
don't
just
believe in science,
right,
and he
right,
don't believe.
right.
No, I
That's
believe in science, but I don't believe in the people that's relaying and it don't. I'm not just giving them all this type of credibility, and I don't know them.
well,
I know
see,
a science down the street that's an
right,
alcoholic and a crackhead.
right. What I think, Jay Prince, the main problem with you is you confuse religion with faith. I
And the
have
main
faith.
part with you still believe in the
I
tooth
know,
fairy and
no, I
Santa
know, no.
Claus.
I have faith. I happen to know because when I
Faith
go outside,
don't do nothing
yes,
for you
yes,
but
it does. And
make you
you
look like
have to,
an ass.
no, you have to have faith to know that there is a higher power. Whether you call it the Yeshua, whether you call it
So do you got faith in
Jesus,
me?
or whether you
Do you
call
got faith in me?
I, starting
You
out, I
don't
did.
you don't trust
Starting
not
out, I
one
did.
nigga on this platform, but you got
I did.
faith in a
Starting
bunch
out,
of
I
white
did.
men that you never even met.
You never heard me say anything about color.
Okay, do you got faith in me?
At one point in time, I did until I started listening to you.
So what happens that every man that's in that Bible, if you got to listen to them long enough outside of the stuff that they wrote, right? Because it's not in its proper context. You don't even hear the tone that they. You can't even gather the tone. Like every. Have you ever read text messages?
Yeah.
Can't something be? Won't something get taken out of context when you read a text message opposed to people in real person?
Yeah, I could valid point, and I
Right.
could
So
see how to
everything that's written in the Bible, y'all don't
wait.
even understand the energies of the conversation. You don't even understand the context of the conversation.
But that's the
You
point
don't
that
even
I'm trying to tell
understand
you that
the
I do understand the context of it.
it's
The
in a
context,
text form.
the
It's
the
written.
right.
It's not
No,
spoken.
no, Jay Prince. The context of what I'm trying to explain to you is, I'm not a religious
I'll be
person, but
fucking
I
you
do
off.
have. Let me finish. but I do have faith. And the reason why I have
Why?
faith is because I know that there has to be a higher power that create
It
the
has to
sun,
be. Why
the
do it
moon.
has
It
to be?
has to be. It has to be a greater being than myself. It has to be a greater being than humans, because that would
But why
explain
did you
tree.
choose this one particular book to let them guide you with that? Why do they got to be the one to narrate that?
Please
every
finish your thought.
I'm
everything
sorry,
has a
black people.
start. Everything has a start and an ending place, Jay Prince. Everything does. In the beginning, at the beginning of time, I guess the Bible starts with the book of Genesis and ends with the Revelations. God says, "I am the Omega and the Alpha, the beginning and the end." So that He's telling me that everything has a beginning and an ending, just with what we're talking about
Wait,
right
wait,
now.
wait. So did God say that, or did men that
He
put
says,
that
"I am the." He says, "No."
said that God
Men
said
men who put it in the Bible. So I feel totally different than Mr. DJ because I know the history of the Bible. I know it's written by men. I know that there are people who was here who's never mentioned in the Bible, and I also know for a fact before that Bible, people believed in gods, and they
Yes,
were Hercules and others, right? So we also know that the earth been here for millions of years, and that
millions.
Bible don't go nowhere near the
A-
millions of
a-
years. They only
Absolutely.
go to a
So
certain
right,
century.
right. It only covers what we know about what we call the modern man. It does not. The Bible does not speak of Neanderthal. It does not speak of caveman. It does not speak of all those iterations of men that
And it
came
don't
before.
speak of the 12. It don't talk about centuries that we know it did existed, right? The
Absolutely.
dark time when we know that they erased everything because there's castles and things that were created before, but then after there's a whole 100 years missing, and then this Bible appeared.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
that's a fact. They dated that, and so that's a fact. So yeah,
Right.
so. Let me
I don't
let me ask
I
you a
have
question.
faith, but it has nothing to do with the Bible. Nothing.
Right, and that's exactly what I mean, Bomb. Then that's exactly what I was trying to say. It's not that everything that's in the Bible do I agree with. That of course not. I don't think so. Especially
Well,
when
if
I
you don't
know I
agree
can.
with all of it, you don't agree with none of it because the
No,
I
that's
don't
Bible
agree
that's
with
is
none of
the
it.
word of
that,
God.
that's
The
that's
Bible is
not
supposed to be the
necessarily
word of
true.
God. Am I right?
No, I didn't say I didn't believe it, but I said I didn't agree with it. There's a difference between
So if you
believing
don't,
in it
what I
and
mean, if you
agreeing
don't
with it.
agree with some of it, because if it's the word of God, y'all said God is perfect.
Okay,
So it
okay.
shouldn't be nothing in that Bible.
Okay,
If that's the word, if that Bible is the word of God,
Jay Prince. Let me
meaning
let
that
me
it's
let me let
inspired
me
by God.
let me
God
give
spoke
it.
through all of those. Hold on, God spoke through all of those people who inspired and wrote the book.
Okay,
And
the
you
reason
telling me
why the
that you
reason
don't
why I say
agree with all of it?
the reason why.
That
Okay,
means you don't agree with God.
I'm going to explain to you, if you let me, why I don't agree with all of it, because I know there's parts of the Bible that was omitted by men. Are you trying to tell me that women had no say so
The
in this
whole book is
book?
written by men,
But
omitted by men.
that's the point. That's what I'm trying to say. And
So you might
also,
as well throw the whole book away.
wait. So there's also passages in this says that women should go to church and not and be quiet and be adorned and all that other stuff, right? So my thing to would be is if you needed a blood transfusion and a woman was going to give it to you, would you not take it?
I guess.
You would.
They'll take it and then but they'll make her give it. So yeah, so the Bible is, I don't believe in none of it. I think it's a book of fables. Um, because like I said, they put in what they want. But nothing wrong with having hope, I guess.
Right?
If
No, no.
if black people they didn't give us hope except to be slaves, it didn't benefit us and except us not to, end our lives so we could continue to be slaves. That's what it had us doing. That's the only
right.
reason they taught us the Bible was so they could tell us that suicide was bad and don't
Yeah.
leave because we
Yes,
want you to
I
continue
agree with you,
tilling this
Bob.
land and
Right.
shit, right?
I agree with you that as God is supposed to be this loving God that as they say that the Christians try to expound to everybody, there is no way that the so-called Christians would be doing some of the stuff that we've seen throughout history. Rather,
So
regardless the color of their skin. So, is there some parts of the Bible that I disagree with, Jay Prince? Yes. Is there some parts of the Bible that I would question? But that's not up for me to question. It
Well,
really is.
well, if there's some parts that you disagree with it, you might as well throw the whole thing with it
No,
because
that's not.
they
That's
said
not true.
God. They said the Bible is the word of God.
But that's trying to tell me to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and that's not that. It don't
No,
work that way.
if well, that means God ain't perfect. Then God is a liar. Then on some areas, then
Well,
because the Bible is
he
labeled the
tells,
word of God.
but if you listen, if you are a Bible pusher like you are, and I'll say that because
I'm going to push it.
okay, so you have expounded, but it also says in the Bible that I'm a jealous God, right?
I
Right.
never met God to be
So
jealous.
so if you're he says that it says it in the Bible that he's a jealous God. Put no other gods before me, for I am a jealous God. So isn't jealousy something that
So
most
let me
people
ask you some
aspire not to
questions,
be?
DJ. Let me ask you
Sure,
some questions. So
sure.
if I come out online and say God told me this, and I give you this egregious story, will you think I'm crazy?
It depends on what you said
Most
God
people
told you.
will, yeah.
Most people
Right.
will, yeah.
It depends
It
because
depends on what the story was.
well,
Yes.
well,
That's because they don't
well
really believe in God. Because even if I can't, if he can't, if somebody came and said, God told me to tell y'all that we got 200 years left, people would say they're crazy. God tell us that we only got 10 years left, they would think he's crazy. God told me to love everybody, we still think he's crazy. We don't care what they say. If they say God told them, everybody thinks he's crazy. And the reason that is
right,
because nobody believes in him for real.
right,
That's
because
why.
that's everything. Every scholar in that Bible basically said God told them. I'm just putting them in a human form.
Well, again, Jay Prince, again,
Man, you too old not to
man,
be this wise. You got to be more wise than this.
man is was born a fallacy. So some of the books that are written in the Bible are they actual and factual? I can't say that they are, but that's
So,
not for me to question because
so, so,
because the only reason why I say it's not for me to question is just my personally because I have faith. I can't speak for Bomb Cherry. I can't speak for you, and I can't speak for any other individual. But
so,
my own personal thing is because I have faith to know that there's a high power out there that allows me to breathe air that I can't see, that allows me to wake up in the morning, that allowed me to have children, that allowed me to go and climb a tree or whatever. There's got to be something
well, I
bigger
would say that
out
Bible
there.
shouldn't be closed. It shouldn't be an end chapter. You know why? Because life still existing, right? And so when that Bible shut, that means God not there. So
Well,
when that Bible
that's
shut
what the book
in
of
14,
Revelation says.
when that
Well,
Bible
again,
shut,
that's what
I didn't
the
even know. And you know what? I never even know that. When that Bible closed in the 1400s, that means every day since the 1400s, God has not been in the present in our lives.
I don't know
God
if
no
I.
longer speak through people, right? God no longer inspire people. God, since the 1400s, God has not been present in our lives.
Well, again, that's a subject for you to debate with maybe your parishioner
Who
or
did God speak
yourself or
to
whatever.
before the niggas that's in the Bible? Who did God speak to before the Bible? Before
I,
the niggas in the Bible?
well, according to the scriptures, if you are who
According
you
to,
are,
I don't want according.
I can't.
I want facts.
He spoke to Adam. He spoke to Eve.
Adam
Did he speak?
is in the Bible, right? I'm not talking about Adam.
Wait. Okay, but I'm you asking the question. I'm trying to tell you from what I know. According to what I know, he did speak to Adam. He did speak to Eve, did he speak to them in a human form? No, because nowhere in the Bible that it says Adam and Eve physically gave a description of what God looked like. They
Do
never
you
gave a
believe?
description.
Do you believe man existed thousands of years before?
I, that's a you would have to. I would say, mm, do I believe that they existed before? I think it was man as we know it. No, didn't exist in this particular form. I'm gonna lean to Bomb
But
Cherry on
carbon
this.
dated, according to your carbon dating, said they
Let me
found a woman,
right.
right?
Let me finish. So I'm going to lean to Bomb Cherry with this because if you again if you read at some passages in the Bible, it gives you ideas of where there were uh, angels that came down and perforated with the human species, and it became this superhuman thing that evolved into mankind. So
Wait, so human species meaning that there was people on the planet before Adam and Eve?
I don't know. I don't know that. There's nothing that
But we
I've
know
Well,
that
your
to be
Bible
a
says
fact.
Adam
We
and
know
Eve existed.
we know that to be a fact. There were people before Adam and Eve because we know that there was uh that Adam had wives before Eve, right?
well,
And but we also know that if we believe in dinosaurs, we know that there were those animals way before the Bible, but there was people way before the Bible too. We know that to be a
So,
fact. They've carbon dated bones that they have found in ice.
right, that outdates the AD or the BC. Yes,
That's right.
absolutely
okay,
right.
so there was men before Adam and Eve. So if men existed before Adam and Eve, right? Why do they say man has an Adam's apple
But they
biblically?
could call anything. That
Right,
don't
that's just right.
But I'm going off what they called it. Why did they say we got
Well,
the Adam's
the
apple?
reason why they say that we have the Adam's apple is because when Eve offered us the apple, we didn't turn it down.
And that was our curse to have the apple in them stuck in the middle of our throats, right?
Right, yes.
So that means the men that existed before Adam and Eve did not have an Adam's apple.
but
Well,
even women have Adam's apples.
that's right.
No,
Again, it's
no. Well, I'm going off. I'm going off what they saying. They
Yeah,
he
no,
they
women
said
have them too.
the Bible said that Eve, since Eve gave us the forbidden fruit and the curse, the reason why all men of today has the Adam's apple, that's the determined factor of a man between a man and a woman. You check his Adam's apple. And so all I'm saying is if y'all is saying that men
right.
existed before
Well,
Adam, that story, hold on. If men existed before Adam and Eve, they could not have no Adam's apple because they didn't know nothing about no Adam. They existed way before that.
J,
So they
J
didn't
Prince,
eat they wasn't
did you
cursed.
did you just hear what Bomb Cherry said?
What?
Men and women have Adam's apples. It's just men. It's just more pronounced.
Saying the more pronounced ones. They did not have more pronounced Adam's apples. So they walk around like a female, what we consider the female today.
I'm not gonna touch that. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
If you said that men existed,
it's
or
too
this
early in the
story,
morning to drive down that road. So let's just park that car right there.
We could have been talking about sex or something. Then he started talking about the Bible. Mommy,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. No, because
we went from
all of
corporal
these old people
corporal
with these
punishment to
stories.
Bible thumping.
yeah,
No, but
man.
music. I'm challenging. I'm challenging the black folks how y'all allow these people to control your thinking about faith and beliefs.
Well,
Do you realize that? Do you realize all of the education that black people have, right? I would say 90% of it is based on a faith and belief. It's not even have zero evidence to nothing that they believe.
J
It's
Prince,
all
J
regurgitation
Prince
of what somebody done
is
taught them.
J Prince is 2 plus
Is
2
y'all really stupid?
J
We really
Prince
stupid.
J Prince is 2 plus 2 4 is 3 plus 1 4. Yes or no? Yes or no?
To
So
be a fact.
there's some things, no matter how you try to skirt around it, there's no explanation other for it than the fact that it's what it is. 2
No,
plus 2
because
is 4.
2 plus 2
It
is
is what
not
it
one
is.
plus one is not. I would argue 1 plus 1 is 3.
Right.
How?
And he would be right because what he's saying is that's what they taught us, and that's why it is what it is. But what if they would have taught us that 1 plus 2 is 4 instead of 3? So just like the language, they taught it to us, we know it. They taught us the math. But math didn't come from the white people like he thinks, right?
They
Because
can't.
these things
Black.
came from Africa and
Yeah.
other places, languages, alphabet, mathematics was here way before.
Yes, long before this thing they called the Caucasian, mathematics and all this other stuff was already around. Even flight. If you go back to the pyramids, you will find what do you call them, gliders there, and they'll tell us that the Wright brothers invented that. You find these things called the wheel, and they'll try and tell you that the white men invented the wheel. So of course, when you look at certain situations, just based on what they say is carbon dating, that the evidence that they're saying is true. Like when they tell us all throughout school that Christopher Columbus discovered America. How the fuck can you discover something that when you get off the boat, you telling us that you ran into somebody?
Okay.
Okay, well, okay. So here's the math part, right? All of y'all is content creators, right? Have y'all
Mhm.
ever posted some on your community wall?
Mhm.
And yeah,
Have y'all ever seen a super chat? You know how that they
on
say
the,
you got 200 characters, right? And
Mhm.
let's say you exceeded 200. Do you really believe you put 200 words, or there are spaces considered a character? Empty space is considered a character.
Yeah, it is a character.
it is a character.
So 1 + 1 is 3 because you forgot the mass, the space that's in between the two.
And it's not words. Doesn't it go by letters?
No,
Huh?
I could be
it's
wrong.
characters. Yeah, it's characters. And
Yeah,
spaces are characters. Yeah.
yeah. So
Even
it's
though it's blank,
the letters and
even
the
though you
spaces.
can't see it, even
Right.
though you can't
So it's
see it,
not
you still
words.
count it.
Right. It's the reason why it is because if it's a word like
Boy, this
Ford,
nigga is good.
Ford, J Prince, right? Ford. That's one word, right? So you're going to have to take up another space of the 200 allotted
That's
spaces that
one
they
word.
give you, right? No, it's not necessarily a word. There is an empty space there, but in order for you to make that word not as part of a
Ford is
run on
4 words,
letters,
Yeah, four.
but
He
it's still
said
four.
FORD. He said FOR, I thought.
no, Ford,
Oh,
And
four.
that's
Yeah,
four.
right,
four.
right. That's four
Say
letters,
it's
right?
seven though. It's
Right.
seven. It's seven characters.
How
That's
is it?
L
Because there's no spaces
blank
between. No,
O
there's
blank R
no
blank
there's
D.
no there's no spaces between that. There's no spaces between Ford. There's no spaces between that. If you took it apart, it wouldn't spell Ford anymore. It would spell something
Yeah.
else.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So what they talk about is computer language, and computer
Right.
language has spaces because in the computer language, a space
Means
is
something.
yeah, it's still something there. Just
Yes,
because
it
we
means
can't
something.
see it.
Right. Right. It means
Let
something.
me ask you this. You know how they told you about slavery?
Uh-oh.
One of
Go
all of
ahead.
that was made up. One of slavery never existed. All that was made up to make
The-
y'all feel, to make us feel in to make us feel
well, well,
inadequate,
well,
and to
well,
make us look at them superior.
Jay Prince, I live in Charleston, South Carolina. And
Mhm.
I know for a fact that there's such thing called the old slave market. So those shackles, those neck braces, and all those different things that I see that there was
Oh,
around
you talking about
somebody.
how they designed it?
There was around somebody's neck
Right.
How do you
And
know
and
that?
and there's
They
pictures.
couldn't have
There's
designed it that
actual
way.
pictures.
as
Some of
pictures.
us are old enough to have family members who was
Pictures.
actual slaves.
Yes, yes,
Right.
So
Exactly.
So it was pictures, right? Or
right.
was they actual pictures,
No,
or
that's
was those
actual
stuff
pictures.
that's
no,
created
that's
that they
actual
do to
pictures of
make pictures?
slaves.
Right.
Yeah, that's actual pictures of slaves.
I
Actual
have never seen
pictures.
pictures of real
Okay,
slaves
Jay
Yeah, they
Prince.
used
And
to
what?
they
because they
used to
didn't have
make they used to
cameras.
take but I'm about to they used to take pictures of slaves and sell them as postcards to the northern people who have never seen black people before. And you
They
could
didn't
go and
even have
look that up.
cameras.
What?
They didn't have picture cameras.
Yes, they
Sure, he
have. What do
did.
you mean they
What
didn't have
year?
no
What year
picture
did it?
cameras?
What year did cameras came out?
A very long time ago,
I
somewhere
think
in the,
Did somebody Google it?
the 15th century.
this
Let me look it up.
if they had Jay Prince, if they got pictures of Jesse
I never
James and
seen a
all them
picture
other,
of a weird
if they,
slave.
right, if they got
I seen
Jay
a
Prince,
drawing.
Jay Prince, if they got pictures of Ulysses S. Grant, Robert E. Lee, and all those folks that was around in the Civil War, what makes you think they wouldn't have a picture of a slave?
They say right
I see.
here, they say right here, 1816, when the first camera was invented, and they're talking about here in the U.S. Let me make sure, but yes, and slavery didn't end until when?
65.
1865.
Right.
So that's
There's all
no.
type of pictures of slaves.
So that would be impossible for pictures for slaves to have pictures. Jay Prince.
Think that the pictures that I have seen, I
Mhm.
think that was manufactured.
Yeah,
They not actual pictures of
by can.
the
But
real
what?
scenes of slaves.
Right, but Jay Prince, what is a picture? It's just a captured moment in time, right?
Right.
Right. So, whether it's illustrated or whether it was taken by a camera from the 1860s, somebody literally had to
But
either
I
stand.
think that was illustrated to enhance their story, just like how they did with the Christianity in Rome, and they would in the Pope. They would go
Okay,
far and beyond to create a story.
let's let's stay on the path of slavery. Okay.
I'm looking at pictures of slaves right now. They so cameras wasn't in everybody's hands. So a special person who had the money, um,
Mm,
and so you're not gonna see like thousands, hundreds of thousands of pictures of slaves back then. But you're gonna see where, like I just told you, what they used to do. They used to take pictures of slaves and sell them to white people. They was on postcards.
yes, yes. And Jay Prince, when you have some time, you ain't got to do it now, but you go on to your YouTube. I know it's going to be hard for you to do and believe, but when you have some time, go in the YouTube search and type in "voices of slaves," and you'll be amazed at what you'll hear.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So now they
There
You'll
have
was
be
a lot
slave
of
cattle.
inventions that was out way before slavery. Like,
yes,
they have records in other countries in the 13th century. Before you go to China and Asia, them people been here for hundreds and thousands of years. And they have records back then. So
so,
that's what I told you back then. America is the baby in the whole bunch of
and
this
the whole,
shit.
yeah, and you're absolutely right, Bomb. Slavery was was around long before the United States was ever in existence. But again, some people will say, well, black slaves this, black slaves that. There you go.
That's right. They
What's
had
that, Jay
other
Prince?
slaves.
What's that?
Chinese people were slaves. All kinds of people were slaves.
What's that, Jay
That
Prince?
Slavery
don't look
was
like a picture to me.
that is an actual picture. It's an actual
That don't.
picture. Why wouldn't it be a
Those
picture? What it look like?
those are actual, right. Those are actual pictures, Jay Prince. Those are actual one. Some of those people could be your relative, my relative, or in somebody who see these pictures could be their relatives. This could be at a slave house here, and it could be in, let me see, Ashley Garden Plantation, DeFusky Plantation. Let's see,
Have you
Middleton
ever
Place
seen a
Plantation.
plantation? But they exist.
Yeah,
I used to drive
I
by
got.
one every day.
They're all around me.
So
They're all around me here. They're all around.
Yes. And you could go and see the slave quarters too.
Yes,
You're right.
absolutely.
A famous one just burned down.
That's
Okay.
right.
The
In the
oldest
in the
one.
state I live in,
That's
right?
right.
They all around.
All over the place, Jay Prince. So to say
But at
slavery
least
didn't exist.
the one that I used to pass by, because for some reason that place used to just call me. I was a
let's just say
kid.
there is pictures.
And
Let's just say I don't see slavery though.
what you mean you don't see slavery? What you mean? What you gonna see?
I don't see slavery. I see a bunch of niggas.
Bomb slot.
Okay, so now where you think they were? What you think they was? What do you think they were?
I know what the white man told us that they were back then, but we don't know that for a fact.
We do know that for a fact,
So
because
They
I
don't look
promise you,
scared on them pictures or nothing. They don't look. They don't look
scared. Do you
fighting
look
or
scared?
nothing. They look relaxed.
that man
Okay.
right there looked mad. He
He
looked
looked like a
mad.
regular, he looked like, I mean,
That look like that's his resting face. I know a lot of niggas that rest they face like that,
what you want him to
and
look
they be
like every
happy.
day? They live regular lives, like as slaves, regular lives as slaves. What they were born into, all they know was that's what their life is.
That's right. That's all they
What
knew.
you want him to look like? What you want? I don't know what we want him to look like. And then
What
he's
you,
in front of his master. His master is the one taking the
Look
picture.
and
So
looking
what
at
you
their
want him to
body.
You
do?
He don't got
want to
not
see him
one.
get his back
He don't got
slapped
no
off?
right,
bruise on his body.
right, right.
Huh?
Jay
He
Prince,
got no bruise
what you
on his
think they were gonna
body.
have? What you think
Bruises
they were
on his
gonna have on
body.
their Sunday best?
Yeah,
Go back
he
up
want
with
to
the
see
ones
him
with
get
no
his
shirt
back
on.
slapped off.
Go back up with the ones with no shirt on. I got more wounds on my
Uh,
body than he do.
you ain't even seen them with.
Look, him.
Okay,
Where's the wounds?
you don't see the wounds on his stomach. I don't know. But you don't see the moons on this
You don't
stuff?
see that, Jay Prince?
You don't see
You
that?
don't see that?
Let
You
me
don't
tell you,
see them?
and let me tell you what you're also not gonna find a lot of old slaves. Believe it or not, these men that we might be looking at might be in their teens. They look old as shit.
Mm.
You know, most slaves, especially the men, but the women too, they didn't survive past 19.
Jay
They look
Prince,
like you could draw that. That look like
you
they. You could actually draw that. What we
So
seeing
now
right
you're
now.
talking about drawing shit, but you know, these
well,
them white people ain't want these to survive. These are in a lot of our family Bible books, right? Them white people when slavery got outlawed and they start trying to erase it and make it seem like it didn't exist. They the one. So I'm shocked because now you believe what they say because they're the ones who really trying to deny slavery,
yeah,
but they can't deny it because there's lots of
proof.
plantations still
That's right. That's
exist,
proof. That's proof.
and we
Right.
got
We're
Mhm.
family
feeding into
members.
that.
Right.
I'm
That's proof.
shocked you don't know because I don't care where y'all living at. Y'all from the South.
Mm.
Right? There is no doubt about that. Sometime in the motherfucking 1900s, mid 1900s, they started asking black people to come and work in areas, in factories and shit. And that's when your family migrated. And maybe they
But how
never
did
want to tell
how
you
did
Okay.
about
black folks become
why
aware?
wouldn't they want to tell you about their family? Because they don't want to think about Jim Crow South, right? But black people were still getting hung and lynched and shit.
So I think black people became aware of slavery through who? White
Through us.
whites told you about slavery.
No, white people didn't tell us about
No,
slaves. Our
And
family members
who?
told us about
no,
slaves.
yeah.
I had aunts who, dude, I am 50 something years old, right? Now, let's go back. I remember my grandmother, of course, my great grandmother, of course, and my great great grandmother.
Mm.
They was a slave.
Mm.
If I'm 50 and my mom, right, I'm half let's say my grandmother would have been maybe about 120 right now. She was living, right? But my great grandmother, she would have been uh closer to 100, let's say 150 years old, right?
And have you spoken to her?
Yes. When
So
I
you
was a little
spoken to the
girl,
one that
I
was in
spoke to
slavery.
my great grandmother, my great great
Yes.
grandmother.
I can tell you for a fact, Jay Prince, that I spoke to my
Spoken
great
to some
grandmother. So,
plantains that
yes,
lived in
I
slavery.
literally,
Yes.
of course, being real young, I don't remember the conversation, but yes, I
Oh,
remember my great grandmother, not my grandmother. I remember my great great grandmother, and all of those folks I know because of the age of my grandmother. There would have to be no doubt that my great grandmother was either born into slavery or born close to the time when slavery ended.
Well, he didn't never
So,
speak. He don't remember speaking to his great grandmother, but I do.
mm,
I remember speaking to
I
my
know I
great
do.
great grandmother, right? Because
Right.
she was still living. They lived to be like
Yes.
114. One of my grandmothers lived to be like 108. These women was living. That's
Yeah, right. My grandmother, my mother's mother, she lived to be 100, 102, 103. So
my
again,
grandmother told me that one of her aunts was like a little girl when slavery ended.
mm,
I live in an area where they said an actual war happened with, doing
right,
slavery. I live in Louisiana, so there was a lot of people rising up. There was a lot of killings right there,
right there.
right
Absolutely.
where I grew up. Black people started to rise up at a plantation, and they had to kill them. It was from my area to New Orleans, and the black people used to always rise up. They had a whole outright murders. I guess we call
Absolutely.
them murders now, but they actually, and then the ones that didn't kill in that little war, that rising up, they put them on trial and hung 'em in front of everybody to see.
Hung
This
them
is real
and then
history.
right, hung them, and like they did in the case of Nat Turner, they cooked him up and then they served him up.
And Nat Turner was just one of many
Many,
uprisings.
many, right here in South Carolina, the Stoner Rebellion. That's another slave rebellion that does not get talked about. They don't talk about the guy that stole the ship and sailed from the Beaufort Harbor all the way through the Charleston Harbor. And how did he do that? Robert, well, I can't think of his name right, the last name, but he literally stole a Confederate ship, sailed it through the intercoastal waterway, and then there's always, what do you call those lighthouses that they had to pass. So he had to learn the signal for each one of those to get past these rebels. Now, Bomb, if you want to see authentic plantation houses, just type in Ashley Plantation Homes or Ashley Garden
Uh,
Plantations in Charleston.
yeah, this, and you can look up. I could tell you what school I went to and everything. I went to Hornville, right? This is Desterham, which is right our rivalry right across the bridge. This is Desterham Plantation. Every time I went to my aunt's homes and everybody, we passed this plantation. And see this list right here on this wall that you see? That's the list of all their property. And property was people. That's the
People,
name of their slaves right there. It's a
right?
lot of.
Just a lot
It
of them.
says right
Imagine
here,
that.
men, women, and children of the Desterham plantation.
Hmm. And Jay Prince, if you come down here to Charleston, South Carolina, if you go to the old slave market, they'll tell you exactly how much you was worth at a certain time in your life being a slave.
The plantations were built by black people. They the ones who came up with the plan of the type of wood. Like
Mm,
we was real inventive, right? We created these things, but because they were property, they wasn't even because of the people. They didn't get credit for that. They owner got credit for that, or you know what I mean? So
sure.
you need to go listen to one of these videos where they talk about the plantation. That Nottingham, don't go there. They fake. They not telling the truth because they want to make money and they want to make white people feel good. But see this plantation right here? They telling you the truth.
Yeah.
Them there's certain plantations that was harder on the people, black people. When they dealt with sugar cane, they had to deal with a very hot. In order to process that sugar cane, it was on a time sensitive. More people died just processing sugar cane
Sugar cane.
than anything. Yes,
Sun
it
up
was
to
harsh on
sundown.
them.
Right. Sun up to
Yes,
sundown. That's what they have us believe. But Jay Prince, again, this is history. You can go to the actual Wall Street, and up under the Wall Street is actual slave burial ground. And when they,
didn't they find it? Like
yes,
like not even that long ago, they
yes,
found
not that
a
long ago.
whole body
Burial ground.
bodies
Right,
burial
right.
ground of number of
Right,
slaves.
right, right. And these they can look at it, they can look at the bones and tell that some of the folks they didn't die from being murdered, whatever. They died from just pure exhaustion. They worked them to
Worked them
to death.
to death. You didn't get no time to break. And let
No,
me tell you who. And then they tried, black people try to spin the story of the house person, right? So with the house person, they brought them in when they was children. Soon as they old enough, and that's only if they allowed them, right? That they would come in and they were slaves 24/7. In the middle of the night, if they needed something, in the middle of the night, if they had to use the bathroom, these people didn't go outside to use the bathroom. There was a pot. And as soon as they did their thing in the pot, the slave little girl was supposed to go in there and clean that shit up. It didn't matter if it was 2 in the morning, 1 in the morning, 7 in the a.m. It don't matter. She better get her ass up and do her work. She wasn't even hardly allowed to sleep. She was at the door if
yep,
the kids needed her. She was the same age as the fucking kids she played with. She was their servant. She wasn't their friend.
yep. You can't, those some things you just cannot argue with. Again, Jay Prince, I don't know where you got the idea that slavery didn't exist, but there's too much actual history that you can go literally place your hands on to know that that's something that should never come out your mouth again.
And you know what
Uh,
else they do, Mr. DJ? There's
mm,
the story of one of the presidents And they claimed that he had black children by one of the slaves, which is true. But then they make it seem like, oh, she was nothing but a mammy. First of all, she ain't have no choice. Second of all, she was a fucking child.
Thomas Jefferson.
That's right. Am I lying? She
No,
was
ma'am.
a fucking child,
She
yo.
was a child.
She wasn't
That's right.
no 24-year-old woman who decided to lay with the white man who was her master. She was like something like 10, 12, between 10 and 12 years old.
Well, the white man is the one that invented uh the legal rights, the legatomy of you being able to sleep with a woman at the age. The only reason
Yeah,
why we think about the age and stuff now because they the ones came up with that concept of the age
yeah, and
limit.
we should think about it. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
And you
But
know it's all medical, right? I know you men, y'all never talk about the truth. The reason why they put rules on it is because they have found that a young girl should not be having a baby till a certain age that'll be, but a baby will be healthy and she'll survive it. But so, but a young girl like myself, I was able to have babies at 9 years old. So if a man had gotten a hold of me, he could have got me pregnant at 9, but could have died in childbirth. So medically is what they started looking at when they started finding out, okay, this is dangerous for this young girl to have big. That's why even in The Color Purple, my
It wasn't.
daddy,
It
my
wasn't a
daddy was having right,
right.
and he hid that. He wouldn't take her to no doctor, nothing. He told her not to tell nobody, and he got rid of them babies.
Right. It wasn't a morality clause. Bomb. You're absolutely right. It wasn't their thoughts of morality. It was just the
Right,
fact that there was too many young women that was white and black dying
dying.
of not being able to uh, sufficiently birth a child.
Yes, dying in childbirth. They realizing, oh, look how young she is. Oh, she's too young, and then they start doing a little research and realizing that okay, um, we got to put some rules to this.
Yeah. I think so. I'm glad that some people woke up and finally got a moral compass. All these grown ass women out here, what the hell you need to look at a child for anyway?
Exactly. Like that's the weirdest thing
Yeah,
ever. Because you know why? Because she's gonna be quiet, right? She's
yeah,
gonna keep your secrets because she don't even know that what you're doing is wrong.
yeah,
But yeah, that shit is wrong, and they need to have an age limit.
yeah.
These young girls need to let their bodies do what they need to do. Some of these men say, soon as she start her menstrual, that don't even make sense, right? Why would soon as she start something, you go straight to her having babies? Wouldn't that mean her body got to get used to what's going on? Let her mature, understand her body, what's going on, for her to start having babies at a certain age? No, these men say, no, that's God saying she can have babies. Yes, she can have them, and many of them died at childbirth.
Yeah.
So that's the facts. But they didn't even come up with that until later. You know what I'm saying? Somewhere in the, I'm not sure if it was um I
We
think
was
it was the 19th century
yeah,
when they start.
right. We're a long civilization. We were
Right.
civilized when they start changing them laws.
That's
Okay,
right.
so
Because yeah,
yeah,
because I think the last time they researched women bodies and anything was in the 19, I don't know, was it the 1900s, the 1920s?
yeah.
So
When
up
they start,
until just like in the last 10 years, everything that women knew about their bodies came from way back then. They just start, that's why they just starting to research. Y'all got a goddamn pill for y'all penis before they even know anything about our hot flashes or anything. The lies of women can't have children after 30 started to spread around while women was having babies in their fucking 50s and still are having babies in their 50s. And then now you got help. Just because a person go get help, you know, if I'm 50 and I want to have a baby, the only person I know did that shit is Janet Jackson. That was for millions and billions of dollars, right?
right,
But
right.
most women who get pregnant in their 50s, they not trying to get pregnant. They got a 60-year-old get pregnant, right? You ain't see that video?
No, I didn't see it, but I think I heard about the lady. I think she was like what 62 or 63 and found out she was pregnant.
and
Oh,
called her boyfriend,
yeah,
and he didn't believe it.
yeah.
She didn't even fucking believe it. When she went to the doctor, she didn't believe it. When the doctor told her she didn't believe it, her daughter went with her, and they like, no, that's mom, you really pregnant. She didn't believe it. And then she told the man, said, you the father. He like, you a goddamn lie.
Shit, you the lie. Not today.
Uh, but my grandmother, like I said, I know my great grandmother, my great great grandmother, mostly on my mom's side of the family. They were older. My grandmother I remember my grandmother was like 50 some years old when I was born, right? Um,
Hmm.
and I got aunts and uncles who are a little older than me and some are younger than me. My grandmother was still having babies and I was born. She got grandchildren. And I wasn't even her first grandchild. I'm like, on my dad's side of the family, I'm like, shit, I might be the fifth grandchild, the third granddaughter. Um, yeah, I'm the third granddaughter, I think, on that side of the family. And yeah, and then I have some older boy cousins. So I'm like the fifth grandchild. And I got uncles and aunts who are younger than me. My grandmother was well in her fucking 57 babies. And they didn't think nothing of it. Because first of all, birth control wasn't a thing like that. You
Right.
know, I know some of y'all young, y'all think y'all birth control been here all your life. You know, some of these kids I'm talking about.
Hmm.
But for us, shit, I remember when in school they was talking about absences. They never mentioned no fucking birth
Right.
control.
It was always you know what, the best way to do it is keep that aspirin between your legs.
Yep, that's right. My my aunts, you know, when I would listen to my mom and aunt speak, my aunt, the one, because I had an uncle who used to beat my aunt every time he would take in the room, dragging that and forcefully have sex with her and all that. And she would go in the bathroom and douche. That was a birth control method.
Mm.
But apparently that shit didn't work. But some women were still getting pregnant.
Still getting
And
pregnant.
that's why that hot water bottle that we see, that our mothers and aunts and everybody had,
That's what
that
they
was a
call it.
form of birth control pill
Right.
too.
That's what they call it, the hot water bottle.
Yeah. Wasn't it for everything though? You had a toothache, a
Everything.
backache.
The backache, toothache. It just
They
hung
would
up on it. Like Richard Bryan said, you walk in get in the shower and you start smelling vinegar. What the fuck is that?
Are you talking about the douche thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. That thing wasn't just a douche thing. That was birth control. That was a
A little
douche.
bit of everything.
That was if you had a backache, a toothache. It was hot water bottle. They put hot water in it and have your ass lay on it.
Go get that hot water bottle out the bathroom. Huh?
Man, now that I think about, what it's for, and I remember putting my face on that mother a lot. You know, having the
don't
toothache.
don't remind me of that. Okay.
Oh man.
Look, folks, it's Bomb is always a pleasure coming up, chopping
Don't
it up
y'all
with you.
realize? Don't y'all realize? People will be contemplating that we even existed
Oh,
a,
I got to
a
go.
1,000 years from now.
It's
Do
too
you?
late.
No.
It's
Do
Yeah.
y'all think?
Well, they're not gonna be able to do that, right? Because we got y'all. This generation got proof of everything.
mm,
In fact, it's too much proof of everything, right? That's why them
A
robots
thousand
gonna take
years from
over
now,
our
what do you
ass.
think how people gonna be? And then they could go back and watch all us. They probably ain't gonna believe it that we like they could actually go back and
It's
watch
gonna
us
be
how we
illegal.
live.
It's gonna be illegal if we still survive, which I don't think so, right? Because the more we go towards this AI shit, is the destruction of human. And I believe that happened before. Because, they finding civilizations that existed, like the pyramids, right? They say those was advanced people. Now imagine, for just 1 minute, what I'm about to say. Imagine that they was here and they did advance, right? They was able to make they was able to build some things that can make those pyramids and a lot of things that exist, right? Statuettes that's taller than most of our fucking homes. You know what I mean? These things existed. Suppose they was an advanced civilization, but they got beside themselves, created something, and it wiped them out, right?
You have to ask yourself, because you have to ask yourself what happened to the Mayans, what happened to the Incas. Why have
That's right.
we ain't seen none of their bones yet? And the thing about the pyramids, Bomb, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, think about this. You can't even fit a sheet of paper between some of those whatchamacallits. So what machinery did they have back at that time? Okay, they say the pyramids were built by man, but taking it up to the top. Okay, let's get to all the way to the top of the pyramid. Explain that point. How many men took that 1,000 pound
Right.
rock and took it all the way to the top, and it made it fit to where it actually was, you could even put a piece of paper in the crack.
They say it's the mathematic calculation is on point. In fact, that's where they got the mathematics. Like we've been testing our mathematics to theirs, right? That's how we know that they say theirs was, they knew this stuff. And these things are pointing straight up at stars and moons and shit, right? They say these people was, so how are they looking up and know the things that they know? That mean they have telescopes? Did they have telescopes? And if they did, now we talking about advanced, right?
Yeah.
And so suppose they got beside themselves with some advancements that wiped them out. And here we are right on that same motherfucking thing, because I believe that some people are here walking. I don't call them lizard people and shit, right? But I think they might, but if we go back to some of the books and even they made movies about some of this shit, like the Terminator, right? Just
Yep.
think for one moment. Think about the Terminator, what they say. They mentioned AI in the motherfucking 80s. Am I
Okay. In the 80s. Now, Bomb, I notice a lot of these folks will know what I'm
before
talking
computers
about.
was where they at? Am I
Rem,
right? Am I lying?
remember the Jetsons? Remember the cartoon, the Jetsons?
Huh?
Remember that cartoon, the
Oh,
Jetsons?
did
Yeah,
I get booted off? You can hear me?
I remember the Jetsons.
Yeah. Now I think about
Must be me.
all those things that they said, the jets, that the the flying cars, all these different things that the Jetsons have. Don't we see them right now?
That's right. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. You right. The Jetsons and all that. That's and the Jetsons wasn't that like in the like the either the early 80s or
70,
the
or
late
70s,
70s.
late 70s, early 80s. That's right.
Late,
That's
that's
right.
right. And the shit they was talking about back then is apt. It's here
Right.
already.
Right. Remember they what they were calling semiconductors, they were calling them spacely sprockets,
That's right.
but they're
That
semiconductors.
it tells. And so was somebody so smart back then, even though it was just a cartoon, that they came up with ideas and people decided to copy it,
Mhm.
or did they just know something
You just
that
know
was going to
something.
be here?
Right. You have to ask yourself, that these folks know that were they able to that was they able to tell us what was going to happen into the future? Like they say, Nostradamus and a few of these others. Is there any factuals and actuals that people did time travel? All kinds of questions. How
And
can
if
how
Well,
and
time is, and here's my thing with time. I think that's subjective because let's just say today my birthday.
hmm
In Portugal, it's 6 hours ahead. Well, let's just say tomorrow my birthday. In Portugal, it's 6 hours ahead.
right, but that's not
Let's say,
subjected, right? The
right,
reason
that's
why there's a reason why because time goes by the, is it the moon, uh, uh,
the
uh,
moon and the
the
stars,
sun,
and the moon, the stars, and the sun, Jay Prince. So at some
right?
point in time where it's morning on some parts of the world, it's going to be evening or afternoon in other parts of the world, just based on the way the earth spins, and on this,
but
the
can
way
you
the
imagine?
rotation.
Can you imagine like Uncle Lodger? He in there in Germany.
hmm
So it's 3:40 where I'm at right now. Right. Let's
Hmm.
just say about 5 o'clock come or 6 o'clock come, and he come on live with me. He telling me happy birthday, but I'm saying my birthday is tomorrow over here. I'm like, my birthday tomorrow. He living in my birthday. He
Right,
reached
because
my
he's in.
birthday before me.
Yeah, but
Right.
that's not subjective. That's factual.
That's
That's
factual.
factual with how
Yeah.
this thing works,
But
right?
imagine if I die before I turn. A lot of people die before they turn their birthday, right? Let's say if I
Mhm.
died at 9 o'clock tonight, and off this internet. On Uncle Elijah time, it was my birthday. I made it to my birthday while when he on live with me, he living on my birthday. But I
Yeah, but
didn't,
that's
and
not
on my
true.
time, I didn't even make it on my birthday.
But that's not your birthday, because your birthday actually, if we pay attention, the birthday is based on what actually where you was born at.
Where you were born.
Not even where
Yes.
you're at, it's where you were born at.
Right.
So
You
if
were
I'm
born.
born in Louisiana on a certain day at a certain time, then that's when my birthday will be every year
Exactly.
based on that area. That's how astrology worked too, right?
That's what
They want to
that's
know what state you was in, like what zone. They tell you what state, what time you was born to give you your factual, actual zodiac and stuff like that.
absolutely, Jay Prince, and that's why people say
Yes.
I made
So
another revolution
yeah, this
around the
thing has
sun.
a science to it.
Yeah, it
It
does have a
has an
science.
actual
Yes,
science. Yeah,
yes, yes, absolutely. Well, folks, it's getting late in the morning. Yeah, damn, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning here. Speaking of time, there, Jay
sure
Prince.
is.
Listen, for once, man, Jay Prince, I gotta say, I didn't mind having a conversation with you tonight, bro. Normally,
You had
I
a good
can't,
conversation.
I can't do it, but bro, you brought up some valid points. I appreciate the conversation that we had tonight. Man,
Yeah, man, this was a
but
good conversation. I
yeah,
appreciate you too.
yeah, but go honestly, man. Go and look like I say, bro. Knowledge you can't knowledge don't come to you. You got to go find it. So if you're really looking to say at the answer that question, what there's such thing as slavery, it's all in front of you. All you got to do is go look for it. It's there.
And the thing is, Mr. DJ, he's smart, right? You could tell that once he pick up something, if he go and look for the knowledge, he gonna be a powerful dude,
That's
right?
right.
But
Yeah,
but you can't argue with science, and you know, because like
I never argue with science. I argue who presented it.
right,
And
right.
and you know another thing when we be
But
learning
if
about
you go
people
in,
of the history, my biggest thing is like you know how we say we is none like the same in real life, but
yeah,
people on this internet people take us literal.
right.
So how was these people outside of the short passages that we read in the book, right? At one point in time they was liars, they was conniving, they was manipulators, they was doing some crazy weird stuff as well. So I wanted to know when I check my old history people and the resources, I want to know who they were, even let's say those people that existed in the Bible. Let's say Jesus, they say he came in as a man. So I want to know about the times he farted or the times he was upset. Well, I want to know the real stuff instead of the highlights.
Right.
Everybody from history, we get the highlight moments. We don't get the everyday person when they speak about the people of the past.
Well, no, I agree with you, especially when you talk about the Bible, because there gonna be some people who believe in it, but like even like you knock it down and you was able to knock it down, right? Because if you don't believe in some of it, how you believe in the rest of it? Why it's like believing in Trump. Like if Trump says something and somebody say well they believe him, most of us don't be like we don't believe shit he say. You know why? Because we know he a liar. We know he a liar. Then I ain't gonna believe nothing that he ever writes, nothing that nothing.
But they
And
gonna put them in
therefore
a
the
book and
Bible,
he
you
become
I
factual.
agree with you when you say if you don't believe this, then what makes you believe the rest of it? Because all of it's fable, right? And then it's
Right.
even worse when minister get up there and start telling you the stories and skipping. Even me as a little girl wondered, the hell is he skipping all over these? Why is she telling us to go to John chapter this, da da da? And then when he making the same point, now we're going to Luke. And then we're going here. And I'm like, I can't even keep up. I didn't even understand. And then I asked my mom, like, hell is he switching all over just to make the same point?
But
It
and you
don't
know
make
what's
sense.
so crazy? You know what's so crazy to me? They say there's only one God,
Not as
right?
many. Mm-hmm.
And they also say that God is against gays, right?
But no,
So
yeah, they
we
say that
call
though.
God we call God the Father. So who's the God of a woman and how that God looks? So I'm guessing that God is a trans.
How the hell you jump that? But okay.
Yeah,
Think about it. No, think about it.
I'm gonna leave you
If
with that
it's
one
only
right there,
one
Bob.
guy, no, DJ Music, DJ
Uh-uh.
Music. If
No,
it's
sir.
only one
Not
guy,
me. Not me.
no,
You're not getting me in
no,
that
think about it. If
conversation.
it's only one guy, if it's only one guy, one,
Mhm.
it got to be a guy. It has to be a God of the man, the image of a man, and it's also got to be the
Right.
image of a woman. So either we got two
Oh
gods,
yeah.
a man and a woman, or we have one God that represents both.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Scientifically,
Okay.
scientifically, they said
Yes.
everybody was born with a vagina at one point. Not born with, but they started off with a
Well,
vagina.
you started out well not as a vagina, but you start out as a zygote, which is I won't say vagina, J Prince. Okay, let's not
he
go
said
that
he
let's not take it that far, okay?
We call God a father, and y'all say there's only one God. I'm saying off the biblical stuff, they say there's only one God. And don't put
yeah.
no other God and create blasphemy, creating all these other gods. Who are the God of a woman? And if God is the father, did that God give birth? Because the image of a woman gives birth. So the God that we call father cannot give birth. It can walk on water, but it can't give birth. It,
Yeah, he can give birth.
and
Remember,
secondly,
if he's the father and the son, he can also be the mother and the daughter. I agree with you
that will make him a
100%.
trans. That means
Well,
that
I don't know.
God
I mean, I don't.
that would mean that God
I'm not gonna touch
had to
that.
be
Don't.
pregnant. Hold on, that God, because the image of God is how we are today in real life. So who the God created a woman to be pregnant for 9 months. So the image, it has to be a God to replicate it has to be a God that is an exact image that gets pregnant for 9 months. That's how God created it. He designed for women to get pregnant for 9 months, but we said God is a father, and we know fathers can't get pregnant. Fathers can't produce. I mean, give birth. Fathers don't have menstruals. So who's this God of a woman?
Ah, mm-mm.
Well, yeah,
That's it.
But they say the woman come from a man. Man don't do that.
Jay Prince, I'm just gonna give you my observation of it. I think when we speak as far as the woman, I think Mother Earth itself is the woman. That's how that's just my opinion on it.
I do believe Earth in nature is a woman. I truly believe that.
I
But before God created Earth, it had to be two gods. It had to be. It had to be a female God because men and women, gender is in God's image. If we are created in, if they said we are created in God's image, and is a great creator, God made us in His image. So how we perform on Earth is how they perform. How
no, he
God
said,
performed.
but again, going back to what they call scripture, it says God made man in his image. And then on that the day before he rested, he put man in a deep sleep. He removed the rib because he figured man needed a companion. So he put man into a deep sleep, remove that rib. Now, again, if you're a person of faith, some folks, that are devout Christians believe that's how it is. You can't tell them anything different. So this conversation that we having tonight, if you was to
That
go into
means men
some of the
should have a
local church,
star on their rib.
right. But wait a
huh?
minute. But
That
wait a
means
minute.
men
Yeah,
should have
because
a star on their rib
that
just like we have an
logically,
automatic.
well, if you believe in science at all, then you know that like what Mr. Music said is bullshit, right?
Yeah.
That how would they make us from your rib? Like, what is so famous about your rib that would then create a woman? But
Exactly. So
Who created a woman?
here are all the gods, and maybe that's why our problem, right? Because when we need a god for something, instead of calling the right god for what it is that we need, we calling this one god this fake god. And here are the gods. So the god of wind, right? That's actually a male, right? So when we say that nature is a woman, well, or earth is a woman, well, that's bullshit. But before these are gods. These are gods that existed before that one God. And
Those
this
are gods that they
religion,
believe
no,
existed.
When I
no,
say
yeah,
earth,
but that's right. But the one that most people believe is another one, but it came after because this religion existed for thousands of years before Christianity, right? Hinduism, Buddhism, these things existed
long
way
before,
before that
yes,
Bible came about. And
yes,
they even tell you who created the one God. It was a king. And he
King
decided that
Charlemagne.
yep, yep, he didn't want his people believing in many gods. In fact, he wanted to be the God. He
So
wanted them to believe in him.
I
And
don't
so
know. I'm
he
starting to believe
decided to
God was
make
a
the
woman.
God. And when he called it God, he decided that the sun, the actual sun in the sky, would be God. And now in the biblical time, they making the sun into a son, like a male, right? But he was talking about the powers of the sun and the earth. That make more sense than any God who was born a human and died for sins of humans, even though the people who killed him was humans too. Like that story don't make no fucking sense.
I'm starting to believe God is a woman, right? Because when you think about it, because a woman can do both, right? Man is half of a woman, meaning that a woman can emulate everything about a man, even grow muscles. I seen a few videos of women being bodybuilders, right? And she also can give birth at the same time. So if any gender going to be a god, if we're going to have one, it has to be a woman that can perform two roles.
Uh,
A man
And then
can't perform two roles.
I must
We
be
can't
getting
give birth.
I must be getting really tired because Jay Prince, you starting to make a little damn sense. I'm,
Think
I
about it
must be,
though.
I must be getting really tired.
Well, I will agree with Mr. DJ when Mr. DJ said you got to have faith, right? And then they test your faith. So they tell you got to believe, and then if what you praying for don't work, then they'll say your faith not real,
Yeah,
right? So
exactly.
that's that bullshit that they play on you. Oh,
Yeah,
you don't really believe. You don't really believe. You ain't giving enough money. You ain't doing this. You ain't
that's
doing that.
religion. That's
But
religion.
no, that's not religion. That's Christianity.
Yeah.
Other religions don't do that. Other religions are feeding their people in masses, right? There's other countries where they feed them people every day. Everybody in mile for miles come to walk, take off their shoes, go in this place and eat.
Hmm.
Okay. But Christianity, if you ain't giving your tithes,
You can't come in.
you ain't eating. That's right.
You can't come in. That's it.
And, and you,
There's a famous church out there on College Park Road in Georgia. It's called what's that? Crumpled Up Dollar. Go in there and try and be a member of that church without a W-2 form.
Remember that years ago, maybe about 10 years ago, there was a black woman. She belonged to the church all her life, right? And
Mm-hmm.
she got sick. And at this point, because she was sick, she was in like a home, like a nursing home for a
Mm-hmm.
while. And then she passed away, right? But before she passed away, she told her daughter, I want to be, I want them to bury me. That's my family's church. That's the church. And when the daughter contacted them, they said no. And she said, she wanted to know why you won't bury me. Why won't you do this? Well, we looking in our records, and for the last 5 years, you ain't paid the rights.
You ain't paid
He
no.
said, but I've been paying taxes all my life. Yeah, but we can't do it. And it became news. So it was on the news. I think that was somewhere in Georgia or some shit. That's crazy.
Hmm.
I'm really
5 years,
thinking
and the
about
reason she
this.
didn't do it for 5 years because she was ill. She was in a nursing home.
Again,
Damn.
that's that thing that those so-called fake Christians. They were saying give to the church and the church will give back to you twofold. I'm sorry,
Mhm.
but when you got these prosperity preachers out there, that to me that turned a lot of people off of what they so-called the church. To me, again, my personal preference is you got to have faith. If you don't believe in yourself and you don't believe in, the things that you do, you have got to have faith in it. I don't subscribe to
No,
any
no.
particular religion.
I want to challenge that faith, right?
Sure.
Let's just say faith within itself is a good thing to have. But let's just say our faith, people that gave us the something to have faith in, been misled it, right? Imagine what we believe wasn't has been manipulated. Like for an example, to go back to the man is God, right?
That's
I have
right.
witnessed men growing parts like a woman. You
Yep.
gain weight, you start getting tits. The only thing you got is that Peter. But I have, I know women out there with big pearl tongues,
Yeah.
clitoris.
Yeah. But the thing about it,
Yeah,
Jay Prince,
I
is
know, right?
every
It's not
it's all.
big, but it's not normal size.
Mhm.
I don't know how that came back up in the conversation, but
I
okay.
know, but she's a hermaphrodite. Maybe y'all men just don't be knowing.
Yeah, yeah. But
Mm.
but that, folks, I'm definitely gonna call it up. I got to go to sleep now, Jay Prince. Maybe we can finish this conversation another time. Listen, bro, you brought up some interesting points. I will say you kind of had me. I won't say stumped, but you made me use my brain Hauser group a little bit more than normal.
Yeah.
So,
Running
all,
themselves,
right,
brain cells.
all this fair, it's fair. But again, I would suggest, man, that I'm gonna have to key on this slavery thing again, because I've heard you say it that it doesn't exist too many times. But bro, I would venture to tell you to go and do your own research and look for yourself. This thing
But
that they
the
call
thing is,
American slavery.
our research has been governed,
Yeah,
though.
it
No, they
has,
don't
but
govern us anymore. We on the internet. Dude, they
yes.
can't govern nothing no
Right.
more.
They can't tell you, like I keep
Everything
saying,
that we
Jay
know on
Prince.
the internet
No,
is no different from the library.
no, sir.
No, that's not true. We
It's not
got
true.
things in the internet that's in other countries' libraries.
Yes.
Right? You see what I'm saying? Like that's just what they don't like. They don't like that we've black people have found out many things that they didn't teach us through the colleges libraries, even Christianity.
You
These churches libraries and shit that they got locked up and
you
shit.
YouTube
But a
University,
million people can believe
TikTok
in one lie.
University.
Hmm?
Yeah.
A million people can believe in one lie,
Yeah, but
especially if they're trying to use this when you're
yeah,
talking
but you're
about
not making no
religion. They
sense
use
because
it to
it's
control.
different if everybody believes the one lie you talk about. But then they got people who pushing back at that one lie.
Well, a lot of
If it's
people
a
said
lie, if it's a lie, but they got a lot of information out there, nobody pushing back.
Right.
And they used
a
to
lot of
push
people
back,
said
right?
that Jesus, millions of people of different religions said they witnessed Jesus. They know Jesus existed and he walked on earth, but none
Yeah.
of them people could tell you that they met him in person. None of
Right,
them.
because
But
they
they
going
all
by
believe
like
that he
Mr. DJ
walked.
said, faith.
Right.
Somebody convinced them that they just need to believe just to believe. But
Exactly.
you ain't got to believe it because there's other faiths out here. There's
So
even
why is
people who don't
faith
have
so
no faith.
prevalent? But
But
so
that's the
now we
point.
sacrifice the
That's what I
no
was.
for faith.
That's what I was saying, Jay Prince. There's a big difference between religion and faith. You can religion. Me again. I'm stressed this to you one more time. I'm not a religious man, but I am a man of faith. I know again that there's something out there that's bigger than me. What is it? I don't know. I know if the wind blows, I can't see it, but I can hear it. I know if it rains, I'm going to get wet. I know if I stand out there and a black cloud is over my head, and if a lightning bolt comes it strikes, and if I'm in the right place, it's gonna hit me. So there's some things that no matter how I look at it, I don't have an answer
No.
for.
Mr. DJ, did you see one? I think he was a rapper or something when he one of the flat earthers. And that dude asked the white dude who was combating him, asked,
Hmm.
he gonna talk about all he gotta do to prove that I'm wrong is show me how. And I think he mentioned something about the earth is moving or something. No, he
Oh,
said how the water stays on the earth. And I'm like,
oh,
nigga, how
you're
in the
talking about
hell
Lord
we
Lord
stand
Jamar,
on the earth?
right?
Yeah.
Lord, you're talking about Lord Jamar. Yeah, he's a little bit out there with that flat Earth theory. And
It
again,
don't make no sense
that
though, because he said how those with the water stay on the earth. Well, how the buildings stand on the earth, dude?
Gravity.
That's right. And we know that the earth is spinning while right now, while we're here,
Right
the earth is
now.
spinning faster than the motherfucker.
Right. And if it slows down just a teeny bit, just a
We done. We gonna
we
fall
done.
off this bitch.
We done.
Gravity is done. That's
That's right.
right. The
We
force
done.
of the spin is what keeps everything pinned down to this motherfucker.
Exactly. It keeps those asteroids from starting. Instead of getting little asteroid dust on the Earth, we would
Mhm.
be getting big ass asteroids.
That's right.
If that was the
But
case, why do we? If the Earth is round, why do everything inside of Earth is on a flat ground? Well, I mean, we walk on a flat ground.
no, we don't walk on no flat ground.
I mean, what I
Look,
mean is
I've proven
everything
that
we
many
walk.
times. I tell I did look. Actually, if Earth was flat, I should be able to go to the tallest building in my city, get some binoculars, and see very tall buildings in other cities because we would be on a flat surface. As long as the buildings are tall, I should be able to see them. Because if I could look at binoculars and see the sun, the fucking moon, and a lot of these planets, then I goddamn well know I can see all the way to California. I should be able to look through them binoculars and see tall buildings in
Those
California.
absolutely. Those
But I
listen. Those
cannot because this curved, and after so many miles, I cannot see
It's right.
nothing but the sky.
It's right. It's nothing. It's concave, so you're not going to be able to see past a certain amount. It's called the horizon, and that's why the ancient mariners thought that the Earth was flat, Jay Prince, because they couldn't see past the horizon. They figured if they sailed past that
We're gonna fall
forbidden
off.
zone, they would fall off. And
And
it
then
wasn't
Yeah,
because
but
until
they want,
those curves
yeah,
could
so
be just mountains.
what?
no, I'm talking about the horizon
Curves.
on like they see on they you see on the ocean. You see the horizon, and but you don't know when you're gonna get to it until you hear them saying "land ho."
I'm from the South. I know you from the South, Mr. Music.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been on a road, right? This is a road where, because they ain't got a lot of cars, well, we country roads, where you see somebody walking your way and they so far away, they look tiny. They far away, but you can see them, but
You
they
can see
look
them. Absolutely.
tiny. And that's because they are on a curvature. As they come closer and closer,
And
they get
that's
taller
right. Absolutely.
taller
Absolutely.
and
That's
taller.
all you would have to do, Bomb. That the road that you described to me is called Highway 61. If without the trees,
That's
you
right.
could see a straight shot of 61. If someone's walking down one end of it, depends on what part of 61 that you're on and what other part of 61 that they're on. The closer that person gets to you, the bigger they become.
That's right. And that's because they own a curvature. They didn't get miniature and then got taller. It was the same height, but because they're
Same
on the
height.
curve, they look shorter, right? Because they on that curve coming up. And in the South, I used to notice that when I was a kid. I'm like, what the hell? And then as
Right.
they get out, I'm like, you look like a midget way back there. In fact, you can't even see them. It look like a fog if it's really hot out there in that hot summer heat. You can even see the smoke on the goddamn pavement. It
Absolutely.
looked like anyway.
So, Jay Prince, to answer your question, and I'm really gonna go with this one. The Earth is round, but there are parts of it that it is flat. That's like what's a good example I'm trying to give you? Like a trampoline. You know, a trampoline is like oblong. Has a different shape to it, but
Hmm.
it still has a flat surface. Although you can clearly look at it and tell that it's either in a circle or it's got the hexagon shape to it. Is it still uh
Mm.
is it still a trampoline?
No, they ain't got no parts flat on this earth. Okay, that there's no parts flat on this earth. You must mean it's just not shaped like a ball,
Right,
like
right,
they told us.
That's what
But
I'm
it
saying.
ain't no, because it ain't no
Right.
way for it to be spinning on this axle
It's
like that. If it was misshaped,
it's right. So
it
Jay
it
Prince
would have some
just
problems, right?
seemed it just seemed like it's flat, but the Earth itself we're spinning on an axis at a tilt. So if the Earth slows down just a little bit, the catastrophic effect of what would happen to this Earth. Well, first of all, we'd probably lose our equilibrium just like that, and then sooner or later there would be an influx of asteroids and everything else
So let me ask you all
coming
a
to the
question
Earth.
before you go.
Yeah,
Is there people on other planets?
I don't know.
Oh, we don't know. We know that the ones
Did
that are
God
in
create
our,
those other planets?
huh?
Did God
What?
create? Did God create those other planets?
We don't know.
We don't know. But what I do know, what we do know, first of all, there's different, like in our zone, right? They can see these planets. They searching for life on these planets. They even trying to figure out if we could survive on them planets because
Absolutely.
they see that the earth is going to be destroyed due to what the fuck we doing, and we won't change, right?
And,
We won't change. So climate change
it's
um
real. It's
is
real.
real thing,
I
and
mean,
we
what
know
can
it's
you really
real.
do to Earth, though? I mean, it's one thing behaviors. Our behaviors are not going to destroy the Earth.
Yeah,
Uh,
our behaviors are destroying the earth. Yes,
yes,
that's
Jay
exactly
Prince.
what it is.
Jay Prince,
How?
there's so many animals right now that we found that was here, but with the existence of man and as their weapons became more
Extinct.
sophisticated, they're extinct.
Let me tell you something. What's going extinct right now, and once it do, we are done.
Earth going to be
Bees.
here no matter
Bees,
how many people die.
Yeah, but
honeybees,
we not gonna be here. If bees die, we
we're
done.
done. We're
It's it.
done.
And
Why
bees
y'all
are
say that?
dying. They are going extinct.
Because bees pollinate just about everything. Damn near every plant on this
Everything.
earth, bees pollinate.
There will be no gardening without bees. There's no food growing without bees.
Bees.
There's none of that. Now there's other things that pollinate, but bees
Yes. The
do it the most
majority, right,
efficient, and majority is the bees.
absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
they are going extinct. They trying to protect them. They trying to breed them, and they even traveling them from different states so they can have some and releasing them. A trip just turned over. I forgot where,
So,
full of bees. Right?
yes.
If them bees die, we dead.
So if y'all see bees, honeybees,
Don't
bumblebees, and
kill
all that
them.
stuff, don't kill them.
And I used to be scared of them. I used to
I be
spray them.
killing the shit out them bumblebees.
Do
Nah,
do not kill them. They won't mess with you if you don't mess with them.
no,
Put something
sure
far
won't.
away so they'll eat it away from your doors. If they around your doors, that means you got some plants or flowers around your doors that have them out there. And that's why those things grow, because of them.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, I didn't know that neither, right? Um, and then I did a little research. When I heard it, I was like, wait a minute, what? So
Yeah.
my
So
son's scared of
bees
bees because
die. We don't.
We
I don't
done.
we
get.
dead.
We done.
We done. That's it.
We
Why
done.
y'all say
We
that? I
just
don't get
told
it.
you why.
Hey, Jake.
There's no
Yes.
cabbage that gonna be growing, no greens, no grapes, no nothing
Yeah.
without bees.
There's a documentary out, Jay Prince. Another thing I want you to go watch. It's called Life After People. Go look what happens to this earth without people. Go ahead.
You got to understand, just like a woman can't have a baby without a man, we won't have food without bees,
Without
because the
bees.
bees are they the ones impregnating the flowers, and if you look at it that way, they like the man in the relationship.
That's
They
right.
go and hump
Well,
on it.
we still got meat that we got animals that we eat.
No, we gonna have animals if they don't
What
have
they
no
gonna eat?
fruits and vegetables? What they gonna eat?
What you gonna feed the cows?
Yeah, they eat what we eat. Even if they don't eat other meat, they eat fruits and vegetables. That's why my husband said he ain't. It's against his law to take the food away from the rabbits and shit. So he gonna eat the meat. He's he said he not being no vegetarian. He said the vegetables is for the animals.
Right. But
They
yeah, Jay
can't eat
Prince.
if they don't. Yeah, if we don't have fruits and vegetables, because that's what they eat. They eat what we eat.
Right. That's absolutely right, Jay Prince. Again, knowledge is not gonna come to you, brother. You got to go get it.
Yeah,
I
he got to know. He
when I
probably
had
know.
my dogs, when I had my three dogs, I never took them to the veterinary, but every time they used to get sick, they all would go outside and eat grass
Oh yeah,
and
that's
be
what they
That's
healthy.
do.
the way of calming their stomachs. Eh? Then when you see your dog eating grass, you know that the dog is not well. If you see your dog scratching itself, your dog is not well. If you see the dog constantly licking itself, it's not well.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
JP, do you know
Yeah.
when um you remember the Lion King, and you know how they always say like the circle of life?
Mm-hmm.
That is pretty much like everything, including the bees, everything, ants, everything play a part in our
I
world.
stopped killing ants, y'all. In my garden, I would have them have a war and kill each other off. So if they too many of them, then I do. So I naturally, let them kill each other off. But as far as spraying and fire ants is another thing, because they would tear your ass up. You better make sure they're in
Yeah.
it. So keep them out the yard, but we don't have to kill everything. We see bugs, slugs, put them
Yeah,
where they
a lot of
go or
them will kill
push
each
them
other.
off. Yeah.
Why we gonna need some ants for?
Ants also pollinate.
Well,
Ants in the garden.
ants are the most outnumber us 10,000
Yeah,
to
they
1,
outnumber.
Jay Prince.
They sure do, boo.
They
And
outnumber
you
us
know
to
what
about
else?
10,000 to 1.
They said in our homes there's so many spiders that probably every few feet is a
That's a
spider,
spider,
but
a
we can't
spider
see
web.
it because
Yeah,
it could be in the wall, in the
that's right.
under, in the floors. One time I went downstairs, there was a spider right there. That motherfucker looked like it's like something an alien. It was big.
Insects rule, folks. The insects rule.
Oh,
Yes, indeed.
yeah, they
Indeed. They rule. Well, I'm gonna say good night to
birds too,
y'all.
right? You remember
Yep,
that
I
yep.
movie
ain't never
Birds,
known
Mr. Duke?
insects was important.
Oh,
I
yeah,
was
they
I was
important.
starting to think that I was like, what was the purpose of God creating these bugs that we gotta kill every day?
Jay Prince. Everything on this planet has a reason to be here. Even you.
Hmm.
Everything. Like the young lady just said, the circle of life, brother. That's what it's
Yeah,
about. The circle of life. It goes on. It's a
Even
continue.
mice.
mice,
Even those mice have a reason to be here. If you take away the mice, you might see
disease.
right. You start seeing more disease, pestilence, famine, or you might
Yeah,
start seeing animals that's out there that feed on voles and different things like that. You stop seeing them, and
yeah,
in turn, you might start seeing a rise in this type animal,
yeah.
like the invasive
So
species in Florida, the Burmese python. They're not native to there, but they are
yeah,
wiping out the regular population just by their presence.
and they trying to get rid of them. So
Right.
with the mice, right? So mice carry disease. So if they get crazy, then we'll start having diseases. But
Yep.
cats go and they control the mice.
Yep.
So and then, but mice eat other things that they control, right? And then mosquitoes, what we call mosquito hawks where I'm from. We call them
Yeah.
mosquito hawks. I think they call them something else. What they
Uh,
call dragonflies?
Dragonflies. Yeah, we call them
Yeah,
mosquito hops here
we
too.
call them mosquito
Bomb.
hawks because
Yeah.
they go around eating thousands of
Everything.
mosquitoes. Yeah, and they all kind of shit. If you kill them off, the mosquitoes will run rampant. And
Yep.
you know, but there's other things that can control them and keep them away. But dragonflies eat their ass. So
Yes,
we used to
indeed.
catch a dragonfly when we was kids. They used to be so pretty. We would tear their
Dragonflies.
wings off.
Right.
I had to ask God for forgiveness for the shit we used to do as a kid, baby.
Dragonflies
So
and
when you
June
talk about
bugs.
animals, then right, and we talk
Mhm.
about the zodiac, we got thousands of animals. Who only picked 12 of them?
No, the zodiac has to do with the out in the stars and things like that.
Stars and the moons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we
So
are reference to an animal, a Taurus, a Aries,
because
a
they claim that it looks like that when you look up in the
The
sky,
shape of the
the shape
constellations.
of it.
Right.
Yeah. So it's shaped like a ram or it's shaped like a scorpion, for the Scorpio, and
Yeah.
that's what that's where that comes from.
All right. All right, y'all. I'm gonna say good night.
yeah. I'm
Y'all
gonna get a
be
lot of
good. Yeah, y'all. Bomb, it's always a pleasure having you up here. I'll see
Yes,
you
I was
till
over there
next time.
listening. You made a video. Forget what it
Mhm.
was about, but it was short. I checked it out. I forgot what it was about
Yeah,
though.
that's when StreamYard went down, and I know a lot of people don't have other options to use when the StreamYard or something like that goes down. So I just put out a little option to folks to go into download virtualdj.com. You can use that to
Oh, that's
broad.
what it was. Because I
Yeah,
didn't understand it.
yeah,
I was listening to that. I was like, what's going
yeah.
on? Yeah.
That's what I use a lot to broadcast when I play music, or sometimes when you don't see me in a chat room. I don't have the chat room. I'm literally broadcasting from virtual DJ. Yeah.
Oh,
all right,
okay,
you
okay.
have a good morning.
Bye, Mr. DJ.
All
Thank you for
right.
Hey,
coming.
Y'all have a good morning and good to see you. Good to talk with y'all. Appreciate it.
Same to you.
All
I was
right.
only supposed to come up for like a couple of minutes, and oh damn, everybody leaving. Okay, well I need to go to sleep. I guess. How you
oh
been?
yeah,
First of
yeah.
all,
I was
before we
saying good
go,
morning. I was saying, bye to him. But yeah, I am getting sleepy, so I ain't gonna lie.
Well, it's okay, because I ain't been live in a while. I miss you. I'm glad you came up. You know what I mean?
Miss you
And
too so much.
yes. And then I noticed nobody going live. I was like, God, I be looking all the time, like, where's Sharon? And even now I'm over there by DJ Witchstop. I'm like, he don't go live till late. The Drip Show don't. He said he go in the morning or something, but I keep missing him for some reason. And I don't see nobody no more. So I guess most people got a job or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Sharon, we gonna beef about him. Got me on this 6 o'clock a.m. schedule, and he don't be live.
Don't be live, girl. I be waking up still, be looking to see live. Did that for a whole week, and I was like, what the hell? But they may have messed with his channel, and I need to go check and see if it's still there. Shit, I miss PH Diva. I miss Sharon. I miss his cousin. You know what I mean? I'm missing y'all, but I see y'all every once in a while. I saw Taylor went live the other day. I was supposed to come up, but hubby, when I washed his back, he wouldn't. He wouldn't let me sign on. Okay,
Oh.
talking about let me hug you, and then he fell asleep hugging me and shit. and I'm stuck under his ass. You know what I'm saying? His arms holding me down and shit. I don't know why. I don't know why Jay Prince thought you ain't had no kids. God damn. Ain't know your daughter done graduated and all that shit. What
Right,
she
we
doing? She
had a
doing
whole argument. We literally just had a whole argument about him thinking that I had a whole white baby and all this other stuff.
he always claim that about black woman. He's talking about he deal with, he even said that about Brown. He talking about I could tell, look at her, she only deal with white man. I'm like, dude, he over there thinking every woman dealing with the white man. But even if she is, that's her business, you know?
Right.
His ass
Like,
crazy.
baby, you ain't gonna know about it.
But you got him stuck that day. Remember we was up there and
Mhm.
you asked him, well, okay. Well, what do you think about Bomb? I heard when you said it, right? And he hurried up and tried to act like he didn't hear you. That's why I said, you heard what she said. What's your answer?
Yep. He was
He
like,
was
well, that's bomb.
want to give me a pass and shit, huh? Ain't that something?
I'm over here. He didn't see me. I'm over here, chocolate as hell.
And
Not even the
he's
color got
crazy
anything
as
to
hell.
do with it. How you just gonna dismiss me just because? Like, nah, dude, I ain't gonna let you get away with that.
You sure
Nah.
did get up there and check her out.
Hmm.
Okay.
And then about him with
That's why
like
I'm
calling,
glad.
like I really went up there because he, all that like calling me out of my name. Like you don't call
Oh
me no
yeah,
tramp and stuff. No. Mm-mm.
yeah. I'm glad that you did that too. Because he is like once you tell him 3 times, if he remember, he'll stop doing it.
Yeah, he
But
did.
he gonna forget again and gonna do it again, girl.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
you just
he.
gonna get up there and put your foot in his ass again. It's all good. He ain't
Yep.
trying to harm nobody for real. But
Yep.
he said they struck his channel. He better stop talking. I told him he needs to stop talking that shit and just deal with his food truck. He'll get lots of people. I've been noticing even white people come over there when he talking about the food truck and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
They even like it. They like. I think he could build his channel. But he got to get rid of that talking about black women in a negative way because white people not gonna stay for that. A lot of them already think they being called racist and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Puppy is not loud enough. Girl, you had me so scared earlier. I'm not sure if you was here.
Oh
I
my
thought he was
goodness, I was
dead.
in the chat and I was like, I put
Girl,
no, and then I was
I
putting
thank,
prayers and all that.
thank you. So, yeah, I was scared. Okay, so when I went down there, I kept calling him right from upstairs, and normally he always answer. And then I went down there. He was on the couch. He looked like my dad looked in the casket, like his mouth was twisted. He was sitting straight up, and he didn't look like he was breathing, y'all. See, like when
Oh,
he does stop breathing in his sleep. You'll see how he'll be snoring, then he get quiet. He'll stop breathing. And I'd be telling him he'd do that, right? But I've been scared because he's been coughing a lot lately. And I keep telling him, go to the doctor, go to the doctor. So I'm already scared, right? Worried
Mm,
about it and shit. I go down there, his mouth, one side, it looked like he had a stroke or something. Because one side of his mouth was drooping. But I never
mm,
seen him like that in the whole 30-something years of marriage. He ain't never looked like that. And I looked, he looked like my daddy did in that casket. And I
mm,
kept calling his name. I was right there in front of him. I'm like, Mark, Mark. He don't even sleep that hard. I'm yelling, Mark, Mark. And then I looked, and I was scared to touch him. So I was like, oh my motherfucking God. So I started pacing back and forth. Then I come up here and I'm like, oh my God. Tell my son, go check on your dad. Go check on your dad. I think he's not breathing.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
go
heard.
fuck
Oh,
me.
your voice. Woo.
Ooh, I ain't never been so scared in my life. He going to the
That.
doctor. I'm making an
Oh,
appointment. I ain't playing with him.
oh
Okay?
yeah. No. Mm-mm, nope.
I ain't
Nope.
playing with him. He
That.
scared the motherfucking shit out of me. I ain't never been so scared in my
I
life.
know he did. We could
And
hear it
then
in your voice.
I was so wrong for sending one of his sons down there. That I don't know. You know what I mean? Is that wrong that I sent his son to go see if his daddy's a
Nope. That was the next protector. Nope.
oh my God. Said I was having a panic attack. I felt like, and I was like, oh my God, go check on your daddy. Oh my God, I don't please go check on your daddy. And I
Whatever you had to do to get help at that time, you did.
yeah, Lord. I couldn't, y'all, I thought he was dead. I stood there, his mouth was slurped over, his chest wasn't rising. I was calling his name, he didn't respond. And I was scared to just touch him. Reach out, I'm yelling. And then I looked something say, he dead. The fuck? I ran up the steps up out there. Yeah. Look, I've been walking like I'm an old ass woman coming up and down the steps, okay? Because I be
Mm,
hearing the people breaking their hips and shit. So I'm very careful. And I have problems with steps. Like
mm-hmm.
I really have problems with heights, y'all. It's gotten bad through the years. I'm even scared to go up and down my motherfucking steps. Like I'm holding on and
Oh,
I
I
don't
thought
know.
that was just me. Really?
Yeah, and I think I need to go. I think it's me, my mind need medicine again because I haven't been on it in a long time. But
Mm-hmm.
it's so fucking like I'm so scared of heights. It's bad. Like even let's say we go in a hotel. You ever been to the courtyard? Like I think it's called Marriott Courtyard, Courtyard Marriott or
Uh-huh.
something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now the courtyard is very beautiful, and you can see the rooms, and you can look over the balcony and see the bottom. I can't even walk on one of them floors if I could see that there's a bottom. Like it need to be closed off where I can't look down. But I'm holding the wall and shit. One time I crawled from the elevator to the room, even though it's wide up there, right? It's not like you so close that you can fall over.
Mm-hmm.
But mentally, I don't know, and that it didn't used to be that way. So if somebody walking on the side of me though, like if you walking on the side where the rail is, even though the rail's far away, then I could pay attention to you and I could forget about it. But if it's just me, I panic. I noticed that I started noticing that maybe about 5 years ago. It's gotten bad. So even coming up my steps, I'd be like, oh shit. And I keep telling Mickey, hold on the rail. He be wanting to jump and shit. And I don't want to scare him. I can give him a fear that he don't have.
mm-hmm.
Usually it is older people that do that, right? Your mom or people be like, you, when you're swimming, they start talking like, don't get up, you're gonna drown. When it's not that
Mm-hmm.
serious, but you may end up with that phobia. So I'm
Yeah.
trying not to do that to him. But y'all, when I was down them steps, I don't even know how I got up the fucking steps so fast. I'm actually shocked. Got up here so fast, and I was, oh. Maybe
Ooh,
the pain is in my mind because I wasn't in no pain. I was just scared and shit. Lord have
yeah.
mercy. Y'all,
I
I don't know
do.
what I would have done. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm
I
gonna let you
do.
go to sleep. But thank you for praying for me. You know,
Oh
we're getting
yeah.
older. I don't know what it is. I think maybe my panic, because I have been thinking about death, right? And
Mm-hmm.
dying. And 'cause I'm only 55, right? People, even my parents lived until they like their 80s. It's a whole nother 20 years away. But
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's been on my mind. So it may be that just need some medication because I'm not sick. You know, the hernia, you don't die from a hernia. You know, you just, well, I guess you can. Is my internet tripping right now? Yeah, it
Mm-mm.
must be. My internet back? Oh, it's good? Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
My internet. But, but, you know, and even though I'm about to get a mammogram soon and have another test, I'm supposed to have surgery. I missed the appointment with the surgeon this week, which I didn't know. They scheduled it, but they didn't give me a date. And then when they called, the VA called, and they ain't say nothing. It just I answered, and it was blank, no recording, no nothing. So by the time I called to check on it, it was like I had just missed the appointment. So I'll
Oh wow.
reschedule that. But it's not like I'm excited about no surgery. I ain't gonna lie.
Me
I
either.
want to be able to, yeah, I want to get sick, and then like when I was in that hospital, they should schedule the fucking surgery. You know what I mean? But
Mhm.
because it resolved itself when they went down my throat and everything. They went down in my tummy. I guess they pushed it out, and that's so they didn't want to have surgery. Um, but that's how I prefer it, like emergency surgery. We gonna take you down right now. Sign this paper. Oh, I'm gonna sign it. I don't want to prepare for no motherfucking serious surgery. I don't,
I
you
don't
know.
either. Yeah, that that scares me. Like my eye ended up getting another MRI because I wasn't doing better after my last surgery.
Mhm.
And so we did the MRI, and then my surgeon called and was like, "Yeah, we're gonna have to, you know, go follow through with the whole thing." I was like, "What?" He was like, "Yeah, I need you to come in." And he scheduled that day. I kid you not, the day before I canceled that appointment. I was like, I want a second opinion, even though I know they're gonna say the same thing, but I don't care. I was like, I want a second opinion.
Yes, it could be scary, you know, and it's a lot. And then your family gotta, you know, schedule their stuff around you. But mainly, it just I don't know. But yeah, I need those injections. I haven't had them in a while since COVID, and my back is so fucked up. You know, my back been messed up since I was young, like younger than you, right? In my 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Back then, they didn't want to, they always told me that I could end up paralyzed through surgery. So that's how the spine, they was worried about messing with the spine back then. But now things have changed. Now they'll go in, do some surgeries. Um, but I don't know. I think I'm too old to be doing some goddamn major surgeries on my back. I think give them the injections, and as long as they work, you know, for months at a time like they used to, I'm good. But if I don't, if that don't work, I'm gonna have to have them better surgery because it's getting so bad I can barely move. You know, like, and I know
Yeah.
you have back problems. I know we know that shit is no joke, and that's
Mm-hmm.
why it's affecting me coming up the steps too. Like, cause your back supports your whole body. That's the brace of your body. And
Mm-hmm.
so if my back is weak, me trying to come up, y'all, it's hard. It's hard. I feel like I'm bent over when I walk. Um, even though I don't know, it feels like I'm bending over walking, like an old lady with a cane.
Uh-huh.
That's what I feel like when I walk. But I had on my heel for Leaky's graduation. I put on heels and
Ooh.
everything, girl, and went out there. As soon as I got out the car and everybody saw me, like the men was looking and everything. Girl, I took them motherfucking heels on, put them slippers on, and started walking like an old motherfucking lady, girl. I'm like, look, I'm too old to be trying to be sexy out in this bitch. I'm in pain. I used to be in so much pain, you know, and still in the heels, trying to be pretty and lady liking. You decide I don't want to be in pain no more for none of that shit.
You're right. Shoot, I regret all that.
Yeah, me too, man. I've been walking in heels since I was 12. I remember I wasn't even 12. When my mom had my little sister, I went to the hospital, but I was too young to really go, right? On the floor when they were having the babies. So
Mm-hmm.
I dressed older. Like I remember my favorite dress, man. It was one of them dresses when if you spun around and twirl and it would come up. And it was
Oh,
across the chest. I was only like, I think I was 10 or 11. I put on some heels and tried to look like an adult going so I could go see my mama after she had the baby. And I've been wearing heels ever since because I'm short. And I used
mm-hmm.
to go run in the heels. I could be in 3-inch heels running like it ain't shit. Yeah. But then as I got older, the ground not, you go to the club and shit, walking on the sidewalk not even or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Then the heels start getting higher in my 40s because now they stilettos and my dumb ass putting on this goddamn stilettos, red bottoms and shit. They were fake because I can't afford no red bottom girl. And if I could, I still wouldn't pay that money. Even if I could, I wouldn't pay that money. But I would have them had some sexy heels. They wasn't name brand. Nobody give a fuck, right? Only
Mm-hmm.
women really care about that. Men don't care about that. But the gay men do care. They'll be like,
Mm.
child, what you doing with them fake ass red bottoms on?
Well, call it
I
out in a
say, what
second.
yeah, and I'll tell him what the hell you faking like you a fucking woman for? Don't call me out, motherfucker.
I ain't the only one faking around here.
I know that's right. She don't be playing with me, baby, because I could play back. Okay. And but I think about that. So that's why I want the women to know, listen, be pretty or whatever you want to be. But think about, first of all, do the research. I'm hearing that the weave now got some chemical in it that causing us cancer. I don't know if
Yeah,
it's true. You heard that too?
yeah, I heard that. Yep, I heard it.
What's going on with my internet?
No, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. My internet said unstable. I don't know what's going on with it. What you said?
I said, yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah, so I didn't really do the research, so I don't want to quote. I don't want to say it for a fact, y'all. I did hear it. I saw some people speaking on it, but I didn't go and check, because I haven't
Mm,
been wearing no weaves or nothing in many years. So I ain't gonna lie, I just never. But if I was, I would go and check, make sure, see what the hell they talking about. They say that they processing the hair a certain way with a chemical that cause cancer, and they know it. So that's why they say that the hairdressers take the hair and boil it before they put it in your head. And I'm like, what the fuck? Wait, I buy some new hair and they gotta boil it before they even put it in. I'm like, I wouldn't buy that shit. That sounds like a
right.
whole setup to me.
Uh-huh.
Don't buy that shit, ladies. Y'all do y'all research if y'all buy weaves and wigs and shit. Do your research and make sure, because you might actually be buying some shit you got to boil before you put it in your head.
Yeah, yeah, that's wild. I'm glad I don't wear that stuff no more.
Yeah, me too.
Years.
Not. I still have a wig around here somewhere that if I don't want to do my hair, I'll slap that bitch on. But it's
Shoot.
old. Like I mean, like it's old. Like it gotta be at least. I ain't gonna lie, 10 years old. Like I rarely wore it, and COVID, all kinds of shit that happened. My parents passed away. I was, I wasn't worried about that. I was doing my hair. And then I decided to go natural, which means I wasn't letting nobody put no chemicals in my hair. I
Mm-hmm.
don't even, and now I'm over here touching my hair and everything. Always wondering why did I even start? I started so young. I never need no chemicals in my hair. I don't have, braided hair where I need no. Girl, it don't make no sense that I put a perm in my hair. And then I
Yeah,
think, go ahead.
you see my hair, my pictures, like, and I've cammed up, and I still don't understand why I was ever given a relaxer when I was little.
Yes.
Like crazy.
And I do remember that I was begging. My mom kept telling me no, no, no. But when I got old enough and able to, I remember my mom was in California and I wanted a Jerry curl. That's how long ago, girl. This was Jerry curl. But my aunt had told me she would put it in. But when we went to the hair place to buy everything, the woman had told my aunt and me that my hair, if I wanted a Jerry curl, my hair was going to be for that Jerry curl, that type. She said that she need this. But she was talking about a perm, but a white girl perm, right? And I was like, what the hell? And my aunt said, okay. So she bought it. But she put it in like it was a Jerry curl. Because I guess she did, right? She still put the rollers in. Um, it burned my face. Girl, my aunt fucked me up. Cause she put that shit in like it was a Jerry curl, girl. Girl,
Oh no.
and I deserved it because I was going against my mom, witches. Remember, she was in California. She would have never let me do this shit.
Mm.
So I used my dad, knowing that he don't know that mom wouldn't let me do it, and my aunt, to my benefit, that shit burned. It was a chemical burn that my face, my forehead turned white.
Oh.
The forehead and all around my edges in the front, my whole face had like white in the forehead and it was a chemical burn.
Oh damn.
And girl, I still was putting that Jerry curl juice in my motherfucking hair. Girl, going to school with my white forehead and shit. The Jerry curl juice didn't even go with what I had in my hair. It was all fucked up.
Oh
But
no.
I need to look to see if I had some high, because I wasn't in high school. I was in middle school then. And I need to see if I hope I'm not. But there's a many years I skipped being in the yearbook. If y'all go to find yearbooks, y'all not gonna find no pictures of me, baby. You're gonna see my name with a blank ass area. Except my senior year. My senior year, I took all my girlfriends and everybody got together. We shared each other rings. So every one of my fingers got a ring on. Girl, I know it looks stupid as hell.
Damn.
But all the other years when, we took pictures, I'm not sure about y'all, but we took pictures when we went to gym. So since everybody had a gym class, that's the class where you took your class pictures for the yearbook. So when I was in gym, I would go and they would call my name and I would run in the gym, in the changing room, what they call it, the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would just get missed. They call my name, I'm not there. And then when the yearbook came out, it was just an empty spot with my name on the side of it. Hell yeah, I had that shit down packed for years. Now, the only thing I couldn't skip out, you will see when I was playing basketball, you will see me running track, because, the coach, she made sure that we was there. And we never knew when we would be at practice and all of a sudden she would say, okay, come over here and take pictures. And then so it's not like I could prepare to not be there. So I am in the yearbook. I'm just not. I was in a cappella. I was in art class, and I was very popular. So you're gonna see me talent shows, dancing, doing games, manager, doing the boys track team because I taught them how to go to shot put and stuff when they got rid of the girls. But yeah, sports, I'm in there. But me by myself, I ain't in that bitch. But I'm so glad because when I think about my hair, the things I used to do to my hair, now my mom used to say, "Oh, she thinks she Farrah Fawcett." I used to have that flip in the front.
Oh, I love that hairstyle to this day.
I think y'all seen a picture of me with it, right? I think it's the picture. One of the pictures. I think my little sister's on my lap, and you can see the flip. Girl, I used to hate my forehead, so I wanted, bangs wasn't a thing back then. Like where you just have a bang. So I would make like a bang, but it would be flipped.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would pat it and try to cover up what I thought I had a 5 head. I thought I had a 5 head until what her name came out. What her name? The model, the black model. That bitch got a 5 head, okay? Tyra Banks. When Tyra Banks came out, man, I was so proud of my forehead. That bitch helped me be good, happy with my forehead, girl. Okay. Because I was like, God damn. You know, when you're a kid, there's a lot, especially, I'm not sure about the boys, but I do think the boys have problems too. But I remember me, I never thought I was pretty, I never thought I was beautiful. You know what I mean? I was just popular because I had talent, like, singing, dancing, and rapping. I was always in some group and shit like that. But if it wasn't for me doing that, then I think I did that more like that boyish type of stuff because I was a breaker, right? Because I didn't think of myself like a girl, like a girly girl. Thought of myself like a boy. I was a tomboy for real, baby. I was a tomboy.
I'm trying to think.
It didn't make no sense to be anything else. Every boy in my vicinity was related to me, so there's no boyfriends.
Oh,
Yeah. And then when I did have a boyfriend, because our generation, we was on phones. One of my friends would introduce me to one of her cousins who lived in a city or in another parish. And then we would call ourselves going together just because we talked on the phone. Every once in a while, we ain't never see each other, girl. Some of us. I had some boyfriends I ain't never seen.
yeah, I get it. Me too. Oh, that was funny.
That is so funny. Oh my God. I remember one boyfriend, I saw him once. So at one of our homecoming games, we played this team, and he didn't play on the team, but he was there, on the what they call it, the visitor side, because that was his school he was playing. And I met him, and he was so cute. And I gave him the number and everything. And then that was my boyfriend. But I never see him again. I saw him that one time when I gave him a number. He was my boyfriend for like 6 months. I never seen him again. We
That's a
just
long
talked on the phone.
relationship for a kid.
Huh?
That's a long relationship for a kid.
Yeah, we was in high school, but we ain't never see each other. Girl, he lived in a whole nother parish. And yeah, I don't even know how we broke up. I don't think we ever really broke up. It was almost like 6 months, and then we realized because he ain't got no car, right? I ain't got no car. He lived in a whole nother parish, and I guess the phone calls just kind of lessened, and then that was it. We broke up naturally through nature, through time and space.
Oh, yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah. So when some of these people be thinking they could go back, I remember somebody, they from my state when they was on this bitch making up all kinds of lies, and then they thought they could go to my area and ask about me, and they did do that, girl. Because
Really?
oh hell yeah. See, and I guess they didn't believe when I told them that every fucking body is related to me. The greens, the whites, the browns, it don't matter. Every fucking body is related to me in that area. In any area where they would have been able to ask about me and get any answers, they would have been talking to somebody in my fucking family. And then they stopped calling because, well, I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna leave it alone. Let's just say they.
I thought it was just I thought it was just your mother-in-law. Like they went to, like I didn't know that they was going to everybody.
Oh no, the people who went to my mother-in-law, that's somebody else. The people I'm talking about was the people who I used to rock with, and then they lived in the area, and then they I got them to call, you know. So, a lot of people don't even remember me. But yeah, a lot of people. A lot of people don't remember me. Well, like how they gonna remember me by my bomb cherry? They don't know me by that.
Right.
And then if they see a picture, but then if you tell them, like as soon as you tell them my last name, my maiden name, then that's when they know. So I got a call from one of my cousins. In fact, it was crazy because my cousin, we had the same name. My name is Love Bonda, Lavanya, and her name is Avonda, and we have the
Oh,
same last name. And yes, that's my cousin. And yeah, and she informed me. But anyway, let me go. His thing going off. You gotta go to work. Hey, babe. Thank you for coming up.
of
I
course.
I had a great time, y'all. I can't believe how much I missed this. I really did miss this. I keep missing it every day. I keep saying I'm gonna go live, but then I said, nah, go live.
Yes,
And then
please go live soon.
okay, yeah, I think I will.
Okay.
I'll
And
see y'all later. How you
do
everything
that.
good? Cause you didn't tell me your back and everything. You still gotta have another surgery or what? You
Oh
good?
yeah, I do, but like I said, I was able to hold off.
Okay.
So next appointment is supposed to be August.
Okay, cool. Keep me updated. And but did the surgery help at all? Like or did they make it worse or what?
No,
What's
yeah,
your
it made it worse.
huh?
It made it worse.
Oh my God. See, they've always told me that. Like because they could go in your back and start messing with the nerve. They could touch one nerve, they could make it worse. I'm so
Yeah,
sorry to hear that they made
I
it
would
worse.
have never got the surgery.
Yeah, remember I was telling you. You remember I was like, hey, they warned me, and they did, and they wasn't joking. Today, we got these young doctors. They want to operate on your ass, but the military told me straight front, up front. They was like, we could go in because they could see the spacing and the crushing of my spine. They could see it right through
Hmm.
the X-ray thing. But then they started to explain all them other C this and C3s and L's this and that. And they were like, and you got all these nerve endings that go throughout your body. They said we could touch something. And you could literally stop being able to walk. They could touch one nerve and your legs will never work again. And I was like, well, shit.
Yep.
I was like, nah, we good. And so I've been taking meds all these years, but yeah. But hopefully, so they're gonna go in again, or are you not sure? Have you?
Yeah, this time they are going to do this time they're going to do a total hip replacement.
Oh, you getting a hip replacement? Wow. You know what? Remember when I said walking up the steps is hard? Yeah, all of that got to your hips, your back, and even your knees can all connected to a degree.
Yep. Yep.
Oh
That's
yeah.
what it is. Yep.
So what they did, like a cross or something, or
They did something to try to trigger because there's no blood flow that was going to the hip.
uh-huh.
And so they went in and they drilled three holes and to try to trigger it to try to get
Oh.
stimulation,
Mm-hmm.
and it didn't work. If anything, it made it
Make
so much worse, made it hard to walk and everything. Like it bad, like
Okay.
so bad. So
Yeah.
yeah, they're like, nope, you now have to
Get a replacement.
have the whole replacement, which they were trying to avoid because I'm so young. But
Yeah.
like,
But
well, I'm trying to
I
avoid it.
have heard of successful hip replacements, though, even on older people. So we're gonna keep our fingers closed. Maybe everything, definitely go good. We're not gonna say maybe. We're gonna put nothing but goodness in the air, and it's gonna work for you if you decide to do it.
Yes, because I've
Yes.
heard that like good things like lately for some
Mm-hmm.
reason I've been across like people that have had it, and
Uh-huh.
everyone is like, yeah, it's a bitch to go through. It hurts, but that outcome is you get your life back.
Yeah. And you
So
still young, so yeah, go.
yeah, I want my life back. So I'm gonna do it. I'll just put it off for a couple more months. I'm gonna
Yeah. Make
do
sure
it.
you join some groups where maybe there's some people who had surgery and they talk about it. The pluses and the negatives, or how to behave after surgery, so you can have all the knowledge that you need. Because, like
Yeah,
you just said, it's gonna be painful probably for a while, but then the end result will be you'll be good.
yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Yeah, yeah. So you can feel more confident. And
Right.
so, because yeah, if it was just my hip, man, I think I think I would be more prone to, going through that. But the back controls so much. It
That's a
controls your
whole
arms,
other-
your neck.
I
I
don't.
feel like I have tonsil. I have one side of my throat is hurting like hell every time I swallow. Leaky.
Uh-oh.
Remember, I tried every time. And it's the one thing that I get from him right away is a sore throat.
Oh, Licky sick.
Yeah. And I don't
Uh-oh.
and then I kept telling him to stay away, but of course he'd come and hug me and come too close. And now I
Licky
have
over
a sore throat.
sick.
Yeah.
Damn.
And
Oh.
I have an antibiotic I think that I want to take. Because if I knock it out before it get bad, But
Mm.
unless it's another type of virus, then the antibiotic not gonna work at all. And then the antibiotic about to make me sick too because it's so strong. I'm gonna take
Oh.
half of it. Yeah, it's so strong because I'm resistant. See, because of what I'm doing. I always keep antibiotics. I never take the full dose, like they tell you to take the full 7 days.
Uh,
Soon as everything get better, I stop taking it and then I store them. And then when my kids or myself will get a sore throat, I say, hey, take this. They're gonna knock it out. When you wake up, it'll be gone. But see, that's what made me resistant to antibiotics because of that.
yeah.
So now, yeah, so antibiotics don't work with me unless they're real strong. It's just an antibiotic, I think so. And now they give me these strong ones, and that shit hurt my stomach. Oh, I'm talking
Mm.
about cramping. It'd be so strong, but I'm gonna take it. I don't mess with that morphine. That morphine had me sick. That's what had me in the hospital, y'all. They put me on morphine to test it.
Uh,
The first time they gave me a sample, I took it, and my stomach was hurting. And I told them, but then I said, well, maybe I'm gonna try it again. Maybe I need to eat when I take it. I'm not used to taking medicine, eating with my medicine, because I'm so used to just breaking the pill in half, taking it when I'm in pain. Uh,
mm.
I don't have to eat with that. But with this morphine, I was like, damn, maybe I need to eat with it. That morphine is what messed up my whole life. And then I was like, I can't be on it. That's why we was having that argument in the hospital. Because even then, they wasn't listening. I said, hey, I'm on morphine right now, but the morphine might be the issue. It's just for me testing it. But the doctor gonna restore putting me back on what I was. But they're trying to put me on something else. But before they can up my medication, they gotta test other shit.
Mm-hmm.
They can't just say, okay, you take 90 of these at 10 milligram or 20 milligram. Now we're gonna give you 30 milligrams. They can't do that. Through the insurance, they gotta go through all other medications.
Mm-hmm.
I was on long-term drugs for years. They never worked. Girl, I was on shit that I ain't never get no result from. But the insurance made me take that shit. And it was ridiculous because that medication was so expensive. I was like, kept telling the doctor, I don't see no difference. They were like, well, I got to be in your system for so many months. And then I was like, but I don't see no difference. I said, no, it's time release. It's one of them drugs because they make, remember, that one that people were scared of. I was scared of hell taking that drug. Um, Now they call it fentanyl, but it was something else back then. I forget. But Oxycontin, that's what it was. They gave me Oxycontin one month, and
Fentanyl?
huh?
I didn't know Oxycontin was fentanyl.
No, 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 no. I was saying today fentanyl is one of the ones they make it seem
Oh,
like you're gonna die from, but Oxycontin, people was dying from Oxycontin back then.
oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yep.
and because I had heard Oxycontin, people dying from Oxycontin. And then they put me, the doctor gave me a script for Oxycontin. That whole month, that prescription stayed in that bag, stapled up. I didn't touch that medicine. And then the next month when I went, I told the doctor, he asked me how the medicine doing. I said, I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm scared to take that medicine. I said, I'm scared to take it. So he put me on something else. I'm like, I'm not taking that Oxycontin. So then he did put me on something like Oxycontin, but because it comes in different forms. It can go in your tongue and melts, which I was, yeah. They got medicines that you can put on your tongue. I'm gonna tell you, this shit is full of shit though, right? Because they say put it on your tongue and get in your bloodstream, but then they call it long acting. That shit lasts for 2, 3, maybe 4 hours. But something that's called long acting, they want that to last 8 hours. Yeah. I'm like, this shit ain't even working 1 minute. Like I don't feel no different.
Mm, 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 mm.
Yeah. So be careful with the medicines that you take. Do research, and if you have any questions about any of them, I'm quite sure I was on it, and you can hit me up, girl. And because with these doctors and medicine, I don't know, and that's why I argue with them, right? Because they like you ain't. I'm not sure if you heard what that doctor told me when he offered me food versus medicine, and
Oh
then
yeah, he
you
happy
remember that.
pissed.
Right. So he was doing what they all do. He was then making it seem like, oh, if I was you, I would take the food unless you, and then his insinuation is you a drug addict, right?
Uh-huh.
That's what they do. So if you go to the doctor and you start telling them what you want, first of all, I'm wondering who does that. Like I've never gone to the doctor and say, yeah, I want some of that morphine right there. Like the doctor is the pain management. They the ones who tell me what they got, that could replace this, that, and the third. They explain it to me. I've never went in there. But I'm quite sure there are people who do that. I don't know, right? But
Mm-hmm.
they can look in my records and see what I'm on and have always been on. The medicine I'm on, I have been on for a very long time, right? But he played that game, and that's what pissed me off about him. I am reporting him to the. I already reported the other young lady, and she got fired because I made sure she got fired, right?
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Good. Good,
And
good.
because she kept playing with me, I couldn't believe. Then they tried to. When I told them, they was like, "Well, that could be just your side." I said, "Well, I tell you what, if you want to see my side, I got the video." And I said, I got the video. I said, I got the video. You can hear her even admit. I'm not sure if you heard when I asked her, why did she kick my bed like that? The reason I asked her that because I know I didn't have that on video, right? Because I was asleep when she did that shit. I had already ended the live. Had gone to sleep. She came in and kicked the bed. No, 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 no. For nothing. And so I got her to admit that she did it when I asked her why she did it. And then they started giving excuses, talking about they do that to make sure I'm not dead.
Yeah. I was like, what the hell?
Girl, you heard all that shit, huh? I'm
Yeah,
glad.
that was wild.
That girl. And so they had no choice because I kept letting them know I got it on video. You want to hear it? I got it on video. I got it on video. And because I was there and I was letting them know because I reported it. They called me. I gave them the report on the phone. They called me back. And they made it seem like minute, like, yeah, well, we're going to straighten it out. We'll talk to her. Oh, you're going to talk to her, huh? I said, okay. And they never called me back again. So when I had an appointment, I walked in to patient advocate and told him the story all over again. He was shocked too when he said, well, if you didn't get your medicine, why they not giving it to you? I said, they kept saying that I missed it. And
Yep.
since I missed it, I can't have it. He's like, nah, they didn't do that. I said, I promise you that's what they did. He said, no, that don't make sense. He said, if you were supposed to get the medicine, but you was doing something else and didn't get it, then when you got back, they should have gave it to you. I said, yeah, but they didn't. He said, nah, that's not true. I said, I got it on video. I said, I promise you that's what they
So glad
did.
you recorded all that.
Hmm?
I'm so glad you recorded all that. Because yeah,
Me too.
that was bullshit.
I didn't want to record it, y'all, but I ain't had no choice because I know. Imagine me going and tell them that happened. They gonna do exactly what they did me. They making it seem like it's my side of the story, but they gotta be, you know how people say that's your side? their side, and somewhere in the middle is the truth. I was like, well, I got a video. I got a video. I said, I promise you, I'm telling you the whole truth and the whole truth.
Mhm.
When she asked me, how did I get my last name, girl? She's African, so they already believe we don't have no fathers, right? They definitely don't think we got husbands. And I don't know if you heard her when she said that, because I was lied. That was a lie. And she asked me, she didn't know I was lying because she had walked in, right? She had walked in while I was lying. And I started talking to her. And then, but she was like, while we was going back and forth about something, I forgot what the disagreement was. I think it was the medicine. I was like, I was telling her that I asked her for the medicine a half hour ago. She told me she was going to get it, and then she left and never came back. I was talking to her about that. And then out of the blue, she says, well, where did you get your last name? I was like, what? She said, yeah. Where did you get your last name from? I said, what that got to do with anything? Oh, I just want to know, did you get it from your, she didn't say daddy, I think she said from your father. While we was in the middle of arguing, she gonna ask me about my father.
Yeah,
Girl,
I didn't hear that part.
oh,
Wow.
yes, that I think on that day there's 3 streams. There's one stream where y'all couldn't see nothing. Y'all should have been able to hear, because when I went out there to go grab her ass in the hallway, like I was in a diaper and everything, I went in the hallway to beat her ass. I put y'all in my pocket. I went because I had to hurry up and go live. I don't know if I ever put a title because I was so mad, right? I was like,
Mhm.
nah, I'm gonna get this bitch. And then I hurry up and go live. I put it in my pocket, and then I go out there, and that's when y'all might hear other people saying, "Oh, some people just like that." I was even telling the patient, forget. I'm like, her own co-workers was telling me that some people are like that. That means they know she has a nasty attitude. I told them, even when I was getting the at the radiology department, he was talking about her. But when I told her that I wasted that medicine, she called down there yelling at them, telling them on me. They told her they told her that they didn't want me to come down until like 1:30. And she sit me down there at 12 o'clock. So I was shocked when she was in the room. I was like, and I informed her what happened. But she had a motherfucking share there for me. And when I saw the chat, I was like, oh, they want me now? I was like, they didn't want me until after lunch. And she said, no. First, she was mad. And when I told the man, I said, I don't know what her attitude. I said, I wasted a little drink. I informed her about it. I didn't ask her to clean it. I said I was letting her know so she could call down there and let them know, just in case. But they could send some more up, right? If they wanted to. And
Mhm.
she got it. That's when her whole attitude come. Why did you do that? I said, listen, what are you talking about it? I said it was an accident. I said, I was shocked. Girl, if y'all would have been able to see her face, it was bad. Her face got twisted, and why did you do that? Like, I didn't do. I was a mistake. It's an accident. And then she got nasty from there. And
Mhm.
now I had been there already for real, like 4 days already. I ain't never had no problem with none of them. Um, my first time really seeing her was that day. I think I seen her maybe the day before, maybe I don't even know. But they just come in, do what they do. I didn't bother them too much. When I wanted to go to the bathroom, I didn't ask for no help. I went, right?
Mhm.
Um, they had me in a diaper. I wasn't using no diaper, girl. Okay. I'm too grown for that shit right there. Look, the day I use a diaper, you best believe I'm sick and shit. Okay. Like I'm so weak, I must be about to die. Girl, it was a big pull up too. I got one that's right here. Because I brought one. I wanted to show my kids. It's a whole pull up. And then it's an adult pull up. I didn't even know they make them. But then I realized they do make adult diapers, so I guess they would be pull-ups, huh? Because it's, I guess it's easy. I don't know if a pull-up is easier. I don't know. But the first day I got there, they didn't want me to get out the bed. That's why they put that girl, and the way they put that diaper on me, that shit was crazy. That lady came in there and she was rough. Boy, she wasn't playing. She, like when I wipe my grandson, I make sure it's all soft and everything, clean and real good. That woman came in there and said, I gotta put this. She was at it. And I was like, wait, what's that for? I said, I could go to the bathroom. She said, no, you're not allowed to. She was Spanish. She said, you're not allowed to go to the bathroom. You're not allowed to go to the bathroom. I'm like, what you mean I can walk to the bathroom? No. And she's telling me no. Girl, she took one of my legs and raised that bitch up. Bam! And slid that and pushed me to the side, put it down. She did it so quick. Put that shit underneath me, rolled me to the other side, and hurry up and next thing I know, I was in a they was like, and you can't get out the bed. And if you get out the bed will have an alarm on it. We setting the alarm. You're not allowed to get out the bed. And I was like, but I could walk right there. They was like, no. As soon as I had to use the bathroom, I got out that bed. That bed went woo, 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 woo. And they come running in there. Ma'am, you're not supposed to get out the bed. I said, but I gotta use the bathroom. You're not supposed to get out the bed. I was like, look, I'm not using this pepper. So they brought in one of them call it's almost like I seen one at some older people homes where it could be in the room with you. It sits there, and I think it has a slide-in thing. They bought that because I refused to use that diaper. So they put that next to my bed and said, okay, you can use this. I'm like, that don't make sense. Like I could walk right there. Why? And I think it was like for 24 hours, they was telling me I need to be watched. And I'm not supposed to get out of bed. But they let me use. I was like, Lord. I said, I can't do it, ma'am. I said, I promise you. I said, I'm holding it. I said, my mind won't let me pee in this diaper. He said, please, I can't. I said, the bathroom right there. And while they telling me I can't, I'm still walking to the bathroom. They couldn't stop me. How they gonna stop me? They gonna beat my ass. I kept telling them, nah, look, I know y'all telling me I can't get out of the bed. He said, but I gotta use the bathroom. And I closed the door and went in that bathroom. And then when I came back, they brought in that toilet thing. Anyway, I'm gonna let you go. I probably just got up. It's 5. Have a good night. I hope you know my number if you need to talk, about whatever. If you, I don't do no prayers, but I would say good luck to you, and relieve you. If you ever have some issues about medication, you can look it up, or you could call me. Hey, Bob, you know anything about this medicine? And I'll tell you the truth about it. Tell you the pros and the cons, because they don't tell you. There's a few pro cons to these pain meds that you need to know. And yeah, I'll see you later. She done fell asleep on me, y'all. Wait, my internet working? But it might be me. You here? Yeah, I know I talk a lot, y'all. But my internet been coming in and out, so I don't know. But anyway, I'm gonna shut it down. She may have fallen asleep, or it may be me. I see my wait. Can't tell if anybody frozen or not. Anyway, bye, my beauty. Put your beautiful self and everybody in chat. I don't even know in the chat. I haven't looked in the chat in 8 hours. Wait, how long I've been up here? And I apologize, but y'all know that's what I do, right? I can't talk, and I don't know why, and uh, chat at the same time because it'll throw me off. But I can't even see. Zoom has changed, so I don't even know where I can see how long. Am I still? Yeah, I am. It says I'm on YouTube. I'm gonna see where it tells me how long I've been up here, though. Used to be at the top up there. It's not up there anymore. How long I've been live? Oh, plus I got kicked out anyway a while back, so it's not gonna be. Yeah, no, it should tell me. Uh-oh. I don't know what's happening. Zoom they got so much better, but I got AI companion. They got all kinds of shit. I just can't see the time though. Yeah, it's not telling me. I don't know. It used to be right at. Oh, maybe I have to put the setting in. That might be why it's not telling me. I'll go and redo it.